The summons has been issued. Mortal, the moment of glory is upon you. From this moment on, you shall become a part of the great Silverheart Empire. The resounding proclamation pierced through Li Xian's eardrums, as if carried across the vast expanse of interstellar space. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the battered mechanical arm before him, surrounded by an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint scent of machine oil and dust lingering in the air. Li Xian climbed out of his narrow single bed, which was nearly engulfed by the clutter of tools and spare parts scattered around. The faint light of dawn had yet to reach the surface, and the dim glow of the stars over Guansuo IV barely provided any warmth. On this planet, the sun's rays always took their time to rise. Despite the brisk morning chill that might tempt one to linger in bed, Li Xian found himself unable to fall back asleep. Having just graduated from 8 years of military training, his internal clock had been irrevocably altered, and the habit of waking early was deeply ingrained. Standing by the small, cramped window of his room, he gazed outside. The world appeared unchanged, barren and unadorned, yet somehow brimming with an unyielding vitality. Li Xian was not someone easily contented. His gaze drifted toward the shelves piled high with spare parts, and a quiet sigh escaped his lips. In the center of the workshop lay the massive mechanical arm, its once shiny metal surface dulled by layers of accumulated dust. Though it appeared worn and outdated, it was still the most advanced piece of equipment in this humble civilian repair shop. However, what others might call 90% new was, in Li Xian's eyes, merely a testament to the relentless passage of time. He moved to the workbench, his eyes scanning the disarray of tools until they settled on a rifle awaiting repair. Li Xian was intimately familiar with this type of weapon. As a military trainee, proficiency with firearms was among his core skills. Despite the galaxy's advancements in high-tech weaponry like lasers and electromagnetic arms, affordable and reliable gunpowder weapons like this rifle still held their place, especially on planets like Guansuo IV. Here, these weapons were as essential as the lifeblood of humanity, always ready to counter sudden threats. The rifle's mechanics were simple, and so was the Asuya malfunction in the ammunition feed system. Li Xian didn't rush to replace the parts. Instead, he skillfully disassembled the weapon, inspecting the damaged components. Though spare parts were scarce, he managed to find suitable replacements among the cluttered shelves. Working quickly and precisely, he installed the new parts, restoring the rifle to working order. He pulled the bolt back, silently testing its operation to ensure everything was functioning perfectly. Placing the repaired rifle into a nearby crate, he reached for another weapon from the pile awaiting attention. This time, he noticed dried black stains on the gun's surface. Blood. Li Xian's expression remained unchanged. This was far from the first time he'd encountered blood-stained weapons. On Guansuo IV, violence and death were a grim reality, and every weapon likely carried a story soaked in blood. But Li Xian didn't dwell on such thoughts for long. Just as he was about to begin work on the next weapon, a gruff voice shattered the shop's stillness. So early in the morning, all that banging and clanging, what? Trying to send me to an early grave. The voice belonged to Li Zhuang, Li Xian's second uncle. Heavy mechanical prosthetics replaced his legs, and his gait was laborious. The air around him was thick with the scent of sweat and machine oil. Li Xian said nothing, continuing his work in silence, but Li Zhuang was not one to let things slide. He grabbed the rifle Li Xian had just repaired, pointing to the replaced parts with a scowl. Using new parts just like that? Why not fix the old ones first? Li Xian didn't respond. Instead, he turned calmly to face his uncle. Li Zhuang, now middle-aged, bore the marks of wear and age. His belly had grown round. His natural legs were long gone, and his mechanical limbs were all that kept him moving. This man had been both Li Xian's caretaker and the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. Over the years, Li Xian had grown accustomed to his uncle's gruff criticisms and dismissive remarks. To him, they were just another part of daily life, unremarkable and predictable. Quietly wiping the grease from his hands, Li Xian retrieved a tube of nutrient paste, opened it with practiced ease, and consumed it quickly. For the residents of Guansuo IV, nutrient paste was a staple. Tasteless but efficient, it provided the energy needed to survive. To Li Zhuang, however, it symbolized the gradual decline of his body. While the paste sustained life, it also seemed to sap away any sense of vitality. Open up. Is anyone there? Open the door. A sudden, impatient knocking interrupted the morning routine. Li Zhuang muttered under his breath as he shuffled to lift the shop's metal shutter. In the dim light of dawn, two figures stood at the entrance. One of them, a middle-aged man in a uniform, squinted slightly behind his glasses and spoke in a low, deliberate tone. I'm looking for Li Xian. He lives here, doesn't he? Who are you? What do you want? Li Zhuang furrowed his brows tightly, staring at the middle-aged man standing outside the half-open roller shutter door. His tone was filled with obvious wariness. The door was only pushed open halfway, leaving a narrow gap, as if mirroring his guarded state of mind, cautious yet vigilant. His gaze paused briefly on the man's pristine uniform, growing colder by the second. On planet Guansuo IV, people wearing such clean uniforms usually represented the company and held significant status. Individuals like this had no reason to be in this rundown neighborhood. Before the man outside could speak, a familiar voice came from behind Li Zhuang. "He's here for me." Li Xian appeared at the edge of the roller shutter door. Reaching out a hand, he pressed his palm against the door and pushed it open with a slight effort. The door emitted a piercing metallic screech before being fully raised. "Come in," Li Xian said calmly, his gaze steady as he looked at the two figures at the door. Li Zhuang glanced at Li Xian, then at the two strangers outside, a middle-aged man and a younger man who appeared to be father and son, their facial features bearing some resemblance. The younger man nodded slightly before following Li Xian into the cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, his eyes sweeping over the cluttered mechanical parts and the oil-stained floor, clearly dissatisfied with the environment. Nonetheless, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Leading the way, Li Xian kicked aside a piece of machinery blocking the path and walked straight toward his room with the two visitors following behind. Li Zhuang hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up, only to be stopped at the doorway by Li Xian, who raised a hand to block him. Li Zhuang, shorter than Li Xian by half a head, looked up at him with a frown, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "Why are you stopping me?" Li Xian looked down at him, his voice calm and unhurried. "The room's too small. You don't need to come in." Li Zhuang let out a cold snort, turned around, and left, throwing out a dismissive remark over his shoulder. "Fine. I won't go in. Let's see what tricks you're up to." The door slammed shut behind Li Xian, and he turned to face the two men in the small room. The younger man sat on the edge of his bed, looking slightly uneasy, his gaze evasive. In contrast, the middle-aged man appeared composed, his demeanor steady and confident. "Li Xian, I." The younger man finally spoke, though his voice was hesitant, as if struggling to find the right words. Li Xian, however, smiled faintly, his tone light and casual. "By Mu, it's been a while." The young man, by Mu, was momentarily taken aback before nodding in response. "Why yeah, it's been a while." The simple greeting seemed to ease his tension slightly, softening the unease in his expression. Li Xian turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and gave a slight nod. "Hello, Uncle Bai." The man, by Mu's father, was named Bai Chuan. He nodded back, his tone direct and composed. "You should already know why we're here." Li Xian neither confirmed nor denied, casually sitting on a pile of mechanical parts nearby. His gaze remained steady as he looked at Bai Chuan and nodded. "I do." Without wasting any further words, Bai Chuan opened the briefcase he had brought and took out 2 items, a contract and an exquisitely crafted box. Holding them in his hands, he looked at Li Xian with calm determination. "I've brought the contract and what you wanted. If there are no issues, sign the contract, and this is yours." Li Zin's eyes flickered between the box and the contract before settling on the box. His tone remained composed. "Can I take a look first?" Bai Chuan paused briefly, but ultimately handed both items to Li Xian. He showed no signs of concern. His status alone ensured that he had nothing to fear from Li Xian attempting any tricks. Taking the box and the contract, Li Xian began examining the items in his hands. Outwardly, he appeared calm and collected, but internally, his emotions were far from tranquil. Inside the box was a highly valuable vial of medicine, and the contract was an employment agreement. Both of these would bring about a monumental shift in Li Xian's fate. Li Xian gently placed the box of serum on his lap, his gaze shifting to the contract beside him. His fingers brushed over the cool surface of the paper as he took a deep breath and opened to the first page. The title of the document immediately caught his eye: employment contract with Blueprint Biotech Group. The name exuded an undeniable allure, stirring a sense of longing within him. His eyes continued downward to the first section, which was dedicated to personal information. A quick glance revealed that his details had already been filled in. His brow arched slightly, but he didn't linger. Given his current status and position, it wasn't surprising that the company had his information on hand. In fact, even the terms of the contract were well within his expectations. Turning the page, he found the clauses meticulously detailed. The contract promised an enviable salary and benefits package, the kind of opportunity most people could only dream of. But then, his gaze sharpened as it landed on the obligations section. On the very last line, a single critical sentence stood out. "The employee hereby voluntarily signs the deployment agreement and will be dispatched to Hengon Defense Company within 7 working days of employment." The words pierced him like a sharp blade. The empty signature line seemed to mock his hesitation, waiting for him to seal his fate with the stroke of a pen. Li Xian inhaled deeply, his fingers gently tracing the edge of the paper, his expression conflicted. He had prepared himself for this moment. In fact, he had meticulously orchestrated this opportunity. Yet, now that it was here, A heavy weight of unease swelled in his chest. Blueprint Biotech Group, its name, was legendary in this land. It stood as a monolith of power and wealth, a beacon of aspiration for countless people. And now, this contract lay before him, like the turning of the wheel of destiny. However, Li Xian knew all too well that this agreement was far from as perfect as it appeared on the surface. Hengan Defense Company, a subsidiary of Blueprint's security division, wasn't fully owned by the group but was a shareholder investment. Behind its name loomed a stark reality, the war zone, a place steeped in smoke and death. The enemy? The Mildanites, a similarly greedy and formidable colonial organization. The two forces had carved up this planet, waging unrelenting war against each other. Signing this contract meant he would be sent to the war zone, stepping into the perilous world of Hengan Defense Company. And this was exactly why the contract had eventually ended up in his hands. Originally, it had been intended for Bai Mu, son of Bai Chuan. In a bid to secure a shortcut for his son, Bai Chuan had paid an exorbitant price. But fate had other plans, turning this golden opportunity into a poisoned chalice. Desperate for a replacement, Bai Chuan found Li Xian, who himself was eager for a path to a better future. Their interests aligned perfectly, leading to the current arrangement. Li Xian closed the contract gently, his gaze shifting to the box of serum resting on his lap. Slowly, he opened it. The lid clicked softly, revealing a single vial of pale blue liquid lying inside. Tiny luminous particles floated within, like stars twinkling in a midnight sky, radiating an aura of mystery and allure. His fingers trembled slightly as he picked up the vial, his eyes brimming with an uncontrollable fascination. This was the number 7 psionic stimulus compound, a substance capable of defying fate itself. It was the very reason he was willing to sign that contract and risk everything. The box also contained an instruction manual and a sleek silver injector, silently urging him to make his choice. This was the key to altering his destiny, the reason he was willing to bet it all. Psionics are the key to humanity's strength and the very foundation of its dominance across the stars. In the age of interstellar exploration, psionics represent not only humanity's foothold, but also the power many dream of possessing. However, mastering psionics is no simple feat unless born into a psionic family. Ordinary individuals can only awaken their abilities through stimulative drugs. Compound number 7 psionic stimulator is one such drug. Li Xian looked down at the vial in his hands. Through the transparent packaging, the syringe gleamed coldly under the light. His fingers trembled slightly, as though hovering over a switch that could alter his fate. All it would take was assembling the syringe, pressing it against his neck, and driving it into him. The world of psionics would open to him. Yet he knew all too well that with this injection came not only hope but the possibility of ruin. Here? You're thinking of injecting it here? Bai Chuan's voice interrupted his thoughts, calm but laced with an undeniable edge. You wouldn't be so reckless, would you? If you inject it here, even if it works, you'll be registered as an illegal psionic. And you know what happens if you're caught. Death. Li Xian's throat tightened, and the longing in his eyes dimmed. Slowly, he placed the syringe back into its case, though his fingers lingered, as if unwilling to let go of that sliver of hope. Taking a deep breath, he snapped the case shut, suppressing the turmoil within him. Only then did he look up and reply, "Don't worry, I understand the rules." Despite his words, his gaze lingered on the case, reluctant to part with it. Finally, he forced himself to shift his focus, picking up the contract on the table. After glancing at it briefly, he looked up at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, ever prepared, handed him a pen and a box of ink. Taking the pen, Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at how even in the age of interstellar travel, signing contracts remained so simple. He knew this simplicity stemmed from his lowly status. A more significant agreement would demand blood samples, retinal scans, or even chip verification in a series of complex procedures. Just sign your name and leave a fingerprint, that's enough. Bai Mu reminded him softly. Li Xian nodded, taking a deep breath before carefully writing his name on the contract and pressing his fingerprint firmly onto it. At that moment, he felt as though his fate had been irrevocably sealed, like signing a contract of servitude with no way out. He handed the contract to Bai Chuan, exhaling deeply, as though releasing all the inner conflict he'd been holding back. Bai Chuan took the contract and casually slipped it into his briefcase, though his gaze remained on Li Xian. Shaking his head, he said with a trace of wry amusement, "Don't look so reluctant. Getting this chance is already a favor, thanks to your connection with Bai Mu. Joining Blueprints as an official employee is something countless people dream of. Even if it means being stationed on the front lines for life, there are many who would fight for this opportunity." Suppressing the storm of emotions within him, Li Xian forced a faint smile. "You're right, Uncle Bai. This is a privilege." Bai Chuan wasn't wrong. On the planet Guansuo IV, there was no shortage of people. Finding a suitable stand-in for this position wouldn't have been difficult. Even for a high-demand role requiring 8 years of basic military training and multiple outstanding cadet commendations, there were plenty willing to compete for it. That this opportunity had been given to Li Xian was indeed a gesture of favor from Bai Chuan and Bai Mu. For Bai Mu, the choice to join Blueprints in a less dangerous, more comfortable position was readily available. But for Li Xian, this was a costly gamblia contract that could very well cost his life. Yet, it was also his only chance to change his fate. Bai Chuan buckled his briefcase and stood. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Li Xian and finally said, "The way you look just now, I think you should take some time to think it through before injecting that. Injecting a drug isn't always a good thing." Bai Chuan's tone was calm, but his eyes held a trace of gravity. He gently placed the box of psychic stimulant back on the table, his gaze lingering on Li Xian for a moment before he spoke slowly. "Once this stuff is injected, it's out of your control. My personal suggestion is to sell it. At the very least, it could improve your life and work." His eyes drifted across the shabby room-peeling walls, simple furniture, and even a faint smell of machine oil lingering in the air. He paused, then added, "At the very least, it could help you upgrade your living conditions." Li Xian's eyes flickered slightly before he nodded, his tone respectful yet tinged with perfunctory politeness. "Thank you, Uncle Bai. I'll seriously consider it." Bai Chuan noticed his attitude, but chose not to press further. He simply smiled faintly, stood up, and called for his son, Bai Mu, to leave. Li Xian immediately got up to open the door for them. As soon as the door opened, he saw a burly man standing outside. It was Li Zhuang. At that moment, Li Zhuang's expression was a bit unnatural, clearly having eavesdropped on their conversation. No wonder the repair noises outside had suddenly stopped when Bai Chuan and his son arrived earlier. Seeing the door open, Li Zhuang quickly turned around and pretended to be busy. Li Xian merely cast him a brief glance without exposing him and then escorted Bai Chuan and his son to the door. "All right, this is far enough," Bai Chuan said beside the car, his tone still as composed as ever. "Understood, Uncle Bai." Li Xian nodded. Bai Mu waved at him with a smile and said, "Li Xian, goodbye. I hope to hear some good news from you next time." Li Xian's lips curled into a confident smile, his tone resolute. "You'll only ever hear good news from me." Hearing this, Bai Mu's smile deepened. The father and son got into their car, and with the low hum of the engine, the vehicle slowly drove off, disappearing into the night until its taillights were no longer visible. Li Xian stood there, watching the car fade into the distance. Only when the night breeze brushed past him did he turn around to head back inside. But as he turned, he saw Li Zhuang standing not far away, looking at him with a complicated expression. Li Xian said nothing, walking straight back into the room. He picked up the box of stimulants from the table and carefully placed it into a black backpack. Just as he was about to head out, Li Zhuang finally couldn't hold back. "Are you really going to hung in defense?" Li Zhuang's voice was low, trembling slightly. "I heard that place is a war zone. And about this drug, can't you not inject it? I've heard the success rate of psychic stimulants is very low. If it fails..." He hesitated, then pulled a bank card out of his pocket and held it out to Li Xian. "This is your dad's pension. Maybe, don't go. This money is enough for you to settle down and find a wife." At this moment, the usual stern demeanor of Li Zhuang had vanished. His eyes were filled with worry, and his hand holding the card trembled slightly. Li Xian took the card, glanced at it, then smiled and gently pushed it back against Li Zhuang's chest. His tone was light but firm. "The contract's already signed, how could I not go? Besides, he's been gone for over 10 years. This pension should have been spent long ago, shouldn't it? Keep it for yourself, old man. Use it for your retirement or maybe find yourself a woman." He paused, his gaze steady as he looked at Li Zhuang. "Don't worry. I won't fail. I'll only succeed." Li Zhuang's expression shifted slightly, his face paling. He muttered something under his breath, but ultimately didn't say more. His fiery temper was well known, and the fact that Head managed to say so much without losing his composure was already extraordinary. Seeing this, Li Xian patted him on the shoulder, his tone softening a bit. "Old man, you've worked so hard raising me all these years, staying in this cramped little repair shop, scrimping and saving to put me through school. I've seen it all, and I know it hasn't been easy for you. But now, I'm an adult. I've graduated. The repair shop isn't bad, but it's not the life I want. What I want is a bigger, broader world." He paused, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Since you've still got money and don't have to support me anymore, why don't you hurry up and find a woman while you still can? Who knows, maybe you can even give me a little brother." Li Zhuang was momentarily stunned, then let out a long sigh. Shaking his head, he said with a mix of emotions, "You really take after your father like 2 peas in a pod. But you're right. I shouldn't be worrying about you anymore. Tomorrow, I'll go find a woman." Hearing this, Li Zin's smile widened. He turned, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and walked out the door without looking back. Li Xian listened, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he turned around. He slung his black bag across his chest and strode out of the repair shop. His steps were firm and deliberate, as if he had buried all his emotions deep within. He didn't look back, because he knew that at this moment, Li Zhuang was surely watching him leave. The air was heavy with the weight of parting, but their earlier conversation, at least on the surface, had been light. Li Xian didn't want to disrupt that rare equilibrium by turning back. He walked briskly, his steps carrying a faint urgency. Behind him, Li Zhuang, with his heavy mechanical prosthetic leg, slowly made his way to the doorway. He stood at the threshold, silently watching Li Xin's figure grow smaller in the distance. Under the glow of the distant star, that tall, upright silhouette was etched so clearly against the light. For a moment, Li Zhuang's thoughts drifted back more than a decade. He remembered standing in this very spot, watching another figure leave Li Xin's father, his elder brother. The two figures overlapped in his memory, strikingly similar in their departure. Li Zhuang's eyes glistened faintly as he fought back his emotions, his gaze fixed on Li Xin's retreating figure until it rounded the corner and disappeared entirely. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling a hollow ache in his chest, and turned to look at the repair shop that had been his companion for so many years. The card in his hand was clenched tightly, as though he were holding onto some tether to the past. After a moment of silence, he reached out and slowly pulled down the shop's metal shutter, the sound of grinding metal reverberating dully. Locking the door, he muttered under his breath, "Li Xin's right. Maybe it's time I found someone too." Meanwhile, Li Xian stepped out of the alley, exhaling softly. He raised a hand to hail a taxi and, once inside, casually instructed the driver, "Take me to the psionic center." "Got it." The driver responded cheerfully, starting the engine. The atmosphere inside the car was tense and quiet. The driver occasionally glanced at the black bag slung across Li Xin's chest through the rearview mirror, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Finally, unable to hold back, he asked, "You heading there to enhance your psionics?" Li Xian turned his head slightly, pulling a handgun from his waistband with an easy, practiced motion. He placed it casually on his lap, his voice calm yet carrying an unmistakable edge of warning. "Ask what you should. What you shouldn't don't." The driver froze for a second, his face breaking into an awkward smile as he quickly averted his gaze. His eyes darted to the loaded gun resting on Li Xin's lap, and he felt a chill run down his spine. While firearms weren't strictly regulated in this city, anyone openly carrying one was either a dangerous individual not to be trifled with or someone with powerful connections. Either way, the driver knew better than to provoke him. The car fell into an extended silence, the only sound coming from the hum of the engine. Li Xian turned his gaze to the window, watching the city blur past. His eyes lingered briefly as the car passed a construction site. The scene was bustling with activity workers toiled tirelessly, and among them were members of the indigenous Kairu species of planet Guansuo IV. This bipedal bird-like race, once capable of flight, had long since lost that ability. As sentient beings, they had been subjugated as slaves and cheap labor after humans colonized their planet. Grueling work such as mining, construction, and hazardous chemical production was almost entirely carried out by the Kairu. To maximize productivity, humans had even developed specialized tools tailored to their physiology. Li Xin's gaze shifted away from the construction site, his expression impassive. The car sped onward, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The driver brought the vehicle to a smooth stop. Li Xian pulled out a handful of small bills and handed them over carelessly before stepping out. He stood in front of the towering structure, tilting his head back to take in the sheer scale of the building. His eyes were calm and unreadable, yet they seemed to hold a depth that suggested he was already bracing for what lay ahead. He tilted his head, scanning the surroundings with a faint sigh. This was the real city. Compared to this, the place they lived in was merely a slum, if not warships district for the impoverished. Li Xian stood at the entrance of the towering building, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. A diverse array of figures moved through the crisscrossing light and shadow on the streets. The vibrancy and noise of this place were worlds apart from the poverty-stricken area he called home. Without lingering, he gathered his thoughts and stepped into the building. He knew his goal for the day was clear and left no room for hesitation. Walking through the lobby, Li Xian noticed the stark contrast in atmosphere compared to the outside. Even with his modest attire, no one gave him a second glance. The lobby was softly lit, with small flying robots suspended from the ceiling, efficiently guiding the flow of people. Whether adorned in luxurious clothing or clad in tattered rags, everyone followed the robots' directions in an orderly manner. Here, the stark disparity of wealth seemed deliberately obscured. But Li Xian knew better. This was merely a facade. For the wealthy, a psionic stimulant was a trivial expense. But for someone like him, it represented the entire savings of generations. A fragile thread of hope. He lightly patted the pocket close to his chest, where his one and only vial of stimulant rested. It was his entire gamble. After passing through security, his belongings were temporarily stored away, except for the stimulant, which was allowed to remain with him. Soon, A spherical flying robot glided smoothly through the air and stopped in front of him. Its polished exterior gleamed like a mirror, with a red signal light blinking at its center. Welcome, citizen. Auxiliary Employee 9527 at your service. Please state your request concisely. The robot's voice was mechanical and emotionless. Li Xian raised his eyes, his tone calm yet resolute. I need to use the psionic stimulant to activate my psionic abilities. The red light flickered briefly before the robot responded. Understood. Please follow me and follow the green virtual line beneath you. The robot turned and flew to one side, and Li Xian followed the glowing green line into an elevator. The doors closed slowly, and the floor indicator climbed rapidly until it stopped at 36. Standing still with his hands at his sides, Li Xian stared at the changing numbers, his mind churning like hidden currents beneath a calm lake. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and Li Xian stepped out. The corridor was alive with activity. Some people were just arriving, while others staggered away from the opposite end. He noticed those leaving unsteady on their feet, their faces etched with exhaustion or even pain. Li Xian frowned slightly but kept moving. Guided by the robot, he navigated through a winding corridor, taking several turns before arriving at a room. The door slid open automatically, and Li Xian stepped inside. The room was sparse to the point of sterility, a compact 15 square meter space, furnished with nothing but a sleek, integrated alloy desk and chair. The door closed silently behind him, sealing off all external noise. Li Xian took a seat as Robot 9527 descended to desk level. A projection lamp on the desk lit up, displaying a contract in midair. Citizen, please carefully review the risk disclosure agreement and confirm before signing. Li Xian's eyes scanned the projection. The contract detailed the risks of psionic stimulation and the procedures following potential failure. He read every word meticulously before looking up and asking, "How do I sign?" "Please observe my signal light. When it turns green, state your confirmation to sign the agreement," the robot replied. Its central light shifted from red to green. "Confirm signing the agreement," Li Xian said, his tone steady, though a faint tension lingered at the end of his statement. "Beep. Please retrieve your psionic stimulant and place it on the desk for inspection." Li Xian carefully took the stimulant from his pocket, gingerly assembling the syringe before setting it on the desk. A scanning light beneath the desk flickered to life, methodically analyzing the vial. After a few seconds, the light dimmed, and the robot spoke again. "Inspection complete. Identified as psionic stimulant compound number 7. Purity, 35. Grade, D1. Li Xian exhaled slowly, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. He knew D1 was the lowest grade for this type of stimulant, but it was all he could afford. Without hesitation, he looked directly at the robot and said firmly, "Proceed with the injection." Initiating the injection process for compound number 7 neuropsionic stimulus. "Please remove your upper clothing." Upon hearing the command, Li Xian swiftly took off his upper garments without a moment's hesitation. His movements were crisp and decisive, showing no trace of reluctance. Yet, while his eyes remained calm, his fingers subtly clenched, betraying the inner turmoil beneath his composed exterior. Hovering steadily in midair, 9527 extended its mechanical arms from either side of its body. One arm precisely grasped the vial of serum, moving silently toward Li Xian, while the other switched to a sterilizing nozzle, spraying alcohol onto the side of his neck. The sharp scent of alcohol filled the air, followed by a faint hiss as the icy tip of the needle pierced his skin. As the serum slowly entered his bloodstream, Li Xian felt a surge of searing energy spreading rapidly through his body. It was an indescribable sensation, like fire igniting within his veins, or electricity coursing through his nerves. The intense heat caused his body to tremble slightly, but he suppressed the instinctive urge to resist. "Prepare yourself mentally. Wishing you success in activating your psionic abilities." 9527's cold, mechanical voice delivered a detached reminder before it ascended to the ceiling, attaching itself silently to the roof. Its scanner locked onto Li Xian, observing him like an impartial spectator. Li Xian looked up and nodded toward it, his tone calm but resolute. "Thank you. I will succeed." Without saying more, he slowly sat back in his chair, placed his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes, bracing himself for the unknown that awaited him. Activating psionic abilities was a gamble with one's life for many. Li Xian was well aware of this, perhaps more than anyone else. He had meticulously studied the relevant data. Compound number 7 neuropsionic stimulus, when administered at the B2 level, had a success rate of only 28. The failure rate stood at 46, and the mutation rate was a staggering 26. What made matters worse was that the serum in his possession was merely the lowest grade D1 level. The gap between D1 and B2 was insurmountable, like a chasm separating two worlds. The chances of success were infinitesimal, while the likelihood of failure or mutation was terrifyingly high. But he had no other choice. As a transmigrator, Li Xian knew there was no turning back. In his past life on Blue Star, he had been nothing more than an ordinary corporate worker. The monotony of his existence had long eroded his will to fight. Back then, he survived on cheap junk food and endured relentless overtime, living a life that was barely tolerable but utterly devoid of meaning. Now, in the harsh underbelly of Guansuo IV, survival was even more brutal. His safety was never guaranteed, and the food was barely edible industrial energy paste that, while sustaining him for over a decade, never truly satisfied him. He wanted change. He wanted to rise above. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of life, even if it meant staking his very existence. Success or death, there was no other path for Li Xian. Seconds turned into minutes as time crawled by. He kept his eyes shut, struggling to maintain his composure. Yet the 3-minute wait felt agonizingly long, as though an eternity had passed. A faint unease began to creep into his mind. Why was it taking so long? Suddenly, his consciousness jolted. A chilling realization struck him. Couldn't move. His body was frozen, his limbs stiff and unresponsive, as if bound by an invisible force. The sensation of rigidity spread throughout his entire being. A wave of panic surged through him, but he remained silent. His eyelids quivered slightly, as though he was trying to open them, but his efforts were in vain. Li Xian was completely stunned, his mind racing as he cursed inwardly. What the hell? No wonder I've been thinking so much. Is this it? Am I about to relive my entire life in a flashback before I die? Is this some kind of deathbed montage? As his thoughts spiraled, he began to feel increasingly uneasy. His body started to heat up, as if a furnace were blazing within his chest. Thin wisps of white smoke began to rise from his forehead, while beads of sweat, large as peas, rolled down his face and coalesced into glistening droplets. This wasn't something he could control. It was his body's natural, desperate attempt to cool down through sweat and evaporation. Yet, even this instinctive defense wasn't enough. The extreme heat far exceeded what interstellar humans could withstand. If this continued, his internal organs could be scorched, and his brain might completely shut down. He tried to move, but his body felt utterly paralyzed, as though bound by invisible chains. Even breathing became labored and sluggish. While his mind remained fully conscious, all he could do was rage helplessly within. Despite using every ounce of strength, he could only manage a faint tremble in his fingertips. Any other motion was impossible. Then came a terrifying new development. He felt as though a volcano was building pressure inside him, ready to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, small lumps began to bulge on his arms, as if something was crawling beneath his skin. Looking down, he saw these lumps writhing like tiny mice scurrying under the surface, their numbers shockingly high, 10, maybe more. If what he could see was this horrifying, he didn't dare imagine what was happening in the parts of his body he couldn't see. Li Xin's eyes were filled with terror, and panic surged uncontrollably in his heart. Then, he felt an itch on his face. To his horror, a soft, pinkish tendril slowly emerged from his cheek. It was tender and supple, curling slightly as it moved. Its moist surface glistened faintly under the light, and it was right there, directly in his line of sight. He couldn't move. He could only watch in stunned disbelief as this grotesque transformation unfolded on his own body. Are you kidding me? Now I'm growing tentacles? He roared internally, his fear crashing over him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the room. Alert! Alert! Civilian mutation detected. Preparing for mutation disposal. As the robotic announcement ended, a section of the ceiling opened up. From it descended a massive electromagnetic rifle. Its barrel pointed directly at Li Xian, while beneath it hung a flamethrower. The chilling glint of metal and the oppressive heat of fire combined into an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Li Xin's heart clenched tightly, and he seemed to regain a faint connection to his body. With immense effort, he slowly lifted his head. The motion so heavy it felt like he was carrying 1,000 pounds. His gaze locked onto the dark, gaping muzzle of the rifle, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a 20 caliber electromagnetic rifle, at least. Its massive frame exuded a deadly pressure. As someone with military training, Li Xian instantly recognized its devastating power. A single shot would obliterate his head, and the attached flamethrower would reduce his body to ashes, leaving the room spotless and easy to clean. No wonder this room is so bare. Was it designed for easy cleanup? The absurd thought flashed through his mind, followed by a surge of defiance. He couldn't die here. Not in this cold, empty room. He hadn't yet explored the 4 stars of Guansuo, hadn't tasted the legendary delicacies, and hadn't even experienced the company of an interstellar woman. I must survive. Li Xian gritted his teeth, his voice halting and strained, each word forced out with every ounce of his strength. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, as if he were ready to fight fate itself. Suddenly, A blinding arc of pale blue electricity erupted from his body, crackling through the room like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The sharp scent of ozone filled the air as the electric surge scorched everything in its path. Walls and floors were left charred black, and the room was filled with the sound of crackling energy. Li Xin's body finally regained mobility, and the horrifying mutations began to recede. The writhing lumps on his arms disappeared, and the tentacle on his face retracted back beneath his skin. The chaos subsided, leaving the room eerily quiet. Staring at his hands in disbelief, Li Xian tried to process the overwhelming power he had just unleashed. Was that me? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling. But before he could make sense of what had happened, exhaustion overtook him. His vision darkened, and his body collapsed heavily to the ground. He had fallen into a deep, unconscious state. Li Xian had fainted. However, the robot 9527 remained unaffected. As the core robot of the psionic center, everything in the room was equipped with a certain level of protection against psionic attacks. While the defenses weren't particularly advanced, they were more than sufficient to handle someone like Li Xian, a novice who had only just awakened his psionic abilities. Slowly descending from the ceiling, 9527 hovered above the alloy table and emitted a mechanical voice. Aberration alert lifted. At the same time, the large-caliber electromagnetic rifles that had previously emerged from the walls retracted with a low clunking sound, disappearing back into their hidden compartments. The room returned to its tranquil state, with only 9527 floating silently, seemingly waiting for Li Xian to regain consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed before Li Xian finally stirred and slowly woke up. His eyelids felt as though they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and he struggled to open them. His entire body felt utterly drained, a weakness that reminded him of the exhaustion from pulling multiple all-nighters in his previous life. He managed to prop himself up, leaning against the back of the chair as he gasped for breath, his gaze unfocused. In front of him, 9527 activated its scanner, a blue beam sweeping over his body from head to toe. The robot then spoke in a steady tone. "Congratulations, civilian. Your psionic ability has been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psionic information." Hearing this, Li Xian realized that his earlier fainting spell was not an accident, but rather a side effect of the psionic activation process. However, when he attempted to stand, he found that his limbs were still weak and heavy, as if they were filled with lead. "I don't have the strength right now. Can we wait a little longer?" he asked helplessly, his voice tinged with fatigue. 9527's signal light flickered briefly before it replied in its usual calm tone. "Civilian, diagnostics indicate that your current physical state is a result of psionic exhaustion-induced perception rather than actual physical debilitation. Please make an effort to move. This will aid in mastering your psionic abilities and prevent aberration." Despite its words, the robot did not force him to act but instead hovered patiently near the doorway, waiting. Li Xian felt somewhat reassured after hearing this, though it did little to immediately alleviate his sense of weakness. He sat in the chair, focusing on his breathing and mentally preparing himself. After a moment of internal resolve, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself up using the chair for support. Sure enough, as 9527 had stated, his body was not truly weakened. In fact, he could faintly feel a surge of energy coursing through him. Looking down at his hands, Li Xian couldn't help but wonder, could this be the physical transformation brought on by psionic activation? After taking a moment to steady himself, he got dressed and, though still a bit unsteady, followed 9527 toward the elevator. Along the way, he encountered several others who were also walking with difficulty. Their gazes, ranging from curiosity to envy, made it clear that they understood Li Xian was one of the lucky few who had successfully activated their psionic abilities. As for the failures, they were likely still lying in their rooms awaiting medical attention or worse, among the unlucky ones who had succumbed to aberration and been reduced to charred remains. Li Xian paid little attention to these stares, focusing instead on controlling his steps to appear as composed as possible. Eventually, he entered the elevator, which ascended smoothly to the 21st floor. The corridor there was noticeably quieter than on the 36th floor, with far fewer people around. As he walked, he encountered only two others, both of whom appeared to be in a similar state. They, too, seemed to have just undergone the psionic activation process. Following 9527's guidance, Li Xian entered a room. This space was almost identical to the activation chamber he had been in earlier, with alloy walls, a spotless floor, and minimalist integrated furniture. Li Xian followed the instructions of 9527 and sat down on the chair to wait. There was no other choice. Waiting was all he could do. Leaning against the rigid backrest, his gaze wandered around the empty room. There wasn't a single decoration in sight, just cold alloy walls on all four sides, devoid of even a scrap of paper. The sterile environment was unsettling, and time seemed to stretch endlessly, like an infinite reel of film. He couldn't help but stretch out his limbs, slowly moving his hands and feet in an attempt to regain full control of his body. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar world, his physical condition had never been at its best, and this idle waiting only made him more restless. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was precisely 26 minutes, one of the alloy walls silently slid open. A woman in a sleek, silver-white uniform stepped into the room, her stride steady and her demeanor icy. Beside her was a waist-high wheeled robot, its metallic sheen amplifying the room's cold, mechanical atmosphere. Li Zin's attention was immediately captured by the woman, and he found it nearly impossible to look away. For someone like him, who had spent years surviving in the slums and undergoing 8 years of military training, the woman before him seemed almost otherworldly. Women in the slums, burdened by years of consuming cheap nutritional paste and grueling physical labor, had long lost their youthful glow, let alone any sense of style. But this woman was different. Her porcelain-like skin, exquisitely sculpted features, and perfectly proportioned figure exuded an indescribable elegance and strength. Even though Li Xian had seen countless digitally enhanced faces in his previous life, he had to admit that the beauty before him was authentic beyond the reach of any artificial modification. His gaze fell briefly on the badge on her chest, quickly scanning the information. M2D10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyan. After taking in the words, Li Xian immediately averted his eyes, lowering them to the alloy table in front of him, not daring to glance at her again, not even from the corner of his eye. He was all too aware of the strict hierarchy within Blueprint Biotech Group and understood the vast chasm that separated him from this woman. Blueprint Biotech Group was the true ruler of the city, with all official institutions, including the Psionic Center, operating as its subsidiaries. Within the group, the hierarchical system was rigidly enforced, starting from M1 and ascending through various levels. The contract he had signed earlier that day officially made him a part of this colossal organization, albeit at the lowest rank M1 in turn. While M1 and M2 might seem like adjacent levels on paper, the actual gap between them was immense, practically insurmountable. Both M1 and M2 were further subdivided into 5 tiers, and only those starting with the D designation were recognized as psionics. Li Zin's initial rank was M1D1, though it could just as easily have been M1E1, as non-psionics were assigned E designations. It was rumored that a few non-psionics had managed to climb to the lofty heights of M5 within the group, but such cases were exceedingly rare, and the sacrifices required were unimaginable. Thus, while it might appear that Li Xian and Gao Bingyan were separated by just one level from M1 to M2, their actual standing within the organization was worlds apart, with at least 10 tiers of difference between them. In a system as rigidly hierarchical as Blueprint's, this disparity dictated the boundaries of behavior and interaction. The last thing Li Xian wanted was to cause trouble by letting his gaze linger where it shouldn't. If there was one thing he despised, it was unnecessary trouble. Opposite him, Assistant Supervisor Gao Bingyan had already taken a seat across from Li Xian. She was unfazed by the fleeting glance from Li Xian moments ago. She was well aware of her own beauty. Observing him now, staring down at the tabletop, a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She thought to herself that this young man at least knew his place. As Gao Bingyan sat down, a nearby wheeled robot silently rolled over and came to a stop beside her. Without hesitation, she grabbed a file from the top of the robot, flipped it open, and swiftly scanned its contents. Closing the file, she glanced up at Li Xian and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Civilian, Li Xian." Hearing his name, Li Xian raised his head, his voice steady but tinged with slight nervousness. "That's me." Gao Bingyan held his gaze for a moment, as if studying him, before speaking slowly. "I've reviewed your file. First of all, congratulations on activating your psionic abilities." "Thank you." Li Xian replied sincerely, nodding slightly. Gao Bingyan gave a small nod in return, then retrieved a compact device from the robot and placed it on the table. She continued, "Next, we move on to the testing phase. Place your hand inside the device. It will assess the state of your psionic abilities." Li Xian wasted no time and obediently extended his hand, placing his palm into the device's indentation. A faint electric current coursed through his hand, causing a slight tingling sensation. After a few seconds, the device emitted a soft beep sound. Gao Bingyan leaned forward to operate the device. A detailed diagnostic report appeared on the projection screen. Her eyes scanned the report intently before she looked up, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Congratulations, Li Xian. You're in lucky. Our psionic attributes are healthy, and you've reached AD2 level. Your overall psionic state is active." "What does active psionic state mean?" Li Xian asked softly, his voice laced with curiosity and urgency. Remaining composed, Gao Bingyan explained. "An active state means your psionic abilities will develop at a relatively fast pace. It also indicates that you'll be able to handle a wider variety of tasks. This is an excellent sign for your future prospects." Hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, though he maintained a calm demeanor. His hands subconsciously clenched into a fist under the table. Gao Bingyin put the device away, her expression suddenly turning serious. From this moment on, you are no longer an ordinary civilian. Your status is now officially upgraded to psionic civilian. According to regulations, you are required to comply with the psionic civilian laws of the corporation. This document contains everything you need to read it carefully. If you have a chip, you can apply to download it from Terminal 9527. As she finished speaking, the wheeled robot projected an image of a thick manual. Li Xian glanced at it and felt his scalp tighten. He thought to himself, if this entire book is full of rules and regulations for psionics, they'll go cross before I finish it. Gao Bingyin seemed to read his mind but remained unbothered. She continued, I've reviewed your psionic activation process. The fact that you successfully activated your abilities using the lowest grade psionic stimulant compound is indeed fortunate. However, you must also bear the consequences and endure the side effects associated with it. Li Xin's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly asked, what kind of side effects? Gao Bingyin's gaze darkened slightly, her voice calm but carrying a subtle weight of authority. During the activation process, you nearly experienced a mutation, correct? While the mutation has subsided for now, this doesn't mean it will never resurface. For the rest of your life, you will have to fight against the possibility of mutation. This is the fate of every psionic. If you ever encounter a chaos incursion in the future, the risk of mutation could rise again. Her tone was steady, yet it carried an undeniable sense of helpless inevitability. Li Xian furrowed his brows deeply, a feeling of resistance welling up in his chest. He pressed on, is there no way to completely eliminate the risk of mutation? Gao Bingyin shook her head, her expression indifferent. Unwilling to give up, Li Xian asked again, if I were to use higher grade, or even the most advanced psionic stimulant compound, could that prevent mutation from occurring in the future? At this, Gao Bingyin suddenly laughed a crisp, almost mocking sound. What makes you think that's even possible? The encroachment of chaos doesn't change based on the level of compounds used. Every psychic will face such challenges. Aberrations are a lifelong potential threat for all psychics. Li Xian listened quietly to Gao Bingyin's explanation, his gaze slightly lowered, as though he was deep in thought. In truth, however, a ripple stirred within him. The so-called biointelligent chip was not a new concept to him. A long time ago, his friend Bai Mu had mentioned this technology. Bai Mu had said that his brother, after activating his psychic abilities, had implanted one of these chips and experienced a qualitative leap in both learning and work. But now, hearing this term again, it carried an entirely different significance. I reviewed your file. It seems your family can't afford to support you in getting a biointelligent chip implanted. Gao Bingyin's voice was soft yet carried a hint of scrutiny. For an ordinary person, being asked such a direct question by a coldly elegant goddess-like figure might evoke feelings of shyness or even inferiority. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Xian had long since mastered the art of remaining unfazed. He raised his head calmly, meeting Gao Bingyin's gaze directly, and replied with composure, that's correct. I don't have money. Gao Bingyin smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes, before continuing. The Psychic Center has recently introduced a low-interest loan program for new psychics to purchase biointelligent chips. What do you think? Interested? A loan? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, and memories from his past life surfaced unbidden. Back then, he'd heard of people taking out short-term loans, some even profited from it and walked away unscathed, something he'd envied. Now, this opportunity appeared before him, as if history were repeating itself. That's right, a loan specifically for purchasing a biointelligent chip, Gao Bingyin said, her voice carrying a subtle allure, almost like a tempting siren's call. You may not realize how powerful these chips are. To put it simply, even the most basic biointelligent chip far surpasses the military-grade computer systems you use during your training. Li Xian drew in a sharp breath. He was well aware of the remarkable capabilities of military-grade computer systems, not just their speed and computational power, but their durability and reliability. Furthermore, such equipment was exclusive to official institutions on Guansuo IV colony star, completely inaccessible to ordinary people. So, how about it? Want one? Gao Bingyin's smile deepened, her gaze seemingly penetrating his thoughts. Li Xian weighed his options silently. He had already signed a labor contract to head to the war zone, and whether he could survive and return was uncertain. Compared to that, the issue of repaying a loan seemed trivial. However, he cautiously asked a critical question. If I can't repay the loan, will my guardian or anyone else be held responsible? Of course not, Gao Bingyin replied with a shake of her head. This is a special loan exclusively for biointelligent chips. You can only use it for purchasing the chip, and it won't affect anyone else. Hearing this, Li Xian's concerns evaporated instantly. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he decisively declared, all right. Give me the highest loan limit available. Gao Bingyin chuckled softly, a trace of admiration flickering in her eyes. It seems you're a decisive person. She gestured to 9,527, and in the next moment, a projection unfolded in front of Li Xin, displaying detailed information about 2 models of biointelligent chips. Here are the details for the 2 chips, Gao Bingyin explained as she pointed at the projection. The D2 biointelligent chip comes in both a military and a research version. Take a closer look. Li Xian studied the information intently. The military version was priced at 540 energy credits, while the research version was a staggering 650. To his surprise, the research version was actually more expensive than the military one. Energy credits, a special currency he had only encountered after joining the company, were still unfamiliar to him, but he understood that they were highly valuable. As he pondered over the options, Gao Bingyin suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Oh, wait, you've already signed the company's employment contract? Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, his brows furrowing as a sense of unease crept in. The fact that he had signed a labor contract to head to the war zone was now exposed. Would this affect his loan application? After all, who would want to lend money to someone who might not survive? He looked up at Gao Bingyin, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. However, her gaze held a mix of amusement and appreciation. Relax, Gao Bingyin reassured him with a smile. With that employment contract, your credit rating will actually increase. In other words, your loan limit will go up. So, what do you say? Interested in upgrading to a higher-end biointelligent chip? Gao Bingyin's voice seemed to carry an almost hypnotic charm sweet, yet enticing, igniting a surge of excitement in Li Xian's heart. He grinned and replied without hesitation. Upgrade it. Go for the best one. Wise choice. Gao Bingyin said with a playful smile. She snapped her fingers lightly, and the hovering 9527 immediately withdrew the existing projection. In its place, 2 brand new projections appeared almost instantly. Information about the D4 Biointelligent Chip Military Edition and the D4 Biointelligent Chip Research Edition was rearranged on the virtual screen. While the chip tiers remained unchanged, their levels had been upgraded by 2 ranks. Li Xian focused on the details and discovered that the upgraded chips offered an 18 performance improvement over the D2 version. However, the price had also risen significantly. The military edition now cost 940 energy credits, while the research edition was priced at a steep 1,050 energy credits. Li Xian frowned slightly. These numbers served as a stark reminder that this was a decision requiring careful calculation. The detailed specifications of both chips were neatly displayed before him. Li Xian didn't rush to make a decision, though he already had an answer in mind. He patiently read through each detail, trying to grasp the technical jargon, even as some terms eluded him. Yet, he understood one thing clearly. He was about to head into a war zone to join a defense company, and the military chip was his only viable choice. Military or research, 2 completely different paths. If it weren't for his current circumstances, he might have leaned toward the more expensive option, adhering to his belief that cheap doesn't necessarily mean good, but good is always expensive. However, reality forced him to abandon such ideals. His eyes fell on the glaring loan interest rate displayed at the bottom of the screen, an annual rate of 24. Li Xin's mouth twitched slightly as he sighed inwardly. What a perfectly legal rate. The interest felt like an invisible blade, cutting deeply into his future earnings. Yet, he had no other choice. I'll go with the military chip, Li Xian said, pointing to the screen with a hint of resignation in his tone. What's next? Gao Bingyin maintained her sweet smile and replied cheerfully, excellent choice. And since you're heading to a war zone, the military chip is indeed the smartest option. She paused briefly before continuing. Next, please carefully review the loan agreement. Once you confirm everything is in order, sign the agreement, and we can proceed with implanting the biointelligent chip. The mention of loan agreement caused a slight unease in Li Xin's heart, but he quickly composed himself. He pulled up the agreement on the virtual screen and began reading it carefully. The document was densely packed with clauses numbering in the thousands, many of which were repetitive or similar, making his eyes blur as he scrolled. The more he read, the more fatigued he felt, as though he was prematurely aging. In the end, after a cursory review and finding no glaring issues, he raised his head and said to 9527, sign it. At the psionic center, signing agreements no longer required pen and paper. All it took was aligning his pupils with 9527 signal light. With a crisp chime, the signing process was officially completed. Congratulations, Li Xian. Gao Bingyin's voice rang out again, tinged with playful teasing. Your loan has been approved. You are now officially eligible to purchase a military biointelligent chip. Li Xian felt a slight sense of relief, but was soon overcome by curiosity. He looked up at Gao Bingyin and asked, you know I'm heading to a war zone, right? Assigned to Hengon's security company? Gao Bingyin nodded lightly, her smile unwavering. I do. Your data clearance level is relatively low, so I can see almost all of your information, In that case, aren't you worried I might end up dying there? Li Xian frowned, pressing further. Or do you think I have a decent chance of survival? Gao Bingjian's expression remained unchanged, her tone unervingly calm. Based on data analysis, you have a 25 probability of dying within the first 2 weeks of entering the war zone. By the end of the first month, that probability increases to 44. What? Li Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can my mortality rate be that high? Still composed, Gao Bingyan responded as if discussing the weather. This is merely a data analysis. Her nonchalant tone sent a chill down Li Xin's spine. Of course, it's just data analysis. Gao Bingyan's voice lingered softly. Before Li Xian could catch his breath, Gao Bingyan added, "You might die even sooner." Li Xian's expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stared at Gao Bingyan and cautiously asked, "Then why would you still give me a loan?" "Why not?" Gao Bingyan tilted her head slightly, a hint of innocence appearing on her beautiful face, as if Li Xian's question was the truly absurd one. "If I die, wouldn't the debt go bad?" Li Xian frowned, his tone carrying a mix of confusion and suspicion. "Exactly, it would." Gao Bingyan nodded, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. "But so what? The loan might be in my name, but the money isn't mine, it's the corporation's. And if the debt goes bad, it's the corporation's problem, not mine." As she finished speaking, her eyes curved into crescent moons, her bright smile radiating a chilling undertone that sent shivers through Li Xian. Li Xian stood there, stunned, before finally squeezing out a response. "Well, great. Just great." Gao Bingyan waved dismissively and said nonchalantly, "All right, let's not waste any more time. My job here is done. Next, you'll follow 9527 to have the chip implanted." With that, she stood up gracefully and walked out through the alloy door on the side without hesitation, leaving Li Xian staring after her retreating figure, feeling a sense of loss. In the room, the hovering 9527 signal light flickered as its cold mechanical voice sounded. "Civilian, please follow me." Li Xian glanced at the machine on the ceiling, then turned back to look in the direction where Gao Bingyan had disappeared. Muttering under his breath, he said, "Who wants to follow this stupid robot? I want the beauty." Despite his reluctance, he obediently followed 9527 out of the room. Once again, he entered the elevator, this time heading to the 65th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a strong smell of disinfectant hit Li Xin's nose, so pungent that he couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. The surroundings became cold and sterile, clearly marking this floor as a surgical area. Under 9527's guidance, Li Xian followed a projected line on the floor, which eventually led him to a pre-surgery sterilization room. The space was filled with various instruments, their cold gleam adding to his unease. Through a large glass panel, he could see the actual operating room beyond empty for now, but clearly prepared for the procedure. "Civilian, please wait here. Medical staff will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful surgery," 9527 announced in its emotionless tone before ascending to the ceiling and hovering quietly. Li Xian had no choice but to stand in front of the operating table, looking around with a mix of emotions. Thankfully, the wait wasn't long. The alloy door on the side slid open, and a team of medical staff dressed in blue, sterilized uniforms filed in. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. The male doctors appeared calm and composed, while the female nurses exuded an air of efficiency. One of the female nurses approached Li Xian and spoke in a gentle yet mechanical voice, "Civilian, please cooperate with my instructions." Over the next few minutes, Li Xian felt like a puppet on strings as he followed the nurse's directives. He underwent a thorough disinfection process, changed into surgical attire, and was finally positioned on the operating table. As the anesthetic was injected into his body, he watched the lights on the ceiling blur and felt his consciousness slipping into darkness. The doctors worked with practiced precision, making a small incision on Li Xin's scalp to implant a biointelligent chip about the size of a fingernail into his brain. The surgery was intricate and lasted an entire hour. When it was over, a doctor brought over a high-tech device to close the incision. With flashes of laser and mist from the device, the wound on Li Xin's forehead was seamlessly healed, leaving no trace of the procedure. Once everything was finished, the operating room returned to its previous silence, with only the faint hum of machines and the flicker of cold lights remaining. Li Xian had a deeply restful sleep. When he opened his eyes and stretched, he felt as though it was the most peaceful rest he'd had in years. The exhaustion that had weighed on him seemed to have completely vanished. Instinctively, he glanced around. The environment felt both familiar and unfamiliar, which made him pause for a moment. Then it hit him his life had turned a new page. He had passed the rigorous entry assessment for Lan II, signed a contract destined to change his fate, had a biointelligent chip implanted, and taken on a colossal loan that would leave most people breathless. From today onward, he was no longer the ordinary Li Xian but a new human, deeply integrated with cutting-edge technology. As he got out of bed, a familiar electronic voice reached his ears. The floating robot 9527 appeared in front of him, hovering midair with a soft blue glow. Citizen, congratulations. Your D4 biointelligent chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently repeat the command activate chip in your mind to embark on your intelligent journey. Li Xian stared at the robot before him and, as if on autopilot, nodded slightly, though he wasn't sure why he felt compelled to acknowledge a machine in this way. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and silently followed the instruction. Activate chip. Ding. A crisp notification sound resonated in his mind, followed by a voice that was cold yet carried a hint of warmth. D4 biointelligent chip, military version, successfully activated. Thank you for choosing Lantu Biotech. I will now guide you into the intelligent world. Immediately, a series of prompts appeared in his mind. The chip requires 13 permissions to function. Accept decline? Li Xin's lips twitched slightly. This process felt all too familiar, instantly reminding him of the countless times he had begrudgingly granted app permissions in the past. With a resigned sigh, he scrolled through the virtual interface and carefully read the permissions one by one. After confirming there were no obvious traps, he selected Accept All. Please assign a name to your chip. After a brief moment of thought, he silently decided, 0. Understood. 0 is now at your service. Would you like to begin the tutorial? Yes, he replied without hesitation. As the tutorial began, 0's voice, calm and composed like that of a seasoned mentor, guided him step by step through the core functions of the chip. Each explanation was directly transmitted into his mind, not only crystal clear but also accompanied by dynamic virtual demonstrations. Li Xian quickly picked up several fundamental features. 1. Language and translation capabilities. The chip could instantly translate any language stored in its database, from ancient dialects to complex extraterrestrial languages, with ease. 2. Enhanced memory and learning. Through database downloads and brainwave synchronization, the chip allowed the user to rapidly acquire knowledge, from basic concepts to advanced expertise. 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support. In complex tasks, the chip could analyze data in real time, providing logical reasoning and strategic recommendations, granting the user exceptional judgment in critical moments. 4. Security and privacy protection. The chip could instantly detect chaos infiltration levels and prevent unauthorized access, ensuring data security. 5. Instant communication and information sharing. It enabled seamless communication with teammates and command centers, ensuring real-time information exchange in dynamic environments. 6. Skill enhancement and training. Based on combat needs, the chip could provide skill training, knowledge updates, and tactical simulations. 7. Integration with multi-platform equipment. The chip could connect to smart weaponry and combat vehicles, significantly boosting operational efficiency. As the tutorial ended, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He realized that what he had just learned was merely the tip of the iceberg. The chip's true potential would only reveal itself over time, through his work and life. Yet, even these initial features left him in awe. The sheer power of this technology was almost unbelievable. He lifted his head and gazed at 9527, still hovering in midair, its soft blue glow flickering gently. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. From this moment on, he would confront an uncertain destiny with a completely new identity. The ordinary life he once knew was now a thing of the past. Robot 9527 flew to Li Xian's side and said, Citizen, congratulations. It has been detected that your biointelligent chip has been activated. Would you like to authorize a connection to the psionic center's data network? Hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was as if a pillow had been handed to someone who was dozing off. He had been eagerly anticipating this chip for a long time. Although the 0 chip had just been activated and couldn't yet perform specific functions, its potential was enough to make him restless with excitement. The current issue was simple. Without being connected to the network, the chip couldn't download the necessary software and programs. Authorize it. Quickly authorize it. Li Xian blurted out impatiently, his tone filled with urgency. Thinking back to the past few years without a phone or internet access, he couldn't fathom how he had managed to get by. Network connection successful. The chip's voice sounded clear and composed. Immediately, one program after another began downloading in an orderly fashion. It was as if a new door had been opened in Li Xian's mind, with streams of data and information flooding in. Please follow me to the resting area, 9527 said, leading the way. Its mechanical voice remained devoid of any emotion. Li Xian followed it and soon arrived at the rest area on the 5th floor. Upon entering, he noticed several people dressed similarly to himself. Clearly, these individuals had also just activated their psionic abilities. Looking around, the entire rest area appeared well organized, and its futuristic design was strikingly impressive. He found a corner to sit in, closed his eyes, and began using his psionic abilities to sense the presence of the chip. This process was still unfamiliar to him, but under the scan of his psionic energy, he quickly detected the existence of the Zero chip. Unlike ordinary computer chips, the Zero chip relied on his own bioelectricity and psionic power, which also meant it had a high demand for energy. Zero, calculate how long my psionic energy can sustain the chip's operation, he asked, tentatively. Command received. Calculation complete. Your psionic energy can sustain this chip's operation for 2 hours and 36 minutes. Once energy is depleted, the chip will enter ultra-power-saving mode, retaining only basic functions. Zero responded crisply. Lixian sighed softly after hearing this. The chip's capabilities were indeed impressive, but its energy consumption was excessively high. The limited usage time was frustratingly short. He didn't stop there and continued using his psionic energy to examine his body. Ever since his psionic awakening, his ability to sense his own body had greatly improved. To his surprise, during this examination, he discovered another chip forming beside the Zero chip. This new chip emitted a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if it had been created from his own psionic energy. Holding his breath, Lixian fixed his gaze on the chip's transformation. Under his psionic perception, the chip gradually took shape and eventually fully materialized. Psionic chip successfully implanted. Chip duplication in progress. D4 psionic chip activation successful. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, the sheer amount of information leaving Lixian momentarily stunned. He froze in place, completely unprepared for such an unexpected development. Zero, what is a psionic chip? Lixian asked hurriedly. Querying database, no results found. Zero's cold response sent a chill down Lixian's spine. The absence of search results implied two possibilities. Either the database truly contained no records of psionic chips, or Zero lacked the necessary permissions to access that information. Neither option was reassuring. Lixian frowned deeply, feeling a growing unease. He had only purchased one chip, so how had another one suddenly appeared? Moreover, no one had ever mentioned the possibility of such a thing happening. While he was lost in thought, the newly emerged psionic chip began merging with the original Zero chip. The two chips intertwined briefly, emitting a sharp, jarring noise in his mind before quickly separating again. D4 biointelligent chip has been analyzed. Zero remains at your service. Finally, Zero's voice returned to its usual calm tone. Lixian took a deep breath, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He knew that everything before him was just the beginning. The real unknowns were only starting to unfold. 01 was still 01, but it was no longer the same as before. From this moment on, Lixian's mind housed two chips. One was the biointelligence chip developed by Blueprint Corporation, and the other was the psionic chip that had emerged from his own psionic energy. And now, it was clear that the biointelligence chip had been silently defeated in this unseen battle, quietly assimilated by the psionic chip. 01 had become part of psionic 01. The transformation process might seem complex, but the result was straightforward and undeniable. Lixian's expression carried a trace of complexity. Was this good news? At least for now, it appeared to be. After all, the biointelligence chip originally implanted in his brain was, in a sense, a surveillance device installed by Blueprint Biotech Group. But now, with this potential threat firmly under the control of the psionic chip, Lixian could finally breathe a small sigh of relief. But that wasn't all. The fact that he now had two chips in his mind, what did this mean? Double the computing power, double the download speed, and double the processing threads. It was like having twice the efficiency and twice the excitement. The network access that once belonged to 01 had now been taken over by the psionic chip. The two chips were rapidly downloading vast amounts of knowledge through the psionic network, enriching themselves. This exhilarating experience made Lixian exclaim, "Amazing! This feels incredible." As for whether the psionic chip might have issues in the future, at this moment, Lixian didn't care. He only cared about one thing: as long as it works now. Still, there was a slight sense of regret. The psionic chip seemed only capable of replicating the existing D4 level chip and couldn't upgrade itself. If it could evolve autonomously to Clevel, level, or even a level, that would be truly impressive. But on second thought, the combined advantages of the two chips already far surpassed a single chip. Even if things stayed as they were, it was more than enough to satisfy him. At this moment, Lixian felt an unusual sense of fulfillment. Was this the golden finger he had waited over a decade for? Though it had arrived late, it had come at just the right time. Wasting no time, he dove into exploring the chip's capabilities, especially in the critical area of contamination level. After all, this wasn't just one of the chip's core functions, but also a key issue repeatedly emphasized by Gao Bingyin, directly tied to the risks of psionic aberration and contamination. The search for information began, and Li Xin's attention was drawn to a document titled the Chaos and Contamination Report. It was the only related material accessible within his level of clearance, and it promised to open a door to an unknown world. As he delved deeper into the document, Lixian gained a completely new understanding of the world he had lived in for over a decade. Psionics had once been the darlings of humanity's interstellar exploration era, but with the emergence of the warp, they also became the first to confront its terrifying entities. From the report, Lixian learned that the universe was divided into two realms. One was the physical universe where he resided, filled with brilliant stars. The other was the chaotic warp, a dark and dangerous dimension. In the warp, chaos creatures ran rampant, and the most powerful among them were the four chaos gods. However, detailed information about the chaos gods was beyond Li Xin's clearance level and was automatically skipped by the system. His focus shifted to the next section. The secrets of the universe were beginning to unveil themselves to him, one piece at a time. All psychics, ever since the emergence of the warp, faced the risk of being tainted by chaos. The enigmatic and perilous nature of the warp has never ceased its relentless corruption of psychics. During the era of interstellar expansion, this corruption reached its zenith. Countless psychics fell prey to the whispers of chaos, descending into madness and transforming into chaos sorcerers, or even incarnations of chaos demons. The entire galaxy was shrouded in unending darkness, where slaughter and destruction became the only melody. Human civilization teetered on the brink of extinction, yet amidst this abyssal darkness, humanity managed to grasp a glimmer of hope. The development of biointelligent chips became a turning point. These chips, designed to connect with psychic abilities, emerged as a powerful weapon against warp corruption. When a host corruption level reached critical thresholds, the chip would issue a warning, urging the host to take action and prevent complete descent into chaos. Lixian sat quietly in front of the screen, his gaze fixed on the newly downloaded detection program. Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembled slightly as he clicked the detection button. Chaos corruption level, 32. The cold, unfeeling number appeared on the screen, hitting him like a heavy punch to the chest. 32% already at the edge of danger. Lixian's expression darkened slightly. He understood all too well what the corruption level signified. At 50, the body would begin to mutate. At 75, the mutations would intensify. And at 100, one would fully succumb to chaos, becoming a twisted, inhuman abomination. He forced himself to stay calm, taking a moment to steady his nerves before asking, Zero, I just activated my psychic abilities. How is my corruption level already this high? Zero's voice echoed in his mind, mechanical and detached. Self-diagnosis in progress. Diagnosis complete. The host high corruption level is due to the use of D1 level psychic energy to stimulate compound number 7, which contained excessive psychic impurities. What should I do then? Lixian asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of urgency in his tone. Recommended solution. Maintain a positive mood and read literature with uplifting themes. Psychic impurities within the body will begin to be expelled after 72 hours and will be fully cleared in approximately 712 hours. Hearing this, Lixian exhaled slightly in relief. The fact that the impurities could be expelled was undoubtedly good news. He couldn't help but ask, how will they be expelled? Zero's answer was straightforward, through excretion. Lixian froze for a moment before letting out a wry smile and shaking his head. He had half expected something dramatic, like the body purging itself of impurities in a mystical process reminiscent of those in novels. Instead, it turned out to be the most mundane detoxification process imaginable. Though slightly disappointed, he couldn't deny the logic. After all, the human body's natural detoxification mechanisms involve vomiting, urination, and defecation. On second thought, he decided it was far more acceptable this way than other, more unpleasant methods. After adjusting his mindset, Lixian resumed his seat in front of the screen, meticulously downloading all the required knowledge and programs one by one. It was a time-consuming process, but fortunately, the Psychic Center's network didn't drain his psychic energy. Otherwise, with his current reserves, he doubted he could last even an hour. When the downloads were finally complete, Lixian stretched and rose from his chair. He glanced around the Psychic Center, its cold and desolate atmosphere pressing down on him. Wasting no time, he followed 9,527 downstairs and exited the building. Outside, the fading light of the star bathed the surface of Guansuo IV as dusk began to settle. Lixian raised a hand to shield his eyes, gazing at the horizon where the light lingered. He could feel the unique rhythm of this planet's rotationa 25-hour cycle. It was nearly evening. Reflecting on his psychic awakening, he realized the entire process had taken 3 days, most of which he had spent unconscious or undergoing surgery. Turning back to the towering building behind him, he let out a deep breath. Though the future remained uncertain, at this moment, he felt a sense of relief. Becoming a psychic might signify the beginning of a monumental shift in his destiny. Whatever fate had in store for him, he felt content for now. Becoming a psychic gave him hope that the future might indeed be different. As night fell, Lixian returned to the front of the repair shop. The shop was brightly lit, and 2 figures were visible inside. Li Zhuang and a woman. The woman had the typical appearance of someone from the slums. Dark skin, short, cropped hair, an unremarkable figure, and looked to be in her 30s. A faint smile graced her face, and Li Zhuang's expression had softened considerably, his eyes reflecting a rare glimmer of hope. Li Zhuang, now in his 40s, relied on a mechanical prosthetic limb to walk. In a previous era, such circumstances would have made finding a partner exceedingly difficult. But here, on Guansuo IV, a colonized planet slum district, owning a repair shop and possessing a skill everyone needed signified a stable future. It seemed that Li Zhuang's search for a wife had been resolved rather smoothly. Standing in the shadows, Li Xian silently observed the scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yet he chose not to enter the shop. If he went in now, Li Zhuang would undoubtedly be overjoyed after all. Li Xian had returned alive. But Li Xian understood that this reunion would be fleeting. There would be more separations to come. He was about to head to the war zone, a perilous place where life and death hung in the balance. According to Gao Binjian's analysis, his chances of surviving the first month were only 50%. As for the second month, she hadn't even mentioned the statistics, but the outlook was clearly grim. Although Li Xian was now a psionic, the death of a psionic on this colonized planet wasn't considered a significant event. Rather than subjecting Li Zhuang to another round of worry, it was better not to go back this time. He turned and walked away, his steps light yet resolute, vanishing into the night. At that moment, Li Zhuang seemed to sense something. He slowly walked to the rolling shutter door, gazing out into the dimly lit street where Li Xian had just been standing. But all that remained was empty darkness. Li Xian was already gone. "What are you looking at?" The woman's voice came from behind, tinged with curiosity. Li Zhuang squinted, seeing nothing. He shook his head and raised his hand to grab the rolling shutter, slowly pulling it down. "Nothing, let's close up early tonight." The metallic clatter of the shutter echoed, sealing off the day behind it. Li Xian didn't go home. Instead, he found a random motel to stay in. His belongings were minimal, and he didn't have much money on him, but he wasn't concerned. Soon, he would join Blueprint Biotechnology Corporation, a position that would provide ample resources. For now, it was just a temporary transition. In the small motel room, Li Xian lay on the bed, closing his eyes to feel the fluctuations of his psionic energy. It was a peculiar power, one that wasn't necessarily a blessing. Under the looming threat of chaotic forces, psionics were especially prone to corruption and decay. He raised his hand, and a faint electric arc danced at his fingertips. Unlike the awakening event, where a lightning storm had nearly destroyed an entire room, this arc was far weaker at most. It could cause the pain of a stunned baton strike to an ordinary person. Its range was also extremely limited, no more than a few meters. "It's probably because my psionic level is still too low," Li Xian thought to himself. After a few attempts, he confirmed the state of his psionic energy and stopped experimenting, letting the energy slowly recover within him. He knew this was only the beginning. The road ahead was filled with uncertainties, but he was ready for it. A newly awakened psychic experimenting with their abilities in an empty room is incredibly dangerous. Psychic energy is not an ordinary force. It originates from the warp, a realm akin to a vast abyss filled with the unknown and the terrifying. Every use of psychic power is like opening a crack in that abyss. Psychics not only channel their personal energy but also draw power from the warp itself. However, this act of drawing comes with immense risks within the warp. A psychic soul shines like a blazing torch in the darkness, attracting countless lurking dangers. A torch in the night attracts moths, but a psychic soul draws far more dreadful entities, chaos demons. These demons are the most fearsome predators in the warp. Once they set their sights on a psychic, they will stop at nothing to breach the physical world. For psychics targeted by chaos demons, there are only two possible outcomes. Either fend off the demons or have their soul devoured and body possessed. Even the most powerful psychics cannot entirely escape this peril. The power of psychic abilities is undeniable. They can cast spells, manipulate life energy, alter cellular structures, heal allies, or destroy enemies. Yet this incredible power comes at a steep price. The psychic soul is the wager. Every use of psychic energy is a gamble against chaos demons, and the odds are almost always stacked against the psychic. For this reason, psychics often avoid frequent use of their abilities, opting instead for caution and restraint. When it comes to psychic training, Lei Xin's biointelligence chip already had detailed instructions downloaded. However, all training methods share a common rule: they must be conducted in official psychic training chambers. These specialized facilities are equipped with protective measures that safeguard the psychic soul to the greatest extent possible. Practicing outside these chambers is strictly forbidden, and violators face severe punishment. As a newly awakened psychic, Lei Xian understood this well, and had no desire to risk discovering just how terrifying the consequences could be. With training not an option, Lei Xian had to rely on sleep to recover his psychic energy. He couldn't help but reminisce about the deep, anesthetic-like sleep he used to experience, where it felt like sinking into a bottomless abyss of relaxation. However, with the help of his biointelligence chip, things had improved significantly. He softly commanded, "0, activate the sleep assistance function." Command received. Sleep assistance function activated, came the chip's mechanical response. In less than 2 minutes, Lei Xian, who usually took at least 10 minutes to fall asleep, drifted off. Once again, he marveled at the wonders of technology, thinking to himself, this is amazing. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day for Lei Xian to report for his new position. His biointelligence chip had already downloaded all the necessary information and materials. Guided by Zero, he navigated the city streets and eventually arrived at his destination, a towering skyscraper that seemed to pierce the sky. Standing before the building, Lei Xian looked up at the massive blue-lit sign that read, Blueprint Biotech Defense Division. This was the place where he was to begin his new journey. The stark contrast between his life in the slums and the advanced technological hub of the city center was overwhelming. Life in the slums was harsh, occasionally punctuated by glimpses of high-tech marvels that felt out of place amidst the struggle. Here, however, the power of technology was omnipresent, leaving a profound impression. The area in front of the building bustled with people, most clad in the standard uniforms of Blueprint Biotech, while others donned exosuits. Particularly striking were the security personnel on either side of the entrance, their combat armor resembling impenetrable steel fortresses. Conventional firearms, or even electromagnetic rifles, would likely fail to leave a scratch on such armor. Taking a deep breath, Lei Xian stepped toward the building. He knew this was the starting point of a brand new chapter in his life. Li Xin stepped into the building, his eyes scanning the towering ceiling and the sleek metallic decor that exuded a cold, futuristic vibe. After scanning his ID code at the front desk and completing the registration process, a sleek silver robot glided toward him, its voice prompting him to follow. The robot moved smoothly, hovering just above the ground with a faint humming sound. Inside the elevator, Li Xin stood in the corner, his gaze fixed on a transparent holographic screen displaying the floor numbers. As the elevator ascended smoothly, he felt a slight wave of nervous anticipation. When it reached the 28th floor, the doors slid open silently, and Li Xin followed the robot into a minimalist yet dignified room. The space was simply furnished, with soft gray walls, a long table, and several chairs in the center. He was guided to a seat, and the wait was brief, just a few minutes before the door opened again. A man and a woman entered the room. Instinctively, Li Xin turned to look at them, his enhanced vision thanks to his activated abilities allowing him to clearly read the name tags on their chests. M1E5 Human Resources Specialist, Chang Zhigua, and M2E2 HR Assistant Manager, Su Shanfeng. Both were dressed neatly and carried themselves with calm professionalism, clearly seasoned administrators. Li Xin immediately straightened his posture, preparing himself. Su Shanfeng spoke first, her face adorned with a polite, practiced smile. Li Xin, correct? Yes, I'm Li Xin, he replied crisply, his tone confident and prepared. Su Shanfeng nodded slightly and pulled out a thin, flexible device resembling a soft electronic tablet. All right, let's officially begin the onboarding process. Sure. Where do we start? Li Xin's gaze was steady, his tone tinged with anticipation. Please start by filling out these forms, Su Shanfeng said as she and Chang Zhigua each handed him a set of documents. Upon receiving them, Li Xin noticed that the materials were divided into two parts. One consisted of traditional paper forms, while the other required input via the sleek electronic device. As he flipped through the documents, the dense text and detailed clauses made him furrow his brow slightly. He quickly composed himself and silently instructed, Zero, help me verify if these contracts are compliant. Command receive. Zero's voice echoed in his mind. With Zero's assistance, Li Xin efficiently reviewed each clause, ensuring everything was in order before meticulously completing the forms. His speed was remarkable, and in no time, all the paperwork was neatly finished. Chang Zhigua nodded approvingly and pushed a large box toward Li Xin. Hey, Race, your welcome package, which includes 2 sets of company uniforms and a smart wristband. Thank you, Li Xin said, accepting the box with both hands. His eyes lingered on it, sensing a faint sense of ceremony in the gesture. Su Shanfeng offered a warm smile. You've already had a biointelligent chip implanted, correct? Now, please activate the wristband and link it to your chip. This wristband will serve as a convenient tool for navigating various aspects of your work within the company. Following her instructions, Li Xin fastened the sleek black wristband around his wrist. As the authorization process completed, a soft blue light ring briefly glowed on the device. Seeing this, both Su Shanfeng and Chang Zhigua straightened in their seats, and the atmosphere grew slightly more formal. Citizen Li Xin, Su Shanfeng began with a ceremonious tone. Allow me to officially congratulate you on becoming a part of the Blueprint Biotech Group family. Chang Zhigua clapped lightly, and Su Shanfeng joined in with a warm smile. Thank you. It has always been my dream to join Blueprint Biotech Group, Li Xin replied, his face lighting up with a genuine smile and his voice filled with enthusiasm. Su Shanfeng glanced at her device before continuing. According to the employment contract you've signed, you will start as an intern for a period of 6 months. Initially, Your role was classified as M1E1 Intern Specialist, but since you've activated your abilities, your rank has been upgraded to M1D3 Intern Specialist, with a monthly salary of 40 energy units. Lee Sin's heart skipped a beat. This offer exceeded his expectations. He quickly composed himself and nodded in acceptance. As per the arrangement, Su Shanfeng added, M1D3 Intern Specialist Lee Sin, you will be assigned to Hingon Defense Corporation within 7 working days to officially begin your internship. Listening to their instructions, Lee Sin felt his anticipation and excitement reach their peak at that very moment. Shanfeng Su finished reading the document in her hand, her tone gentle yet professional. She then raised her head, a polished, professional smile returning to her face as her gaze settled on Xian Li. Xian Li gave a slight nod and asked calmly, is it possible for me to request a transfer? He wasn't concerned about employee rankings, salary, or even the benefits that came with the job. What truly troubled him was the assignment to Hungan Defense, the very definition of a warzone frontline. He was well aware of the implications. Though he didn't hold much hope, it wouldn't hurt to test the waters by asking. Shanfeng Su's smile didn't waver when she heard his question, and her expression even carried a hint of understanding. She nodded, her tone sincere. If it's an option, I would actually recommend a transfer for you. Being sent to a warzone right after joining is indeed extremely dangerous. Would you like me to help you apply for a transfer? Xian Li was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is that really possible? Shanfeng Su gave a small smile, her tone assured, of course. But I must remind you, the application, approval, and final process will take some time. How long will it take? Xian Li frowned slightly, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. She glanced down at the documents in her hands, her voice steady and unhurried. For an employee to transfer or change positions, approval is required from an M4 level senior HR officer. I will submit your transfer application within 14 working days. My superior, an M3 level officer, will then review and approve it within 7 to 30 working days before forwarding it. Finally, the M4 senior HR officer will complete the review within 14 to 60 working days after receiving the application. If everything goes smoothly, your transfer will be approved, and you can begin working in your new department. Hearing this, Xian Li felt a wave of dizziness. On the planet Guansuo IV, a day lasted 25 hours, yet the concept of a working day was still based on Earth's standard 25 hours counted as one working day, with 8 hours allocated to work and the remaining 17 hours for rest. Based on Shanfeng Su's explanation, even if everything went perfectly, the process would take at least 2 to 3 months. By then, if his luck ran out, he might not even have his bones left after serving at Hungan Defense. While silently cursing the bureaucratic red tape, Xian Li maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, he smiled lightly, his tone casual. Now that I think about it, being assigned to Hungan Defense might actually be a great opportunity. I'm like a brick wherever the company needs me. I'll go. I've decided not to transfer. I'll head to Hungan Defense. Shanfeng Su's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable hint of amusement, but she quickly adopted a regretful expression. What a pity. I was just starting to fill out your transfer application form. Thank you for going to so much trouble, Xian Li said sincerely. But there's no need to continue with the process. I've made up my mind not to transfer. That's a wise decision, Shanfeng Su said with a small nod, her tone carrying a hint of approval. In that case, your assignment is at Hungan Defense. I'd personally recommend you head to your post as soon as possible. What do you think? Beneath the table, Xian Li's fists clenched tightly, his anger simmering below the surface. But he knew better than to show it. Smiling faintly, he replied with genuine-sounding enthusiasm, your recommendation makes perfect sense. I can't wait to start contributing to the company. Shanfeng Su nodded in satisfaction, her smile growing even brighter. I'm confident you'll be an excellent employee. On his first day at work, Li Xian had already completed the transition from an ordinary civilian to a company employee. And not just any employee, he was an M1D3 level intern, essentially skipping 2 levels upon entry. If he were in a stable position, tonight he might have been too excited to sleep. However, reality left him no time for celebration. On his very first day, he was assigned to Hungan Defense. It felt as if fate was playing a cruel joke, thrusting him directly into an unknown abyss. At this moment, Li Xian found himself in a heavily guarded military base. Following the guidance of a chip, he made his way to the boarding entrance of a transport ship. His appearance was a stark contrast to before. He was now clad in a Defense Department uniform. This black uniform had a sleek yet commanding design, with sharp white outlines accentuating its edges. On his tall and upright figure, it exuded an air of authority and strength. He glanced down, adjusting the fine creases on his uniform before pinning his employee badge to his chest. The letters M1D3 gleamed coldly under the light. As he stepped onto the transport ship, his gaze swept over its exterior. Information from the chip synced to his mind. Pelican-class transport ship. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he silently marveled at the casual naming choice. Inside the cabin, he was guided by staff to his assigned seat. It wasn't an individual chair but rather a spacious row seat, evidently designed to accommodate a larger number of passengers. Li Xian leaned casually against the backrest, his eyes calmly scanning his surroundings. The seats were arranged in neat, rigid rows, exuding a sense of cold, mechanical order. Before long, more and more people began boarding the ship. Their attire was entirely different from Li Xinsa's standard urban camouflage uniform, with heavy military backpacks slung over their shoulders. They were clearly seasoned soldiers, veterans of countless battles. Li Xian frowned slightly, his gaze subtly sweeping over the soldiers. They were also part of Blueprint Biotech, but specifically from the Defense Division, with formal ranks of M1F0. Strictly speaking, they weren't considered true employees of Blueprint. Li Xian was well aware that even the lowest-ranking Blueprint intern had to be at least M1E1. These soldiers, however, were merely expendable assets, trapped in the level hierarchy with no chance of promotion to officer status unless they passed the grueling assessments of a military training academy. Li Xin's thoughts drifted to the past. If not for this unexpected turn of events, his fate might have been no different from these soldiers. 8 years of basic military training since his youth would have earned him nothing more than an level designation, carrying the title of sergeant, while spending his life in the Defense Division. The M1D3 rank he now held felt like a rare escape from the clutches of destiny. The transport ship gradually quieted as around 200 soldiers finished boarding. Li Xin's gaze shifted downward. Through the gaps between the seats, he could faintly see the cargo bay below, where supplies were being loaded. Weapons, ammunition, vehicles, and other unidentified equipment were being methodically brought aboard. The Pelican-class transport ship was renowned for its impressive carrying capacity, capable of transporting an entire battalion of soldiers and their equipment. Li Xian tilted his head slightly, noting that the weapons and gear of the soldiers around him were likely being loaded below. He speculated that some of the supplies might also include weapon reinforcements for Hungan defense. The atmosphere inside the transport ship grew increasingly still, broken only by the occasional hum of machinery. Li Xian leaned back in his seat, his hands clasped on his lap, his expression calm yet betraying the complexity of his emotions. While he had no clear sense of what the upcoming mission entailed, he had a nagging feeling that this operation would alter the course of his life. Unfortunately, being sent to Hungan defense right after starting his job felt like a stroke of bad luck. For now, none of this really had much to do with Li Xian. At this moment, aside from the body he stood in, he had nothing to his name. Li Xian stood silently in the corner of the dropship, observing the soldiers around him. His eyes swept over their equipment, standard issue rifles and handguns gleaming coldly, and thick armor that seemed to encase them entirely. They were armed to the teeth. In stark contrast, he stood empty-handed. Aside from his own body, he had nothing. Technically, he was a newly promoted psionic, with a rank even higher than these soldiers. But if a fight were to break out, he knew all too well that he'd likely be crushed by them with ease. The rifles in the soldiers' hands were V-12 electromagnetic rifles, sleek in design and exuding a futuristic aura. These weapons fired metal projectiles, accelerated by electromagnetic rails within the gun, making them far more powerful than traditional firearms. Li Xian had used one during his military training and was familiar with its performance, precise, lethal, and packing immense stopping power. Just from that, he couldn't help but develop a sense of respect for the combat capability of these soldiers. Their armor, however, was what truly weighed on him. It was the Red Seal Infantry Mark II armor. While not overly bulky in appearance, it concealed its true strength. The main sections were crafted from E-class military composite alloy, with particularly reinforced protection around the torso and thighs. Only the joints and arms, where flexibility was crucial, were covered in lightweight composite weave. This suit of armor could withstand conventional firearm attacks, and even electromagnetic rifles needed multiple direct hits to penetrate it. Of course, even if the armor wasn't breached, the sheer kinetic energy of the rifle could still leave the wearer with broken bones or send them flying. Li Xin's chest tightened as he silently calculated the cost of fully equipping these soldiers. The price of their gear far exceeded their own value as individuals. Yet, like him, these heavily armed soldiers were part of Hungan Defense's cannon fodder unit. Yes, cannon fodder was no exaggeration. On Guansuo IV, this colonized planet, even with infantry armor, these soldiers were little more than expendable sacrifices on the battlefield. Although the front lines were currently spared orbital bombardments due to the subspace storms raging in the cosmos, heavy mechanized units were ever present in the conflict. Tanks, armored vehicles, fighter jets, and even mechs, these mechanical behemoths rendered infantry nearly obsolete, all while demanding an ever higher toll in human lives. War was never a simple matter. Li Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that only the high-ranking officers, seated comfortably in the rear command centers, could treat war like a game. If they won, they claimed the glory. If they lost, the frontline soldiers would be annihilated while they remained unscathed, ready to conscript a new batch of cannon fodder. WRRR, the rumble of the Pelican-class dropship's engines jolted Li Xian from his thoughts. The massive mechanical beast roared to life, lifting off and swiftly ascending into the sky. After the initial oppressive vibrations, the dropship settled into a steady flight. Attention, all units. This is your dropship captain speaking. A slightly cheeky voice crackled through the comms. The big belly bird has taken off. We'll be spending a lovely 13 hours and 25 minutes together in the air. So let's make it fun, shall we? Li Xian glanced at the ceiling above him, his lips twitching slightly. He knew full well that the journey ahead was destined to be anything but lovely, and certainly not fun. Accompanied by the blaring sound of heavy metal music that reverberated within the transport craft, Li Xian and his team finally reached their destination after almost 13.5 hours of aerial travel. The lingering echoes of the deafening music still hung in the air as the captain's voice came through the intercom, tinged with a mix of pride and habitual verbosity. Time flies, doesn't it? 13.5 hours have gone by in the blink of an eye. We've now arrived at our destination, the Hungan Defense Military Base Number 3. Please disembark the Fatbird transport craft in an orderly manner. And if possible, I hope you'll choose to fly with Fatbird again in the future. Li Xian frowned slightly, but paid no attention to the captain's chatter. He descended the stairs on one side of the transport craft with steady, deliberate steps. At the base of the stairs, rows of soldiers stood in formation, fully geared and awaiting orders. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the boisterous noise of the transport ride here. The soldiers were solemn and silent, their expressions marked by the gravity of the base's authority. Each soldier carried various sized equipment packs on their backs, their shoulders slightly slumped under the weight. Li Xian, however, stood out from the group, had nothing with him, not even personal belongings. It was clear he had come straight from a repair shop, unprepared and empty-handed. He positioned himself quietly at the edge of the formation, a solitary and incongruous figure. Just then, the low rumble of engines broke the temporary silence. Two multipurpose off-road vehicles appeared in the distance, trailing thick black smoke as they approached. With a sharp screech of brakes, they came to a halt in front of the group. Li Xian glanced up to see 5 people in total inside the vehicles, 2 drivers dressed as regular soldiers and 3 others in unmistakable officer uniforms. The doors opened, and the 3 officers stepped out one after another. 2 of them moved straight toward the soldier formation to begin supervising the personnel and supplies. The 3rd officer, however, locked his gaze on Li Xian and strode toward him with measured, authoritative steps. Li Xian immediately straightened his posture, standing at attention in a textbook military stance, his eyes fixed forward as he waited for the officer who might very well be his future superior to approach. When the officer stopped in front of him, Li Xian estimated he was around 30 years old. His sharp features and commanding presence exuded an undeniable air of authority. What struck Li Xian even more was the faint but unmistakable aura of psionic energy emanating from the man, like a predator poised to strike. M1D3 in turn, Li Xian? The officer asked. Though it was phrased as a question, his tone carried absolute certainty. Sir, I am Li Xian. Li Xian replied loudly and crisply, his voice firm and resolute. The officer frowned slightly, his eyes flicking to the badge on Li Xian's chest. I see you're a corporate employee, but this is a war zone. Keep that badge out of sight. Yes, sir. Li Xian responded without hesitation. He swiftly removed the badge and tucked it into his shirt pocket in one smooth, efficient motion. I'm Gao Liang, M2 staff officer of this base. From today onward, you'll be part of the Blueprint Expeditionary Force. The officer introduced himself, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yes, sir. Li Xian responded again, this time with even more determination in his eyes. Follow me, Gao Liang ordered, turning on his heel and heading back toward the off-road vehicle. Li Xian immediately fell in step behind him, maintaining a respectful distance as he followed. After a brief exchange with the other 2 officers, Gao Liang led Li Xian into one of the vehicles. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle pulled away from the formation of soldiers, heading deeper into the base. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a 4- or 5-story building. Gao Liang stepped out first, his stride purposeful as he approached the entrance. Li Xian followed closely behind, silent and observant. He noticed a faint trace of irritation in Gao Liang's expression, a subtle tension in his brow that suggested some underlying frustration. Taking the hint, Li Xian kept to himself and refrained from speaking. Along the way, uniformed personnel appeared intermittently, pausing to salute Gao Liang as he passed. Many of them cast curious glances at Li Xian, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Li Xian, however, remained impassive, his face a mask of calm as he trailed behind, as unremarkable as a pebble on the roadside. Finally, Gao Liang led Li Xian into an office. The room was stark and utilitarian. its matte alloy walls cold and unadorned, devoid of any decoration. The minimalist design gave the space an austere, almost oppressive atmosphere. Standing at the doorway, Li Xian let his gaze sweep over the office's Spartan interior, already calculating what might come next in his mind. Gao Liang saluted sharply to a man in his 30s, wearing an officer's uniform in the office. "Supervisor, the person has been brought in," he said. The officer nodded slightly and replied, "All right, you may leave now." Gao Liang immediately straightened his posture, clicked his heels together, and responded crisply, "Yes, sir." He then turned around and left, gently closing the office door behind him. The spacious room fell silent, leaving only Li Xian and the officer behind the desk. The officer lowered his head and continued flipping through the documents on his desk. Li Xian stood straight, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Despite the quiet unease stirring in his chest, his expression remained composed. After a brief moment, the officer raised his head, his sharp eyes scanning Li Xian. "Li Xian? I am Lu Quan, the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Dispatch Army." "Good day, sir." Li Xian responded immediately, standing at attention and saluting with a loud and resolute voice. Lu Quan gave a slight nod, then picked up a file from his desk and began flipping through it unhurriedly. His eyes lingered on each page only briefly, but it seemed as though he absorbed every detail. Standing still, Li Xian caught a glimpse of the file's cover out of the corner of his eye and felt his heart sink. It was his personnel file, just as he had expected. "I've reviewed your records," Lu Quan said, closing the file and directing a scrutinizing gaze at Li Xian. His tone was measured, but carried a hint of appraisal. "You're quite the lucky placeholder. So, how do you feel about being sent directly to a dangerous combat zone right after joining the group?" "Reporting, sir." "No particular feelings." Li Xian replied firmly, his back straight. "Joining the group is a privilege, sir. Even if this is a war zone, I will perform my duties with utmost diligence." Lu Quan nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the response. "That's the right attitude. I've gone through your Philiu spent 8 years as a military trainee, focusing mainly on basic infantry and armored unit command courses. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir." Li Xian answered crisply. Lu Quan studied him for a few seconds, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he finally spoke. "8 years as a military trainee, but you've never officially served in a unit. Now you've been dispatched to the Hungan Defense Base under the Dispatch Army. The soldiers here are all veterans. As a rookie, you may find it hard to earn their respect." He paused briefly before continuing, shifting his tone slightly. "However, you're fortunate. I'm currently short on personnel, so I'll give you 2 options." Li Xian remained silent, maintaining his stance and waiting for Lu Quan to elaborate. "Option 1, Lu Quan began, his tone now more formal. "Based on your expertise, I can assign you to the 2nd Infantry Battalion as a platoon commander, or to the Armored Corps as a platoon commander for armored units. Option 2, since you are a psionic, you can join the mech support unit as a D-class mech support specialist, piloting a D-class mech." At the mention of mechs, Li Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably. He struggled to keep his emotions in check, maintaining a calm exterior even as his mind churned with excitement. 8 years of military training had given him a deep understanding of infantry and armored tactics. He knew full well that, without the dispatch contract, his highest aspiration would have been a squad leader in the infantry. And now, thanks to the contract and the serum that made him a psionic, he finally had the chance to step into the ranks of officers. An infantry platoon commander could lead around 30 soldiers, a seemingly decent position, but on the battlefield, infantry were always the most vulnerable. No matter how skilled a marksman or how brilliant a tactician, they were ultimately expendable. Similarly, an armored platoon commander might oversee 4 armored vehicles, but in interstellar warfare, tanks and armored vehicles were still susceptible to being destroyed by individual weapons. By contrast, becoming a mech specialist was by far the most desirable role. The high defense and firepower of combat mechs made them the stars of the battlefield. Even the D-class mechs Lu Quan mentioned offered far better survival rates than infantry or armored units. Moreover, piloting a mech not only promised greater survivability, but also came with higher status and unmatched prestige. Li Xian's mind raced through the possibilities. He understood that if he chose to join the infantry or armored units, his fate might indeed be as precarious as Gao Bingyan had predicted. But as a mech support specialist, his chances of survival would increase significantly, be at least 2- or 3-fold. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked directly at Lu Quan. "Instructorno, sir. I want to pilot a mech." "A wise choice." Lu Quan nodded slightly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "You're just a rookie. Even if I made you a commander, leading a platoon of infantry, I'd still doubt whether you'd manage it well. Consider yourself lucky our Mecha division has suffered heavy losses recently. Otherwise, do you think you'd have this opportunity to join? Make the most of it." "Thank you, sir." Li Xian responded loudly, his voice brimming with gratitude, though a trace of hesitation crept into his expression. But, I've never learned how to pilot a mech. Will that be a big problem? Of course, it's a problem. Lu Quan frowned, his tone becoming more serious. But the battlefield is relatively stable for now, and for someone with your abilities, learning to pilot a mech isn't as hard as you might think. I'll give you some time to familiarize yourself with the controls, but remember, war doesn't wait for anyone. The moment the fighting resumes, even if you're not fully ready, you'll still need to head into battle with the rest of us. Yes, sir. Li Xian straightened his back immediately, his voice firm and resolute, as if trying to suppress the nervousness brewing inside. I'll learn to pilot a mech as quickly as possible. At that moment, he wished he could pound his chest and promise anything to ensure Lu Quan wouldn't change his mind and send him to another role. Lu Quan studied Li Xian for a couple of seconds, as though weighing his determination, then gave a slight nod. All right, I'll find you an instructor to get you up to speed. Thank you, sir. Li Xian quickly expressed his gratitude, his voice carrying a hint of relief. Raising his hand, Lu Quan tapped on his smart wristband, scrolling through some files quickly as he muttered, "Call Li? No. Get Jiang Lu up here." Before long, the doors swung open, and a tall, broad-shouldered man strode in. He appeared to be in his 30s, his face rugged and determined. With his imposing build, he resembled a walking fortress. He marched to Lu Quan's desk, standing at attention and saluting crisply. "Supervisor, you called for me?" Jiang Lu's deep voice carried the no-nonsense tone typical of a seasoned soldier. "I did. I've got some good news for you," Lu Quan said with a faint smile, his words laced with an air of mystery. "Good news? What is it?" Jiang Lu's expression brightened with curiosity, a faint smile forming on his face. "Your team has been short-staffed recently, so I'm assigning you a new member," Lu Quan remarked, his smile widening. "That's great news." Jiang Lu's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Li Xian. His grin grew even wider. "Is it him?" Li Xian, sensing the attention, quickly plastered on a friendly smile and nodded in greeting. Internally, he was already speculating this Jiang Lu was most likely the instructor Lu Quan had mentioned. Whatever the case, building a good rapport with him seemed like a smart move. "That's right, it's him," Lu Quan confirmed with a light cough before his tone shifted. "But, he's a rookie and doesn't know how to pilot a mech yet. You'll need to put in some extra effort to train him." "Doesn't know how to pilot a mech? Then what does he know?" Jiang Lu's brows furrowed as he cast another scrutinizing glance at Li Xian, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "I can command basic infantry and armored units," Li Xian admitted awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, his voice growing quieter with each word. "A rookie?" Jiang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting from delight to frustration. Slamming his hand on Lu Quan's desk, his voice boomed, "Boss, I know I might have ticked you off recently, but this is too much. You can't just dump a clueless rookie on me." Lu Quan sighed heavily, gesturing for Jiang Lu to calm down. "It's not ideal, I know, but we're short on manpower. The battlefield's taken a serious toll, and none of the teams are at full strength. We don't know when reinforcements will arrive. A rookie is still a soldier. At least he adds to the numbers, which is better than nothing." "Boss." Jiang Lu's face twisted in anguish, his tone dripping with grievance. "If you gave me a rookie who could at least pilot a mech, or even a veteran infantry soldier, I'd be fine with it. But this? A rookie who doesn't even know how to pilot? You want me to train him and take him into battle? Are you trying to get me killed?" Jiang Lu's voice grew louder with each word, reverberating through the room as if it might bring the entire office down. Lu Quan's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. "Jiang Lu, this soldier you're taking him, whether you want to or not. I've already assigned this new recruit to you as a favor, given the years of camaraderie we share. Do you have any idea when the next batch of reinforcements will arrive? Your squad of 4 is down to just 2 members now. What's your plan for the next mission? Are you and your remaining teammate planning to risk your necks out there?" Jiang Lu was left speechless by Lu Quan's words. His face fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, but he couldn't muster a single rebuttal. Seeing Jiang Lu's reaction, Lu Quan softened his tone slightly, though it still carried a firm edge. "If you really don't want him, I'll assign him to Oldley instead. But let me make one thing clear, there's no telling when the next batch of recruits will arrive." With that, he let out a heavy sigh, as if exasperated by Jiang Lu's stubbornness. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lu finally let out a long, resigned sigh. "Fine, I'll take him." Hearing this, Lu Quan allowed a faint smile of satisfaction to emerge. His voice was resolute as he responded, "Good. This recruit is yours now. Make sure you train him well." With that, he turned his gaze to the young man standing nearby Li Xian. "Starting today, you're officially part of Jiang Lu's combat team. Learn from him and do your best. Understood?" Li Xian straightened his posture immediately and snapped a sharp salute. "Yes, sir." As they left Lu Quan's office, Li Xian quietly followed behind Zhang Lu. The air between them was heavy, and Zhang Lao's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. His tightly drawn face radiated an intimidating aura, and his steady, purposeful strides seemed to carry an undercurrent of suppressed anger. Li Xian stole a few glances at him, swallowing nervously. Internally, he thought to himself, this guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Better keep my mouth shut and stay out of trouble. Resolving not to provoke his new superior, he walked as silently as possible, even softening his breaths. Eventually, they stopped in front of a large building. Zhang Lu turned around, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Xian. His stern face had eased slightly, but the weight of his seriousness remained unmistakable. What's your name again? Zhang Lu asked in a low voice. Li Xian immediately stood at attention and saluted. Sir, my name is Li Xian. Zhang Lu frowned, his tone curt. Don't call me sir. Yes, sir. Li Xian replied promptly. Zhang Lao's frown deepened, the furrow of his brows so tight it seemed it could crush a fly. Waving a hand in mild exasperation, he muttered, call me whatever you want, but am not your sir. Yes, sir. Li Xian responded with unwavering seriousness, his voice loud and clear. Zhang Lu took a deep breath, clearly deciding it wasn't worth the effort to argue further. Turning back around, he began walking again, speaking as he went. Since you're part of the team now, I'll give you the rundown. With that, he pushed open the heavy alloy doors in front of them. A cold, metallic scent filled the air as the doors revealed a long, dimly lit corridor. The faint, flickering lights on either side stretched the hallway into what seemed like infinity. Walking through the corridor, Zhang Lao's voice echoed in the vast space. We're part of the Blueprint Biotech Corporation's task force assigned to Hingon Defense. Specifically, we're with the Mobile Mecha Support Unit. From now on, you're one of my team members, officially part of the Task Force Mobile Mecha Support 5th Squad. Yes, sir. Li Xian responded enthusiastically, a hint of excitement creeping into his tone. Zhang Lu continued, the 5th Squad standard configuration is 4 mechas and 4 mecha pilots, each supported by an auxiliary squad and a maintenance team. Right now, though, it's just me and one other veteran pilot, Feng Dai. As for the other 2 pilots, he paused, his voice dropping slightly. They were killed in action during our last mission. You're here to fill one of their spots. Hearing this, Li Xian felt a slight jolt in his chest. He hesitated before asking in a low voice, Sir, I thought mecha pilots had a high survival rate. How did we still lose so many? Zhang Lu let out a cold laugh, tinged with a trace of bitterness. Survival rate? Sure. It's high compared to the poor infantry grunts out there. But even so, a class mecha isn't invincible. When it's your time to die, there's no avoiding it. As they spoke, the corridor opened up into a vast hangar. Li Xin's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him, his breath catching in his throat. In the center of the room stood 4 massive mechanical constructs, their imposing forms radiating an aura of power and menace. The thick armor plating glinted under the lights, exuding a cold, metallic brilliance. They stood like dormant giants, their presence alone enough to inspire awe and reverence. Li Xian couldn't tear his gaze away from the towering machines. His heart raced as he murmured under his breath, So this is a mobile mecha. So this massive structure is actually the storage facility for mechas. Under the bright lights, 4 colossal combat mechas stood silently, resembling slumbering steel beasts. At this moment, Li Xin's identity was updated to M1D3 intern mecha pilot, Li Xian. Along with his new status came upgraded access privileges. As his gaze settled on the leading mecha, his embedded chip automatically began scanning and quickly retrieved detailed information about it. This was a Class D mecha, model Short Sword Squire. Standing at an impressive 7.13 meters tall, it featured a humanoid design with the cockpit located in the chest, protected by the thickest layer of defensive armor on the entire machine. The Short Sword Squire boasted a cruising speed of 80 kilometers per hour, while in combat mode, its maximum speed reached 65 kilometers per hour, striking a balance between agility and stability. The Short Sword Squire's weapon systems were nothing short of formidable. Its modular design allowed the left arm to be equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm caliber machine gun, as well as one of the following: a 120mm railgun, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each weapon specialized in different combat scenarios and could be swapped out before missions to suit the task at hand or to counter specific enemy types. The right arm, on the other hand, was designed to carry melee weapons, ranging from a power hammer, power sword, and power halberd to a chainsaw sword, giving it a decisive edge in close combat. The mecha's shoulder design was equally impressive, capable of mounting 2 missile pods or rocket pods for devastating air-to-ground or air-to-air strikes. The Short Sword Squire wasn't just about firepower. Its defensive capabilities were equally remarkable. Its entire body was armored with Class D military-grade composite alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from a variety of calibers. Even its own 120mm railgun would require at least 3 consecutive shots to penetrate this robust armor. Moreover, its modular design allowed pilots to attach additional composite armor before battles, trading some mobility for enhanced defense. Embedded beneath the cockpit, at the pilot's feet, was a specialized device, the void shield generator. This advanced technology harnessed psionic energy to activate a void shield, providing the short sword squire with an additional layer of protection. The void shield could envelop the entire mecha, redirecting enemy long-range attacks into subspace, significantly increasing its battlefield survivability. However, the void shield wasn't invincible. It had a maximum tolerance limit, and if subjected to excessively powerful or sustained attacks that overloaded its energy, the shield would temporarily fail. Additionally, it was nearly ineffective against melee strikes or close-range projectiles, primarily serving to defend against energy weapons and high-velocity ammunition. Despite its limitations, the introduction of the void shield greatly enhanced the short sword squire's combat performance, significantly improving its chances of survival on the battlefield. Standing before the mecha, Li Zin's eyes burned with excitement. He knew this machine would be his trusted companion in future battles, and his key to establishing himself in this world. The short sword squire didn't have a head, as it wasn't truly human. Being a mech, it didn't require a separate head as a vulnerable target. The mech's design was brilliantly engineered. The pilot's position was located in the chest core area, which not only provided maximum protection but also housed the operating system's central module. The primary equipment was distributed within the sturdy torso, while the energy system was positioned at the Riara subatomic microfusion reactor. Its stable energy output ensured the mech's efficient operation. The mech's energy reserves could be extended by adding solid-state energy modules, which was especially crucial when operating high-energy weapons like plasma cannons, laser cannons, or railguns. Energy was to the mech what a heart was to a living being. Without it, even the most powerful mech was nothing more than a massive steel coffin. However, energy shortages were rare. A single energy replenishment could sustain the mech for over 2 weeks of intense operation. Standing before the mech, Li Xian marveled at the detailed data transmitted to his chip. He had always thought of mechs as a romantic concept of science fiction, yet their existence turned out to be both practical and necessary. From an engineering perspective, bipedal stability was poor for mechs, while multi-leg structures were overly complex. A track-based design was undoubtedly the best choice for all-terrain combat. Additionally, humanoid designs had larger target areas and higher centers of gravity, making them prone to toppling. Logically analyzed, the final design always seemed to revert to the form of a tank. After all, the low profile and integrated weaponry of tanks made them the ultimate war machines. Yet, the march of progress has a way of overturning traditional beliefs. A breakthrough in technology, the development of the void shield, completely changed the rules of warfare. This defensive mechanism for large vehicles diminished the traditional advantages of tanks, necessitating a new form of combat machine. While the void shield was incredibly strong, it provided no defense against melee weapons. Thus, humanoid mechs were born equipped with void shields and piloted by psionics. They could wield powerful ranged weapons while also using energy-based melee weapons to bypass shield defenses. The combination of psionics and void shields allowed mechs to wrest the title of King of Land Warfare from tanks. More importantly, they dominated not only the ground but also the void, becoming true kings of war. Of course, tanks were not rendered obsolete. Just as infantry remained the backbone of any battlefield, tanks' adaptability and support capabilities were still invaluable. However, since void shields required activation by psionics, tanks were unable to utilize them, sealing their fate as unable to match the might of mechs. Li Xian looked at the mech in front of him, his eyes burning with passion. What man wouldn't feel a surge of desire for such a war machine? However, as his gaze swept over the 4 mechs stored in the warehouse, his emotions grew complicated. The first 3 were in excellent condition, exuding an aura of lethal majesty, but the last one stood out in its tragic state. The mech's right arm was completely severed, and its chest and abdomen were torn open like gaping wounds, leaving the cockpit fully exposed. The cockpit hatch and outer armor were haphazardly placed to the side, their surfaces marred with signs of tearing and distortion. Li Zin's eyes fell upon the twisted armor, and his blood ran cold, as though he could feel the brutal battles this mech had endured. "What's this?" Li Xian asked tentatively. Zhang Lu's face darkened as he replied in a low, somber tone, "You've seen it, haven't you? This mech is destroyed. Its frontal armor was torn apart by the enemy, and the pilot. He died in the cockpit." As he spoke, Zhang Lu led Li Xian closer to the wrecked mech. The outer shell was scorched black, emitting a strong, burnt smell. The cockpit's hatch had been torn to an unrecognizable shape, exposing the gruesome scene inside. Around the mech, several mechanics in logistics uniforms were busy working, the crisp sound of tools striking metal ringing out. When Zhang Lu approached, one of them paused, looked up, and greeted him, "Leader Zhang." Zhang Lu gave a slight nod in response. The mechanics couldn't help but glance at Li Xian, who followed closely behind Zhang Lu, their eyes filled with curiosity. However, preoccupied with their tasks, none of them asked any questions. Pointing to another mech parked nearby, Zhang Lu continued, "It's not just this one. That one over there was also damaged in battle. But the damage was lighter, and it's already been repaired." Li Xian walked over to the other mech and noticed its armor was covered in battle scars, crisscrossed with scratches of varying depths. Although these marks were less shocking than those on the first mech, the fact that they marred grade composite military alloy showed they were caused by no ordinary weapons. His gaze shifted to the torn cockpit hatch on the ground, its jagged edges revealing the raw force that had ripped it apart, leaving a menacing sight. "Do you know what caused this?" Zhang Lu suddenly asked, his voice heavy and restrained. Li Xian shook his head. Zhang Lu let out a sigh, his eyes filled with pain as he looked at the mech's wreckage. It was torn apart by a powered claw. That thing bypassed the void shield's defenses and ripped the cockpit open. Then, an electromagnetic cannon fired through the gap, straight into the cockpit, turning my comrade into tomato paste. His voice quivered slightly as he spoke, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Even though he and I didn't get along, seeing him end up like this." Zhang Lu stopped abruptly, unable to go on. Li Xian stood silently to the side, feeling the slight tremor in Zhang Lu's shoulders. The sorrow in the man's deep voice tugged at his heart, leaving his throat tight, as if something was lodged there. Zhang Lu stared at the shattered cockpit for a long time before finally turning around. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell on Li Xian. "Do you see this? Even a mech, known as the King of War, piloted by a seasoned veteran, can fall this easily. And you? A military trainee who's only studied basic infantry commando, you think you're better than him?" Zhang Lu's words were charged with emotion, piercing straight into Li Xian's core. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian raised his head, his voice steady and resolute. "Master, I will work hard to learn piloting skills and do my best to survive longer." Zhang Lu snorted coldly, his expression dark. Some things can't just be learned by trying hard. A rookie piloting a mech on the battlefield is basically announcing to everyone, "Come on, there's a newbie here. Do you really think you'll last long just because you're in a mech?" His gaze was sharp, his voice striking like a hammer against steel. "Let me tell you something. Because mechs are so critical in combat, everyone will scrutinize you. The moment they realize you're a rookie." He paused, his tone turning icy. "I think you already know what happens on a battlefield when that kind of weakness is exposed." Li Xian's heart sank. Of course he knew. On the battlefield, the weak were any sign of vulnerability would make you a target. While he hadn't fought in an actual war in his past life, he was all too familiar with the rules of war from games. Always take out the weakest first. Clenching his teeth, he forced his voice to remain steady. "Master, I'll do my best to make sure they don't see me as a rookie." Zhang Lu shot him a cold glance, but said nothing more. He turned back to the wrecked mech, his focus unwavering. Li Xian stood frozen in place, feeling the weight of Zhang Lu's disappointment and disdain. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. He knew how difficult it was to change someone's first impression, and it was clear that Zhang Lu had already labeled him a rookie. Zhang Lu wasn't wrong. He was, indeed, a rookie. He has his biases, or rather, his honest opinions, and that's completely normal. "I told you not to call me master." Zhang Lu's voice suddenly rose, almost erupting into a roar from deep within his throat. His bloodshot eyes burned with anger, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Li Xian stood to the side, watching the man before him lose control of his emotions, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He understood that behind these two mechas lay Zhang Lu's pain, and the source of that pain was likely tied to his apprentice. As for the apprentice's fate, the battered state of the mechas left little to the imagination. Clearly, it wasn't a good ending. Aware of the current situation, Li Xian wisely chose to back down. "Yes," he replied crisply, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. Zhang Lu turned and walked away, his steps heavy and hurried. Li Xian quickly followed, knowing full well that while this man had a fiery temper, the opportunity to learn from him was rare and invaluable. If he missed it, he might never get another chance. "Since you've joined the 5th unit, I'll train you seriously," Zhang Lu said as he walked, his tone softening slightly. But then, his voice turned cold as he continued, "However, you know nothing right now. So, the first thing you need to do is download some materials." Zhang Lu began listing the course names. Basic Mecha Operation, Understanding Psionics, D-Class Mecha Short Sword Combat, Advanced Mecha Piloting Techniques, Psionics and Mecha, Using Void Shields and Rebooting After Overload. He rattled off 12 courses in total, his pace steady, each word carrying an undeniable authority. Li Xian followed silently, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. With the help of Chip Zero, he carefully recorded the names of the courses. But he knew that writing them down was the easy part. Mastering them would be a whole different challenge. These were not skills he could simply download and understand. He would need to dedicate himself to relentless study to truly absorb the knowledge. The chip provided convenience, but the learning process still required Li Xian to invest his own time and effort. Fortunately, he had an advantage to D4 grade biointelligence chips, which meant he could learn at twice the efficiency. This gave him a strong sense of confidence. The battle zone isn't safe. You heard what the supervisor said. Zhang Lu's voice sounded again, cold and unyielding. When the next fight starts, you'll be going to the battlefield too. Even if you're just being dragged along, you're going. Whether you're a stationary turret or bait to draw fire, you'll be out there. Li Xian's chest tightened. He was no stranger to the harsh realities of the battlefield, but hearing Zhang Lu spell it out so bluntly still sent a chill down his spine. Even so, he didn't back down. Instead, he responded loudly, "Yes, master." Zhang Lu's steps faltered for a brief moment, clearly reacting to the word master again, but he ultimately ignored it and continued. "This military base doesn't have mecha simulators. Starting tomorrow, I'll dedicate 5 hours of every standard day to letting you practice with a real mecha. I believe combining hands-on experience with theoretical knowledge will help you improve faster." Hearing this, Li Xian felt a slight sense of relief, but Zhang Lu's next words immediately put him back on edge. "The rest of the time is up to you. You can sleep, wander around, do whatever you want. But if you want to live longer, you'd better spend that time studying theory." "Thank you, master," Li Xian said enthusiastically, nearly thumping his chest in determination. "From now on, except for eating and sleeping, I'll devote myself entirely to speeding up my studies." Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. "Suit yourself." With that, he led Li Xian into a room upstairs. "From today, this will be your dorm. While it's your private space, I still expect you to keep it clean." "Yes, master." Li Xian responded earnestly. "The base provides meals every 6 hours. As a mecha pilot, you'll have access to the class allocation. I've sent the cafeteria's location to your communicator." "Understood, master." Li Xian replied once more, his tone resolute. As the dormitory door closed behind him, Li Xian stood in the empty room, surveying his new surroundings. He knew that from this moment on, the real challenge was only just beginning. Zhang Lu had just left. Li Xian stayed in his dormitory, taking a deep, satisfied breath. It hadn't been easy, but here on Guansuo IV, a planet scarce in resources, this was the first time he'd ever had such a spacious room. The tiny repair shop where even turning around was a struggle had long become a thing of the past. That cramped space, piled high with scrap metal parts, used to make it hard to even breathe. Back when he was a military trainee at the Blueprint Biotechnology Academy, he was just a basic-level cadet. Crammed into a dormitory with 7 others' personal space had been nothing but a dream. But now, through his own efforts, he finally had a room over 30 square meters. This sense of accomplishment brought a small smile to his face. As he basked in the satisfaction of his new life, a knock came at the door. A logistics staff member had arrived with his combat suit and essential supplies. The person worked efficiently, politely placing the items down before leaving. Li Xian scanned through them and noticed 2 additional uniforms from Blueprint Biotechnology's defense division. However, they looked more like ceremonial attire, clearly unsuitable for combat. Li Xian changed into the combat suit, and it made him look noticeably more energetic. He stretched his shoulders, then sat at the desk and opened up the learning modules stored in his chip. In his previous life, he had suffered from his own laziness. This time around, he was determined to take his studies seriously. Even on Guansuo IV, where educational opportunities were limited and resources scarce, he knew that only knowledge and strength could secure his place in this world. Leaning his chair back slightly, he activated study mode. Soon, a faint ripple of psionic energy began to fill the room. This was a phenomenon that occurred while studying the Introduction to Psionics course. Guided by the lessons, he gained a deeper understanding of his own psionic abilities and learned how to harness them to accelerate his learning. Unlike drawing energy from the subspace during combat, this method was both safe and efficient. As he delved deeper into his studies, Li Xian gradually realized that his psionic chip was far outperforming Blueprint Biotechnology's D4 intelligent chip in terms of learning efficiency. He couldn't help but sigh. "Sorry, D4 intelligent chip." With that, he decisively shifted his focus to the psionic chip, channeling more psionic energy to further enhance his learning speed. The data on the screen refreshed continuously, and his progress was clearly displayed. Basic mech operations, 31. Void shield utilization and post-overload reboot, 23. The chip not only allowed him to quantify his learning progress, but also significantly boosted his efficiency. However, despite the efficiency, the process wasn't exactly easy. After 7 to 8 hours of intense study, he felt dizzy, as if steam was rising from his forehead. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at his wristband, which showed that it was already nighttime. Li Xin's stomach had long begun to protest. His last meal had been in the morning. After a full day of high-intensity study, His energy was completely drained, and his hunger felt like a raging fire. He opened the storage box next to his desk and took out a tube of nutrient paste, the flavored kind, a rare treat. Just as he was about to tear it open, he paused. The time on his wristband reminded him that the cafeteria would start serving meals in less than 20 minutes. He recalled Jiang Lu mentioning the perks for mech pilots' level food rations. The thought of food far more appetizing than nutrient paste made his mouth water involuntarily. Glancing at the military energy paste in his hand, he casually tossed it back into the box. Sorry, energy paste. It's not that you're not tasty, but Li Xian, masterly, wants to find out what class food rations actually taste like. A smirk appeared on his face, and a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Following the map displayed on his chip, he walked with a spring in his step. Dressed in his mecha pilot combat uniform, he soon arrived at the cafeteria. The night on Guansuo IV was silent and profound. The cafeteria was sparsely populated, with only a few soldiers who had just finished their shifts sitting in small groups, eating their meals. The dim yellow light cast a faint glow over the simple metal tables and chairs, giving them a cold, hard sheen. The air was filled with the aroma of food, a stark contrast to the monotonous smell of the energy paste Li Xian was used to. Following the dining instructions, he approached a serving window that class food ration section. Through the window, the food was fully visible. Although the selection wasn't extensive, the steaming plates of meat dishes were enough to make Li Xian's eyes light up. His Adam's apple bobbed as saliva involuntarily pooled in his mouth, his gaze brimming with barely contained excitement. Meat. There's actually meat, he thought, overjoyed. Without hesitation, he picked out a few meat dishes. As for the vegetables, those could wait for another time today. Meat was the ultimate priority. Carrying his tray, Li Xian found a seat and eagerly picked up a piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth. The flavor exploded on his tongue. While this taste wouldn't even qualify as fast food in his previous life, on this food-scarce planet, it was the height of luxury. He chewed voraciously, his eyes unknowingly growing misty. Delicious. So flavorful, he marveled inwardly, his eyes shining like stars in the darkness. After finishing his late-night meal, Li Xian patted his slightly rounded stomach, thoroughly satisfied, and made his way back to his dormitory. The moment he lay down, exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. The intense training had drained him of energy, even depleting his psychic reserves. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just 4 or 5 hours later, Li Xian woke up right on time. Rubbing his eyes, he swiftly shook off the drowsiness and dove back into his studies. As dawn broke, he closed his study terminal and headed toward the hangar. Click. The lights flickered on, illuminating the 4 short-sword squire mechas in the hangar with stunning clarity. They stood like slumbering giants, exuding a cold metallic luster as they silently dominated the space. Li Xian slowly approached one of the mechas, resting his hand on its outer armor. His fingertips traced the cool, solid surface, feeling the interwoven sensations of coldness and strength. Awesome. Absolutely awesome, he murmured in awe, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. As he was lost in his appreciation of the mecha, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "You're here pretty early." Li Xian turned to see Jiang Lu standing at the hangar entrance, his expression calm but his tone carrying a hint of approval. Straightening his posture, Li Xian replied earnestly, "I want to learn as fast as I can." "Did you finish reviewing yesterday's materials?" Jiang Lu asked as he approached, his gaze assessing. "Reporting to Master, I did, but there's still a lot I haven't fully gone through." Li Xian answered loudly, a touch of helplessness in his voice. He knew all too well that with the 12 courses Jiang Lu had assigned yesterday, finishing them let alone fully understanding them would take several days. Jiang Lu nodded, his tone steady. "Not finishing is normal. Come on, climb in. I'll give you a live demonstration." With that, he operated the mecha, and its outer armor and cockpit hatch slowly opened, revealing the pilot seat inside. This short sword squire had once been damaged but was now repaired, seemingly designated specifically for Li Xian. With a flash of movement and a surge of psychic energy, Jiang Lu effortlessly leapt into the cockpit. Watching this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. With his limited psychic power, such maneuvers were still beyond his reach. Suppressing his emotions, he obediently dragged over a ladder and climbed into the cockpit. The interior was compact, with a central pilot seat, a few control levers in front, and a modest number of buttons on either side. The mecha size dictated the confined space, but it did nothing to diminish its formidable capabilities. "Sit in the pilot's seat," Jiang Lu instructed from the edge of the cockpit hatch, his tone calm yet commanding. Li Xian complied, adjusting his posture as he scanned the cockpit's layout. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu stood firmly on the edge of the cockpit, clearly not intending to close the hatch. Lowering his gaze, Li Xian studied the control panel before him, his anticipation building for the upcoming live training session. He knew this would be a crucial step in his journey to becoming a mecha pilot. Li Xian examined the interior of the mech's cockpit. The space was somewhat cramped, but the seat was ergonomically designed, offering excellent support clearly built for prolonged combat scenarios. His eyes skimmed over the various buttons around him, and his smart chip quickly intervened, granting him access to analyze the names and functions of each one. To his surprise, there weren't many buttons in the cockpit, fewer than 20 in total. Compared to the densely packed instrument panels of fighter jets and his memories from a past life, the mech's design was remarkably streamlined. Mechs are different from other combat vehicles. Jiang Lu's voice broke Li Xian's train of thought. Vehicles like tanks and fighter jets rely on technical operation, but mechs require a psionic user. It's your psionics that drive the mech, not just these buttons. Li Xian nodded slightly, his earlier confusion now cleared. He quickly responded, "Yes, master. Now, flip the switch on your left and activate the mech," Jiang Lu commanded. Without hesitation, Li Xian pressed the switch. He had already noticed it earlier but hadn't dared to act without Jiang Lu's instruction. A faint click accompanied the activation, and the mech emitted a low, resonant hum, like a slumbering beast awakening. The cockpit lit up with a soft, non-dazzling light. "Short sword attendant, activating." An icy electronic voice echoed within the cockpit, carrying a mechanical authority. "Use your smart chip to authorize a connection with the mech." Jiang Lu's voice sounded again. Li Xian swiftly operated his chip to complete the authorization. The moment his zero chip connected with the mech, he felt an unprecedented sensation of vivid awareness of the mech's presence surge through him, leaving him awestruck. "Release your psionics and merge with the mech. Feel it." Jiang Lu continued guiding him. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian followed the instructions and unleashed his psionic energy. In an instant, he felt his consciousness intertwine with the mech, as though an additional layer of metallic armor enveloped his body, powerful and steady. The sensation was both alien and exhilarating. He could distinctly sense every joint, every plate of armor on the mech as though they were extensions of his own body. His face flushed slightly with excitement, his hands gripping the controls tightly, and even his breathing quickened. Jiang Lu observed the scene without any change in expression, clearly accustomed to the reactions of novice mech pilots during their first bonding experience. "All right, disconnect," Jiang Lu said calmly. "Your first task today is to practice connecting and disconnecting with the mech. 100 times. 100 times? Li Xian was momentarily stunned, but quickly steadied himself, responding loudly, "Yes, master." He promptly severed the psionic connection, and the overwhelming presence of the mech vanished instantly, replaced by an indescribable sense of loss. Compared to the mech's robust metallic frame, his own body suddenly felt fragile. Over the next stretch of time, Li Xian followed Jiang Lu's instructions, repeatedly connecting to and disconnecting from the mech. As the repetitions piled up, his initial excitement gradually gave way to fatigue and numbness. By the time he completed the 100th cycle, his emotions had settled. The lingering sense of loss was still there, but had become much less pronounced. "Next, they'll teach you more operations," Jiang Lu said in a measured tone, his demeanor remaining strict. "The buttons and control levers in the cockpit are mainly used for non-combat functions. They allow you to move the mech, perform basic shooting, and execute simple combat maneuvers. But remember, in real battles, your psionics are the key." Li Xian nodded, his gaze resolute. He understood this was only the beginning of his journey as a mech pilot, and his path ahead was just unfolding. When piloting a mech, you need to conserve your psionic energy at all costs. If it runs out, you'll be nothing more than a sitting duck on the battlefield. Outside the hangar, several class mechs, stripped of their weaponry, were moving sluggishly, their motions clunky and mechanical. Standing atop the shoulder plate of one of the mechs, Jiang Lu looked down at Li Xian, who had just sealed the cockpit, and yelled, "Remember this. Your psionic energy is your lifeline. If you run out, it's like crippling yourself on purpose." It was Li Xian's second day practicing mech piloting. He had already familiarized himself with the cockpit's control panel and the throttle, finally taking his first steps into the world of mech operation. In truth, piloting a mech wasn't as complicated as it seemed. Many people could quickly get the hang of it after some handstand practice. However, achieving the perfect fusion of psionic energy and machinery was a monumental challenge. Sitting in the cockpit, hands gripping the throttle, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. He carefully maneuvered the mech, but his movements were still stiff, his steps heavy and awkward, like a lumbering iron giant. In this state, survival on the battlefield was out of the question, let alone engaging in combat. After a while, Li Xian began to grasp the rhythm of mechanical operation. From the mech's shoulder, Jiang Lu shouted, "Switch to psionic piloting." "Yes, master," Li Xian responded. In the next moment, the mech's movements became noticeably more agile. It started with steady steps, then broke into a brisk run, even attempting jumps in all directions. While it was still far from human-level dexterity, the improvement over its earlier clumsiness was a significant leap forward. For a class mech, this level of performance was already impressive. The training ground echoed with the thunderous sounds of the mechs running and jumping. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian was so thrilled he could hardly contain himself. His hands gripped the controls tightly, his expression a mix of focus and exhilaration. After all, what man could resist the thrill of piloting a mech? Throw a punch. Zhang Lu's voice boomed like thunder. Li Xian quickly responded, guiding the mech through a series of moves. A left hook, a right hook, a side kick, a knee strike, and a powerful flying kick. Each motion was accompanied by the roar of metal joints, and though the execution was still somewhat raw, the sheer power behind the moves was undeniable. Block. Adjust your stance. Zhang Lu continued to bark commands. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian concentrated on adjusting the throttle and controls, trying his best to execute defensive maneuvers. Yet just as he was beginning to immerse himself in the exhilaration of psionic piloting, Zhang Lu's voice interrupted once again. Cut the psionic mode. Switch back to mechanical control. Reluctantly, Li Xian suppressed his excitement and reverted to mechanical mode. His eyes glanced at the chip projection on the side of the cockpit, which displayed his training progress. D1 class mech close combat proficiency had climbed to 56, with the dual chip setup accelerating his improvement significantly. Feel your weapons. Don't let your movements be soft. Aim at the target and fire. Zhang Lu's voice rang out again. Li Xian immediately adjusted the mech's posture, raising its left arm. The six-barrel rotary cannon erupted with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of bullets that shredded the target hundreds of meters away into pieces. Woohoo! Awesome! Li Xian couldn't help but shout in excitement inside the cockpit, his joy as unrestrained as a child's. The sensation of unleashing such overwhelming firepower was nothing short of exhilarating. At that moment, the 120mm electromagnetic cannon at the center of the six-barrel weapon began charging. With a low, resonant hum, a solid projectile was accelerated to extreme velocity by electromagnetic forces, striking a distant target with devastating precision. The impact obliterated the target, leaving nothing but fragments. Such power was enough to render even tanks defenseless. The chip projection in the cockpit flickered again, showing that Li Xian's D1 class mech long-range combat proficiency had skyrocketed to 3,642. In just 19 days of training, his progress had been remarkable. This rapid advancement was largely thanks to the military's downtime, which gave him ample opportunity to focus on honing his skills in preparation for the battlefield. This allowed him plenty of time to train, ensuring he wouldn't step onto the battlefield completely unprepared. However, Li Xian's brief period of peace came to an end. On the 20th day, training concluded. The blaring sound of alarms echoed throughout the base, a piercing noise that struck like a hammer against everyone's heart. Soldiers and officers alike scrambled to prepare at top speed, and the entire base was instantly shrouded in an atmosphere of tense urgency. The battle was imminent. In Hangar 5, Li Xian stood beside Zhang Lu, his eyes instinctively scanning the surrounding mechs. Everything was orderly. A team of 3 individuals clad in mech suits stood in a neat formation. Zhang Lu took the lead, with Feng Dai and Li Xian following closely behind, as the 3 headed toward the base's command center. Feng Dai had returned to the base on Li Xian's 4th day of training. He had sustained injuries in his last battle and was granted a few days of leave to recover. Now, his steps were steady, his usual composure evident on his face. Li Xian, on the other hand, was far from calm. He could feel the dampness of sweat in his palms, and his heartbeat seemed to quicken. Despite years of foundational training and recent mech piloting courses that had bolstered his confidence, the reality of an impending war still unsettled him. Relax, Li Xian. It's no big deal. Feng Dai seemed to sense his unease and gave him a light pat on the shoulder, speaking in a casual tone. We're piloting mechs, just aim and fire. It's all about the thrill. Got it, brother Feng? Li Xian forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. Zhang Lu glanced back at Li Xian, his expression carrying a trace of complexity, though he chose to remain silent. The furrow in his brow betrayed the concern he was holding back. Before long, they entered the command building and walked down a hallway to a conference room. Inside, several people were already seated, and the number gradually increased as time went on. Li Xian scanned the room and confirmed that there were 23 people in total, including himself. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from the hallway. M3D-15 Defense Supervisor Lu Quan strode into the room, his posture upright and his gaze sharp as a blade. Supervisor. Everyone in the room stood in unison, saluting with precision. Lu Quan returned the salute and then spoke in a deep, commanding voice. After 20 days of rest, it's good to see everyone in high spirits. This time, we have a new mission. His tone carried an undeniable authority. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Li Xian before turning away. At the front of the room, the curtain was drawn back to reveal a projection screen. A detailed map slowly appeared on the display. This is our target, Lu Quan said, pointing to the projection. I will now authorize access to all the information regarding this objective. Li Xin's implant quickly received the authorization notification. As he downloaded the data, he listened intently. Behemoth Steel Plant. Our mission is to take this stronghold back once again. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, someone muttered under their breath, "Why is it this place again? How did Hengan Defense lose it this time?" Lu Quan's eyes narrowed. His tone as sharp as a blade. How Hengan Defense lost it is none of our concern. Our mission is to reclaim it, nothing more, nothing less. After a brief pause, he continued, "This time, Hengan Defense will coordinate with us in the assault. On the front lines, they will deploy a mechanized combined brigade of infantry as the main attacking force. Meanwhile, we will support their efforts. The steel plant's flanks will also be handled by Hengan Defense, with an infantry regiment and a battalion-level armored unit on each side, tasked with pinning down and intercepting enemy reinforcements." Lu Quan's gaze swept across the room, his voice growing firmer. "Our mission is to seize this stronghold before the reinforcements from the Mildanites and their auxiliary forces can breach Hengan Defense's lines. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The mech pilots responded in unison, their voices thunderous and resolute, brimming with determination. The call to battle had been sounded. Li Xin's heart pounded fiercely in his chest, as if it were beating in rhythm with the electrifying energy of the moment. "All right, let's assign the tasks. Group leaders, step forward." Lu Quan pulled out a sleek, lightweight laptop. His long fingers glided swiftly across the touchpad, his expression focused and composed. The screen's interface shifted rapidly as the task allocation spreadsheet gradually took shape. Jiang Lu and several other group leaders gathered around him, their eyes fixed on the screen, occasionally exchanging low whispers. They were the leaders of the 8 mech support teams, but the room was noticeably short on personnel. Only 23 people were present. Li Xian stood a little further away, silently observing the scene. His gaze swept across the faces of the group leaders as he quietly speculated about the situation. As expected, it wasn't just Jiang Lu's 5th group that was short-staffed. The other teams were also clearly undermanned. Li Xian let out an almost imperceptible sigh, his brow furrowing slightly, but he didn't dwell on it. Lowering his head, he opened the terminal in his hand and began reviewing the newly downloaded information. The data contained detailed records of the Baixi steel plant's layout and its complex historical background. Built decades ago, the steel plant was once a major industrial hub. However, the outbreak of war led to its rapid abandonment, leaving no trace of worker activity in the facility. Even so, the massive steel and concrete structures and the labyrinthine underground network still made it a natural fortress for combat. This was not the first battle over the Baixi steel plant. Including this one, it was the 3rd time fierce fighting had erupted here. In the previous 2 instances, Hengan Defense and the Blueprint Expeditionary Force had each decisively cleared enemy forces and occupied the area. Yet the Mildanites, another major local faction, had refused to relinquish this strategic stronghold. Each time the Blueprint Expeditionary Force withdrew, the Knights quickly regrouped with superior forces to reclaim the site. Li Xian continued scrolling through the data, his eyes narrowing slightly as his expression grew increasingly grim. The brutal nature of this battle was already well established. The Baixi steel plant was infamously known as a meat grinder for soldiers. Infantry suffered exceptionally high mortality rates, and even armored units and mechs weren't spared. Once surrounded by enemy forces, it was nearly impossible to escape unscathed. To make matters worse, the structural integrity of the steel plant was extraordinarily high. Even the buildings destroyed in the previous 2 battles had turned into rubble that was still solid and impenetrable. The dangers lurking beneath the ruins were immeasurable, with every corner potentially hiding deadly enemies. Soldiers entering the steel plant were destined to face grueling urban warfare. Li Xin's fingers glided lightly across the screen as he silently clicked his tongue in disapproval. His gaze lingered on a map marked with the current terrain, his brows furrowing instinctively. Even for mech pilots, navigating such a complex environment would be no easy task. Thankfully, he wasn't an infantryman. Li Xian allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The survival rate for infantry here was dismally low. The records of the previous battles were starkly clear. The first time Baixi steel plant was captured, it took 1.5 months. The second time, it dragged on for a grueling 2.5 months. Both sides understood the strategic importance of this site, reinforcing their defenses and implementing increasingly intricate modifications after each occupation. The casualty rates escalated accordingly. The second battle saw a staggering 26 increase in losses compared to the first. Li Xian exhaled slowly as he shifted his gaze away from the data. He knew this battle would be even more challenging. The Baixi steel plant was about to become a slaughterhouse once again, as Hengan Defense and the Blueprint Expeditionary Force clashed for the 3rd time. Li Xian frowned briefly, then relaxed his expression. At least he wasn't infantry, was a mech pilot. That was something to be thankful for. All right, the tasks have been assigned. Head back and make your preparations. We'll set out for the war zone tomorrow. Lu Quan shut his laptop with a decisive motion, his tone firm and unwavering. With a wave of his hand, he was the first to leave the conference room. Jiang Lu lingered for a moment, exchanging polite words with the other team leaders before turning to leave with Li Xian and Feng Dai following closely behind. However, this time, they didn't head straight back to the hangar. Instead, they walked in a different direction. Li Xian, trailing behind, cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Lu, but the latter remained silent. It wasn't until they stopped in front of a building that Li Xian realized where they were: the supply depot. Why did the team leader bring us here? Li Xian asked in a low voice. Feng Dai chuckled softly, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. To pick up the good stuff. You'll find out soon enough. Inside the supply depot, the place was bustling with activity. Along with Zhang Lao's fifth team, several other combat teams were also lined up. As the lines slowly moved forward, it was finally their turn. We're here to collect the Type D1 number 5 psionic compound, Jiang Lu said to the quartermaster. The quartermaster, a seasoned, middle-aged man with a sharp demeanor, seemed to know Jiang Lu well. He looked up briefly, raising an eyebrow. Another mission starting? It's starting. Another grind of a battle, Jiang Lu replied calmly, though a trace of resignation flickered in his eyes. The quartermaster let out a sigh and slid a document toward Jiang Lu. Sign here. Each of you gets 5 vials this time, use them sparingly. The document came in both paper and electronic formats. Jiang Lu swiftly signed off and accepted a small white box from the quartermaster. Feng Dai and Li Xian each stepped forward to collect their share as well. Feng Dai appeared ready to say something, but one sharp glance from Jiang Lu made him swallow his words. We'll discuss this later, Jiang Lu said curtly before turning to leave. Li Xian followed quietly, his curiosity mounting but choosing not to voice it. Soon, they returned to a combat briefing room within the hangar. The room's lighting was soft, but the atmosphere was anything but. Jiang Lu powered on the projector, and a massive map was displayed on the wall. Li Xian squinted at it. It was a detailed layout of the Beishi steel plant. This steel plant spans an area of 62 square kilometers, about the size of 10,000 football fields. Zhang Lao's deep voice resonated in the room. And it's not just the surface structures. Underground, it extends 85 meters deep, with nearly 100 kilometers of tunnel and dozens of entrances and exits. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. However, these figures are from the original records. After several battles here, the terrain has changed significantly. Some tunnels have collapsed, some entrances have been buried, and new passages have emerged as a result. On top of that, the defenders have repeatedly modified the area, making it even more complex than before. The map highlighted the steel plant, divided into hundreds of zones, each marked with a unique number and color. Jiang Lu pointed to one specific area. This is the zone our team will be responsible for. Not bad, he continued. Based on reconnaissance and prior intel, the defenses in this area are moderate manageable for us. Feng Dai let out a brief laugh, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Finally, some good news. But there's bad news too, Jiang Lu countered, his tone growing grim. Due to the previous battles, many underground tunnels in this area have partially collapsed. Some sections are still wide enough for mechs to pass through. In other words, we'll not only be fighting on the surface this time, we'll also have to head underground. And that's where the real danger lies. With those words, the room fell silent, the weight of the mission pressing down on everyone. So this time, we're heading underground, where the true danger awaits. Feng Dai frowned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Are you serious? Our mechs are so massive, and you want us to go down there? His gaze swept toward Jiang Lu, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Jiang Lu's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. Reconnaissance has already detected enemy mechs underground. If we don't go down there and fight, simply leveling the surface won't accomplish anything. Taking Behemoth Steelworks would be meaningless. His tone was firm, carrying an almost oppressive determination. Hearing this, Feng Dai flew into a rage, unable to hold back his outburst. Damn it, those idiots must be out of their minds. Do they want to get us killed? The underground space is so confined. Mechs can't even maneuver properly down there. Jiang Lu waved a hand to cut off Feng Dai's complaints. Enough talk. Use this time to study the intel and prepare for battle. Complaining won't solve anything. Understood, sir. Feng Dai, though reluctant, could only grit his teeth and comply. Nearby, Li Xian had been quietly listening to their argument. It wasn't until now that he found an opening to speak. Jiang Lu turned to look at Li Xian, his gaze sharp as a blade. Have you ever heard of the number 5D1 psionic compound serum? Li Xian froze for a moment before shaking his head. No, I just looked it up in the CHIPS database. He paused, then continued. According to the data, the number 5 psionic compound serum is specifically designed to help psionics recover their energy. Typically, after exhausting their psionic energy, taking one vial can restore a significant amount in a short time. It's not just a lifesaver in combat. Long-term use can also aid in psionic growth. However, he stopped, his tone shifting as he furrowed his brows. Long-term use also increases chaos contamination levels. That's its downside. And it's incredibly expensive. Each vial costs 200 energy credits and is nearly impossible to find on the market. Zhang Lu nodded, acknowledging the information, but his gaze remained fixed on Li Xian, as if expecting something more. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous turn. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhang Lu extended his hand, his expression stern. Give me 2 vials. I need them. Li Xian's face instantly froze, the faint smile at the corners of his mouth vanishing completely. His mind raced with countless reasons to refuse, but he dismissed each one. In the end, he lowered his gaze, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Understood, sir." With that, he opened the supply box containing the serums, his hands trembling as he handed over 2 vials of the number 5 psionic compound serum to Zhang Lu. Watching Zhang Lu take the vials without hesitation, Li Xian felt a pang of regret in his chest. He had been calling Zhang Lu sir for so long, but he hadn't expected the man to be so ruthless. Still, he understood that as a rookie on the battlefield, he needed someone to guide him. Zhang Lu was his only option. Even at such a steep cost, he had no choice but to accept it. Zhang Lu took the serums and turned to leave, giving one last instruction to Feng Dai before departing. Help him get accustomed to the upcoming battle. Select and pair his weapons appropriately. Got it, boss. Feng Dai immediately nodded in agreement. He then threw an arm around Li Xian's shoulders, leading him toward the mechs. Li Xian stared down at his own footsteps, his emotions a tangled mess. Not far away, the auxiliary troops of the 5th unit had already been waiting for some time, fully prepared for the battle ahead. Support units are essentially the second leg of a mech pilot, much like how armored units coordinate with infantry in combined arms operations. Similarly, mech pilots have their own dedicated support teams. In the 5th unit, there are 4 support squads, each consisting of 10 elite infantry soldiers, along with a small team of mechanics. The mechanics typically remain near the command center or at relatively secure positions away from the battlefield, while the support squads must accompany the mechs into combat zones. They operate tracked vehicles to transport ammunition for the mechs and, when necessary, provide close-range support, share the burden of incoming fire, or assist in offensive actions. Compared to the mech pilots, their roles are riskier, though slightly safer than those of regular infantry or armored soldiers. Although the 5th unit's mech pilots have not yet received additional reinforcements, the support teams have been promptly replenished. In previous battles, 2 support squads were completely wiped out, and the other 2 suffered casualties. However, all squads are now fully staffed. Feng Dai led Li Xian to one of the mechs. Holding a lightweight laptop, Feng Dai scrolled through its screen and said, "The next mission is at the Beishi steel plant. The battle there won't end quickly. Do you have any thoughts on the weapons loadout for your mech?" Li Xian hesitated slightly, then shook his head honestly. "I haven't officially fought using a mech yet, so my mind is blank right now. Brother Feng, you decide for me. My only request is that the close combat weapon be a power halberd." "A power halberd?" Feng Dai raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Li Xian as if to confirm his choice. The power halberd is one of the close combat weapon options for Squire-class mechs. Its shaft is 10 meters long, with a blade nearly 2 meters in length, made from rare materials like mithril, granting it incredible durability and the ability to channel immense energy from a disintegration field. When activated, the blade emits a faint blue glow of electrical energy, capable of breaking down matter at a molecular level. It can penetrate even mech armor or void shield vehicles, making it a formidable weapon against enemy mechs. Li Xian's choice of the power halberd was straightforward. During his military training, he only received basic instruction in short blade and rifle bayonet combat. Compared to the power hammer or power sword, which demand high levels of combat skill, the long halberd was the only weapon he could somewhat handle. While his proficiency was far from expert, it was still the best choice for him. Feng Dai nodded and, after a moment of thought, said, "All right, I'll set up the loadout for you based on my plan. First, the 6-barrel autocannon is standard, so I'll equip you with a 20mm electromagnetic autocannon. For the primary weapon, considering the complex terrain and extended combat duration at the Beishi steel plant, I'll add an 85mm plasma cannon. As for shoulder-mounted weapons, there shouldn't be any anti-air needs at Beishi, so we'll skip the anti-air missiles." Feng Dai's tone was decisive and efficient, clearly demonstrating his familiarity with the mission environment. Feng Dai spoke in a calm tone, though a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. "These rocket pods are 105mm caliber. They pack a decent punch and are effective against both armored units and infantry. You don't need to aim too precisely, just unleash them." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Xian. "As for the melee weapon, we'll go with a power halberd, as per your suggestion. It might be a bit restrictive in tight spaces like the factory, but given your experience and familiarity, it's the best choice." What do you think of this setup? Li Zin's eyes lit up slightly as he listened. These weapons weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he had only used them on the training range before, their power and operating mechanics were deeply etched in his mind. He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. No problem. Let's go with Brother Feng's configuration. Feng Dai nodded in satisfaction and turned to the mechanics team, who had been waiting nearby. Get moving. Equip Li Zin's mech with this setup. As for my mech and the commanders, no need to change the configurations for now. Just restock the ammunition. Yes, sir. The team leader of the maintenance crew saluted crisply before leading his team into swift action. The mechanics worked efficiently, and the sound of machinery soon filled the factory floor. Seeing this, Feng Dai climbed into his own mech and began a routine systems check. Meanwhile, Li Xian stood off to the side, quietly watching the assembly process. The frustration from earlier faded gradually, replaced by growing anticipation as the weapons were installed piece by piece. Taking a deep breath, he approached his mech and entered the cockpit. Inside, the space wasn't exactly spacious, but the futuristic control panels and displays filled him with exhilaration. His eyes scanned the weapon configuration list on the screen, showing the mechanics carefully attaching each component. To him, it felt as though the mech was coming alive, one step at a time. As Li Xian immersed himself in the anticipation of the upcoming battle, Feng Dai suddenly opened the hatch of his cockpit and called out, "Hey, I was thinking how about adding an external armor set to your mech? It'll reduce mobility a bit, but the added defense could make a big difference." Li Xian frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. External armor would indeed make the mech less agile, but the boost in defense was tempting. Given his current level of control, he wasn't skilled in complex, high-mobility maneuvers anyway. Rather than chasing agility, it made more sense to focus on survivability. After a brief moment of consideration, he responded decisively, "Let's do it. Add the external armor." Feng Dai nodded and signaled the mechanics to proceed. Before long, Li Zin's mech was outfitted with an additional layer of heavy composite armor. While the mech now appeared bulkier, the enhancements to its firepower and defense were undeniable. Seated in the cockpit, Li Xian gazed at his mech through the screen. A faint smile tugged at his lips as a battle strategy began to take shape in his mind. Saturate the battlefield with firepower, eliminate half the enemies in one strike, and clean up the rest methodically. As long as the enemy couldn't close the distance, his mech would dominate as an unassailable fortress. Meanwhile, Feng Dai's mech was also fully prepped. Its reinforced exterior mirrored Li Zin's, reflecting Feng Dai's own commitment to firepower and durability as a mech pilot. A short while later, Zhang Lu returned. His eyes landed on the two mechs, now bulkier and more imposing. Then, he glanced at his own, noticeably sleeker mech. He furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to say anything. Zhang Lu's mech ultimately did not equip external armor. The weapons he selected were almost identical to those of Li Xian, except for the absence of two 12-tube rocket launchers. Zhang Lu's mech had a sleek yet imposing design, with rigid armor lines reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the morning light. He opted against external armor, instead maximizing the mech's agility. The weapon configuration was nearly the same as Li Xian's, though it lacked the two 12-tube rocket launchers, focusing instead on close combat. The right arm of the mech wielded a powered longsword with a broad, sharp blade that glimmered faintly with a blue hue, clearly enhanced by psionic energy for devastating impact. That night, when everyone else had gone to rest, only Li Xian remained in his mech's cockpit, perhaps out of nervousness or excitement. As night fell, the military base grew quiet, with only the lights in the mech maintenance area flickering in solitude. Li Xian sat in the cockpit of his mech, his hands moving deftly across the control panel while the data on the screen continuously refreshed. His eyes were focused, his lips pressed into a slight line, caught between tension and exhilaration. Occasionally, his fingers paused as he adjusted his breathing before resuming, as though he was engraving every detail into his memory. He decided to spend the night inside the mech. Before sleeping, he used his psionic abilities to make small adjustments to the mech, striving to familiarize himself with its operation as much as possible. The cockpit was compact yet efficient. Leaning back in his seat, Li Xian closed his eyes and concentrated, letting his psionic energy flow gently. His consciousness connected with the core system of the mech, sensing the faint vibrations of its armor and the subtle movements of its joints. He guided the mech through small motions, with the mechanical arm slowly lifting as the power system emitted a low hum, like a beast stirring from slumber. He knew that only through complete familiarity with the mech could he unlock its full potential on the battlefield. Before leaving, Zhang Lu approached Li Xian's mech and spoke to him, "Don't stress too much. The initial battles won't be too intense, so you'll have time to adapt. Make sure to get some rest and be dazed when the fighting starts." Footsteps echoed outside as Zhang Lu's figure appeared beside the mech. He looked up at the towering machine and spoke through the communicator. "No need to overthink it. The early stages of the battle won't be too intense. You'll have time to get used to it. get some rest, and don't show up distracted when the fighting starts. Li Xian's voice came from the mech speakers. Yes, master. I understand. I'll familiarize myself a bit more and then sleep. Li Xian's voice, tinged with determination, echoed from the cockpit. Yes, master. Got it. I'll just get a bit more practice in before sleeping. Jiang Lu shook his head with a faint smile and walked away. After Jiang Lu left, Li Xian retracted his psionic energy and switched to manual controls. Using the mech's throttle and buttons, he performed minor movements. His skilled hands tested the mech's various functions, as though engaging in a silent dialogue with the massive machine. Before long, it was the next day. As the morning sunlight from the star bathed the military base, the entire facility buzzed with activity. Morning broke, and the golden rays of the star illuminated the base, which quickly came alive with energy. Soldiers in full gear prepared for deployment, elite infantry donned red Mark II semi-powered armor, and troops loaded up on various equipment as they boarded armored vehicles. The rumble of engines from tanks and armored carriers filled the air, forming a steel convoy that began to roll out of the base. Following them, 23 mechs were airlifted out of the base by heavy transport helicopters. In the skies above, 23 Dagger-class Squire mechs were suspended beneath heavy transport helicopters, gradually ascending. Their silver-gray exteriors gleamed under the sunlight, exuding an aura of strength. Li Xian's mech was positioned mid-formation. Inside the cockpit, he rested with his eyes closed, maintaining the psionic link with his mech. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian sat calmly in his mech suit, arms crossed. Although he didn't need to actively operate the mech during transport, he continued to maintain a psionic connection with its core system. In his mind, he could visualize the environment around the mech radar signals, sensor feeds, and terrain data all seamlessly integrated, making him feel as though he was one with the machine. Their journey was uneventful, with no foolish adversaries daring to challenge a fleet of 23 Dagger-class Squire mechs. The journey was smooth, with not a single enemy foolish enough to provoke a convoy of 23 powerful class mechs. The transport helicopters flew steadily, eventually reaching the forward outpost of Hung Defense. Inside his mech, Li Xian opened his eyes as it was released from the transport helicopter, taking deliberate steps forward to approach Jiang Lu's mech. As his mech was gently lowered to the ground by the transport helicopter, Li Xian's eyes opened, and his psionic energy surged through him. He guided his mech with steady strides toward Jiang Lu's machine, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. His left arm is equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm electromagnetic cannon, the center sports an 85mm plasma cannon, and his right arm wields a power halberd, its disintegration field yet to be activated. Li Xian's mech was like a moving fortress of war. The 6-barrel 20mm electromagnetic cannon on its left arm gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, while the central chest armor housed a heavy 85mm plasma cannon. The right arm gripped a power halberd that, though its disintegration field remained dormant, exuded a restrained yet deadly aura. On the mech's back, a massive pack was securely attached. This was the ammunition system for the electromagnetic cannon. With its high firing rate, the cannon would quickly run out of ammo without sufficient supplies. The backpack, loaded with 6,000 rounds, could only sustain a short burst of continuous fire. Yet, even this brief firepower was enough to obliterate any enemy. Even a mech of the same class with a void shield would last no more than a few dozen seconds under such an onslaught before succumbing to overload and collapse. Li Xian never fought alone. On the battlefield, he was always accompanied by a support squad. The core mission of this support team wasn't combat but ensuring Li Xian's mech was fully stocked with ammunition. They operated 2 tracked armored vehicles, each packed with various types of ammo. The lead vehicle was armed with twin 20mm cannons and a quad anti-tank missile launcher, while the rear, a fully armored transport truck, carried enough supplies for at least 2 full reloads of Li Xian's mech. Unless the battlefield conditions were so dire that the entire team was wiped out or the supply line was completely severed, Li Xian never had to worry about running out of firepower. Stay on alert, came Jiang Lu's deep, commanding voice over the comms, carrying an undeniable tone of authority. Yes, sir. Li Xian and Feng Dai responded almost simultaneously, their voices firm, their focus unwavering. This was their internal team communication channel, while Jiang Lu was also receiving real-time directives from higher command. Over 20 mechs quickly spread out, taking up defensive positions across the forward outpost. The soldiers of Hung Defense were long accustomed to this sight. These mechs rarely relaxed until infantry and armored units arrived to reinforce them. Li Xian's gaze swept across the perimeter, his expression cold and serious. His fingers lightly tapped the control console as he patiently awaited the arrival of the follow-up forces. 2 hours later, the main force finally arrived. The rumble of engines grew louder, and armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport trucks streamed into the outpost, bringing with them a surge of activity. Soldiers busily unloaded supplies, while commanders coordinated operations, creating an orderly yet bustling scene. Li Xian did not partake in the logistical chaos. His role was clear: await orders and be ready for combat at any moment. As the main force settled in, the mech units gradually stood down from their alert positions and moved their machines into the temporary hangars within the outpost. These hangars were little more than large pits dug into the ground, covered with camouflage nets, screwed but effective. After parking his mech, Li Xian joined Jiang Lu in heading to the outpost's mess hall for a long-awaited hot meal. Meanwhile, the support squad remained busy in the hangar, tending to the mech. Only after Li Xian and the others returned from their meal would they rotate out for their turn to eat. Though their work was grueling, they enjoyed slightly better conditions than the regular infantry. At least someone would deliver meals to them. At this moment, however, Li Xian and his two companions were already digging into a hearty feast of meat, savoring every bite. Delicious. The second day marked the official start of the battle, or rather, the official start of the Mecha warfare. For the infantry, the fight had already begun the previous night, shrouded in silence and darkness. Elite infantry squads, cloaked under the veil of night, stealthily bypassed the minefields laid by the enemy and infiltrated the outer defenses of the steel plant. In quiet but lethal precision, they eliminated portions of the enemy's defending forces, though this inevitably led to close-quarters combat with the adversaries within the plant. After a night of fierce skirmishes, these infantry units managed to secure several small defensive positions scattered throughout the steel plant. These makeshift strongholds could be a collapsed building, an abandoned metal furnace, or even a corner of a workshop. Each became a temporary base for the troops. Night battles are always fraught with peril, as both attackers and defenders grapple with immense psychological pressure in the darkness. Once the skilled infantry established control over these positions, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted subtly. If the defenders wished to expel them, they would have to launch a full-scale assault on those positions. However, the cover of night offered no advantage for such maneuvers. As daylight broke, the intensity of the battle escalated, with gunfire and explosions echoing inside and outside the steel plant. Flames and smoke painted a grim and harrowing picture of the conflict. Meanwhile, in a makeshift meeting room, Jiang Lu was addressing Li Xian with a commanding presence, delivering his final pre-battle briefing. His expression was serious, and his tone carried an air of authority. Our enemy is the Milda Knights. To be precise, this is likely just one of their smaller night squads. According to intelligence, the forces stationed inside the behemoth steel plant are primarily the Milda Knight Squire units. Their combat capabilities are roughly on par with those of our Hengon Defense Company. Specifically, we estimate their numbers to include at least one infantry brigade and several reinforced armored battalions, totaling around 5,500 troops. Jiang Lu paused, tapping the projection device on the table. A holographic image of a mecha appeared, suspended in midair. Pointing at the image, he continued, however, the infantry of the Squire units isn't our main concern. If they were our only opponents, our 3 mechas alone would be enough to clear them out, given some time, unless they manage to hide in areas inaccessible to mechas. What we truly need to be wary of are the Knights of the Milda Knights. They, like us, are mecha combatants. Li Xin's gaze turned steely as he focused on the projected image of the mecha. It was a sleek, menacing design, with sharp lines that exuded aggression in every detail. Jiang Lu pressed on, "You've likely reviewed the data on this mecha before, but I'll reiterate. This is the Squire mecha, classified as a class unit, the same as our short sword Squire mecha. Both the Milda Knights and our Blueprint Biotech group have pushed the development of class mechas to their limits. While the core attributes of our mechas are similar, the designs reflect different priorities. The short sword Squire is a highly versatile mecha, excelling in a balance of long-range combat, fire support, and close-quarters combat. But as you're aware, versatility often comes at the cost of being average." Jiang Luo's tone grew sharper, and his gaze locked onto Li Xian. The Squire mecha, on the other hand, is heavily optimized for close-quarters combat. This is the aspect you must be especially cautious of because close combat is your weakest area. Li Xian didn't argue. He lowered his head slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as if deep in thought or perhaps silently acknowledging the truth. He knew Jiang Lu wasn't wrong. His shortcomings in close combat were undeniable, and this time, the enemy specialized precisely in that area. The room fell into a brief silence, not of tension, but of focused determination in the face of an impending challenge. The call to battle had been sounded. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin's eyes filled with resolve. He understood that every decision from this point forward must be made with caution and unwavering decisiveness. After just 19 days of training, the fact that he could pilot a mech and join the battlefield was already an impressive feat. Li Xian gazed out of the mech's cockpit window, watching the smoke rising in the distance, his emotions conflicted. The 19 days of rigorous crash training had transformed him from an ordinary person into a mech pilot, but he was acutely aware of how far he still had to go. Close-quarters combat training was particularly time-consuming, and his chip's performance rating revealed the truth: his melee combat level was only D1. just barely above beginner. His proficiency with ranged weapons was slightly better at D2, but still only marginally above entry level. These modest achievements were largely thanks to the 2 chips implanted in him, especially the unique effects of the psionic chip, which allowed him to barely stand here today. Zhang Lu stood at the center of the operations room, his gaze sweeping across the group as he spoke in a low yet clear voice. What we're about to face are the Knight Retainers. These guys are a bunch of crazed melee fanatics. Their long-range weapons are laughably primitive, not even as effective as a tank. But because they've completely abandoned ranged combat, they've reallocated that space within their mechs to enhance their close combat capabilities. They're stronger, faster, and their void shields are tougher, capable of withstanding more firepower. Zhang Lu paused, his eyes landing on Li Xian before continuing. These lunatics typically wield long-handled powered axes or powered spears, which are somewhat similar to your weapon. But the most troublesome part is they outnumber us significantly. Outnumber us? By how much? Li Xian couldn't help but ask. Feng Dai sighed and answered on Zhang Lao's behalf. A standard combat unit of theirs usually consists of 5 mechs, and in a battlefield environment like the behemoth steelworks, their numerical advantage becomes even more pronounced. Li Xian furrowed his brows, the tension in his chest growing heavier. As he tried to process this information, Zhang Lu interrupted Feng Dai. Don't let him scare you. Prolonged battles drain both sides, and they're no exception. In the last skirmish over the behemoth steelworks, their units weren't at full strength either, so there's no need to overthink it. Feng Dai nodded in agreement. That's right, Li Xian. You're lucky to have joined our unit. Our team leader's psionic abilities are extraordinary, providing incredible amplification to our mechs. His close combat skills are especially renowned. Even if those Knight Retainers fight too known, they won't gain much of an advantage. In fact, during the last battle, the team leader even took one of them down single-handedly. He gave Li Xian a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his tone lightening slightly. Who knows, this time you might just need to hang back and use the mech's cannons to clear out enemy firepower while the fight wraps up. The tension in Li Xin's body eased slightly, and he forced a faint smile. If that's the case, that would be great. However, the brief moment of levity in the operations room didn't last long. Meanwhile, the battle on the outskirts of the behemoth steelworks had already reached its peak. Near the forward base, artillery units were rapidly deploying heavy howitzers, unleashing a relentless barrage on the outer defenses of the Milda infantry brigade. Explosions roared one after another, filling the air with the acrid scent of smoke and scorched earth. The 6-hour-long artillery bombardment reduced the outer defenses of the behemoth steelworks to nothing but scorched rubble. The ruins were blasted into even smaller fragments, leaving the ground riddled with craters and scattered with smoldering debris. Yet, the actual impact of the bombardment was underwhelming. The sprawling network of underground tunnels provided the enemy with natural shelters, and beneath the surface rubble, well-concealed enemy soldiers could still be lying in wait. The primary purpose of the artillery barrage was less about inflicting casualties and more about clearing out traps and landmines laid by the enemy on the outskirts. As the final round of shelling subsided, the battlefield fell into an eerie calm, like the ominous lull before an even greater storm. Heavy firepower like this had limited effectiveness against the enemy, doing little more than further pulverizing the ruins into chaos. A grenade tears through the air with a piercing whistle before detonating, unleashing a wave of fire and shock. The entire area erupts into a fiery inferno. Moments later, buried anti-tank mines are triggered, setting off a chain reaction of explosions that ripple across the ground like a serpent of flames, consuming everything in its path. Shrapnel scatters like a deadly rain, slicing through the air, while the blast wave carries scorching heat outward, hurling steel and earth skyward. Li Xian sat steadily in the cockpit of his mech, his gaze fixed on the scene through long-range targeting systems. The fiery explosions reflected on his resolute face like a grand pyrotechnic display. He understood well that these anti-tank mines might pose a threat to armored vehicles and tanks, but against mechs, they were far less effective. Mines with smaller charges posed little danger to mechs, while larger charges were easily detected by the mech's advanced sensors, losing the element of surprise. For now, the mech units remained stationary, waiting for the coordinated assault with infantry and armored forces. Despite their formidable capabilities, mechs could still be vulnerable if surrounded by enemy forces. Moreover, the Lan II Expeditionary Force had only 23 mechs from Hung defense, each one invaluable and requiring careful deployment. On the front lines, a mixed armored battalion from Hung defense was already prepared to move out. As the vanguard of the offensive, their mission was to breach the outer defenses of the Beishi Ironworks. The mech units were tasked with providing critical fire support at decisive moments, targeting enemy strongholds with precision. The tank company was already in battle-ready formation, with rows of hunter tanks gleaming in the sunlight, their thick armor and gun barrels exuding a cold, metallic menace. These medium tanks were armed with a 120mm electromagnetic cannon as their primary weapon, complemented by a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. Li Xian had piloted these tanks before and was familiar with their devastating power. Even the enemy's dagger attendant-class mechs would struggle to withstand several direct hits without their void shields. Against standard enemy tanks, the main gun could punch through armor with a single shot, leaving no mercy. The Hung Defense Tank Company consisted of 3 standard hunter tanks and 1 command variant. 3 tank platoons, each with an additional command tank, formed a complete tank company of 13 tanks. As part of the mixed battalion, this tank company would work in tandem with 2 mechanized infantry companies, whose weapon of choice, the short-tailed rat infantry fighting vehicle, was another formidable asset on the battlefield. The short-tailed rat IFVs were equipped with a 20mm electromagnetic autocannon as their primary weapon and had armor capable of withstanding attacks from standard electromagnetic rifles and laser rifles, as well as providing decent protection against small-caliber rapid-fire weapons. These vehicles not only delivered fire support but also transported infantry, with each vehicle carrying up to 8 soldiers. Once at their designated positions, the troops could swiftly disembark to engage in ground combat. The entire mixed armored battalion comprised 13 hunter tanks, 20 short-tailed rat IFVs, and 160 elite mechanized infantry soldiers. Within Hung Defense, this was considered a well-equipped force, far surpassing the capabilities of the other 2 infantry battalions involved in the operation. These infantry battalions were structured with just 10 soldiers per squad, including a squad leader and deputy, and were noticeably underpowered in both manpower and equipment. From the current battle, it was clear that the combat readiness of the other 2 infantry battalions was far inferior. In terms of weaponry, each infantry squad is equipped with 5 to 7 riflemen, primarily armed with the versatile X-49 rifles that balance range and precision. Occasionally, 1 or 2 V-12 electromagnetic rifles are included to address more intense combat scenarios. The machine gun team, typically consisting of 1 to 2 members, carries the 12.5mm N6 general-purpose electromagnetic machine gun, which excels in suppressive fire. The anti-tank armor team plays a critical role, armed with L3 electromagnetic anti-armor cannons. With an 88mm caliber designed to pierce heavy armor, they may also be equipped with anti-tank missiles for added flexibility. Each squad includes a medic responsible for providing emergency battlefield care. 3 infantry squads form a platoon, led by a platoon leader who oversees overall command, while the deputy platoon leader assists in tactical decisions and shares leadership responsibilities. This structure ensures an efficient chain of command within the platoon. A platoon consists of 32 personnel, and 3 platoons together make up an infantry company. The company commander manages the entire company's combat operations, with the deputy commander focusing on tactical execution and routine training. The company headquarters includes 2 communication officers and 2 clerks, supported by a cooking unit to handle logistics. Altogether, an infantry company comprises 112 personnel. An infantry battalion consists of 3 companies, with a more complex headquarters structure. The battalion commander leads the entire unit, focusing on coordination and command, while the deputy commander handles tactical planning and training. The chief of staff is responsible for developing operational plans, intelligence analysis, and communication. The battalion staff comprises 3 to 5 personnel, including operations, logistics, and communication officers. Additionally, the battalion's direct support units include a security squad, a communication squad, and a reconnaissance squad, tasked with ensuring headquarters safety and intelligence gathering. Ideally, an infantry battalion has a total strength of around 375 personnel. However, due to prolonged combat attrition, the actual numbers have dwindled to approximately 300. Meanwhile, the deer hunter tanks had completed their formation, assembling into a compact wedge formation. The engines roared, their deafening sound reverberating through the air. Li Xian, piloting his mech, smoothly adjusted the control levers to follow Zhang Lu, positioning himself securely at the rear of the tank convoy. Through his headset, the tank company commander's voice came through with a clear command. Move out! Move out! With a thunderous rumble, all 13 deer hunter tanks surged forward simultaneously. Their heavy wheels spun, and the tracks bit into the terrain as they steadily gained speed. Even in the challenging environment of the behemoth steelworks, these tanks could reach an impressive speed of 70 kilometers per hour, kicking up clouds of dust as they advanced like steel dragons charging toward their target. Li Xian glanced down at the nearby short-tailed rat-armored personnel carriers. These wheeled vehicles had also roared to life, following closely behind the deer hunter tanks. Soon, Zhang Lao's voice came through his headset. We're moving out too. Without hesitation, the 3 mechs quickly fell into formation, sticking close to the armored personnel carriers as they advanced toward the behemoth steelworks. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian kept his hands steady on the controls, his eyes glowing faintly with psionic energy. Entering a state of psionic synchronization, the mech speed surged to 80 kilometers per hour, keeping pace effortlessly with the tanks and armored vehicles. In non-combat situations, the mech's energy distribution was more flexible, allowing it to fully utilize its speed advantage. However, during combat, More energy would be allocated to stabilization systems and weaponry, which could reduce its velocity. Li Zin's short sword squire mech began to run with heavy, resonant footsteps that left deep impressions on the ground. Despite its size, the mech moved with surprising agility, resembling a human in motion. Each stride covered 20 to 30 meters, with a slight spring-like grace. The mech's void shield remained constantly active, emitting faint ripples of energy across its surface, ready to intercept any incoming attacks from all directions. Their void shields were already activated, standing by to defend against potential threats from any angle. The six-barrel electromagnetic cannon mounted on the mech's left arm emitted a faint blue glow from its dark muzzle, while the adjacent 85mm plasma cannon remained silently charged, resembling a beast poised to strike. Deep beneath the behemoth steelworks, an illuminated underground room had been transformed into a temporary command center for the Milda auxiliary forces. In the center of the command room, a large holographic map representing a significant portion of the behemoth steelworks hovered in the air. Around it, a dozen tactical officers in combat uniforms moved swiftly, compiling reports and data streaming in from the front lines. On the holographic map, the projections of hunter tanks, short sword auxiliary mechs, and short-tailed armored personnel carriers were displayed with remarkable accuracy, closely matching their real-time positions on the battlefield. The hunter tanks had already advanced significantly, now halfway to their target at the steelworks. Standing before the map was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a commanding presence. His face was stern, and his furrowed brows exuded an air of authority. In his hand, he held a lightweight knight's sword, its tip tracing across the map to indicate the leading 13 hunter tanks. He was none other than Roy, the commanding officer of the 523rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade. It seems these corporate lackeys don't take us seriously at all, Roy remarked with a cold smile, his deep voice carrying an undeniable weight. Charging in so boldly, as if we don't exist? Let's teach them a lesson they won't forget. Yes, Commander. One of the tactical officers promptly responded, swiftly turning to the communication station to relay orders to the frontline units. Meanwhile, on the outer defensive perimeter of the behemoth steelworks, the elite infantry of Hingon Security had managed to seize a few minor outposts. However, the majority of the defensive line remained firmly under the control of the Milda auxiliary forces. The relentless barrage of heavy howitzer fire created deafening explosions, but failed to inflict significant damage on the defensive positions. Following Roy's command, soldiers in the frontline defensive positions sprang into action. Inside the ruins of a collapsed three-story building, an infantry anti-tank team had already taken their positions. An electromagnetic anti-tank cannon was maneuvered into place among the rubble, its energy pack connected and its barrel charging, as faint blue sparks danced along its surface. After all that shelling from these corporate dogs, it's finally our turn to hit back, chuckled an experienced soldier operating the targeting system, his tone laced with satisfaction. As he loaded armor-piercing rounds, his assistant glanced up with a grin. This time, we'll crack their armor wide open. In contrast to their light-hearted banter, rookies standing nearby appeared tense. Clutching his rifle tightly, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. While the seasoned soldiers had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death on the battlefield, the rookie's inexperience was evident. Nevertheless, in a defensive battle, even he could contribute. He simply needed to aim and pull the trigger when the enemy fell into his sights. Elsewhere, in Hingon Security's forward base, the atmosphere was equally intense. Lu Quan, alongside Hingon's commanding officer Ji Zhizhuan, was deeply engrossed in analyzing the battle and formulating their next tactical moves. Ji Zhizhuan, the commander of this mixed brigade under Hungan defense, was fully in charge of the assault on the behemoth steel plant. However, Lu Quan still held a higher level of authority than him. Standing before the holographic map, Ji Zhizhuan's sharp gaze swept over the distribution of tanks and armored units. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a finger slightly and gave a low command to the chief of staff beside him. The positioning is about right. Order the artillery units to deploy smoke shells, then follow up with a full round of bombardment. The chief of staff immediately nodded and relayed the orders through the communication system. Meanwhile, Ji Zhizhuan turned to Lu Quan, his expression serious. Director Lu, we'll need the mech units to take the lead this time. Once the bombardment concludes, I want the mechs to move ahead of the tanks and breach the outer defensive line, clearing out all enemy forces in the area. The tank and armored units will follow closely behind, ready to provide support at any moment. Lu Quan offered a faint smile, his eyes scanning the holographic map. After pointing out a few critical positions, he nodded. Understood. Soon, the orders from the rear command center reached all combat units. At the artillery positions near the forward operating base, soldiers moved swiftly, loading specialized smoke shells into their cannons. With a series of deafening booms, the shells soared into the air, tracing arcs before landing precisely on the outer defensive perimeter of the behemoth steel plant. Boom! The smoke shells exploded midair, releasing thick, black plumes that spread rapidly like a tide. The advancing forces of Hung and defense, as well as the tanks in the rear, were soon obscured by the dense smoke. These smoke screens not only blocked the enemy's line of sight, but also disrupted their radar systems. The defending soldiers at the steel plant's outer defenses were thrown into chaos, completely losing track of the attacking forces. Damn it, these corporate dogs are pulling this trick again. An old veteran operating the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon cursed, slapping the targeting equipment in frustration. Glaring at the smoke-filled battlefield ahead, he turned and shouted at two soldiers behind him, "Keep your eyes peeled. The moment you spot a tank, call me." "Yes, sir." The veteran and the rookies responded in unison. Despite their unease, they remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the front. Meanwhile, under the cover of the smoke, Lu Quan's voice came through the communication channels to the combat teams. "All teams, listen up. Mission update. Teams 4, 5, 6, and 7, prepare for an assault. Your targets are areas C-32, C-33, C-34, and C-35. Clear out all enemy forces and open a breach in the defensive line for the follow-up armored units." "Roger that," Zhang Lu replied crisply. Along with the other team leaders, he quickly confirmed the new orders, while the team members silently awaited further instructions. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Lu studied the situation on the holographic display. His gaze locked onto the direction where Li Xian was positioned, and his tone became low yet resolute. "Team, switch to combat stance 3. Begin the assault. 02, ready. 03, ready." The three mechs adjusted their postures almost simultaneously. Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs took the lead, with Li Xian's mech slightly behind. They maintained a flexible but stable formation, each mech separated by over 100 meters. "Attack." Zhang Lu's voice rang out again, calm and commanding. Li Xian took a deep breath, gripping the control sticks firmly as he immersed himself fully in piloting the mech. With a sharp command of activate, the mech launched forward, its massive mechanical legs propelling it toward the steel plant's outer defenses with astonishing speed. 03, this is your first real combat mission. Zhang Lu's voice came through the comms, carrying a mix of caution and encouragement. "Rely on your combat radar and psionics. Don't hesitate to eliminate any threats you encounter." 01, understood. Li Xian gritted his teeth as he replied, his eyes sharp with determination. Pressing down slightly on the control sticks, he pushed the mech to accelerate, surging toward the target zone. The massive machine, weighing tens of tons, thundered across the battlefield. Despite the extensive shock absorption and noise-dampening mechanisms built into the mech's feet, the sound of its charge remained deafening. In the background, heavy artillery roared to life, drowning out the mech's thunderous advance with ear-splitting explosions. Shells detonated across the enemy's front lines, filling the battlefield with black smoke and blinding flashes of fire. Within the chaos, Li Xian's short-sword attendant mech darted forward, cutting through the smoke like a predator on the hunt. Its left arm, equipped with a 6-barrel rotary cannon and an 85mm plasma gun, hummed with energy, glowing faintly like a coiled steel beast ready to strike. On the display screen before him, the red markers indicating enemy positions refreshed continuously. Gripping the control stick tightly, Li Xian felt cold sweat trickling down his palms. This was his first time on an actual battlefield, even in 2 lifetimes. Though he had often bragged about how thrilling combat must be, the reality was far more overwhelming. The searing heat from the explosions, the deafening roar of mechs, and the constant chatter of his comrades over the comms were suffocating. Ahead, Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs paved the way, maintaining a 100-meter gap between them. Yet Li Xian understood all too well this distance meant he would have to face part of the enemy's firepower on his own. As the artillery fire began to subside and the smoke started to clear, Zhang Lu's voice came through the comm channel, steady and composed. "Get ready. We're about to break out of the smoke cover." Thud. A heavy, resonant step echoed through the air as Li Xian's short-sword attendant mech moved forward, emerging from the black smoke. Its menacing steel frame loomed into view, catching the attention of the enemy's Milda infantry anti-tank unit. A young recruit among them froze, wide-eyed, as he pointed shakily in Li Xian's direction and shouted, "It's coming out." Nearby, a veteran operator reacted instinctively, activating the targeting system and locking onto Li Xian's mech. But just as he pressed the fire button, his expression twisted in frustration and fury. "Damn it, you idiot," he cursed, a mix of anger at the recruit's mistake and despair at the approaching enemy mech. Simultaneously, Li Xian's neural interface and the mech's combat radar blared in unison. "Enemy lock-on. Enemy lock-on." Instantly, 3 enemy positions flashed in his mind coordinates, marking a collapsed 3-story building, a mangled pile of steel debris, and a concealed fire point near a sewer entrance. Boom. The first shot fired from the 3-story building, a high-velocity armor-piercing round from an electromagnetic anti-tank cannon screamed through the air, heading straight for Li Xian. But at the critical moment, the short sword mech's void shield activated, forming a honeycomb-patterned barrier of crackling energy. The shell struck the shield, creating a ripple of light, but failed to penetrate. Inside the building, the veteran operator's heart sank, his face grim. He knew the void shield wasn't invincible, but breaching it required coordinated fire from multiple cannons. Now, with their position exposed, it was only a matter of time before the enemy mech retaliated. Abandoning his targeting device, he and another veteran turned and began retreating behind cover. But it was too late. Li Xion's dual military-grade neural chips had already completed their calculations in milliseconds. The short sword's left arm lifted, its six-barrel rotary cannon locking onto the target. A low hum built rapidly into a crescendo. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. A storm of 20mm rounds erupted from the spinning barrels, streaking through the air with crackling bursts of energy. The shells tore through the gaps in the building, obliterating the defensive position. Flames erupted as the sharp screech of metal being shredded mixed with the thunderous explosions, drowning out the veterans' desperate cries. Amid the fading smoke, Li Xion's mech pressed forward like a relentless, unfeeling hunter, cold and unstoppable. Li Xion didn't bother to check the aftermath. Instead, he swiftly turned the mech's weaponry toward a second target, hidden within another steel ruin. The mech moved with the precision of a hunting falcon, locking onto its prey. The six-barrel rotary cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrent of blazing bullets that tore through the rubble, erupting into a storm of fire and debris. Without missing a beat, Li Xion's gaze shifted to a third target, a concealed entrance to the sewer system buried deep within the wreckage. Knowing the cannon would be ineffective, he quickly switched weapons. The main plasma cannon began charging. With a sharp hiss, a searing bolt of plasma shot forward, accompanied by crackling lightning and sparks. The blinding energy struck the sewer entrance directly. Flames and electricity intertwined in a devastating explosion, collapsing the sewer into a massive crater. The entire sequence, from target acquisition to firing, was executed in under 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous explosions reverberated almost simultaneously. The already fragile 3-story structure crumbled into rubble, leaving no trace of the soldiers lying in ambush. The relentless barrage of electromagnetic rounds shredded everything in its path, reducing both rookies and veterans to nothing but a red mist. The steel ruins of the second target were blown apart, shards of metal and steel beams scattering like deadly shrapnel. Limbs clad in camouflage uniforms could be seen flung into the air. As for the third target, the soldiers within the sewer met an even grimmer fate. The plasma cannon's high-voltage energy tore through even the sturdiest armor, instantly stopping hearts. The ensuing explosion incinerated their bodies into charred remains, leaving the sewer system utterly destroyed. The counterattack was swift, decisive, and ruthlessly efficient. Li Xion executed the operation almost instinctively, without even a hint of hesitation or remorse. His mech's weapon systems gradually powered down, the rotary cannon's deafening roar fading into silence as the plasma cannon returned to standby mode. Taking a deep breath, Li Xion looked toward the distant battlefield, where a blood-red mist rose into the air. He sighed softly before moving the mech forward to continue the assault. This is war, he murmured to himself. A war where it's kill or be killed. Nearby, Zhang Lu observed Li Xion during a brief lull in the fighting. Watching his swift reactions and decisive strikes, Zhang Lu nodded silently, offering no comment. The 3 mechs pressed on, cutting through enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. The Milda soldiers, seeing the unstoppable advance of the mechs, were thrown into disarray. Those who could still move immediately fled in panic, fully aware that any attempt to resist would lead to only one outcome: death. Target detected. The voice of Li Xion's psychic AI chip rang in his mind, projecting a new directive. The target was a lone infantry sniper, roughly 200 to 300 meters away, who had yet to retreat. A sniper duel? Li Xion sneered. The Dagger Squire mech raised its left arm as the 85mm plasma cannon began to charge. A targeting reticle appeared in his vision, courtesy of the AI chip, locking onto the sniper's position with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss boom. The plasma cannon unleashed a devastating blast, engulfing the sniper's position in a wave of destructive energy. The surrounding walls disintegrated into dust under the intense heat and force of the impact. As for the sniper, Li Xion didn't even spare a glance. Now, I suppose you'd call him a former sniper or what's left of one. Practical experience truly is the best way to master something new. At this moment, Li Xion felt his control over the mecha had reached a new level. The Dagger Squire mecha moved like a phantom through the ruins. While the C-33 combat zone was not particularly expansive, it was more than sufficient for the 3 mechas operating within it. An efficient cleanup operation was underway, systematically dismantling every ground defense position. On Li Xion's mecha display, the figures of Hungan Defense's elite infantry began to appear. They had infiltrated this area the previous night, securing several defensive positions. Thanks to the friend-or-foe identification system, these soldiers were spared from the onslaught of Li Xion's autocannons and plasma guns. However, the unfortunate Milda Squire soldiers who were detected had no chance to escape, falling in an instant under the barrage of firepower. While the front lines were being cleared with intensity, Hungan Defense's tank battalion and armored infantry battalion advanced rapidly behind the smoke cover, their sights set on the behemoth steelworks. The Mecha units, which had initially penetrated deep into enemy lines, received orders to retreat and regroup with the tanks and armored vehicles. Despite the Mecha's formidable combat capabilities, Li Xian knew that venturing too deep alone was a death sentence. Even ordinary infantry, with sufficient heavy firepower and anti-tank electromagnetic cannons or concentrated artillery strikes, could overload a Mecha's void shield. If it came down to relying solely on armor, even a Mecha would struggle to withstand the devastating impact of armor-piercing rounds. As the forces reached the outer defenses of the behemoth steelworks, elite armored infantry disembarked swiftly from short-tail infantry fighting vehicles. Remaining highly vigilant, they quickly formed combat formations and established defensive positions in the 4 cleared zones, setting up overlapping fields of fire to prepare for the next phase of battle. However, this was merely the prelude to the fight. The vast surface area of the behemoth steelworks was divided into over 100 combat zones, and only 4 had been secured so far. The battles ahead were bound to be grueling. Even more daunting was the steelworks' intricate underground structure. Securing it entirely would undoubtedly come at a greater cost in lives and resources. Simultaneously, 2 motorized infantry battalions entered the battlefield as part of the follow-up forces. Their equipment was noticeably inferior, consisting of standard jeeps and trucks, with weaponry far less advanced than that of the frontline armored infantry. However, under the cover of smoke, they had yet to encounter any enemy resistance and successfully reached the steelworks, reinforcing the forces for the fights to come. Inside the Mecha cockpit, Jiang Lu's voice came through the comms. 03, how are you feeling? Li Xion's response was brief and resolute. 01, feeling good. His steady tone no longer carried the nervousness of a first battle. Instead, it exuded a sense of control. Keep it up. The fight has just begun, Jiang Lu encouraged. Understood, Li Xian replied, his gaze once again scanning the screen, his fighting spirit undiminished. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of the Milda Squire forces at the Behemoth Steelworks, the atmosphere was entirely different. The commander's expression was calm and indifferent, as if the captured positions and the lives lost in battle were of no concern to him. Who would have thought they'd deploy mechas right away? The motorized brigade's chief of staff growled through gritted teeth, his tone filled with resentment and frustration. The swift capture of 4 combat zones and the deaths of dozens of soldiers with no hope of counterattack had left them furious yet helpless. The soldiers were originally waiting for the tanks and armored vehicles to clear the way so they could strike hard. Unexpectedly, it was the enemy that struck hard instead. As soon as the battle broke out, the enemy launched a fierce attack, deploying mechs right away. The frontline soldiers barely had time to process the sudden assault when their commander, Colonel Luo Yi, calmly issued new orders. Tell the front to hold their ground. We'll take our time and play with their mechs. Let's see how much psionic energy they can afford to burn. His tone was casual, as if discussing a routine drill. Yet to the soldiers carrying out his orders, those few words signaled a trial by fire and blood. Behind every command from Luo Yi lay the cost of lives. Inside the Behemoth Steelworks, Hengan defense troops had already established a foothold in 4 operational zones, but the fight was far from over. Their mission was to expand their positions, inflict maximum casualties on the enemy, and seize more strategic locations. Infantry and armored units began advancing on both flanks, while mechs were assigned a supporting role, working in coordination with the ground forces. The infantry and armored units acted as bait and scouts, tasked with drawing out hidden enemies, while the mechs provided overwhelming firepower at critical moments. This strategy might seem cold and ruthless, but it's the harsh reality of war. Even without mechs, infantry and armored units would still have to risk their lives in search operations. With mech support, however, their chances of survival improved. To conserve psionic energy, the mechs operated on a rotation system. In the 5th Squad's trio of mechs, only one was deployed at a time to work with the infantry, while the other 2 remained on standby in the rear, following via manual controls rather than psionic connection. This setup allowed a single mech to handle smaller skirmishes at the front, while the others could quickly reinforce in the event of intense combat or high-value targets. At this moment, Li Xian was piloting his mech, steadily advancing behind the infantry unit. Not far ahead, the infantry squad was methodically spreading out, with 3 to 4 soldiers forming small combat groups spaced 20 to 30 meters apart. This formation minimized the risk of being wiped out in one strike, while maintaining adequate firepower coverage. At the front, a hunter armored vehicle led the way, followed by 3 agile short-tail armored vehicles providing flexible support. Together, the infantry and armored units moved in unison, creating a tight offensive and defensive network. Li Xian remained vigilant, scanning every corner of the surroundings from his cockpit. The hunter armored vehicle paved the way ahead, but the mech was deliberately kept out of the vanguard. The reason was simple. When a heavy weapon like a mech appears at the front lines, the enemy often chooses to go into hiding, turning into underground rats. In such cases, even if the entire steelworks were torn apart, it wouldn't truly diminish the enemy's combat strength. The mission wasn't just about occupying territory, it was about inflicting significant damage on the enemy's living forces. To take control here, it's not just about claiming ground, it's about crippling the enemy's ability to fight. Following the fight was an entire company, with the commander positioned towards the rear, overseeing pre-battle preparations. The deep rumble of tank engines reverberated through the ruins of the steel mill, while fire control radars continuously scanned every inch of the surrounding area. On the flank, an infantry combat squad swiftly maneuvered through the crumbled walls and slipped into a small pile of rubble. One of the assaulters deftly pulled out a grenade, armed it, and hurled it deep into the ruins with precision. A deafening explosion followed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The team immediately charged in with weapons raised, methodically clearing each corner. Only after confirming the area was temporarily secure did they begin setting up a makeshift defensive position. Although they had successfully seized the stronghold, every inch of progress came at the cost of significant time. Li Xian observed the battlefield coldly, silently lamenting how much slower the war was progressing than he had anticipated. The dramatic scenes he had seen in his past life on television, soldiers mowing down enemy lines with machine guns and obliterating defenses with overwhelming firepower, were far from the reality he now faced. Even with his powerful mecha, capable of instantly locking onto and annihilating targets with its autocannon or railgun, it still required the enemy to expose themselves first. The terrain of the Guansuo steel mill was intricate, and the urban combat environment was particularly lethal. The area had long been reduced to ruins by relentless bombardment. Yet no matter how much firepower was unleashed, it remained a wasteland. Only its shape would change. Every broken wall, every pile of collapsed steel and concrete, could conceal enemy forces. Li Xian understood that indiscriminate firing wouldn't effectively eliminate the enemy and would only waste precious resources. The infantry advanced cautiously through the rubble, their vigilance unwavering. Every move required the cover of nearby structures. Streets, alleyways, and even small debris piles could all harbor lurking foes. While soldiers of Hingon defense could be sacrificed, their deaths needed to have purpose. To ensure safety, reconnaissance ahead of any advance took upwards of 10 minutes, and clearing areas where enemies could be hiding demanded even more time. This pace was far slower than Li Xian had anticipated. Ahead, a foreman combat team dashed across the street. Before they could reach the other side, a barrel silently emerged from a distant pile of rubble, nearly 100 meters away. Rat-a-tat! A burst of bullets tore through the air, striking the soldiers with deadly precision. The leading infantryman was caught off guard, struck by the electromagnetic rounds. His upper body was shredded instantly, leaving him lifeless on the ground as blood pooled beneath him. The remaining 3 soldiers quickly scattered. One sprinted forward, risking everything to secure a better position, while the other 2 retreated to their previous cover. The team was immediately split in half. The squad leader, crouching low to avoid incoming fire, barked into his earpiece with a hoarse voice, requesting support. "We need armor support now." Not far away, the engine of a hunter tank roared to life. The steel beast surged forward like a predator, heading straight for the front line. Its 120mm railgun locked onto the enemy's firing position with precision. Boom! The shell was fired, striking its target with pinpoint accuracy. The resulting explosion obliterated the cover, sending shards of debris and dust scattering like fireworks. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the targeted area was empty. The enemy had already relocated after their initial attack. "Crafty bastards," Li Xian muttered, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. The urban combat environment provided the enemy with countless opportunities to hide. While infantry couldn't retreat far on foot, the labyrinth of ruins and potential underground tunnels made their movements both stealthy and difficult to track. Unless there's an underground passage, they can't have gone far. The hunter swiftly sprang into action. Its tread spun rapidly, closing in on the site of the recent explosion, beginning the search for the enemy's escape route. The hunter's treads crushed the charred ground beneath, emitting a dull crunching sound. The searchlight mounted on top of the vehicle swept across the ruins, illuminating every corner in stark detail. From behind, the short-tailed rats joined the operation, their autocannons unleashing indiscriminate fire under the commander's orders. Bullets rained down like a storm, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom boom boom! Shell casings poured to the ground like raindrops, and the windows, caves, and ruins around the battlefield were riddled with holes. Yet, despite the heavy firepower, no trace of the enemy was uncovered. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the lingering smoke from the explosions, a silence that bred unease. Under the cover of the hunter's armored vehicle, infantry soldiers quickly gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. Their movements were efficient, though tinged with a heavy solemnity. Blood smudged across their gloves as they placed the corpses into the rear of the vehicle. Even in death, the bodies could not be abandoned. Doing so would deal a devastating blow to morale. Standing a little further back, Li Xian's gaze lingered on the stark bloodstains, his expression complex. He let out a faint sigh, barely audible. War, especially modern warfare, had never been merciful. Even with powerful weapons like mechs, infantry remained the most vulnerable. The unit pressed forward, with Li Xian piloting his mech to follow the advancing infantry. He refrained from firing, but the sheer presence of the mech was enough to suppress any lurking enemy. His eyes scanned the battlefield as the mech's psychic core chip synchronized with its radar system. Suddenly, beneath his feet, he sensed something unusual. The anomaly was so faint it was almost imperceptible. No life signs appeared on the radar, yet the ruins below exuded a faint sense of discord. Li Xian halted his mech, his gaze sharpening. He maneuvered the mech closer, carefully analyzing the area. The psychic core's scan revealed an irregular pit concealed beneath the rubble. It was clearly a makeshift excavation, buried under layers of debris and reinforced concrete. Within the pit, an old soldier from the Milda Auxiliary Army lay curled up. He was draped in an expensive, specialized blanket designed to block electromagnetic signals and thermal imaging, even making psychic detection nearly ineffective. The soldier wore urban camouflage, but his bulletproof vest had long since ceased to serve its purpose in a battlefield like this. It was as good as paper. Holding his breath, he immersed himself in the darkness, listening intently to the heavy footsteps of the mech above. Despite his racing heartbeat, he maintained the composure characteristic of a veteran. He believed his camouflage methods were sufficient to deceive the enemy. After all, this area had already been bombarded by high-explosive tank shells. Who would think there was still someone hiding here? The mech stopped atop the rubble. Li Xian's fingers rested lightly on the control lever, his eyes narrowing. He had intended to move on, but his instincts urged him to pause. After a moment, he activated the mech's right-arm power halberd. The blade lit up with a faint blue disintegration field, its glow sharp and icy as a blade's edge. The halberd plunged downward, its blade piercing through bricks, steel, and concrete, skewering the ruins entirely. Inside the pit, the old soldier remained motionless, his body as rigid as stone. The faint blue blade hovered less than a meter above his head, the force field's vibrations subtly brushing against him. His eyes flickered slightly, but he dared not make the slightest move, fearing exposure. Li Xian withdrew the halberd, and the mech stood still once more. The soldier in the pit exhaled quietly, a smirk forming on his lips. So this is a mech? Nothing special, he thought to himself. Yet, his smugness lasted less than a second. In the next instant, a plasma cannon shot roared down the very hole the halberd had pierced. Boom. Above, infantry on both sides watched as Li Xian's mech continued its advance. The mech's left arm raised high, aimed at the ruins below, and unleashed a devastating plasma cannon shot. The searing energy tore through the air instantly, and the ruins erupted in a violent explosion, sending debris and dust surging outward like a tidal wave. The shockwave caused the ground to tremble faintly, and the deafening blast made the nearby infantry pause, all eyes fixed on the direction of Li Xian's mech. Li Xian, however, remained indifferent. Sitting in the cockpit, a faint smirk played on his lips, his gaze cold and detached. To him, such an attack was effortless. The mech's energy reserves were outrageously abundant. A single plasma cannon shot was a mere drop in the ocean. Besides, all resources were company-funded, so he had no reason to worry about depletion. Whether there were actually enemies hidden in the ruins didn't concern him. Better to eliminate a potential threat than leave any chance of survival. The mech advanced slowly, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The ruins were soon taken over by a combat team of infantry who quickly secured the area. One soldier knelt on one knee, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings while inspecting the ruins. The scene before him made him Powsey landscape utterly obliterated. Cracks in the ground had widened several times over, and bricks had been reduced to dust. Yet, amidst the destruction, he spotted faint traces of debris. A fragment of a rifle, buried quietly in the dirt. There really was someone in there, the soldier muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with shock and unease. What a horrible way to go. His squad leader, crouching behind cover nearby, glanced toward the mech and let out a cold laugh. Horrible? You call that horrible? That was quick and painless. They didn't even have time to feel it. Now, getting riddled with bullets from a rifle? That's what you call horrible. The soldier nodded in agreement, moving toward the cover with a complicated expression. You're right. At least it was over in an instant. If I had to choose, I'd want to go like that too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his helmet was smacked hard by his squad leader. You want to die? Huh? Fine. Keep dreaming about it. Me? I'd rather live and go back to find myself a few women. The soldier froze for a moment, then broke into a sheepish grin, rubbing his helmet awkwardly. Right. My bad. I want to live too and find a few women while I'm at it. But just as their banter filled the air, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced through the battlefield. Whoosh boom. A single anti-tank missile streaked through the air, trailing a blazing tail of fire, and slammed into the hunter tank. The explosion erupted in a blinding flash, sending flames shooting skyward. The tank's armor was pierced clean through, and the internal munitions detonated, blowing the turret dozens of meters into the air as if it had been violently ripped open. The blast wave hit like a gale, scattering dust and debris in every direction. Bang, bang, bang. Almost immediately, a torrent of gunfire rained down from the surrounding ruins. The short-tail armored vehicle began reversing rapidly, attempting to escape the barrage, but the relentless hail of bullets pursued it like the scythe of death. Ambush! We're under ambush. Requesting backup. The infantry shouted frantically, scrambling for cover and pressing themselves as low to the ground as possible. They fired wildly in the direction of the suspected enemy positions, but their shooting was more like desperate prayers. No one dared to expose themselves, knowing full well the price of doing so could be a single, merciless bullet. One armored infantryman, clad in a red Mark II semi-powered suit, had been advancing alongside the short-tail, providing coordinated support. But the sudden onslaught of concentrated fire left him with no time to react. The precision of the enemy's autocannon fire tore through his armor and body in an instant, the explosion scattering even the blood mist into the air. The battlefield was a chaotic inferno of fire and smoke, the ambush throwing the entire unit into disarray. The air was thick with the stench of death, as if an inevitable hunt had begun, with no way to escape its grasp. Xian, who had been following behind, activated his mech almost instantly. His dagger squire took a giant leap onto a pile of rubble, and the void shield was powered up to full capacity. The dagger squire mech charged forward like a ferocious beast, scattering debris underfoot. The heavy thuds of its steps echoed across the ruins. Xian's gaze sharpened, and the blue glow of the void shield surged around the mech like a flowing layer of armor. The six-barrel rotary cannon began to spin, emitting a deep, menacing hum. Skillfully maneuvering past retreating short-tail rats, Xian locked his eyes on the enemy formation ahead. The short-tail rats scrambled to avoid him, knowing that in the face of such concentrated firepower, anything that dared to stand its ground would be torn to shreds. Ahead, the enemy's firepower formed an impenetrable web. Infantry rifles spat fire, twin-barrel autocannons flashed with deadly bursts, and the thick barrels of tanks and armored vehicles loomed like the hands of death, silently targeting everything in sight. This counterattack was overwhelming, with 2 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, and over 100 infantry forming a steel tide. In the narrow confines of the ruined battlefield, the crossfire created a deadly net. Xian's mech suddenly leaped into the air, vaulting over an enemy armored vehicle. The 6-barrel rotary cannon locked onto its target midair. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cannon unleashed a storm of bullets, a fiery whip of steel lashing across the enemy lines. Inside one of the Milda Squire Corps' wheeled armored vehicles, a gunner, his eyes bloodshot, frantically adjusted his cannon to return fire on Xian. However, Xian's void shield was an impenetrable barrier. Infantry bullets, rapid-fire autocannon rounds, and even the electromagnetic shells from tanks were all deflected, creating dazzling ripples of energy. In contrast, Xian's 6-barrel rotary cannon mercilessly tore through the enemy's defenses. The fiery whip struck the fragile armor of an armored vehicle, its bullets piercing the hull and detonating the ammunition inside. A deafening explosion followed as the entire vehicle erupted into a fireball, scattering debris in every direction. Xian's fingers remained steady, his cannon continuing its deadly barrage as he targeted another armored vehicle. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed as the second vehicle disintegrated in flames. From the moment Xian activated his mech to the destruction of 2 armored vehicles, less than a minute had passed. Without pausing, he deftly maneuvered his mech to retreat, disappearing behind the towering ruins of a collapsed building. Enemy fire immediately converged on his position, with autocannon bursts and tank electromagnetic shells raining down. The void shield's energy levels plummeted, nearing the threshold of overload. Xian remained calm, adjusting his strategy and using the ruins for cover to begin precision shots. His accurate suppressive fire slowed the enemy's advance. As the void shield's energy levels gradually recovered, Xian allowed himself a brief moment to relax. However, his earpiece crackled with Jiang Lu's furious voice. 03, stop standing still and firing. Keep your mech moving. What are you, a stationary turret? Are you just going to stand there and let them shoot you? Xian froze for a moment, then realized his mistake. In the heat of battle, he had neglected the mech's greatest advantage: mobility. The enemy's wheeled armored vehicles had kept moving while firing, yet he had stood rooted to the spot like a stationary gun, wasting the void shield's energy. Cursing his own foolishness, Li Xian acknowledged that his rookie flaws had been laid bare on the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned sharp once more as he adjusted his tactics and prepared to engage in the kind of agile combat that truly defined a mech warrior. The roaring from Jiangluo's direction is still going strong. Is your power lance just for show? Charge in, pull out your lance, and show those enemy tanks what you're made of. Yes, 01. Li Xian responded firmly, his voice carrying a hint of fiery determination. He quickly glanced at the void shield that had just regained its energy, took a deep breath, and a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, over at the enemy position, the tank commander's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on the two smoking wrecks of armored vehicles at the edge of the battlefield. Damn it! He slammed his fist on the control panel, gritting his teeth as he growled, infantry can scatter and retreat. But for us with heavy equipment, running isn't that easy. A rapid string of calculations ran through his mind. Retreating would expose their position, and the speed of the mechs meant they could catch up in no time, leading to an even grimmer outcome. All units, listen up. He grabbed the communicator and bellowed, his voice hoarse with urgency. The mech on the other side is a rookie. He's treating his mech like a turret. When he shows himself again, focus fire. Throw everything we've got at him. No problem. Roger that. The comms channel buzzed with responses, each voice brimming with a dangerous eagerness. Meanwhile, the infantry unit sprang into action. Soldiers in each ambush point swiftly adjusted their weapons. Electromagnetic anti-tank cannons, heavy laser guns, and even anti-tank missiles were locked and loaded, ready to unleash a storm of firepower the moment Li Xian appeared. By now, Li Xian was completely in the zone. On his radar screen, the mechs of Jianglu and Feng Dai remained stationed in the distance, clearly showing no intention of stepping in to assist. Li Xian sneered, understanding that this was their deliberate way of giving him room to hone his skills. He took a deep breath, his psionic energy surging as his mech seemed to come alive, responding seamlessly to his every command. Boom! The seven-meter turtle mech roared to life, its sudden movement shaking the ground as Li Xian locked onto his targets. Enemy fire points highlighted one by one on his radar screen. His eyes narrowed as the front end of the 12-tube serrated ant rocket launcher, mounted on his right shoulder, began to open. Bang! 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 A rapid series of launches echoed through the air as 12 105mm rockets streaked out, trailing white smoke as they tore through the void shield's barrier, heading straight for the enemy's position. Though not precision-guided, the assistance of smart chips ensured that the rockets were more than accurate enough at such close range. Hit him. Focus fire. The enemy tank commander screamed into his comms, desperation in his voice. Almost immediately, the battlefield erupted with the deafening roar of weapons. Boom! The tank's main cannon thundered, its barrel spitting flames. Rat-a-tat! Rapid bursts erupted from the electromagnetic autocannons of the infantry fighting vehicles and the dual-barreled rapid-fire cannons of the soldiers. Whoosh! Anti-tank missiles streaked through the air, their fiery trails marking their deadly paths. Zap! Heavy laser beams sliced through the atmosphere. Dad-ada! Bullets from rifles and machine guns rained down like a relentless storm. But their target was no longer a stationary prey. Li Xin's mech surged forward at a blistering 60 km/h, closing the distance to the heart of the battlefield in mere seconds. The six-barrel electromagnetic rotary cannon mounted on his left arm spun to life, spitting fire in rapid bursts that resembled a searing, lashing whip of destruction aimed straight at the enemy's armored vehicles. The high-pitched whirring sound was like death's whisper, sending shivers down the spines of every enemy soldier. At the same time, the serrated ant rockets he had just launched found their marks. Explosions erupted across the enemy's position, flames and smoke engulfing their defenses as shrapnel and debris flew in all directions. The air was filled with chaos and screams of agony. Li Xian's mech, an unstoppable force of steel and fury, pressed forward relentlessly, crushing anything and anyone that dared stand in its path. With the enemy's counterattack in full swing, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Anti-tank missiles, tank shells, and laser cannons roared simultaneously, creating an overwhelming cacophony. The enemy's firepower was so intense it felt suffocating, yet most of their attacks missed their mark. They had locked onto the position of the mech when it launched its rockets, but Li Xian had already dashed away the moment his salvo was complete. Apart from a few anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and rapid-fire guns on armored vehicles that managed to track him, the rest of the enemy fire struck nothing but rubble. All they accomplished was further reducing the ruins to rubble. Meanwhile, the short-tailed rat infantry fighting vehicle finally broke free from the narrow confines it was trapped in, unleashing a torrential downpour of firepower. It provided cover for Li Xian while drawing the enemy's attention. Inside his mech, Adrenaline coursed through Li Xian's veins as he ignored the incessant warning alarms of his void shield taking hits. He weaved through the wreckage, his six-barrel autocannon firing relentlessly. The dense streaks of tracer rounds swept across the battlefield in tandem with the mech's movements. Even with the assistance of an advanced targeting chip, some shots missed their targets, but that didn't matter. His focus remained unwavering. When a second armored vehicle appeared in his sights, he fired without hesitation. The main plasma cannon discharged a lethal burst of energy in an instant. Sizzle! The plasma blast streaked across the battlefield like a meteor. Inside the vehicle, the commander and gunner stared helplessly at the incoming ball of destruction, terror frozen in their eyes. They attempted to evade, but the sluggish speed of the infantry fighting vehicle was no match for the plasma cannon's velocity. No. Please no. The commander's desperate scream was abruptly cut off by the deafening explosion. Boom. A thunderous detonation followed as the plasma cannon struck its target with pinpoint precision. The immense energy triggered a catastrophic chain reaction, causing the vehicle's internal ammunition to detonate. The wheeled armored vehicle was obliterated, torn apart into fiery fragments that scattered in all directions, lighting up the sky with a towering inferno. Elsewhere, the explosions from the sawtooth ant rockets had already neutralized 3 enemy firing positions and disabled one side of an armored vehicle's wheels, leaving it immobilized a sitting duck for the short-tailed rat vehicle, which now relentlessly hammered it with suppressive fire. Boom! Smoke and debris blanketed the battlefield as Li Xian piloted his mech through the dense cloud left by the rocket blasts, charging directly toward an enemy tank. Though he could have destroyed the tank outright with his plasma cannon, this time he opted for a more direct and intimidating approach. His mech closed in on the tank, reducing the distance between them to almost nothing. Inside the tank, the commander was pale with fear, shouting frantically, "Reverse! Reverse! Deploy countermeasures! Release smoke grenades now!" Bang! 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 The tank crew sprang into action, deploying every defensive measure at their disposal. Within moments, several smoke grenades were launched, their muffled detonations quickly enveloping the tank in a thick shroud of black smoke. As the smoke spread, the tension on the battlefield reached a breaking point. Li Xian's mech loomed in and out of the swirling haze, a shadowy figure resembling death itself, closing in step by step. Such concealment tactics might provide some defense against other tanks or infantry, but they are utterly ineffective against mechs. The mech piloted by Li Xian didn't rely solely on radar locks to target. Its psionic vision allowed it to clearly track the retreating tank's movements, rendering the smoke screen entirely futile. Die! Li Xian growled in the cockpit, his hands deftly maneuvering the mech's right arm. The power lance, glowing faintly with a blue energy field, swung down with fierce precision. The Tumterlong sharp blade sliced through the tank effortlessly, as if it were nothing more than a sheet of paper. The disintegration field added to the seamless destruction, making the process as smooth as a hot knife through butter. The tank was instantly cleaved in half. The gunner had no time to react before being diagonally bisected, blood spraying as his life was extinguished in an instant. The residual energy from the field brushed against the tank's ammunition rack, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. Boom! The deafening explosion roared through the battlefield, sending fire and debris skyward. Scorching shockwaves hurled the wreckage in all directions. None of the tank crew survived. The rear section of the tank was obliterated in the blast, blossoming into a fiery inferno that consumed everything nearby like a ravenous demon. Witnessing this horrific scene, the crew of another tank was gripped by despair. Emerging through the smoke, Li Xian's mech appeared like a harbinger of death, exuding a suffocating aura of dominance. They knew all too well that a close-range mech was a tank's worst nightmare. Its agility and void shield left them with no chance of victory. Without hesitation, they revved the tank's engine to full power, retreating rapidly in an attempt to put distance between them and the mech. Li Xian watched the fleeing tank coldly, the adrenaline-fueled thrill of destroying his enemies gradually giving way to calm determination. He chose not to pursue. Instead, he raised the mech's left arm, equipped with a plasma cannon. The weapon, already fully charged, locked onto the retreating tank's trajectory with pinpoint accuracy, guided by onboard targeting systems. With a sharp crackle and a burst of dazzling arcs and fire, the plasma cannon struck its target unerringly. The intense heat and electrical current pierced the tank's armor instantly, triggering a violent internal explosion. Boom! The tank's turret was blasted into the air, its wreckage scattering in all directions. Flames erupted from the gaping breaches, consuming the vehicle entirely. With that, the enemy's armored units were annihilated. Li Xian's mech turned slowly, its gaze shifting to the remaining enemy infantry still resisting in the distance. The 6-barrel electromagnetic rotary cannon on the mech's left arm began to spin, emitting a cold, mechanical hum. Fire erupted as the weapon unleashed precise bursts, systematically eliminating one enemy position after another. The opposing line crumbled rapidly under the mech's relentless assault. Some infantry dropped their weapons and fled in panic, while others, trapped by the terrain or driven mad with desperation, fought on with reckless abandon, resolved to die on the battlefield. But regardless of their state, their resistance was futile against Li Xian's overwhelming firepower. Rat-a-tat-ta. One by one, enemy positions fell silent, the cacophony of gunfire fading into a tense stillness. The only sound remaining was the low hum of the mech's rotary cannon, spinning idly, its ammunition reserves completely spent. 6,000 rounds had been exhausted in the intense battle, but further firepower was no longer necessary. The enemy's resistance had been all but obliterated. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian calmly issued a command through the comm system. "Old Lu, bring up more ammo for the cannon." "Roger that," came the crisp and efficient response from his support soldier, Old Lu, over the headset. Li Xian surveyed the current state of the battlefield once again. The short-tail rat IFVs, which had re-entered the fray earlier, had begun dispersing to systematically eliminate the enemy. The electromagnetic machine guns mounted on their turrets fired relentlessly, their precise projectiles carving searing trails through the air and pinning the enemy down. Meanwhile, the infantry that had previously been providing suppressive fire from the rear quickly advanced. Divided into small combat squads, they cautiously cleared out enemy forces hidden within the ruins of collapsed buildings. The battlefield was alive with the constant cacophony of gunfire and explosions, smoke billowing thickly and the air saturated with the acrid stench of gunpowder and scorched earth. Faced with such a complex combat environment, Li Xian furrowed his brow. While his mech boasted formidable firepower, its plasma cannon proved less effective against the expansive ruins. He maneuvered the mech to retreat toward a waiting tracked transport vehicle. The mech came to a steady halt beside the transport, and with practiced precision, Li Xian operated the system to eject the depleted ammunition pack from the mech's back. The support crew on the transport sprang into action, using mechanical arms to lift a fresh ammunition pack and secure it onto the mech's rear. The mechanical arms clanked and groaned as they worked, and with a final click, the reloading process was complete. With his mech fully rearmed, Li Xian felt a wave of reassurance. On the battlefield, the 6-barrel machine gun was a force to be reckoned with. Its electromagnetically accelerated rounds could pierce through virtually anything. Infantry fighting vehicles crumpled like paper under its firepower, and even tanks, if subjected to sustained barrages, would inevitably meet their end. As the mech's weapon system cycled with a series of crisp mechanical sounds, the support crew quickly loaded the discarded ammunition pack onto the transport, preparing it for restocking back at base. For Li Xian, the thrill of unleashing the mech's firepower was unmatched, but for the support crew, the grueling task of reloading ammunition even with mechanical assistance was a grueling ordeal akin to hell, requiring both time and effort. Li Xian piloted his mech forward, taking a brief pause behind a section of ruined buildings. The current mission primarily involved mopping up the remaining enemy infantry, a task that didn't necessitate the use of his mech's overwhelming firepower for the time being. The coordination between the short-tail rat IFVs and the infantry squads was overwhelmingly effective against enemy foot soldiers, while the enemy's armored vehicles were utterly powerless before the might of the mech. The technological disparity was glaringly obvious on the battlefield. Those antiquated armored vehicles were nothing more than scrap metal when faced with advanced mechs. Sitting in the cockpit, Li Zin's eyes scanned the battlefield. Against tanks or armored vehicles, his mech was nearly invincible unless subjected to concentrated fire. The enemy's fate, however, was starkly different. Their tanks and IFVs were being destroyed one after another, and the remaining infantry was systematically eliminated. The passage of time spares no one, but its harshness is felt most acutely by those left behind. Here on the battlefield, reality was far more brutal than any game. There was no need for balance. The strong crushed the weak, and that was the only rule. This battle had resulted in relatively light casualties for Li Xian's side. Only one hunter tank had been lost, and that was due to an ambush that had caught it off guard. Infantry casualties were present, but not severe. The enemy, on the other hand, had suffered devastating losses. 2 tanks, 5 IFVs, and over 100 infantry soldiers were completely wiped out. To Li Xian, the value of those enemy soldiers seemed negligible compared to the weapons they carried. This sentiment applied equally to both the soldiers of the Milda Auxiliary Army and those of Hingan Defense Forces. Even Li Xian himself was no exception. No matter how many times he might be sold, his worth would never come close to matching the value of the mech he piloted. The relentless march of progress crushes all who fall behind, offering neither mercy nor retreat. The light of the stars gradually faded. By now, it was the first night of Li Zin's deployment on the battlefield. Their front lines, compared to the progress made during the fierce battles that afternoon, had not advanced further but instead had been fortified at this location. The immense expanse of the behemoth steelworks was not something that could be conquered in a short period. Both sides understood this was a protracted war. It was even conceivable that beneath the steelworks, there might be a large number of enemy soldiers lying in wait, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. As night fell, after a day of combat, the soldiers received a brief respite. Some remained on high alert, while others retreated a short distance to a makeshift logistics base for some rest. Li Xin's mecha unit was also stationed at this base. The three mechas were arranged in a triangular formation, creating a defensive circle where they could rely on one another. Further out, support troops had set up simple perimeter defenses and security lines, with armored vehicles positioned around the area to ensure the mecha's safety. On the battlefield, nerves stretched taut cannot be maintained indefinitely. The soldiers understood the importance of resting when they could. Otherwise, they risked snapping under pressure like an overstretched bowstring. In the center of the base, the three mecha pilots sat around a makeshift campfire, which was ignited using an oil drum and scraps of material. The flickering flames illuminated their weary faces as they enjoyed their first proper meal of the Dia hot meal with meat. Compared to the energy paste they had consumed earlier in the day, this meal felt like a luxurious feast. The food had been brought in from a newly established supply depot at the rear, carrying with it a faint sense of comfort and warmth. Li Xian ate heartily, a bit of meat juice clinging to the corner of his mouth as he devoured the meal with gusto. Beside him, Feng Dai, chewing on his own food, asked, "So, how did it feel out there today?" Li Xian paused, putting down his food as he looked up and replied, "As expected, combat is nothing like training. In training, all you have to do is aim and fire. But in real combat, there's so much more to think about. Sometimes, when things heat up, it's easy to overlook the details." Feng Dai chuckled, giving Li Xian a pat on the shoulder. "That's normal for your first time on the battlefield. It's okay to feel nervous. But remember, dealing with infantry and armored units like today is just child's play. Our real challenge is the enemy's mecha units. The battle has only just begun, and who knows where those brutes are hiding. Better sharpen up your skills so you're not caught off guard when the time comes." "Yes, Funga." Li Xian nodded earnestly. Zhang Lu, still eating, spoke in a calm tone. "Finish up and get back to your mechas for rest. This is a war zone, don't let your guard down. Stay vigilant." "Yes, sir." Li Xian and Feng Dai replied in unison. Stretching lazily, Feng Dai joked, "Still, I doubt the enemy would launch a night raid on the first night, right?" Zhang Lu shot him a cold glance. "You're asking me? If I could decide when the enemy makes their move, do you think I'd still be sitting here?" With that, he stood up and climbed back into his mecha. Seeing this, Li Xian didn't linger either. Quietly, he got up and followed. In truth, if Zhang Lu and Feng Dai hadn't come down in the first place, Li Xian wouldn't have left his cockpit at all. Being outside felt far too exposed. If an enemy sniper was lurking in the distance, it could spell disaster. The cockpit of a mecha wasn't exactly spacious, nor was it particularly comfortable. Especially in Li Xin's class mecha, the Shortsword Squire, which was a smaller model. Most of its internal space was dedicated to equipment and ammunition storage. Even so, Li Xian knew that inside the mecha was still the safest place to be on the battlefield. He took one last glance at the campfire as its flames slowly died out, silently reminding himself that this was only the first day. The real battle was just beginning. How about the driver's comfort? Well, the driver has a seat, which is already quite a luxury. This is largely thanks to the involvement of psionics in the mech's operation. Without psionics, controlling such a massive machine would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of buttons and switches, along with rows of dashboards and screens. In that scenario, every inch of the cockpit would need to be utilized to its fullest extent, leaving the driver with barely any room to move. When Li Xian returned to the cockpit, the faint scent of dust still lingered in the air. His ears were quickly met with Zhang Lu's voice. "Nighttime requires vigilance as well. Each person will take 2 3-hour shifts. 03 will take the first shift, I'll take the second, and 02 will handle the third. Starting tomorrow, we'll rotate in this order." "Yes, sir." Li Xian and Feng Dai responded in unison, their voices crisp and firm, carrying the unmistakable tone of disciplined soldiers. Feng Dai leaned closer to Li Xian and reminded him in a low voice, "Even though auxiliary troops are already stationed for perimeter security, it's always better to be extra cautious on the battlefield." Li Xian nodded, his tone resolute. "Understood. Better safe than sorry." He was well aware that many wars had been lost due to a single soldier's carelessness or the complacency of an entire unit, triggering a chain reaction that led to total collapse. He was determined not to become a cautionary tale for others to reflect on. Though the watch duty seemed monotonous, piloting a mech didn't rely solely on visual observation. The mech's internal radar system was already in place, capable of detecting any approaching threats instantly. Compared to infantry soldiers, who had to stay alert with their eyes wide open and endure the physical strain, mech pilots clearly had a lighter burden. During his shift, Li Xian even utilized his neural chip to learn, rapidly absorbing knowledge related to mechs. He could feel the steady stream of information flowing into his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "I love learning." However, in the middle of the night, Li Xian was abruptly awakened. The howling sound of a sandstorm raged outside, and the fierce wind hurled sand against the mech's exterior, producing deep, resonant vibrations. Even the modified human settlements couldn't escape the impact of such harsh weather. The oppressive environment of Guansuo IV was a constant reminder of its hostility. Yet Li Xian quickly adjusted his mindset, closed his eyes again, and returned to rest. The first day of combat passed without the anticipated nighttime raid. In fact, the following days were unusually smooth as well. It seemed as though the enemy had lost their will to fight, launching only sporadic attacks. Sometimes, a sniper hidden in the shadows would fire a single shot before retreating swiftly. Other times, guerrilla-like infantry would fire a burst of bullets and flee without even checking if they'd hit their target. The deer hunter mechs leading the way were attacked daily either by anti-tank missiles or enemy electromagnetic cannons. Fortunately, infantry scouts paved the way ahead, or these expensive mechs would have been destroyed long ago. Yet in battles like these, it was always the infantry who suffered the heaviest losses. They were not only warriors tasked with eliminating enemies, but also bait, sacrificing their lives to expose enemy firepower. On the first day, the military deployed relatively elite armored infantry. But in the subsequent days, the front lines were increasingly manned by poorly equipped infantry units. These soldiers wore nothing more than bulletproof vests reinforced with additional plates, lacking even partial armor protection like the Hongyin II. Against conventional firearms, their gear offered some resistance, but when faced with electromagnetic rifles, their protection was virtually useless, easily penetrated with fatal precision. The brutality of the battles and the harsh environment made Li Xian acutely aware of the need to remain constantly vigilant. He could not allow even the slightest complacency to undermine his resolve. Infantry, more often than not, are treated as expendable. It's an unfortunate reality. Think about how expensive a single tank is, or even an armored infantry fighting vehicle. Sending them to clear the way on the battlefield is a huge risk. One wrong move, and a single electromagnetic shell could reduce these valuable assets to scrap metal. The fate of infantry was sealed from the very beginning. High-cost armored vehicles are undoubtedly powerful tools on the battlefield, but they come with immense risks. On such perilous grounds, a well-aimed electromagnetic shell can turn a priceless tank into useless debris. These armored units not only clear paths, but also provide fire support. If they're destroyed, the battle becomes even harder to fight. In contrast, the regular infantry deployed by Hengan Defense seems far more cost-effective, albeit lacking combat effectiveness. Li Xian observed these soldiers with a mix of disbelief and confusion. Their level of training made him wonder if he had somehow traveled back to the era of cold weapons. These so-called infantry units in an interstellar war resembled disorganized militia more than professional soldiers. By the campfire that night, Feng Dai seemed to read Li Xin's thoughts and initiated the conversation. "You think they're weak and pathetic, don't you?" Li Xian stayed silent for a moment before nodding and replying honestly, "They do seem that way. I thought the armored troops we saw earlier were bad enough, but these infantry soldiers are even worse." His mind wandered to memories of marching alongside veteran troops from the Lanta group. Those soldiers had left a deep impression on him not just because of their advanced equipment, but also their cold, ruthless efficiency. These infantrymen, however, were nothing like that. Li Xian understood that even those veterans weren't necessarily Lantu Biotech Group's elite forces, because true elites would never be assigned to a meat grinder like this battlefield. Feng Dai chuckled, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Ah, you're still so young. Do you think this is Lantu Group City? No, this is Hengan Defense's territory. These soldiers you're looking at? They're veterans. If they'd sent us a batch of fresh recruits who'd only trained for a month before being thrown into combat, you wouldn't even have the strength left to sigh." Li Xian let out a soft sigh, his gaze complicated as he looked at the busy soldiers in the distance. Veterans? If these could be called veterans, it spoke volumes about the brutality of this battlefield. Feng Dai's tone shifted, becoming somber and serious. In a meat grinder like Behemoth, even if you sent in elite infantry from a major corporation, do you think they'd fare any better? Li Xian shook his head, replying honestly, probably not. Urban warfare like this, with its complex environment, inevitably leads to heavy casualties. Even elite troops might perform slightly better, but those destined to die will still die. The terrain of the Behemoth steelworks was impossibly intricate, and the Milda servants hiding within were like venomous snakes. They excelled at dragging their enemies down to their level, where they could use their experience to eliminate them one by one. Li Xian understood that on this battlefield, any advantage could be swiftly neutralized, leaving only blood and death behind. Feng Dai continued, "Elite infantry can reduce casualties, but only to a limited extent. We've even cut back on using mechs, and you know why our enemies hit and run, and mechs can't keep up. In a war like this, the only thing we can rely on is throwing human lives into the grinder." He paused, his gaze distant, his tone carrying a hint of detachment. Another infantry regiment just arrived from the rear. Over 1,500 men. Hengan defense doesn't care about casualties. To them, those deaths are just cold, meaningless numbers. Li Zin's expression shifted slightly as Feng Dai added, "Do you know what it's like in those abandoned mining towns and cities? They're filled with idle men with nothing to do. Hengan defense has no trouble recruiting. Just offer a little incentive, and they'll have an endless supply of replacements." The atmosphere around the campfire grew unbearably heavy. Li Xian fell silent, lost in thought. He realized that on a battlefield like this, the fate of every soldier had already been written into the merciless rules of war. Such soldiers, with only a month or two of training under their belts, are then sent straight to the battlefield. What kind of performance can you really expect from them? 5,000 credits, that's all it takes to arm a man from the mining districts and send him to fight for Hengan defense for a month. Feng Dai spoke casually, as if recounting something utterly mundane. He toyed with an energy coin between his fingers, the metallic sheen glinting coldly under the dim light. Compensation? Not necessary. As long as they have enough to eat, that's enough. Guansuo IV, after all, is a place that lacks everything except people. His tone was calm, yet his words carried a chillingly harsh realism. Li Xian nodded silently. Feng Dai wasn't wrong. The 5,000 credits he mentioned were planetary credits, the common currency used by the ordinary residents of Guansuo IV. In contrast, employees of the Lanta Group or official members of the Mildanites used a higher-tier currency, energy coins. The exchange rate between the two was 1 energy coin to 1,000 planetary credits, an exchange that only worked one way. Energy coins could be converted to planetary credits, but not the other way around. When you think about it, just 5 energy coins were enough to buy the lives of those Hengan defense infantrymen for an entire month. And somehow, their fate seemed to be worth no more than that. Li Xian felt a tightness in his chest, a sudden realization that his own life wasn't all that different from theirs. The only real difference might be that his paycheck was slightly higher. At the moment, Li Zin's income was relatively decent, thanks to being stationed in a war zone. Yet even so, when he thought about his chip loan, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. With his current earnings, even if he didn't spend a single credit, it would take him 10 months to pay it off completely. This work-to-pay-off debt lifestyle felt like a cruel joke. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, a simmering resentment stirring within him. His gaze swept over the Hengan defense infantrymen, and a wave of pity washed over him. At least he had some semblance of hope for the future. But them? Their future seemed almost non-existent. Even if they managed to survive a meat grinder battlefield like Baishiamo, what awaited them was merely another, even more brutal fight. A phrase popped into Li Zin's mind. Life is but a journey. Death is the only destination. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the chip implanted in his brain blared an alert. Warning! Warning! Chaos contamination level rising. The chip's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. He watched in horror as his contamination level shot up from 13.6 to 21.3 in an instant. A chill ran down his spine. Stay calm. Stay calm, Li Xian muttered to himself, forcing his mind to go blank and trying to suppress the thought that had triggered the alert. He knew that dwelling on such negative ideas would only accelerate the chaos corruption. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the rising contamination level came to a halt. Even so, his face was pale, and a sheen of cold sweat covered his forehead. None of this escaped Feng Dai's notice. What's wrong? Shocked by reality? Feng Dai asked with a smirk, his expression laced with a knowing amusement. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian forced a smile and tried to appear nonchalant. A little, maybe, but I can handle it. Yet the turmoil inside him refused to subside. He understood all too well hadn't done anything, hadn't taken any action. It was just a single thought, and yet his contamination level had surged so dramatically. The previous drop in his contamination level had been thanks to a dose of psionic stimulant compound, which had temporarily boosted his Bodis metabolism. But now, just one stray thought had brought him to the brink of losing control. This was the insidious nature of chaos lurking in the depths of every thought, waiting to strike when least expected. Li Xian dared not dwell on it further, fearing he might trigger another wave of chaos contamination. He forced himself to shift his focus, engaging in idle chatter with Feng Dai. Listening to Feng Dai's exaggerated boasts and casual remarks, Li Xian tried to relax. The intensity of the recent battles seemed to have eased somewhat, to the point where even they no longer felt the constant tension of the first few days, when every meal was followed by immediate readiness drills in their mechs. Still, Li Xian knew better. This fleeting sense of calm was likely nothing more than the quiet before the storm. That night, even though Li Xian and his team had let their guard down, nothing dangerous occurred. The relentless overnight advance continued smoothly. The offensive of the Hengan Defense Army pressed forward like a steady tide, capturing one stronghold after another under their iron boots. However, The defense of the Milda Guard army seemed unusually lax, as if they had already abandoned their positions on the ground. This peculiar situation cast a shadow of doubt over the minds of the attacking forces' commanders. The Beishi Ironworks, a strategically significant stronghold, was not merely a target for occupation by the Hung and Defense Army, it was also key to weakening the enemy's active forces. Yet, the results so far were far from satisfactory. An enemy infantry brigade, along with reinforced battalion units, had suffered only around 600 casualties, falling well below expectations. The stark contrast between the intensity of the battle and the actual losses raised suspicions. Where, exactly, were the rest of the enemy forces hiding? The Hung and Defense Army had already seized nearly half of the surface area of the ironworks, but progress in the underground sections remained non-existent. Intelligence suggested that at least 4,000 enemy troops were still entrenched below an ominous ticking time bomb beneath the feet of the advancing forces. On the 10th day after entering the Beishi Ironworks, Li Xian and Feng Dai piloted their mechs, keeping guard behind the vanguard units. The intensity of the frontline clashes was gradually diminishing, and their mechs hadn't fired a single shot in 2 days. Li Xian maneuvered his mech slowly forward, passing through the ironworks foundry district. Once the core of the facility, this area had been fiercely contested. Yet its buildings and equipment remained largely intact due to their sturdy construction. Though long abandoned, these structures still provided excellent cover for enemy troops. The foundry district's complex terrain significantly slowed the army's advance. The towering buildings on either side formed natural barriers, restricting the movement of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Even after heavy artillery bombardment, the structures stood firm, their resilience comparable to that of permanent fortifications. Consequently, the casualty rate among the advancing forces in this area had risen by at least 20. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted ahead. Bullets rained down like a storm, instantly overwhelming an infantry squad. Among the fallen, one soldier was still alive, his anguished cries echoing in the air. Blood gushed from his wounds, and his severed limbs left him paralyzed by terror. Through his mech remote observation system, Li Xian witnessed the scene and shook his head slightly in the cockpit. He knew there was no chance of survival for the soldier. The area was completely exposed, and any attempt at rescue would be suicidal. These infantrymen were part of newly replenished units, whose combat effectiveness and discipline were far inferior to the armored infantry from the first day. Had it been the seasoned veterans in their place, perhaps 2 or 3 members of the squad might have survived. Li Xian silently gazed ahead, a growing unease stirring in his heart. This battle was far from as straightforward as it seemed. Rescue was futile. Some even considered shooting the soldier to end his suffering, but it was deemed inappropriate. They could only watch helplessly as the soldiers' cries of agony grew weaker and weaker until they finally faded into silence. The soldiers' faces darkened, but there was no time to mourn. Anger and sorrow intertwined as they all aimed their weapons in the direction of the enemy's last appearance and unleashed a storm of firepower. The autocannon of the short-tailed rat infantry fighting vehicle roared, spewing out a torrent of bullets that rained down on the target area. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed across the battlefield. A soldier steadied himself, hefting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder. With a trail of white smoke, the rocket shot through the air, heading straight for the enemy's hiding spot. Boom. The rocket hit its mark with precision, triggering a massive explosion. Flames engulfed the surrounding cover in an instant, twisting and shattering steel and concrete under the intense heat. The shockwave from the blast sent clouds of dust and debris soaring over 10 meters into the air. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the battlefield was left in smoldering silence, with only the scorched air and lingering heat of the explosions remaining. A few soldiers approached the fallen comrade. By now, he had succumbed to his injuries from severe blood loss. They stood silently for a moment before wordlessly turning away to continue the mission. Death had long since become a grim companion to them. Dying in a hellscape, like the Baixi steelworks, was all too common. The soldiers cautiously scanned the surroundings for any hidden enemy positions. Once the area was deemed secure, the unit moved forward. Ahead of them lay a sprawling warehouse district. The rooftops of the warehouses were heavily scarred from artillery bombardments, but the sturdy steel-reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. 3 massive rows of warehouses stretched across the battlefield, each building vast in size, standing like steel behemoths in the midst of the chaos. These warehouses had once been key strongholds for the defenders. The previous 2 brutal battles at the Baixi steelworks had centered around this very location. Now, the warehouse doors were shattered and mangled from earlier clashes, revealing dark, gaping interiors that seemed like monstrous mouths waiting to devour anyone who dared to approach. From the rear, heavy firepower began a new round of bombardments targeting the warehouse interiors. Boom, boom. The sustained 10-minute assault lit up the crumbling walls of the warehouses with fiery explosions. Yet inside, there was no movement, only an eerie silence, as if it were a lifeless void. When the artillery ceased, a foreman infantry squad received orders to advance and scout the warehouses. Kneeling behind cover, the squad scanned the area ahead with vigilance. A young soldier swallowed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead as he whispered, "They'll bet anything there are people hiding in there." An older veteran beside him appeared more composed. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag that deepened the wrinkles on his face under the faint glow of the ember. "You don't need to bet. If there aren't at least a few hundred in there, I'll give you my head to kick around like a ball," he said lightly. But his eyes betrayed a steely calm, the mark of seasoned experience. A terse order crackled through their earpieces. "Move in. Recon the warehouse." "Understood." The veteran exhaled a puff of smoke, quickly extinguished the butt, and narrowed his eyes. "Let's go. Stay sharp." The foreman's squad rose swiftly and moved across the open ground in front of the warehouses. It was a wide, 50-60-meter stretch of road without any cover, an unsettlingly exposed space. Their steps were quick yet deliberate, each one carefully muffled as though they were walking on a razor's edge. Behind them, the other soldiers held their breath, eyes locked on the warehouse entrance, weapons ready to fire at a moment's notice. The deer hunter artillery and the short-tailed rat vehicle stood still, their barrels trained on the depths of the warehouses. Jiang Lu's mech adjusted its stance, its six-barrel cannon leveled and ready to strike. The entire battlefield was steeped in a suffocating tension, like a taut string on the verge of snapping. Every step the foreman's squad took felt like a gamble with death, their hearts pounding as if they might burst from their chests. Yet they knew all too well this was just the tip of the iceberg in this relentless war. They swiftly crossed the wide, open central road and pressed themselves against the warehouse wall. The team leader made a quick hand signal. In the dead of night, the team members moved like phantoms, gliding silently toward the warehouse. The leader's gesture was concise and commanding, conveying a silent order. One soldier immediately darted toward the warehouse entrance, moving with the agility of a predator. He crouched down, unzipped his backpack, and pulled out several military-grade glow sticks. With a practiced twist, the glow sticks lit up brilliantly, their luminescence cutting through the darkness. He deftly tossed them into the warehouse. Clatter! The glow sticks hit the ground, their harsh light banishing the shadows inside. The warehouse was suddenly bathed in an unforgiving glare, revealing chaotic piles of equipment and heaps of rusted steel scattered haphazardly. The lead soldier peeked inside, his sharp eyes scanning every corner like a hawk. Once he confirmed there were no hidden threats, he signaled, "All clear," to the team behind him. The infantry unit filed in one by one, their movements synchronized and disciplined. They began a meticulous search of the warehouse, combing every inch of the space. Meanwhile, additional teams entered the surrounding warehouses to conduct similar sweeps. Outside, tanks and armored vehicles advanced slowly along the central road, their hulking metallic forms exuding a silent menace, ready to unleash firepower at a moment's notice. Among them, Jiang Lu's mech stood like a towering steel fortress, stationed near the wall of one warehouse, its sensors on high alert. The warehouses loomed over the scene, reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters. Even Jiang Lu's seven-turtle mech seemed diminutive in comparison, like a mere toy. The air was thick with the metallic tang of steel, an oppressive reminder of the industrial labyrinth they were navigating. Unbeknownst to them, in the rear sections of the warehouses, soldiers from the Milda retinue army had already established a hidden and formidable defensive line. Their ambush location was chosen with remarkable precision. Surrounding structures formed a natural fortress, and the warehouse itself concealed underground passages. These tunnels were large enough to accommodate tanks, armored vehicles, and even mechs, allowing them to infiltrate the warehouse's depths undetected. Within one of the warehouses, 5 mechs stood silently in wait. Compared to the Hengan defense, short-sword retinue mechs, these machines were sleeker and more lightweight, their armament notably sparse. 3 of them lacked any mounted cannons, while the remaining 2 were equipped only with basic 6-barrel electromagnetic cannons. These were the night retinue mechs of the Milda Knights. Inside the cockpit of one mech, the pilot sat with eyes closed, conserving energy as they awaited their prey. The warehouse's unique environment, combined with the cover of scrap metal and jamming devices, ensured their presence remained undetected. Suddenly, one pilot opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. He stared intently in the direction of approaching heavy footsteps, the unmistakable sound of Jiang Lu's short-sword retinue mech closing in. Soft lights flickered on inside the mech, and its systems hummed to life in silence. The pilot's lips curled into a cold smile as he muttered, "The fish has taken the bait. All units, prepare for combat." Another pilot, hearing this, let out a sinister chuckle, gripping the long-handled power battle axe in his hands. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he sneered, "Ha! My axe has been itching for some action." The 5 mechs shifted into position, 2 stationed in the center of the warehouse while the other 3 remained hidden in the back. Beyond this warehouse, in the neighboring ones, more soldiers lay in ambush, creating an invisible web designed to ensnare their unsuspecting foes. In the center of the warehouse, the concealed soldiers held their breath. They could faintly hear the approaching footsteps of the Hingon defense infantry, drawing closer and closer. Inside the cockpit of the mech, the commander roared like thunder, his voice shaking the battlefield. Attack! Show these corporate dogs what we're made of. Let them know who rules this land. Kill! His furious command echoed through the comms, igniting the fighting spirit of every soldier. The battlefield seemed to come alive as several night escort mechs sprang into action, their engines roaring. Massive steel shadows moved across the war zone like demons unleashed from the depths of hell. Open fire! Hidden infantry burst out from cover, unleashing a storm of bullets and artillery. The sharp cracks of gunfire and the booming of autocannons wove together into a deafening symphony of destruction. Bullets tore through the air, flashes of fire illuminated the battlefield, and explosions shook the very ground. On the warehouse roof, soldiers concealed beneath infrared camouflage nets revealed themselves, deploying machine guns and rapid-fire cannons from hidden recesses, raining down firepower on Hungan Defense's infantry. Enemy attack! Lao San's been hit. Hungan Defense soldiers shouted in panic, their cries of pain and alarm filling the air. Forget Lao San. Take cover now. Chaos erupted over the comms as desperate calls for backup and shouts of defiance overlapped. Enemy spotted. It's an ambush. Requesting immediate support. Meanwhile, the deer hunter tanks and short-tailed rat infantry fighting vehicles on the road had avoided direct attacks for the moment. However, the infantry around the warehouse were in dire straits. Smoke grenades were deployed one after another, blanketing the battlefield in thick clouds to obscure their movements. Boom, boom, boom. The deer hunters' railguns and the short-tailed rats' autocannons opened fire, blasting suspected enemy positions. The overlapping firepower turned the battlefield into a scene of apocalyptic chaos. Boom. Suddenly, Zhang Lu's mech surged forward, its power sword slicing through one side of the warehouse wall, leaving a massive breach. He maneuvered the six-barrel electromagnetic cannon into the interior, simultaneously locking onto targets with psionic energy and radar. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon roared, flooding the area with a torrent of firepower that nearly silenced the Milda retinue's defensive emplacements. Though it was uncertain whether all threats had been eliminated, the immediate danger in this section was temporarily subdued. But just as Zhang Lu thought the situation was under control, the walls on either side of the warehouse began to tremble violently. With a deafening crash, the pre-cut walls collapsed, sending steel, concrete, and debris flying in all directions. Two night escort mechs burst through the wreckage like feral beasts, charging straight at Zhang Lu's mech. Farther down at the end of the warehouse, three more night escort mechs emerged, forming a deadly encirclement. Zhang Lu's heart sank. The usually composed and steady commander felt a rare wave of tension. This was a major crisis. He quickly maneuvered his mech to retreat, firing both the plasma cannon on its left arm and the six-barrel electromagnetic cannon to suppress the two closest enemies. Retreat, retreat, retreat. His voice, uncharacteristically urgent and heavy, carried through the comms. Cover 01, roared Feng Dai, his mech finally springing to life. The six-barrel electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, creating a window for Zhang Lu to retreat. Meanwhile, Li Xian wasted no time, piloting his mech forward to secure a relatively open position for combat. His six-barrel cannon was leveled, and the plasma cannon fully charged. Kill! Li Xian's face flushed red with determination as he bellowed inside his cockpit. Pouring all his psionic energy into his mech, its power surged to the limit. The six-barrel cannon spat roaring streams of fire, and the plasma cannon discharged its devastating energy a split second later, targeting the enemy with pinpoint precision. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Such feeble attacks. Today will be your grave. The mocking voice of the enemy echoed from the cockpit, amplified through the speakers. The sharp, grating laughter pierced through the air like a blade, jarring to the ears. At the forefront, one of the night squires surged forward with incredible speed, easily surpassing the dagger attendants. Its void shield boasted superior defensive capabilities. On its left arm, a massive armored shield gleamed with a metallic luster, while behind the shield, a deflection field generator emitted faint energy ripples, forming an invisible barrier. This barrier distorted the trajectory of most ranged attacks, causing them to miss their mark. Electromagnetic cannon rounds, in particular, were rendered ineffective, helplessly veering off into the void. Weaklings! The night squire's pilot bellowed arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt for his enemies. But his smugness lasted only a few seconds. Zhang Lu, calm and composed, expertly maneuvered the dagger attendant. With precision, he fired a charged plasma cannon shot aimed at the weak spot of the deflection field edge of the armored shield. The high-energy current surged across the shield, causing the deflection field generator to emit a harsh crackling sound before releasing a plume of smoke. Without the protection of the deflection field, the alloy shield was quickly reduced to rubble under the onslaught of the autocannon fire. From the rear, Li Xion's eyes burned with intensity. His lips pressed tightly together as adrenaline coursed through his veins like molten lava. He decisively operated his dagger attendant, unlocking the twin 12-barrel rocket launchers mounted on its shoulders. The sound of the mechanical release was crisp and distinct. Boom, 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 boom. 24 105mm jagged ant rockets roared through the air, leaving blazing trails as they streaked toward the Night Squire. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated through the narrow corridor. Flames erupted violently, their heat waves slamming against the metal walls, while shrapnel flew in all directions. The inferno danced like a demon, transforming the passageway into a fiery hellscape. Li Xion's expression hardened as he swiftly ejected the now empty rocket launchers, discarding them without hesitation. Reload, he commanded coldly. A support unit driving a tracked supply vehicle braved the chaos, maneuvering to Li Xion's position. Its mechanical arms worked with precision and speed, attaching 2 fresh jagged ant rocket launchers to the dagger attendant. Meanwhile, 3 other support vehicles flanked the area, their mounted electromagnetic cannons firing relentlessly into the heart of the flames, unleashing a relentless barrage of ammunition. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu quickly pivoted and accelerated the dagger attendant, attempting to escape the battlefield. But just as he turned, an enraged electronic roar erupted from within the fading inferno. "Where do you think you're going?" A towering steel colossus emerged from the lingering flames, its molten armor glowing red-hot, like a war deity rising from the depths of hell. Another Squire Knight mech was charging toward Jiang Lu's mech at a much faster speed, while the previous one had retreated to a defensive position in the rear. Jiang Lu's mech stood solitary in the center of the battlefield like a lone wolf. The aftershocks of nearby explosions still lingered, and the air was thick with smoke. The surface of his mech was scorched with burn marks from the blasts, but his gaze remained calm and cold. Through the screen in his cockpit, he fixed his eyes on the Squire Knight mech holding its position at the back. Its void shield was overloaded, meaning it would take at least 10 minutes to reboot its defensive system. 10 minutes enough to determine the outcome of this battle. "It's not retreating?" Li Xion murmured softly over the communication channel, a hint of unease in his voice. He had expected that mech to fall back and wait for reinforcements, but the reality was the exact opposite. It charged forward without hesitation, joining the other Squire Knight mech in an attempt to surround them. This guy's insane. Li Xion felt a chill run down his spine, the aggressive tactics making his scalp tingle. Just then, Feng Dai's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. "Retreat, retreat, retreat. 5 Squire Knights, we can't take them. Forget the infantry, fall back now." There was a trace of panic in Feng Dai's voice, clearly shaken by the enemy's relentless and fearless approach. However, Jiang Lu's voice cut sharply into the channel the next moment. "We can't retreat. We want to outrun all 5 of them. Take out the 2 in front first to us still have a chance to win." Jiang Lu's tone was steady and resolute, like a hammer shattering the doubts in Li Xin's heart. His mech had already surged forward, emerging from the narrow passage between 2 towering warehouses to block the charging enemy. Seeing this, Feng Dai took a deep breath and drew his power sword, rushing to follow. With a roar, he shouted, "Perfect spot. Today, we'll fight like legends right here." Li Xion scanned the battlefield and realized Jiang Lu had indeed chosen an excellent defensive position. The narrow passage between the warehouses limited the number of enemy mechs that could engage at once, while also constraining their movement in close combat. Even if the 3 remaining enemy mechs arrived as reinforcements, they would be bottlenecked at the rear. However, the opposing commander was no fool. As soon as he noticed the shift in their tactics, mocking laughter echoed from his cockpit. "Look at that! The bugs aren't running anymore. Get to the rooftops, go around them, and tear those 3 apart." The 3 Squire Knight reinforcements quickly adjusted their strategy, using their power swords to carve footholds into the steel walls of the warehouses and leaping onto the rooftops to flank Jiang Lu and his team. Watching this, Li Xion felt a wave of dread wash over him, and he couldn't stop himself from grumbling internally, why can't the enemy just be brainless for once? Of course, their commander had to come equipped with a brain. A sharp screech of metal rang out as Jiang Lu's mech clashed with the first Squire Knight. Their power swords collided violently, sparks flying and arcs of electricity dancing along the blades. Jiang Lu's skill was as formidable as Feng Dai had claimed, his movements swift and precise, pressing the enemy mech into a defensive stance almost immediately. But Li Xion knew this advantage wouldn't last long. The 3 mechs on the rooftops would reach them in no more than 30 seconds, and when they did, the tide of the battle would irreversibly turn. His palms were clammy with sweat. He was all too aware of his own subpar performance in close combat. Calling it a disaster would have been generous. Feng Dai had already entered the fray, Fighting side by side with Jiang Lu together, they temporarily gained the upper hand, suppressing the two enemy mechs in a tuntuo skirmish. But then, Jiang Lao's voice suddenly came through the earpiece, firm and commanding. Retreat. 03, fall back. 02, retreat if you see an opening. They'll hold them off. Jiang Lao's tone was steady as ever, but Li Xian could detect the faint undercurrent of anger. Retreat? Li Xian could hardly believe what he was hearing. His fingers froze over the controls, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. For a moment, he truly hesitated. It was less than 30 seconds before the three enemy mechs at the rear would arrive on the battlefield. Li Xian stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene with a complicated expression. If he turned and fled now, his advantageous position gave him a high probability of escaping unscathed. 30 seconds was more than enough time to widen the distance between himself and the enemy. The Knight Squires lacked ranged attack capabilities and would likely be forced to watch helplessly as he disappeared. Besides, the enemy was far more likely to focus their firepower on taking down Jiang Lu and Feng Dai rather than splitting their forces to pursue him. The odds of escape were as high as 80%. Logic told Li Xian that he should seize this opportunity and retreat to the defensive stronghold at the rear, where safety was almost guaranteed. On a battlefield like this, even mechs equipped with void shields could barely withstand concentrated firepower. Once the shield was shattered, the mech's armor was little more than a fragile shell, only slightly tougher than that of a tank. Jiang Lao's voice came through the communication channel. Retreat, now. His tone was cold and commanding, leaving no room for argument. The moment Li Xian heard it, his legs instinctively prepared to move, but his steps faltered midair. He clenched his jaw, cold sweat dripping from his brow. Running was the easy choice, but he knew all too well that this ease would come at an unbearable cost. He could escape this time, but what about the next? If Jiang Lu and Feng Dai perished here, and he, a rookie, managed to return alive, he would be shunned and ostracized. No one would accept a coward who abandoned his teammates. And with his mediocre long-range skills and abysmal close combat abilities, there was no way he could survive the battles to come. Memories surfaced in his mind. Jiang Lu, despite his perpetually grim expression and the fact that he had extorted 2 bottles of Type 5 psionic compound medicine from him, had taught him so much and genuinely treated him as a teammate. If Li Xian chose to run now, no one on this battlefield would ever see him as a comrade again. His fists tightened, the weight of the decision nearly suffocating him. Fleeing was a natural instinct for survival. Staying was the final stand for his beliefs. At that moment, it wasn't just Li Xian wrestling with his choices. Feng Dai was hesitating too. He knew better than anyone else that the odds were stacked against them. It was almost certain death. Although he and Li Xian got along well normally, that very familiarity made him painfully aware of how poor Li Xin's combat skills were. If a rookie like Li Xian fled, leaving only the 2 of them to face 5 Knight Squires, there was no chance of victory. Almost instinctively, Feng Dai turned to look at Li Xian, expecting to see his retreating figure in the distance, something that would justify Feng Dai's own decision to fall back. After all, the desire to survive was only human, while standing one's ground until the bitter end was the choice of heroes. But when his eyes landed on Li Xian, he froze. Li Xian hadn't turned to flee. He was still there, standing firm, holding his mech's cannon and calmly reloading its rocket pods. What Feng Dai's psionic senses perceived wasn't the back of a deserter, but the presence of a warrior who had chosen to stay. In that moment, the smoke and blood of the battlefield ignited a fire within Li Xin's heart. He had made his choice. He chose to be a hero. Give me 30 seconds. I'll show you a miracle. Li Xian's voice echoed through the cockpits of Feng Dai and Jiang Lu's mechas. At this moment, he still had the audacity to crack a joke. The 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon on the Shortsword Squire Mecha has a theoretical maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. While real-world battlefield conditions rarely allow for such a rate, 30 seconds would still yield at least 2,000 rounds. Li Xian hadn't retreated. One of his shoulders had been re-equipped with a serrated ant rocket pod, while the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon on his left arm spewed a fiery barrage. The hail of bullets surged toward the 2 knight attendant mechas, focusing especially on the one whose void shield had already overloaded. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The fiery tongues of the cannon blazed forth, accompanied by a deafening roar. The 20mm electromagnetic cannon fired shells, loaded with alternating high-explosive and armor-piercing rounds. A single shot might not penetrate the knight attendant's armor, even without the void shield, but Li Xian wasn't aiming for a one-hit kill. His gaze was ice-cold, and with the assistance of 2 military-grade chips, he controlled his shooting with precision. He concentrated his fire on the leg joints of the mecha without the void shield, an area far weaker compared to the thick chest armor. Weak attacks. Are you trying to tickle me? The mocking voice of a knight attendant pilot came through the communication channel, dripping with disdain. However, they weren't as composed as they pretended to be. Zhang Lao's melee assaults kept them on edge, while Feng Da's ranged firepower continued to suppress them. Even so, they attempted to rattle Li Xin's focus with taunts, knowing that even a momentary lapse could be advantageous. But Li Xian remained unshaken, his hands moving with greater decisiveness. He knew that reloading a 12-round serrated ant rocket pod in such a short time was already pushing the limit. There was no chance to load a second one. Without hesitation, he drove the power lance on his right arm into the ground, freeing up the mechanical arm to grab another rocket pod. With a swift motion, he hurled it toward the feet of the enemy mecha. Who says serrated ant rockets have to be launched to explode? Li Xian sneered, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. At the same time, other units on the battlefield concentrated their fire on the night attendants. The machine guns of the short-tailed rat armored vehicles and the heavy shells of the deer hunter cannons roared continuously. Though this left the infantry without fire support and in a precarious position, everyone understood that if the mechas fell, their own fates would be sealed as well. Step back a few paces. Li Xian's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's ears. Their eyes quickly locked onto the rocket pod lying beneath the feet of the night attendants, instantly grasping his plan. Nice move, Feng Dai shouted, pulling his mecha swiftly back. Boom, boom boom boom. The rocket pod detonated, unleashing a violent explosion that sent debris and flames flying. The ground trembled from the force. Seizing the moment, Li Xin's mecha surged closer to the battlefield. The rocket pod on his shoulder locked onto its target, unleashing a stream of 105 serrated ant rockets trailing white smoke toward the void shieldless night attendant. Damn it! The enemy pilot's curse was drowned out by the deafening explosions. At that moment, the tide of the battle began to shift. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the narrow passage, as flames roared like wild beasts, engulfing the knight's retainers ahead. 12 jagged ant rockets shot forward with a piercing whistle, tearing through the air toward their target. These rockets, powerful enough to effortlessly pierce the armor of a hunter tank, unleashed their full destructive potential in unison. Without hesitation, Li Xian launched another 12 rockets, raining destruction upon the front. The rocket nest beneath the knight's retainers, still loaded with unused ammunition, was set ablaze. In an instant, the resulting chain reaction erupted like a furious tidal wave of fire, consuming the confined space entirely. The shockwaves, laced with flames and debris, rampaged through the corridor, compressing the space as if it were a pressurized chamber, making even the air tremble. Standing at the rear, Li Xian's eyes burned with intensity, his face alight with an unusual excitement. Art. This is the art of explosions, he declared, his voice low but brimming with uncontainable fervor. Even in this interstellar age, with advanced weaponry constantly evolving, the jagged ant rocket's innovative chemical propellant still packed a devastating punch. At the front, Feng Dai had already taken several steps back, trying to avoid the blast radius, while Jiang Lu moved in the opposite direction. Determined to pin down the enemy, he edged dangerously close to the epicenter of the explosion. The void shield of his short sword retainer flickered like a fragile light bulb, each flash signaling the impact of another shockwave or shrapnel strike. Damn it! Damn it all! A furious roar emerged from within the fiery haze and smoke where the knight's retainers stood, but the voice was swiftly drowned out by another thunderous explosion. Jiang Lu's void shield, pushed to its limits, finally overloaded and failed, leaving him completely vulnerable. Just like the previous knight's retainer, his shield would require at least 10 minutes to reboot. Li Xian, however, showed no trace of fear. Instead, his exhilaration only grew. His earpiece crackled with Feng Dai's impassioned shout, "Well done! Keep blasting! Kill them all!" The voice was charged with an unrelenting battle spirit, igniting a surge of adrenaline. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai charged into the epicenter of the destruction. Meanwhile, Li Xian used his psionic abilities to quickly assess the aftermath of the explosion. The scene brought him a sigh of relief. Although several rockets had been intercepted by the void shield of the first knight's retainer, the remaining projectiles found their mark with unerring precision. Combined with the chain reaction from the ignited rocket nest below, the confined space left no room for escape. The knight's retainer without a void shield was directly pierced by the rockets, its internal systems detonating in a deafening blast. The mech collapsed like a heap of scrap metal. The other retainer, though equipped with a void shield, suffered a similar fate. Its shield shattered completely, leaving it incapacitated. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, turning a 5-against-3 standoff into a 4-against-3 advantage. The hunter tank on the Xian's side seized the opportunity, locking onto the now exposed knight's retainer with a 120mm electromagnetic armor-piercing round. With a thunderous boom, the round struck its target. Yet, reality fell short of expectations. The heavily reinforced armor of the knight's retainer absorbed the devastating hit, standing tall despite the impact. However, the knight squire, now left without his comrades, found himself struggling to hold his ground in a Tugagenstone situation. Li Xian piloted his mech swiftly toward the battlefield, the barrels of his 6 electromagnetic cannons spitting fire as they relentlessly suppressed the Night Squire, whose void shield was now gone. Each electromagnetic round struck with precision, sending sparks flying from the enemy's armor and forcing the mech to stagger backward. Yet, just as Li Xian closed in on his target, a small white light suddenly shot out from the wreckage of the destroyed Night Squire mech nearby. The light moved with staggering speed, so fast it was nearly impossible to react. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the cockpit of Li Xian's mech and surged straight into his body. Li Xian felt a sudden heat in his chest, followed by a sharp, grating electronic voice ringing in his ears. Unknown psionic signal detected. Decoding psionic signal. The alarm from his psionic chip snapped Li Xian out of his brief shock, his heart tightening with unease. What the hell is this thing? He muttered. But the intensity of the battle left no time for reflection. He quickly refocused, gripping his power halberd with his left hand, while firing another plasma cannon shot at the enemy squire with his right. Boom! The plasma beam struck its mark, the explosion forcing the enemy mech to stagger several steps back. However, its formidable external armor absorbed the impact, allowing it to quickly regain balance. At that moment, Zhang Lu's voice came through the communication channel, urgent yet composed. Fall back. Get out of the warehouse. 3 more enemy mechs are closing and we can't hold them here. Li Xian's eyes narrowed at the news. Though he had intended to press the attack further, the warning of incoming reinforcements prompted him to make a decisive retreat. He maneuvered his mech backward, while Zhang Lu and Feng Dai also began pulling out of the central corridor of the warehouse. Above them, the heavy clang of metal echoed as 3 fully intact enemy mechs advanced from the upper levels of the warehouse. The reinforced ceiling, designed to withstand heavy artillery, easily supported the weight of these massive machines. Just as Li Xian and his team exited the corridor, a thunderous crash shook the ground as the 3 Night Squires leapt down from either side. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 maternal mechs landed with crushing force from a height of 40 to 50 meters, shattering the concrete floor beneath them into craters, their immense weight and threat evident. The lead Night Squire emitted a cold, disdainful electronic voice dripping with malice. Pathetic. It was clear the pilot was furious at the earlier failure of their comrades. Then, its voice rose, sharp and seething with fury. Even if he was useless, you had no right to kill him. Today, I will tear you all apart. Kill them. At the command, all 3 Night Squires charged simultaneously. The leading mech wielded a long-handled power battle axe with overwhelming momentum, while the other 2 brandished a power sword and a power spear, advancing menacingly toward Li Xian and his team. The distance between the opposing sides was no more than 50 or 60 meters, practically point-blank range for these colossal machines. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian gripped the control sticks tightly, his mech's engine roaring as he prepared to meet the oncoming assault. Clang! Screech! The clash of power weapons filled the air with deafening metallic screeches, and the energy field surrounding the weapons unleashed dazzling sparks of electromagnetic energy upon impact, creating a storm of light and sound. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with fire and destruction spreading in all directions. 03. Hold your ground. I've called for reinforcements. Zhang Lu's voice came through again, this time tinged with urgency. He was most concerned about Li Xian's position, as the latter was now surrounded by the 3 Night Squires, facing a perilous fight. Zhang Lu knew that as long as Li Xian could hold on, the 3 of them might be able to stabilize the situation until reinforcements arrived. But if Li Xian fell, they would be left in a disastrous 4-against-2 scenario, with catastrophic consequences. Despite the disorienting signals from the psionic chip, Li Xian gritted his teeth and held firm. His voice was resolute as he responded. "I'll hold the line." Li Xian was maneuvering his mech in a fierce battle against the enemy when the sudden transmission from the psionic military chip 0 caught his attention. A quick glance out of the corner of his eye revealed 5 options, flashing before him amidst the chaotic battlefield and the deafening roar of clashing mechs. 1. D2 level long-range shooting techniques 45. 2. D4 level general piloting techniques 47. 3. D4 level Milda general knowledge 52. 4. D4 level general melee piloting techniques 41. 5. Bedroom skills 78. Damn it. What kind of ridiculous options are these at a time like this? Li Xian cursed under his breath. Yet, in the next moment, the enemy Night Squire's powered sword was already dangerously close, forcing him to make a quick decision. Melee combat had always been his weakest point, and in this situation, there was no room for hesitation. Select the 4th option. Li Xian commanded decisively. Downloading D4 level Milda Night Squire melee piloting techniques 41. As the chip's notification sounded, Li Xian felt an overwhelming influx of melee combat techniques flooding into his mind. The information seamlessly integrated into his consciousness, as if he had been born with these skills. At the same time, the chip's defined melee combat proficiency level began to skyrocket. D1 level short sword squire piloting techniques 565799. D2 level short sword squire melee piloting techniques 12. The rapid progression left Li Xian momentarily stunned. Previously, relying on 2 chips and his own hard work, he had spent over 20 days pushing his melee skills to 50 of the D1 level. The progress had slowed significantly as he advanced, with recent daily improvements amounting to only a meager 23. Yet now, in just a few seconds, his melee proficiency had jumped an entire level. This is insane. Li Xian tightened his grip on the control stick, a faint smile tugging at his lips as a glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. Trash like you. They'll rip you apart. The enemy knight's squire roared, his powered sword slicing through the air toward Li Xian. The electronic growl of his voice echoed across the battlefield. Li Xian quickly suppressed the surge of excitement in his chest. He knew all too well that reaching D2 level melee proficiency didn't mean he could let his guard down. The Knight Squire he had just taken out with a serrated ant rocket was a D4 level melee expert. This enemy, as their ally, was undoubtedly just as formidable. In that case, let's see what this newfound strength can do. Li Xian took a deep breath, swung his powered halberd, and swiftly adjusted his mech stance. Under his psionic control, the 6-barrel cannon on his mech's left arm and the nearly depleted ammo box on its back automatically detached, reducing the mech's weight and increasing its speed. Clang! The powered halberd clashed violently with the enemy's powered sword, sending a shower of sparks flying. The 2 mechs locked in a fierce standoff at the center of the battlefield, neither yielding an inch. Looks like you're just another rookie. Ha ha ha. Stop resisting. The Knight Squire laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with disdain. Your teammate was killed by this rookie, so what are you so smug about? Li Xian retorted with a cold sneer, his words laced with mockery. He maneuvered his mech, wielding the powered halberd to fend off the enemy's relentless attacks. At the same time, he adjusted his rhythm, gradually adapting to the sudden surge in combat expertise. Li Xian swung his powered halberd with precision, holding off the enemy's assault with calculated strikes. No matter what, the length of the power glaive far surpasses that of the power sword. On the battlefield, the saying, the longer the weapon, the stronger the advantage, holds true. Li Xian, relying on the superior reach of his weapon, launched a series of relentless thrusts, reminiscent of his bayonet drills back in school. His attacks were fierce and unrelenting, the glaive slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming to corner his opponent. All around them, the piercing clash of electronic sounds and the screech of powered weapons colliding created a cacophony of battlefield chaos. Amidst this intense duel, the 2 mech pilots didn't miss a chance to exchange trash talk, their taunts laced with fiery insults, adding another layer of tension to the fight. Li Xian wielded his glaive with sweeping, confident movements, his strikes infused with the assurance that came from channeling psionic energy. His attacks were unpredictable, sometimes rapid stabs, sometimes powerful slashes leaving his opponent no room to breathe. With a sharp zzz, the glaive, under his precise control, drove straight toward the enemy. The confined terrain worked to his advantage, amplifying the limitations of the shorter power sword. The enemy had no choice but to confront the glaive's oppressive reach hidden, as the tight space magnified the disadvantage of their weapon's shorter length. In this scenario, the usual rule of shorter weapons are more agile was completely overturned. If this had been the inexperienced Li Xian of the past, facing an adversary like the Knight Squire, he might have been flustered and overwhelmed. But now, after rigorous training and enhancements, he had mastered the ability to maintain his composure, even managing to hold his own against the opponent's aggressive advances. Swish! The glaive struck forward once more, but the Knight Squire reacted swiftly, sidestepping with precision to evade the attack. At the same time, their power sword slid along the shaft of the glaive, advancing with deadly intent. Zing! The blade cut through the air, aiming directly for Li Zin's mech armor. Die! The Knight Squire roared over the comms, their voice brimming with arrogance and fury. They had successfully breached the perimeter of Li Zin's glaive, bringing their mechs into close combat range. The power sword seemed to tear through the void, slicing past Li Xian's energy shield and striking the outer armor of his mech. Fortunately, Li Xian had anticipated this and had reinforced his mech with external armor plating, preventing the blade from penetrating deeper and damaging critical internal systems. Screech! Another slash came down, as the Knight Squire clearly sought to exploit this close-range opportunity. Their movements were swift and aggressive, the power sword's agility shining in this close-quarters skirmish. Meanwhile, the confined space made it challenging for Li Xian to maneuver his glaive effectively. However, Li Xian was not without options. Assessing the situation quickly, he decisively abandoned some of the glaive's inherent advantages and forced his mech's left arm directly into the enemy's energy shield. Boom! A plasma cannon, fully charged and ready, fired from behind the energy shield, striking the enemy mech's lower limbs with precision. The high-energy plasma erupted in a burst of electric arcs and flames, engulfing the Knight Squire's mech. The energy shockwave reverberated violently within the cramped space. The enemy mech stiffened from the impact. Though not entirely destroyed, its lower limbs were severely damaged, rendering its movement sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian maneuvered his mech to leap backward, creating distance while thrusting his power glaive forward once more. Zing! The glaive pierced through the energy shield with ease, targeting the enemy mech's left arm. Although the Knight Squire twisted their mech at the last moment to avoid a critical hit to the cockpit, the blade of the glaive still plunged deeply into the left arm's armor. Under the effect of the disintegration field, the enemy mech's left arm erupted with sparks and crackling electricity, clearly incapacitated and nearly rendered useless in combat. At this point, the enemy mech began to recover from the plasma cannon's impact, its movements gradually regaining fluidity. Li Xian, however, remained vigilant. Both mechs had suffered significant damage in this fierce exchange, and neither pilot had managed to gain a decisive upper hand. The battle was far from over. Li Xian's mech had been struck 4 or 5 times by the power sword of a Knight Squire. Even with the external armor, the blows were anything but easy to endure. Li Xian's mech was now a battered wreck. The external armor had been nearly shattered by the relentless strikes of the Squire's power sword, leaving exposed metal surfaces covered in scorch marks and cracks. The corrosive effects of the disintegration field had even cut through the mech's primary armor, damaging several critical systems, which now struggled to function. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian used his psychic energy to forcibly maintain the operation of the damaged equipment, while the cockpit was filled with a cacophony of blaring alarms, sharp and urgent. The opposing Knight Squire was in no better shape. Its lower limb joints, after taking a direct hit from a plasma cannon, had a massive hole melted into the external armor, drastically reducing its mobility. More critically, its left arm was completely crippled. Li Xian's power halberd had pierced through the shoulder armor with precision, tearing apart internal circuits and transmission mechanisms. The arm was now nothing more than a useless hunk of metal. While psychic energy was potent, it couldn't repair such extensive mechanical damage. Both sides were locked in a ferocious and desperate duel. The exteriors of the mechs were riddled with dents and fractures, while the aftermath of their battle sent waves of dust rippling across the battlefield. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes glowed with a bluish-white psychic light, filled with both steely resolve and unyielding determination. Small arcs of electricity danced around him, forming what seemed like a protective psychic aura. He had pushed his psychic power to its absolute limit, but the toll was immense. The dual exhaustion of his stamina and psychic energy caused his chest to heave violently. Activate the supply. Li Xian growled, his voice hoarse and urgent. A compartment beside his seat instantly ejected a vial of serum type 5D1 psychic compound, commonly referred to as mana potion. This expensive concoction, worth 200 energy credits, had cost Li Xian 2 months of income and was his lifeline in such dire moments. Without a free hand, he used his psychic energy to levitate the vial to his mouth, tore off the seal with his teeth, and downed it in one swift gulp. The effects of the potion were not instantaneous. Psychic energy began to trickle back into him like a gentle stream, gradually easing the fatigue in his body. Gripping the power halberd tightly, a renewed fighting spirit ignited in Li Xian's eyes. He surged forward, driving his mech into another aggressive assault against his opponent. Though the Knight Squire had lost the use of its left arm, it still relied on the dexterity of its right arm and extensive combat experience to continuously engage Li Xian in a relentless skirmish. Despite the mech's damage, it felt no pain or blood loss like a human would, and its attacks, though weakened, remained precise enough to block Li Xian's every strike. The two were locked in a tense and prolonged stalemate. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the atmosphere was even more intense and chaotic. Zhang Lu was holding his ground against 2 mechs at once. One was clearly the commanding officer of the Knight Squire squad, while the other was a previously damaged mech. Zhang Lu demonstrated astonishing skill, managing to fend off both enemies with composure. He even seized opportunities to launch pinpoint plasma cannon strikes at the mech with the overloaded void shield. Meanwhile, Feng Dai was locked in a fierce melee with another Knight Squire wielding a power spear. The two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The battlefield was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions and metal clashing against metal. Smoke billowed, flames erupted, and the fighting grew ever more brutal. Li Xian took a deep breath, feeling the slow resurgence of psychic energy within him. His grip on the power halberd tightened as he steeled himself for the next phase. He knew this battle was far from over. It had only just begun. The battle around them grew increasingly intense, with infantry suffering staggering casualty rates. They huddled in their cover, barely holding on with desperate, almost faith-driven bursts of gunfire. Of the three short-tail rat infantry fighting vehicles, one had been completely destroyed, its entire hull consumed by flames. The remaining two were on the brink of collapse. One had its wheels deformed from enemy fire, moving sluggishly like a dying beast. The Xian's squad was in equally dire straits. Of their four auxiliary tracked armored vehicles, one had been cleaved apart by the blade of an enemy knight squire, while the other three desperately manned their railgun turrets, attempting to bring down the squire who had lost its void shield, but with little effect. The situation for the Deer Hunter was even grimmer. It had been providing support with its 120mm railgun, relentlessly targeting the void shieldless squire, but soon became the focus of enemy infantry. Rapid-fire cannons atop a warehouse rained down upon it. Though the shells couldn't penetrate its armor, they managed to destroy its targeting systems with precision, leaving the Deer Hunter flailing like a headless fly. Ultimately, a fin-stabilized anti-tank missile launched from the warehouse's rooftop, about 40 or 50 meters high, struck the top of the Deer Hunter. In a violent explosion, its turret was blasted a dozen meters into the air, and the entire machine fell lifeless. The Deer Hunter wasn't the only target. Zhang Lu's mech also came under attack from enemy infantry. While a mech with its void shield active was a nightmare for infantry, once the shield was depleted, the enemy wasted no time unleashing anti-tank weaponry against it. Zhang Lu's mech had already taken at least 2 hits from anti-tank missiles. Although its thick armor barely held, the exterior was riddled with cracks, and its combat effectiveness was significantly compromised. Fully aware of his mech's condition, Zhang Lu remained calm and composed. He swung his power sword, deflecting an attack from the Knight Squire commander, while his left arm's plasma cannon fired again, striking another enemy mech with precision. The plasma's searing heat and electrical currents caused the enemy mech to seize up momentarily. Zhang Lu seized the opportunity, maneuvering his mech closer and driving the power sword straight into the enemy's cockpit. Through the cockpit window, he caught a glimpse of the enemy pilot's terrified eyes. The pilot didn't even have time to cry out for help before the disintegration field of the power sword tore him apart. The enemy mech lost control and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. However, Zhang Lu's decisive attack left him exposed. Before he could retract his power sword, he noticed the Knight Squire commander's massive power battle axe swinging down toward him with unrelenting force. From inside his cockpit, Zhang Lu instantly calculated that there was no way to dodge the strike. Remaining composed, he raised his mech's left arm, sacrificing it to secure his earlier victory. Boom! The short sword squire's left arm, along with the plasma cannon, was severed by the battle axe. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity that engulfed the immediate area. Electric currents surged wildly, accompanied by explosions and smoke from the ensuing flames. As Zhang Lu turned again, the tide of the battle shifted once more. The aftermath of the explosion still lingered, with the battlefield shrouded in dust and smoke. Amid the haze, the outlines of 6 mechas emerged: 3 short sword attendants and 3 knight retainers. On the surface, the forces seemed evenly matched, but a closer look revealed that the situation was far from simple. The mecha piloted by Zhang Lu had its left arm completely severed, electrical wires at the brake still sparking. Losing the left arm not only meant the absence of a plasma cannon, but also severely compromised the mecha's balance. Every step now required additional power adjustments, making Zhang Lu's controls significantly more challenging. This situation was far worse than the previous encounter with Li Xin's opponent, whose mecha had only sustained shoulder damage but retained its arm, leaving its overall stability largely intact. On the other side, Feng Dai was locked in a stalemate with his opponent. Both mechas had sustained damage, but neither was critically impaired. Li Xian, however, was in a far more precarious position. His adversary, an experienced knight retainer pilot, was relentlessly pressuring him despite having one hand disabled and limited mobility. Li Xin's external armor had long since been ejected, and the core mecha was scarred with deep sword marks, with occasional electric sparks bursting from the damaged areas. While the mecha hadn't suffered fatal damage, the compromised equipment and armor had already reduced its combat effectiveness by at least 20. Most of Li Xin's attacks were effortlessly dodged, with the rest being deflected by the opponent's power sword. Zhang Lu's decisive strike had taken down one enemy mecha, but it hadn't turned the tide of the battle. Instead, it only heightened the enemy's vigilance. Now, the enemy was pressing in relentlessly, leaving the trio with increasingly limited room to maneuver. Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly adjusted their formation, taking positions to Zhang Lu's left and right. The 3 mechas formed an almost straight line, effectively blocking the narrow 50 to 60 meter wide corridor. Seeing this, the enemy knight retainers hesitated, as the terrain made flanking impossible. What do we do now? One of the knight retainer pilots growled through gritted teeth. Push forward again. They're on their last legs too. The knight retainer commander roared, issuing a new order. The enemy mechas began accelerating, their target clearly Zhang Lu's heavily damaged machine. The colossal mechas charged like raging beasts, shaking the ground and kicking up another cloud of dust. Die! Li Xian bellowed as he thrust his power halberd forward, only for it to be effortlessly parried by the enemy commander's long-handled power axe. Sparks flew as Li Xian quickly fired a plasma cannon shot, but the enemy's void shield absorbed the energy entirely, leaving them unscathed. Hold the line. Zhang Lao's deafening roar echoed through their comms. Reinforcements are almost here. Victory is within reach if we endure. His words not only reached Feng Dai and Li Xian but also blared across the battlefield through loudspeakers, as if injecting a surge of hope and determination into everyone present. 6 massive machines clashed once again, but it was impossible to determine a winner in the short term. In the void, 6 mechs collided like enraged beasts, tearing through the warehouse ruins with ferocious intensity. The fierce battle filled the air with the piercing sound of metal grinding against metal and the acrid stench of post-explosion smoke. Sparks erupted with every weapon strike, but neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Minutes later, Jiang Lu's energy shield reactivated, its blue barrier shimmering back into place, yet the stalemate persisted. The mech's exteriors were riddled with bullet dents and deep gashes, each bearing the scars of relentless combat. The prolonged battle had inflicted varying degrees of damage on every machine. After a brief disengagement, both sides stood facing each other from a distance amid the ruins. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was as tense as the smoke-filled battlefield outside. Jiang Lu's gaze was locked on the enemy, his fingers gripping the controls tightly as he rapidly calculated the situation. Continuing the fight would only lead to a drawn-out war of attrition. The enemy showed no signs of advancing further. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu made a decisive call, growling, "Retreat! Retreat!" His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, but carried an undeniable command. The cockpit alarms blared incessantly, with energy reserves nearing depletion. Sweat dripped from Jiang Lu's forehead as adrenaline coursed through him, but his composure remained intact. He knew that pressing on would only result in mutual destruction. Under Jiang Lu's orders, the 3 mechs swiftly adjusted their formation, covering each other as they began a slow retreat. Auxiliary mechs and the short-tail vehicles also started pulling back, while the infantry sprinted for their lives, skillfully dodging incoming fire. Those at the front lines had no choice but to hunker down behind cover, holding their breath and waiting for the tide of battle to shift. Amid the chaos, the occasional agonized scream broke through, but the dominant sound was the steady rumble of heavy mechs withdrawing. "Damn it! Clear the field immediately!" The night retinue commander roared furiously, his voice thundering through his cockpit. Watching the retreating short-blade escort mechs, his eyes burned with a mix of rage and humiliation. This was supposed to be their ambush, yet they had suffered greater losses than the enemy. The enemy had only lost a handful of infantry, a hunter mech, 2 short-tail vehicles, and an auxiliary armored vehicle. But on their side, 2 night retinue mechs were down, and even their pilots had perished. The losses were unbearable and underscored a bitter truth: the battle was merely the beginning, and the corporate military's counterattack would only grow fiercer. "Idiots! Incompetent fools!" the commander spat, stomping his mech toward the 2 incapacitated night retinue mechs. When he reached the first, his expression turned grim. Its outer shell was heavily damaged, the armor plating torn apart, but the core structure was still salvageable. The fatal blow had come from a power sword that had pierced the cockpit, where the pilot's lifeless body lay amidst a gruesome mess of blood and mangled organs. The second mech, however, was in far worse condition. After its energy shield overloaded, a relentless barrage of sawtooth rockets had utterly devastated it. The external armor was shredded, the cockpit obliterated, and the residual plasma and rocket explosions had destroyed every internal system. This mech was beyond repair. Drag the salvageable one back. As for this heap of scrap, lay some mines and leave it here, the commander ordered coldly, his voice tinged with fatigue and resignation. He cast one last glance at the wrecked mech, shook his head, and turned to leave. This mech is beyond repair. The retreating dagger squires accelerated away from the battlefield, abandoning the infantry and the remnants of the armored units they were supposed to protect. The 3 mechs of the dagger squires weaved through the dense smoke and haze of battle, their engines roaring in tandem with the trembling earth, forming a frantic symphony of retreat. The infantry and armored units were quickly left behind, their remaining forces still maneuvering on the battlefield but no longer a concern for the retreating mechs. Their positions had already been overrun, and there was no immediate threat of a counterattack. Even if the enemy launched a pursuit, it would not pose a fatal risk to these scattered remnants. The situation for the 3 mechs, however, was starkly different. As high-profile targets, each mech bore varying degrees of damage and injuries, making it imperative to retreat to the rear for urgent repairs. The timing of the next battle was uncertain, and the loss of a mech was a blow that could not be easily recovered. While the sacrifice of infantry or armored units might be acceptable, the destruction of a single mech represented an irreplaceable loss. "Well done. Feng Dai, piloting the mech at the rear of the formation, suddenly exclaimed over the comms channel. His tone carried a mix of relief and exhilaration, the kind that comes only after surviving a harrowing ordeal. Li Xian, you really surpassed my expectations this time. At this moment, Feng Dai's mech was in the best condition among the three. In the earlier battle, he had engaged in an unknown duel with an enemy Night Squire, a clash of equals where both mech performance and piloting skills were evenly matched. By comparison, Li Xin's mech was in worse shape, its external armor covered in deep gashes from power swords. Had it not been for these external armor plates absorbing the brunt of the attacks, his mech might have been rendered inoperable. The worst off, however, was Zhang Lao's mech. Its left arm had been completely severed, and its main body was riddled with damage. At one point, due to his void shield overloading, Zhang Lu had been forced to endure several anti-tank missiles from the Milda Squires, leaving his mech battered and scarred. 03, you really pulled through this time. I honestly thought we were done for, but we made it out alive. Zhang Lao's voice came through, tinged with both relief and exhaustion. Accompanied by the rumbling of their engines, the three mechs finally reached the next forward base. Here, a relief force was hastily assembling a formation consisting of 4 mechs, half a company of stalkers, and a full company of armored infantry. As the leading mech of the relief force spotted their arrival, its pilot let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I'm glad to see you all made it back alive. The commander's voice came through the public channel, carrying a tone of genuine relief. Zhang Lao's voice followed, laced with irritation. What took the reinforcements so long? The relief force commander sighed, his tone heavy with fatigue. The enemy was relentless today, launching a full-scale counteroffensive. It wasn't just your group that got ambushed. Other units faced similar attacks and traps. What's the situation on the other fronts? Zhang Lu pressed further. The second and third groups are in similar shape to yours. The second group lost a mech. The commander's voice trailed off, laden with a quiet but palpable weight. Though neither side elaborated on the specific losses of the other units, the scattered details were enough to paint a grim picture. The fifth group had managed to preserve their mechs, but had nearly lost their entire armored division, with infantry casualties exceeding half. As for the second group, only 2 of their 3 dagger squires remained, suggesting that their supporting units had also suffered devastating losses. Turning his attention to the 3 battered mechs in front of him, the commander's voice softened with concern. What about your situation? Zhang Lu responded in a low, steady tone. We were ambushed by 5 Night Squires and managed to take down 2. The rest let us go after realizing they couldn't take us down. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, the lingering residue of battle. The surface of each mech bore the scars of combat, every dent and scratch a testament to the ferocity and brutality of the fight they had endured. What? Zhang Lu's report was like a thunderclap, instantly stirring the atmosphere within the defensive stronghold. The support unit's commander shot to his feet, exclaiming in shock, while even the usually composed Lu Quan let out a low gasp. Inside the command center, Ji Zhizhuan, commander of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on?" At that moment, Lu Quan, who had been wearing a grim expression due to the loss of a mech in battle, suddenly showed a rare hint of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his tone carried a trace of pride. Team 5 also came under enemy attack, but they handled it brilliantly. Not only did they retreat unscathed, but they also destroyed 2 Night Squires. This is the only good news we've had all day. Hearing this, Ji Zhizhuan's expression softened slightly, though he remained far from relaxed like Lu Quan. His gaze shifted to the casualty data from the battlefield, and his face darkened further. The report from Team 5's direction revealed that Hungan Defense's offensive forces had not only lost a Deer Hunter tank and 2 short-tail armored vehicles, but also suffered the deaths of at least 60 or 70 infantry soldiers. A pang of pain struck Ji Zhizhuan's heart. It wasn't the loss of infantry that hurt him most, but the destruction of the vehicles. A Deer Hunter tank cost a staggering 55,000 energy credits, while each short-tail armored vehicle came with a price tag of 25,000 energy credits. These expensive war machines were worth a fortune, their value equivalent to astronomical sums when compared to the salaries of ordinary soldiers. He couldn't help but make a mental comparison. Recruiting infantry was far cheaper. New recruits only required 5,000 planetary credits per month, and even seasoned veterans with bonuses cost just over 10,000 credits, which translated to mere single-digit energy credits. Losing 50 or 60 infantry was something he could reluctantly accept, but the loss of the vehicles was a bitter pill to swallow. Lu Quan, on the other hand, seemed unbothered by such concerns. Patting his communicator with a tone full of satisfaction, he said, "Old Jiang, excellent work today. I'll buy you a drink later. Now, get those mechs back here quickly so we can start repairs." "Understood, Supervisor." Zhang Lu's voice came through the communicator, tinged with fatigue but still resolute. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu, along with Li Xian and the support troops, was painstakingly piloting their mechs back to the forward base. As soon as the 3 mechs entered the base, the repair teams swarmed over them. Not only did Team 5's mechanics gather, but personnel from other mech units also came to assist. The 3 mechs were swiftly loaded onto transport vehicles and sent to a fully equipped repair facility. This repair base was outfitted with comprehensive machinery, and the technicians were highly experienced. The mechs could be restored to combat readiness in as little as 1 or 2 days, or at most 4 or 5. In stark contrast, the enemy's mechs were far less fortunate. Their temporary stronghold beneath the behemoth steelworks clearly lacked sufficient logistical support. On the battlefield, victory was determined not just by direct confrontation, but by the strength of one's logistical capabilities. In this moment, the disparity between the two sides became unmistakably clear. And just like that, the gap was laid bare for all to see. A sharp hissing sound broke the silence as the cockpits of 3 mechas opened one after another, the air still thick with the lingering tension of battle. Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian climbed out in succession, their movements weary but their gazes steely with determination. Each carried a small supply case, packed with their personal combat essentials. In Li Xian's case lay a vial of compound D1 No. 5, his go-to chemical during combat. Its faint chemical scent seemed to carry traces of the intense skirmish they had just endured. "Whoa, Li Xian, what's up with your eyes?" Feng Dai exclaimed as he leapt down from his mecha. His eyes landed on Li Xin's face, and with a grin mixed with surprise and mischief, he strode over and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "What do you mean?" Li Xian froze, a flicker of unease rising in his chest. "Your eyes are as red as if you're about to devour someone." Feng Dai chuckled, though the hint of astonishment in his expression betrayed his casual tone. Startled, Li Xian quickly strode over to a nearby maintenance vehicle. Using the side mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. His features were unchanged, but his eyes were a shocking crimson, as if he hadn't slept in days. His short hair stood on end, a chaotic mess resembling a porcupine's quills. Even he barely recognized himself, let alone Feng Dai's alarmed reaction. At that moment, Jiang Lu approached, placing a calming hand on Feng Dai's shoulder. His voice was steady, though tinged with reassurance. "All right, don't scare him." Turning to Li Xian, Jiang Lao's gaze softened, carrying both encouragement and understanding. "Don't worry about it. This is probably from drinking compound No. 5 during the fight, right?" Li Xian nodded, his exhaustion evident. "Yeah, that's right." Jiang Lu nodded knowingly. "That's a normal reaction to the compound, especially during high-intensity combat. The effects tend to become more pronounced. What you're experiencing is just your Bodis response." He gave Li Xin's shoulder a firm pat and allowed a rare smile to surface. "You did well today." A warm feeling spread through Li Xin's chest at the compliment, and he quickly replied humbly, "It's all thanks to your training, sir." Jiang Lao's smile deepened, a rare sight in the month since Li Xian had known him. It was clear that today's results had exceeded his expectations. Not far away, the mechanics of the repair team had already begun their work. The roar of mechanical arms filled the air as sparks flew, highlighting the dire state of the 3 mechas. While their core systems were mostly intact, the damage was extensive, requiring numerous replacements to restore them to full functionality. Jiang Lu approached the repair team leader, his voice low and urgent. "What's the situation? How long until they're combat ready?" The team leader glanced up from a tablet displaying detailed diagnostics directly linked to the mechas. The data was grim. Nearly the entire schematic was marked in glaring red, with alerts flashing incessantly. Li Xian leaned over for a closer look, his heart sinking at the severity of the damage. The team leader furrowed his brow, gesturing toward Jiang Lao's mecha. "Out of the 3, yours is in the worst shape, Captain Jiang. Based on the current assessment, it'll take at least 5 days to restore its combat capability." He paused, swiping through the screen to enlarge the image of the mecha's back. His tone grew heavier as he pointed to a particularly damaged area. "The extent of the destruction is staggering. To put it in perspective, the left arm and plasma cannon being severed is the simplest part to fix. The real issue is here." The screen displayed a massive tear in the armor on the back of the mecha. The edges were charred and twisted, bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. The team leader pointed at the gaping wound, his voice grave. This was caused by an enemy armor-piercing round. It went straight through the back and came dangerously close to detonating the energy core. He zoomed in on another mangled section, his frown deepening with each passing second. "This one, I'd wager, was from an anti-tank missile. The sheer force of it is unbelievable. Captain Jiang, it's nothing short of a miracle that your mecha held out as long as it did." The team leader pointed toward yet another massive rupture, his voice weighted with awe. "This shot, was it an anti-tank missile? The damage here is pretty severe. Honestly, I'm amazed your mech even made it back." The maintenance team leader wiped his grease-covered hands as he examined Jiang Lu's mech, its surface scorched and battered. His tone carried a mix of relief and admiration. Nearly 40 of the equipment in this area is destroyed. If it had taken just a bit more damage, your mech would have been completely out of commission. You're lucky. He shook his head and gestured toward the mechs belonging to Li Xian and Feng Dai, his tone lightening slightly. These two mechs are in better shape, probably because their void shields didn't overload. With just 2 days of repairs, they should be battle-ready again. Most of the damage is external armor, which will only take a few hours to replace. Zhang Lu nodded and replied crisply, "Got it." His gaze swept across the busy repair bay as he prepared to leave. Just then, he noticed a group of people approaching quickly from a distance, led by none other than Defense Chief Lu Quan. From afar, Lu Quan called out, "Old Zhang, you did great today. After a whole day of bad news, it's finally good to hear something positive from you. Come on, let's go over the battle report." Lu Quan's face was lit with joy, and Zhang Lu couldn't help but smile as well. Feigning a bit of complaint, he said, "Chief, after such a hard-fought battle, couldn't you let us rest for a bit first?" "Rest?" Lu Quan's eyes widened as his voice rose. "How about I let you rest in my office? Will that be enough for you?" Zhang Lu immediately put on an ingratiating smile, nodding repeatedly. "More than enough. That's perfect." Nearby, Zhizhuan, the commander of the Hengan Defense Mixed Brigade, was also grinning. He clapped his hands lightly and glanced at Zhang Lu, Li Xian, and Feng Dai, his tone full of praise. "You guys really fought a brilliant battle today. Look at this, 2 top leaders personally came to celebrate with you. Isn't that enough?" Lu Quan burst into laughter and chimed in, "Satisfied or not?" "Very satisfied." Zhang Lu nodded earnestly, his attitude respectful. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the command center at the forward base. Inside a medium-sized conference room, combat footage extracted from the mechs and soldier equipment had already been uploaded and was playing on the screen. The video primarily showed the battle from Zhang Lao's mech's perspective, capturing the progression of the entire engagement. Li Xian and Feng Dai's mechs, meanwhile, had maintained manual standby modes during the early stages and had not yet engaged with psionic piloting. The footage displayed the unit's methodical advance, with thorough inspections of the surrounding warehouses. The massive row of warehouses, with their solid structures, had effectively served as a natural defensive line. Lu Quan and Zhizhuan observed the footage while quietly discussing it. Zhizhuan pointed to the large warehouse shown on the screen, his brows furrowed and his tone serious. "I recognize this area. During the previous 2 assaults on the Guansuo steel plant, there was intense fighting here. The warehouse structures are incredibly tough. Even 152mm howitzer shells couldn't take them down. The only way to destroy them would be to use aerial bombs. But the electromagnetic environment in this region is too complex for air support to be deployed." "What were the casualty levels in the earlier battles here?" Lu Quan asked, his gaze reflective. "Pretty high," Zhizhuan replied with a sigh, his tone heavy. "During the second assault on Guansuo, we lost at least an entire reinforced infantry battalion here, along with about a dozen tanks and armored vehicles. The losses were devastating. If we're going to take this area this time, we'll definitely need the support of the mech units." Hearing this, Lu Quan's expression grew resolute. Without hesitation, he said, "Don't worry. This time, the mech units will be fully involved. Plus, the vehicle reinforcements promised by the group are already on their way." Zhizhuan's face instantly became more animated upon hearing those words. Sitting slightly further back, Li Xian observed the group in conversation, his gaze thoughtful. To still be smiling and greeting the 5th Squad after such a significant loss clearly held deeper meaning. Li Xian speculated that perhaps Lu Quan had made some kind of promise, offering support to Zhizhuan's mixed brigade. Li Xian had previously accessed some information through the chip, though his limited clearance only allowed him to view superficial details. However, it gave him a general understanding of Hengan Defense. Hengan Defense is a subsidiary of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's defense division. It is not wholly owned and sustains its operations primarily by undertaking combat and defense missions assigned by the Blueprint Defense Division. The funding for these missions forms the economic lifeline of Hengan Defense. As a defense company, their core strength undoubtedly lies in their combat capabilities. After careful analysis, Li Xian concluded that Hengan Defense's combat strength does not rely on ordinary infantry. In modern warfare, especially when facing mechas, infantry has almost no chance of retaliation. Armored vehicles are the true assets of Hengan Defense. Whether it's tanks or infantry fighting vehicles, these armored units dominate the battlefield. While they are vulnerable to anti-tank missiles or electromagnetic cannons, armored vehicles still hold an overwhelming advantage in infantry confrontations. With equivalent forces and command conditions, the side equipped with armored vehicles undoubtedly has a higher likelihood of victory and suffers fewer casualties. However, Hengan Defense lacks the capability to produce its own weaponry and equipment. Most of their gear is supplied by the Blueprint Group. In a sense, The Blueprint Biotechnology Group cleverly uses this model to circulate funds internally selling weaponry while also securing a loyal group of soldiers to fight on their behalf. This operational strategy is undeniably shrewd. Li Xian's train of thought was interrupted by combat footage playing in the conference room. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen as the enemy's ambush suddenly unfolded, followed by an onslaught of concentrated firepower. The battle erupted instantly, and the enemy's knight retinue mechas entered the fray, drastically shifting the situation. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with Lu Quan, Ji Zhuan, and the other combat strategists all sitting upright, their expressions focused and grave. The conference table was connected to remote devices, allowing other mecha support team members who hadn't participated in the battle to join the strategy session remotely. At this moment, the footage had reached a critical juncture, and everyone held their breath, ready to witness how the 5th Squad, with only 3 short sword squire mechas, managed to face off against 5 knight retinue mechas and successfully destroy 2 of them. Meanwhile, at the Beishi steel plant, another mecha team was also intently watching the combat footage. Their mechas were positioned in a circle, with all the pilots seated inside their cockpits. The commander spoke with a stern tone. Pay close attention. Analyze the enemy's tactics and learn from the 5th Squad's combat techniques. Yes, sir. 2 pilots responded in unison, their voices carrying a mix of tension and respect. The footage reached its climactic moment. In the 5 vs 3 scenario, Zhang Lu's tension was almost palpable through the screen. It felt as though every precise and decisive maneuver he executed could be felt by the viewers. The relentless barrage of electromagnetic railgun fire, combined with Li Xian's salvo of 24 jagged ant rockets, turned the battlefield into a hellish inferno. The scene was devastating beyond words. Over the communications channel, Zhang Lu's voice broke through, a desperate roar tinged with despair. 03, retreat. In that moment, everyone watching the combat footage felt their hearts sink. It was painfully clear that Zhang Lu believed there was no way out for himself, and all he could hope for was to buy his team a sliver of survival. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, particularly for the members of another combat squad. Earlier that day, they had lost a mech in battle. 2 of the squad members, witnessing the scene on screen, couldn't help but cover their faces and weep. Their hearts ached as if being torn apart during today's mission. Their teammate had stayed behind to hold off the enemy and paid the ultimate price. Though they had tried to suppress the sorrow, Zhang Lu's anguished cry reopened that wound, raw and bleeding. The operational strategists couldn't help but glance toward Li Xian, their expressions complex. They all knew that 03 was Li Xian's designation. In this battle, 03 had not chosen the most survival-oriented course of action by fleeing. Instead, he had resolutely joined the fight. This fact spoke volumes without explanation. Without his intervention, the 2 short sword squire mechs alone would never have escaped unscathed from an assault by 5 knight retinue mechs. In the footage, Li Xian's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Give me 30 seconds, and I'll deliver you a miracle. What followed was a storm of destruction as rocket pods and jagged ant rockets detonated in quick succession across the battlefield. The first knight retinue was obliterated, and another was critically damaged. A glimmer of hope for a turnaround emerged in the chaos. It was this series of precise and decisive actions that laid the groundwork for victory. The subsequent scenes grew even more intense. Artillery fire rained down like a relentless storm, electromagnetic railguns roared incessantly, and power weapons, enhanced by disintegration fields, clashed in vicious melee combat. Several mechs were locked in brutal close-quarters battles. To Zhang Lu's astonishment, Li Xian's close combat skills had undergone a remarkable transformation in such a short time. Gone was the clumsy, self-stumbling novice from training. He now fought with confidence and finesse. As the footage neared its conclusion, the final image froze on a scene where the mechs shielded all retreating infantry and vehicles, ensuring their safe withdrawal before disengaging from the battlefield themselves. Ji Zhuan watched intently, nodding frequently, his gaze filled with approval. While the infantry and vehicles of the 5th Squad had suffered significant losses, their mech team had done everything in their power. Despite the poor condition of the mechs, they had taken on the crucial task of holding the line. For soldiers on the battlefield, casualties were inevitable, but their sacrifices must never be in vain or abandoned. Ji Zhuan was thoroughly impressed with the performance of the 5th Squad. He was not only relieved to see their losses compensated, but also proud of the team's exceptional conduct. Lu Quan turned to Li Xian, beaming with a wide smile, and nodded repeatedly. You kid. Not bad. This time, you really nailed it. I'll make sure you get the recognition you deserve. Hearing this, Li Xian's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed loudly, Thank you, sir. His mind was already racing with thoughts of potential rewards. After all, he had taken down a knight retinue machine whose cost was astronomical, let alone a mech. If he could earn a reward of several thousand or even tens of thousands of energy credits, he thought to himself, Buying a luxurious house and taking a well-earned break for a few days would absolutely be worth it. Indeed, Li Xian had made a significant contribution in this battle. Lu Quan's gaze was sharp as a blade as he turned to Jiang Lu, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. See? Back then, when I assigned Li Xian to you, you didn't even want him. How about now? If you think Li Xian isn't good enough, they'll just transfer him to old Li's team. He deliberately stretched his words, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu immediately plastered a flattering smile on his face, his expression full of appeasement. Oh, come on, supervisor, that's not fair. When did I ever say I didn't want him? You must be mistaken. I even pounded my chest back then and said, I want him. They'll take this kid. He gestured animatedly as he spoke. I've been mentoring him for so long now. I've grown attached to him. You can't just take him away. As soon as Jiang Lu finished speaking, a hearty laugh echoed from the conference table's remote communication device. What? Old Jiang doesn't want Li Xian? The voice carried a teasing tone. Lu, send Li Xian over to me right away. He'll take good care of him. Zhang Lao's no good at training rookies anyway. Honestly, you should have given him to me in the first place. But hey, it's not too late now. Li Xian, sit tight, I'm driving over right now. Zhang Lao's face turned red with frustration. He stormed up to the remote device and practically roared at the screen. Li Datu, why are you everywhere? Just you wait, come over here, and he'll show you what's what. He waved his fist as if trying to punch through the screen. The meeting room erupted in laughter, the tense atmosphere dissolving in an instant. Everyone's faces lit up with amusement, and this light-hearted exchange brought a rare moment of relief amidst the ongoing battles. Lu Quan tapped the table lightly, his voice calm yet authoritative, instantly silencing the room. He scanned the group, his tone turning serious. All right, that's enough. Li Xian has been doing well in the 5th team, and Jiang Lu has done a good job mentoring him. Li Xian, stay with the 5th team and keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Li Xian immediately stood up straight, his voice firm and resolute. Yes, supervisor. From the remote device, Li Data's voice chimed in again, full of mock regret. Ah, if only I'd gotten him back then. His tone was so exaggeratedly forlorn that it drew another round of chuckles. But Li Xin's reputation among the team wasn't built on exceptional combat skills. In fact, among the 20-something pilots, his performance was near the bottom, was just a freshly trained rookie mecha pilot. When it came to technical skill, he couldn't hold a candle to the seasoned veterans. What set Li Xian apart, however, was something far more valuable: his character and sense of responsibility. On the battlefield, having a highly skilled teammate is undoubtedly important. But having someone you can trust to watch your back, someone you can rely on in the direst moments, is even more priceless. And Li Xian was exactly that kind of comrade. He had already proven himself in the heat of battle. In one recorded mission, the situation was dire, a certain death scenario. Jiang Lu had already ordered Li Xian to retreat, a command from the squad leader that Li Xian could have followed without facing any consequences upon returning to base. But instead of fleeing, Li Xian turned back without hesitation, joining a fight that was almost guaranteed to cost him his life. That decision left everyone in awe. Even the most battle-hardened mecha veterans might not have made the same choice under such circumstances. Technical skills can be honed through training, and combat tactics can be sharpened with experience. But the instinct to stand by your comrades in the face of life and death, that's something no amount of training can instill. It could be said that although Li Xian might not be the strongest in their team, having him as a teammate certainly put everyone at ease. You would never have to worry about being abandoned. What a great teammate to have. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually returned to calm as the discussion and analysis of the footage came to an end. People started to leave one after another. Lu Quan stayed behind, his gaze landing on Jiang Lu. His tone was casual yet carried a hint of seriousness as he said, "The item you asked me to get has arrived. Swing by my place later to pick it up. Let me guess, this is for that kid, isn't it?" Jiang Lu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, offering no further explanation. Lu Quan, however, chuckled and then patted Li Xian on the shoulder, his tone carrying a note of approval. "Stick with your mentor and work hard. Learn as much as you can. You're doing well, and your mentor treats you well too." What he asked me to get wasn't cheap, nor was it easy to acquire. Hearing this, Li Xian felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately straightened up and responded firmly, "Yes, supervisor. I'll do my best to follow and learn from my mentor." "All right, I'm off," Lu Quan said with a wave, leaving with Jiang Lu. Li Xian watched them walk away, their figures gradually disappearing down the corridor. Yet, his heart was in turmoil. He had originally thought Jiang Lu had taken the 2 vials of Type 5 energetic composite from him just to exploit the situation. But from their recent conversation, he began to realize that the medication might have been exchanged for something, and it was for him. Had he completely misunderstood his mentor's intentions? Li Xian reflected deeply, realizing he might have judged Jiang Lu unfairly. With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Xian followed Feng Dai back to the maintenance hangar. Their task for the next few days was to remain stationed there until the mechs were fully repaired. On the way back, Li Xian and Feng Dai talked about many things, from battle coordination to their hopes for the future. Though they had only known each other for about a month as colleagues, the life and death struggle they had just endured together had transformed their relationship. They were now comrades who could entrust their lives to each other. Not long after returning to the hangar, Li Xian heard familiar footsteps approaching from behind. Zhang Lu had returned, carrying a small black metal case in his hand. Li Xian, come here. Li Xian looked up and saw Zhang Lu standing a short distance away, heading toward a small meeting room. He quickly responded and followed, with Feng Dai trailing behind, his face full of curiosity. Inside the meeting room, Li Xin's attention was immediately drawn to the black metal case on the table. He had a vague guess about its contents. Tentatively, he asked, Minter, were you looking for me? Zhang Lu nodded, his gaze motioning toward the case on the table. His tone was calm but carried a hint of significance. Open it and take a look. Li Xian pulled the case closer, his fingers lightly touching the lock. With a soft click, the case opened slowly. Inside lay a vial of deep blue liquid, along with a detailed instruction manual. Feng Dai, standing nearby, widened his eyes and whispered in awe, is that what I think it is? Li Xian glanced at Feng Dai, confusion written across his face. Turning his attention back to the vial, he hesitated for a moment before asking, Minter, what is this? Zhang Lao's expression remained steady, but his tone took on a certain gravity. Do you remember back at Hengan Defense Base number 3, when I took 2 vials of Type 5D1 energetic composite from you? This is what I exchanged for them with Supervisor Lu. Li Xian was stunned, his gaze fixed on the deep blue vial. His voice carried a mix of unease and anticipation. Minter, is this? Zhang Lu spoke slowly, his voice steady and firm. This is Type 3D1 energetic fission compound. Once consumed, it will enhance the amount of energy you can wield. After listening to Zhang Lu, Li Xian stared at the item in front of him, barely able to lift his gaze. The growth of a psychic's abilities has always been slow. Even with practices like meditation to accelerate the process, significant improvement is rare. When he first acquired the number 5 psychic compound, the description stated that it could restore depleted psychic energy and provide a slight boost. But now, Zhang Lu had brought out the number 3 psychic serum, with the word fission in its name. Just hearing the name was enough to instill awe. How terrifyingly powerful could this serum be? Feng Dai stood nearby, leaning on the table with both hands, his tone dripping with envy and longing. Li Xian, this is the real deal. Normally, we wouldn't even have a chance to get our hands on it. For the team leader to manage to secure a single vial from Director Lu, I bet even your 2 bottles of number 5 compound wouldn't be enough to trade for it. He probably had to throw in something extra. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He quickly lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Lu, his voice tinged with nervousness. Master, is this true? Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm yet reassuring. Relax. Feng Dai is exaggerating a bit. It's true that this stuff is hard to obtain, mainly because we don't have the clearance. But for Director Lu, it's no big deal. As for throwing in anything extra, that didn't happen. Since you're heading to the battlefield right after activating your psychic abilities, I requested the exchange from Director Lu, and he didn't make it difficult for me. Honestly, trading 2 bottles of number 5 compound for this number 3 serum is already a stroke of luck for you. Hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of gratitude and immediately said from the bottom of his heart, Thank you, Master. Zhang Lu smiled lightly, appearing at ease. What are you thanking me for? This was exchanged with your own stuff. I took 2 bottles of number 5 from you earlier, and since you didn't curse me behind my back, I'm already more than satisfied. There was a playful note in his voice, clearly in a good mood. Li Xian straightened up and said earnestly, Master, how could I possibly curse you? You're like family to me. Zhang Lu chuckled at Li Xian's seriousness and waved his hand. All right, enough with the flattery. Then he shifted his tone, his expression becoming more thoughtful. That said, this serum really is something special. He paused, his gaze falling on the vial of number 3 serum. Once you use it in a couple of days, your psychic energy might even double. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? The effect is that strong? Feng Dai, standing to the side, eagerly chimed in with confidence. Of course it's strong. This is top-tier stuff. Zhang Lu nodded, adding, however, that's because your current psychic baseline is low, so the improvement will seem dramatic. Once your psychic energy increases, the boost from something like this won't feel as pronounced. Li Xian carefully cradled the vial of number 3 compound in his hands, as if it were a priceless treasure, his gaze filled with fervor. He looked up at Zhang Lu, barely able to contain his excitement. Master, I don't have much going on today. Why don't I just use it later? The urgency in his tone was evident, could hardly wait. After all, his psychic reserves were pitifully low. Even slightly intense battles would deplete them. During today's fight, he'd already used up a vial of number 5 compound. If not for having reserves on hand, he wouldn't have lasted. This had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. To him, the more psychic energy he had, the safer he would feel. But Jiang Lu shook his head, his tone firm and resolute. No rush. You're not in the right condition to use this today. He gestured toward Li Xian's face and glanced at his disheveled appearance. You just used a number 5 compound earlier, so you can't take the number 3 serum so soon. Rest and recover first. Once you're in good shape, then you can use it. Li Xian, though slightly disappointed, nodded in agreement. Deep down, he resolved to quickly improve his psychic reserves so he could stand undefeated on the battlefield. Judging by Lu's expression, he's planning to put in a good word for us. There might even be a surprise waiting for us tomorrow or the day after. With this compound number 3, it'll take at least 3 days to fully digest. You definitely don't want to miss the celebration. Li Xin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, a celebration? Are there rewards? How much energy currency are we talking about? Thousands, maybe? He was seriously strapped for cash. With the debt he was carrying, even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him a year to save up enough with just his salary. Jiang Lu chuckled and shook his head. Probably not. Not even a little. Li Xian looked disappointed, then grumbled. A night squire must cost a fortune. We took one down, and there's no cash reward? Jiang Lu laughed heartily at that. Sure, you took down a night squire, but don't forget you did it using the company's dagger attendant. The real firepower came from the dagger attendant. But don't worry, the reward won't be small. We've earned ourselves some serious credit this time. With high hopes for the reward, Li Xian returned to the resting quarters in the hangar. This was specifically instructed by Jiang Lu, as Li Xian had just used compound number 5, and staying in a resting state would help him better absorb the effects of the drug. Once inside the room, Li Xian placed the case containing compound number 3 by the bedside. He trusted the base's internal security measures enough to feel at ease. Then he lay down, took out his terminal, and began searching for information about compound number 3. However, the terminal screen displayed a cold, unyielding message. Sorry, no results found for third D1 psionic fission compound. It's possible the database doesn't contain the information you're looking for, or your access level is insufficient. Access Li Xian gritted his teeth. It's definitely the access level. He slammed his fist onto the pillow in frustration, then sighed and abandoned the search. Access levels those could only be improved by increasing his employee rank. Resigned, he closed his eyes and decided to get some proper rest. Yet, whether it was the intensity of the day's battle or the effects of compound number 5, it took him a long time to fall asleep. In his dreams, he seemed to transform into a camera, observing a young man from above. The man was an ordinary youth living under the rule of the Milda Knights. Li Xian watched as the young man grew step by step, awakened his psionic powers, joined the Milda Knights, and eventually became a pilot of a night squire. In the dream, Li Xian witnessed the young man mastering combat training and even saw him pilot the night squire into battle. As the dream unfolded, Li Xian found himself no longer content with merely observing. When the young man began close combat training, Li Xian felt as though he had merged with him, experiencing firsthand the process of piloting a night squire in melee combat. The agility of controlling the mech, the raw impact of each strike height was so vivid that Li Xian lost all sense of time. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. Time in the dream passed rapidly, while in Li Xin's mind, his psionic chip quietly displayed a series of characters. D2 class mech, close combat 1314. When Li Xian opened his eyes the next morning, he felt completely refreshed, without the slightest hint of fatigue. He sat up, opened the log on his psionic chip, and froze as he saw the latest data. D2 class mech, close combat 18. Seeing the number, Li Xian was overjoyed. He instantly recalled the dream he had last night. There seemed to be a certain inevitable connection between that dream and the improvement in his close combat skills. Reflecting on the psionic signals he absorbed on the battlefield, everything seemed to piece together into a cohesive picture. The scenes from the dream were incredibly vivid. They were the memories of the mech pilot he had killed, and Li Xian had experienced the pilot's life as a bystander. What was even more astonishing was that in certain close combat training segments of the dream, Li Xian found himself actively participating, as if he had become one with the dream. Despite the excitement, Li Xian couldn't shake his doubts. Why was he able to absorb the psionic signals of the first mech pilot he destroyed but not those of the second mech, which was taken down by Jiang Lu? He quickly outlined a few possible reasons. First, it might be because he had personally destroyed the first mech, whereas the second was Jiang Lu's kill. Second, factors like distance or time could have played a decisive role. He recalled the system's notification, detected dissipating psionic signals, which indicated that the signals would gradually fade and possibly very quickly. In the end, he had only managed to download one option, and his progress in close-quarters combat training had stalled at just over 40%. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but slap his thigh in frustration, inwardly lamenting his loss. But the situation was already set. Regret was futile. The battle had been too intense for him to risk approaching the second mech. These thoughts could only be carefully sorted out during the post-battle review. After clearing his mind, Li Xian quickly tidied up and headed to the maintenance hangar. There, he ran into Feng Dai, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries. Draping an arm around Li Xian's shoulder, Feng Dai asked with a puzzled look, "Kid, how the hell did you get so good at close combat so fast? Last I checked, you could barely walk without slipping. Yet yesterday you went toe-to-toe with an enemy knight squire." Recalling his dream, Li Xian joked with a grin. "I trained in mech combat in my dreams. Get out of here." Feng Dai retorted with an exaggerated eye roll before putting Li Xian in a playful headlock. "Starting to show off now? Huh? No, I swear." Li Xian protested, struggling and pleading for mercy. As the two were messing around, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. "Looks like you two are back in good shape." Li Xian and Feng Dai froze mid-action and immediately stopped their antics, turning toward the source of the voice. At the doorway stood Jiang Lu, accompanied by Lu Quan and a few soldiers. Realizing who it was, both Li Xian and Feng Dai straightened up, quickly tidied their uniforms, and saluted in unison. "Supervisor, sir." Lu Quan gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before speaking. "We're here to present you with the rewards for yesterday's battle." As a seasoned soldier familiar with Lu Quan, Feng Dai grinned and asked, "Chief Lu, that was fast. What kind of goodies do we have this time?" With a faint smile, Lu Quan replied in a relaxed tone, "You've earned your merits, so we won't delay. The war isn't over yet, so let's keep the awards ceremony simple for now." Lu Quan's expression turned serious as he called out, "M1D5 Mecha Division, Jiang Lu, present." Jiang Lu stepped forward swiftly, his heels clicking together as he stood tall and straight, his voice clear and resonant. Lu Quan nodded slightly, his tone solemn. "In recognition of your outstanding performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, particularly your composure and precise command under pressure, the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group hereby awards you the Silver Sword of Valor Medal." The moment he finished speaking, an adjutant stepped forward holding a tray. Resting on it was a silver medal intricately designed in the shape of a sword. Lu Quan carefully picked it up and solemnly pinned it onto Jiang Lu's left chest. "Thank you, Commander." Jiang Lu's face lit up with barely contained joy, his voice filled with pride. Lu Quan gave a small nod before turning his gaze to another individual. "M1D4 Mecha Division, Feng Dai, present." Feng Dai immediately stepped forward, his posture straight and resolute. "In recognition of your exceptional performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group hereby awards you the Black Sword of Valor Medal." Lu Quan's tone remained steady, but there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Another medal was ceremoniously pinned to a chest. Feng Dai's face beamed with excitement, his eyes almost sparkling with delight. "Thank you, Commander." His voice, slightly trembling, carried the eagerness of a child basking in well-deserved praise. Finally, Lu Quan's eyes landed on Li Xian. "M1D3 trainee mecha pilot, Li Xian, present." Li Xian almost shouted in his eagerness, his voice tinged with nervousness but brimming with anticipation. He stood straight, his eyes shining with determination. Lu Quan's tone softened slightly. "In recognition of your excellent performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, as a trainee mecha pilot, you demonstrated remarkable composure under your commander's leadership and successfully destroyed an enemy D-class Knight Retainer mecha. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group has decided to end your trainee status 5 months early and formally appoint you as an official employee of the department. Additionally, you are awarded the Silver Sword of Valor Medal." Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, and the words "end your trainee status" echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Lu Quan personally pinned the silver medal to his chest that the reality of the moment began to sink in. "Young man, keep up the good work. I see great potential in you." Lu Quan patted Li Xian on the shoulder, his tone carrying a note of encouragement. "Thank you, Commander. I will work hard and contribute to the group." Li Xian shouted firmly, his voice filled with determination. Lu Quan smiled faintly, nodding in approval. "Good." After a few more words, he turned and left with his entourage, leaving behind the 3 mecha pilots of the 5th unit and the bustling maintenance crew in the hangar. The maintenance crew members glanced at Li Xian and the others, their envy evident. Their ranks were far below those of the mecha pilots, most being M1 level soldiers. Only a few team leaders with specialized technical skills held official positions within Blueprint Biotech. Snap. A team leader lightly tapped the cap of a young crew member beside him. "Snap out of it. Get back to work." "Medals," the young man muttered, his voice dripping with envy as his gaze drifted toward Li Xian. Don't envy them too much, that's something they earned with their lives on the line. The team leader said with a chuckle, shaking his head. Why don't you give it a shot yourself? I wish, but they wouldn't even take me. The young man pouted, sighing deeply before returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, Li Xian gazed down at the silver sword metal pinned to his chest, his fingers brushing lightly against the cold metal. His emotions were complex. The metal gleamed brilliantly, yet he couldn't help but wonder, was destroying a single mecha really enough to warrant such an honor? However, as his eyes wandered to Jiang Lu and Feng Dai beside him, their faces glowing with unrestrained joy, his doubts began to fade. He had a growing sense that this metal likely held a significance far deeper than its surface appearance would suggest. Looking at the two cheerful veterans, Li Xian, a newcomer to the group, couldn't help but ask, Master, what's the use of this metal? Is the group's reward just a medal? That's it? I thought we'd at least get a few hundred energy coins as a bonus. Jiang Lu, clearly satisfied, removed his own medal and gently ran his fingers over the metallic texture, a hint of pride in his eyes. He glanced at Li Xian, smiled faintly, and said, You've just joined the company, so it's normal that you don't understand. Let me explain. These medals aren't as simple as you think. Just look at Feng Dai's barely contained grin, and you'll see how valuable this reward is. Following Jiang Lao's gaze, Li Xian looked over and, sure enough, Feng Dai's face was practically glowing with joy, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Li Xian then glanced down at the silver medal in his hand, which was a rank higher than Feng Dai's bronze one. A sense of pride began to swell in his chest. Does this mean I should be even happier than him? He wondered out loud. Jiang Lu idly played with his medal, but his tone turned serious. Medals are a significant symbol of honor within the group. Owning one means you've made a contribution. Only those who've achieved something for the group can be awarded a medal. For us soldiers in the defense department, medals are often tied to weaponry. The basic one is the black sword medal, followed by the bronze and silver second-class sword medals, the brave guardian medal, and so on. As for the higher level ones, I haven't seen those yet. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully and asked, So, are these medals purely for honor? Jiang Lao's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he shook his head. Of course not. Every month, a black medal earns you 5 merit points, while a silver medal gets you 10. And merit points aren't just for show, they can be exchanged for some very practical items. Li Xin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, What can merit points be exchanged for? The level 5 D1 grade ether composite you used yesterday was worth 10 merit points. And the level 3 ether fission composite I gave you costs about 30 merit points, Jiang Lu explained, gesturing with his hands as if to make the value of these items more tangible to Li Xian. So expensive. Li Xian gasped, then quickly remembered something and asked, Master, didn't you also throw in a bottle of level 5 composite with the level 3 one you gave me? Jiang Lu laughed heartily and patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Don't dwell on it, it's in the past. Besides, I didn't lose out. If you think about it, you saved both our lives, kid. Li Xian was deeply moved by these words. He had only known Jiang Lu for a few days, yet the man had been willing to go to such lengths for him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Jiang Lu waved him off. Don't get all sentimental on me, or I'll kick you. Just focus on training hard, and don't drag us down on the battlefield. That's the best way to repay me. Jiang Lao's expression turned stern, and his tone became commanding. Li Xian immediately straightened up and responded earnestly, Yes, master. I'll train hard and make sure I don't hold back the 5th squad. You'll see my progress. Meanwhile, Feng Dai had already tucked away his bronze brave sword medal with a big grin on his face. He slung an arm over Li Xin's shoulder and teased, If I'd known, I would have taken down a knight attendant myself. Now you two have silver medals, and am stuck with a black one. I'm starting to think Supervisor Lu is deliberately picking on me. Jiang Lu shot him a glance and retorted with a smirk, You should be grateful you even got a black medal. With no achievements to your name, if it were up to me, you'd have gotten nothing. Feng Dai immediately pulled a long face and grumbled, You're heartless, leader. Even more heartless than the supervisor. Oh, what was that? Jiang Lao's face darkened, and his tone grew sharp. Feng Dai quickly waved his hands with a sheepish grin. Nothing. Nothing. Leader, you're wise and mighty. Back in his room, Li Xian couldn't stop replaying the conversation between Jiang Lu and Feng Dai in his mind. He quickly activated his military-grade smart chip and began researching detailed information about medals and merit points. At this moment, Li Xian felt a surge of joy. He was so elated that he lay on the bed, whistling with satisfaction. The 6-month internship had finally come to an early end. Not only did this signify that he was now officially a member of the corporation, but more importantly, it also meant a significant increase in his salary. Casually opening the payroll system, he carefully reviewed each newly added income item, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. A base salary of 40, combined with a D-level mecha pilot allowance of 20, plus combat zone and battle bonuses all clearly itemized on the system page. Li Xian quickly did the math and arrived at a figure that made his heart leap with joy. 180 energy credits per month. Compared to the previous 105 credits, that was a whopping increase of 75 credits. He couldn't help but murmur to himself with a grin. Being a full-time employee is amazing. The benefits are so good, and with all this money, I don't even know how to spend it. He then remembered that he hadn't even spent last month's 100 credits, making him feel that the next 29 days were bound to be especially carefree and enjoyable. Being a full-time employee was more than just a salary boost. It came with elevated benefits and status. He felt deeply moved yet couldn't resist chuckling to himself. And this was just the beginning. His attention soon shifted to the merit point system. Each month, he was granted 10 merit points, which, based on market value, could be exchanged for 5th-grade D1 psionic compounds worth at least 200 energy credits. That essentially added another 200 credits of hidden income to his monthly earnings. Staring at the system page, only one word came to his mind. Awesome. How could just one word, awesome, possibly describe how good this feels? Excitedly, he opened the metals and merit point system, and a series of metal icons instantly popped up on the screen. The Biotech Defense Department's metal system was now officially accessible to him. However, the intricate categories and various designs of the metals left Li Xian feeling a bit overwhelmed. In the end, he decided to leave the task of organizing and identifying them to the chip in his brain. There was no need to waste energy on something so trivial. After all, apart from formal award ceremonies, no one actually walked around flaunting these medals on their chest. Next, he turned his focus to the merit point exchange page. The items currently available with his level of access were limited, and most of them didn't pique his interest. Only a few psionic potions caught his eye. Among them, he even spotted the number 7 psionic stimulant compound he had used to awaken his psionic abilities. Surprisingly, even a D4 grade psionic potion required just 10 merit points. He couldn't help but think back if he had access to a D4 grade potion back then instead of the D1 grade one. Perhaps the awakening process would have gone more smoothly. He sighed lightly at the thought, but quickly adjusted his mindset and continued exploring the merit point and metal system. However, reality proved to be less ideal than he had imagined. He had initially assumed that accumulating a few metals would allow him to easily claim monthly merit points. But the truth was more complicated. The system clearly stated that only one metal's merit points could be claimed per month, and it had to be the one with the highest value. If he were to earn a golden heroic sword medal in the future, his current silver one would immediately become obsolete. Li Xian stared at the screen, his lips twitching in frustration before muttering under his breath, "Damn capitalists." After learning about the medal, Li Xian greeted Zhang and Feng Dai briefly before returning to his room to prepare for consuming the number 3 psionic fission serum. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, ensuring he was in peak condition with no room for error. Taking the vial out of his storage box, he examined the viscous liquid that shimmered faintly under the light through the transparent container. Taking a deep breath, he downed the serum without hesitation. The instant the serum touched his throat, a cold sensation slid down to his stomach. Li Xian sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating, patiently waiting for the effects to kick in. About 3 to 4 minutes later, his body started to change. Psionic energy surged like ignited gunpowder, spreading rapidly throughout his body. His eyebrows furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The psionic energy within him seemed to be undergoing a wild fission, causing a tearing and swelling pain. In the room, all electronic devices had already been removed, leaving only an empty space filled with the hum of psionic energy reverberating. As the sound intensified, faint arcs of electricity began to flicker around Li Xian's body, crackling intermittently. Each arc sent a slight tremor through him, his hair standing on end as if he had transformed into a beast ready to strike. The rampant psionic energy raged within him, growing at an alarming rate, while his control over it steadily weakened, like an uncontrollable storm brewing inside. This state persisted for a full hour before the chaotic psionic energy gradually subsided, and the electric arcs in the room faded away. Li Xian opened his eyes, a faint glow of psionic fluctuations still lingering in his gaze. Exhaling deeply, he felt the surging energy within him and couldn't help but smile with exhilaration. "Wow," he murmured, "this feels incredible." He could clearly sense that the amount of psionic energy within him had more than doubled. And this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, the effects of the psionic fission would continue, though the growth rate would gradually slow. Based on the serum's evaluations, this single vial of number 3 psionic fission compound was expected to increase his psionic energy by at least 3-fold. However, Li Xian soon realized the limitations of the serum. Wasn't an endlessly scaling effect. As the base level of psionic energy rose, the growth rate from subsequent doses would significantly diminish. What a misleading name, fission. Li Xian shook his head with a hint of disappointment. I thought the bigger the base, the stronger the effect. He walked over to the mirror and couldn't help but laugh at his reflection. His face was flushed from the energy surge, and his hair stood wildly on end, as if he'd been struck by lightning. Even so, he confidently remarked, "No matter how disheveled I look, I still can't hide the fact that I'm ridiculously handsome." After tidying himself up briefly, he headed downstairs to the mecha repair area. The space was as busy as ever. Both his and Feng Dai's mechas had been fully repaired, but Jiang Lu's mecha was still undergoing intensive restoration. Li Xian noticed that the left arm of Jiang Lu's mecha had already been replaced, as the repair team leader had mentioned it was the simplest part to fix by swapping it out. However, the other components required more time and effort. As Li Xian approached, Jiang Lu set down the tool he was holding and looked up. "How do you feel after using the serum?" he asked. "Great," Li Xian replied with a grin. "If only I could get a few more bottles of it." Hearing this, Jiang Lu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of caution. "You can't use this serum too frequently right now. You need to wait at least 20 days before taking another dose. Once you've used it more times, the interval can shorten, but for now, taking it too often will cause serious harm to your body. Plus, the contamination level will increase rapidly." Li Xian's excitement dimmed slightly at these words. He nodded and sighed. "Got it. I'll take it slow." Jiang Lu's reminder made Li Xian realize that while the exhilaration of gaining power was undeniable, the hidden risks that came with it were just as significant. Indeed, that was the case. Li Xian had painstakingly managed to lower the contamination level from 21.3 to 15.5 over the course of several days. However, after using this vial of medication, it had surged back up to 22. Li Xian stared at the data projection on his wrist, his brows furrowed tightly. The fruits of his labor over the past few days had been completely undone by the medication, with the contamination level rebounding to 22. A sinking feeling crept into his heart if this continued. He feared he might soon succumb to the chaos contamination and turn into a rogue psychic. Letting out a helpless sigh, he lamented the medication's dual nature, effective but accompanied by severe side effects. Moreover, his current resources were limited, and his access privileges were woefully inadequate, leaving him no chance to obtain higher-grade medication with lower contamination risks. "It seems I'll have to slow down on the dosage," Li Xian muttered to himself, quietly calculating his next course of action. Standing nearby, Jiang Lu watched him with a steady gaze. "You've just taken the medication today. Don't train with the mechs. Start again tomorrow, and train for 2 days straight after that." "Yes, master." Li Xian nodded in agreement, then asked, "How many more days of rest do we have?" Jiang Lu pondered for a moment, his tone turning slightly grave. "Not long, at most a week." "A week?" Li Xian was a bit surprised. He had expected the mission to come sooner. "That's right," Jiang Lu replied calmly. "We still need to wait for the transport vehicles. The corporation is sending a batch of new vehicles to reinforce Hungan defense. Once they arrive, the next offensive will officially begin." "I see," Li Xian said with a nod, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Jiang Lu predicted, the corporation's transport vehicles arrived on schedule, signaling the countdown to the new military operation. At dawn, on the open grounds of the forward base, several Pelican-class transport ships descended slowly, their massive engines roaring and reverberating across the area. As the hatches opened, one by one, armored vehicles rolled off the transport ships under the guidance of soldiers. Within the base, Hungan defense soldiers stood in neat formations, their postures upright and their eyes sharp. These were all seasoned veterans, particularly the armored units, who were awaiting the arrival of their new equipment. Seated in an armored off-road vehicle, Li Xian scanned the vehicles disembarking from the transport ships, silently keeping count. His gaze lingered on a line of Hunter-class medium tanks, and he couldn't help but marvel, an entire 2 companies of Hunter's 26 tanks in total. What a massive investment! What astounded him even more was the sheer number of short-tail armored vehicles. A full battalion's worth 30 short-tails plus 2 command variants, totaling 32 vehicles. The 2 command vehicles were specifically designed for battalion headquarters, dedicated to coordination and command rather than direct combat. "Wow, the corporation really pulled out all the stops this time," Jiang Lu exclaimed, taking a sharp breath as his eyes fell on the last few vehicles rolling off the transport ships. His expression grew even more serious. "Look over there." Following Jiang Lu's gaze, Li Xian saw a massive tank slowly making its way off one of the transport ships. It was noticeably larger than the Hunter tanks and bore the signature markings of Blueprint's Biotech Defense Division, indicating it was a newly deployed piece of equipment. "Master, what kind of tank is that?" Li Xian asked as he activated his chip to search for information. "The Skullcrusher heavy tank," Jiang Lu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. "It's specifically designed to counter mechs." "Designed to counter mechs?" Li Xian's eyes widened in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. "That's right," Jiang Lu confirmed with a nod. "Of course, It's only effective against class mechs and below. Against higher-tier mechs, its effectiveness diminishes. But when it comes to enemy knight-level units, it's an absolute game-changer. Li Xian's heart raced with excitement as he heard this, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible." Li Xian's eyes widened further as he echoed, "A tank like this, specifically designed to counter mechs?" At this moment, Li Xian's chip had already retrieved detailed information about this heavy tank. The Skullcrusher heavy tank. Its primary weapon, a heavy plasma cannon. Secondary armament, a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. The armor material is identical to that of the short-sword squire mechas, both made from grade military alloy, with the capability to mount additional external armor for enhanced defense. The tank accommodates a crew of 5. Although it lacks psionic activation for a void shield, its armor thickness and defensive capabilities surpass those of mechas. This tank's long-range combat prowess is truly formidable, arguably exceeding the standards of mechas in the same class. While the short-sword squire's main cannon cannot penetrate a mecha's void shield in a single shot, the Skullcrusher can. Li Xian stared at the holographic projection of the tank in his chip, a chill running down his spine. This heavy plasma cannon was no ordinary weapon. Its energy impact could overload a grade void shield, potentially even piercing the main body of a mecha. If luck wasn't on one side, a second shot might even take down a grade mecha. After a moment of thought, he turned to Zhang beside him and asked in a low voice, "We have the Skullcrusher, though. You think the enemy might also have comparable weapons?" Zhang gaze remained fixed on the image of the Skullcrusher, his expression grim. He spoke slowly, "They definitely do. The question is whether they'll deploy it in this battle. Either way, we need to be extra cautious this time. Our earlier progress was smooth because we didn't encounter these kinds of heavily fortified defensive points. Things won't be so easy now." Hearing this, Li Xian quickly recalled the last ambush they faced and tentatively said, "During the last ambush, we didn't see any heavy tanks like this. Master, do you think the enemy forces at the Beishi steel plant might not possess this kind of equipment?" Zhang shook his head, his tone steady but carrying a note of caution. "We can't confirm the exact vehicles the enemy has, but it's always better to be prepared. For this operation, we'll need to upgrade our weaponry as well." Li Xian nodded in agreement and immediately asked, "Master, how should we upgrade our weapons?" Zhang eyes sharpened as he calmly issued the order. "Equip each unit with an alloy shield, mounted on the left arm." "Understood, Master." Li Xian responded without hesitation and turned to head toward the hangar. Upon returning from the vehicle loading bay, the repair crew in the hangar immediately got to work. They swiftly adjusted the weapon configurations on the short-sword squire mechas, repositioning the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon to the sides beneath the left arm. Although this modification slightly altered the weapon's center of gravity, it posed no significant issues overall. At the same time, they brought out a massive kite-shaped knight shield measuring 4.5 meters in height and 3 meters in width. The shield's thickness surpassed even the armor of the short-sword squire itself. While it would reduce the mecha's mobility by 12, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. The shield could withstand most anti-tank missiles, and its built-in deflection field could redirect portions of incoming attacks, significantly easing the burden on the void shield. Standing nearby, Li Xian watched every detail of the shield's assembly intently. He knew that in the upcoming battle, this shield might very well be the deciding factor between life and death. This time, he was determined to ensure that every piece of his equipment was in optimal condition. Li Xian and his team were particularly concerned about the enemy potentially possessing heavy weaponry like the Skullcrusher. With the addition of this new shield, even if the void shield were to be destroyed by a direct hit, the armored shield could still absorb the impact of one overcharged blast. This would buy the mech valuable time to retreat or react. Li Xian's mech was outfitted similarly to its previous configuration. His short-sword squire mech still sported the combination of a 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon and a plasma cannon on its left arm, while the right arm wielded a power halberd designed for close combat. On both shoulders were mounted the same 12-barrel 105mm Jagadant rocket pods, providing dense firepower and wide coverage. However, the defensive systems had been upgraded this time, with the addition of a durable armored shield and reinforced external armor plating. This external armor had saved Li Zin's life in the last battle, allowing him to escape just before the enemy breached the cockpit. Nevertheless, the enhanced armor came with a trade-off. The added weight of the external armor and shield reduced the mech's movement speed by about 20. Specifically, the external armor accounted for a 10 decrease, while the armored shield caused a 12 reduction. Fortunately, both the armor and shield were designed to be jettisoned if necessary, enabling Li Xian to quickly shed the weight during combat for faster maneuvering or pursuit. Although the armored shield was expensive equivalent to several years of Li Zin's salary, it was provided by the corporation, so its loss was not his concern. Meanwhile, Zhang and Feng Dai had also made adjustments to their mechs. Zhang mech had been equipped with an armored shield as well, clearly to bolster its defenses. Feng Dai's modifications were even more significant. In addition to reloading his rocket pods, he had optimized his ammunition configuration, evidently inspired by the devastating effectiveness of Li Xin's rockets in the previous battle. A new round of combat was about to begin. Li Xian and his team had already arrived at the frontline base, where all the soldiers and commanders involved in this operation were gathered. Inside the cockpit of the short sword squire, Li Xian studied the 3D map projected by the mech's onboard computer. The map displayed the detailed terrain layout of Zone B3, a large warehouse district. Attention, all units. The voice of Lu Quan from command came through the comms, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. This is your mission target, Zone B3, the large warehouse district. I trust you are all familiar with the basic intel on this area. There are 8 large warehouses in total. Previously, the 5th Mech Support Unit, along with accompanying infantry and armored units, was ambushed by the enemy in this very location. Lu Quan's tone was calm but firm. According to the latest intelligence, the defenses here have been further reinforced. The enemy is no longer relying solely on stealth tactics. Many defensive structures are now overtly positioned. This means we will face much stiffer resistance. The enemy clearly intends to delay our offensive momentum here. From the looks of it, this is going to be a tough battle. Lu Quan then outlined the battle plan in detail. For this operation, the 5th and 6th Mech Support Units will serve as the primary mech forces. Additionally, we will deploy 2 platoons of Skull Crusher Heavy Tank 6 in total for fire support. Hung Defense will contribute 1 infantry battalion, 1 tank company, and 1 armored company as the main assault force. Meanwhile, 2 howitzer artillery companies will be stationed in the rear to provide heavy fire cover. There is only one objective. Lu Quan's voice sharpened. Within 3 days, we will completely eliminate the enemy's defensive stronghold in this area. Yes, sir, came the unified response, reverberating through the base with unwavering determination. The soldiers' morale was high. The new battle had officially begun. The size of the forces this time is indeed considerable. However, in an environment like the Behemoth Steelworks, no matter how many troops are deployed, it's difficult for them to maneuver. The abandoned steel factory, with its complex terrain and narrow spaces, inherently limits the number of soldiers that can be accommodated. At this point, the deployment in this area has already reached its maximum capacity. Any additional forces would only hinder each other and reduce combat efficiency. Infantry and armored units have quietly moved into their designated positions, while Li Xian and his 5th Squad are steadily piloting their mechs closer to the battlefield. For this operation, the 5th Squad has been reinforced by the 6th Squad. The 6th Squad also consists of 3 mechs, led by their seasoned commander, Ku Qian. The mech pilots Zhang Kangel and Luo Hang are both battle-hardened veterans. This team's overall capability clearly surpasses that of Li Xin's 5th Squad. The 3 members of the 6th Squad work in perfect harmony, their movements exuding a sense of practiced calm and confidence. This time, the group is really pulling out all the stops. Ku Qian's voice came through the public channel, a teasing tone laced with a hint of excitement. They're definitely going Alan, Zhang Lu responded coolly. Once we break through this stronghold and coordinate with the attacks from other directions, the enemy won't have a foothold left on the surface. Securing this area will mark the beginning of the underground battles. Hey, old Jiang, do you think we'll get a silver sword medal for this one? Ku Qian asked, chuckling, his tone lighthearted. Do my words even count? Zhang Lu laughed as well. If it were up to me, I'd give you all gold sword medals, 2 each while we're at it. Before the laughter could fade, a deafening roar erupted. 2 howitzer batteries opened fire, unleashing the fury of 16 152mm howitzers. The shells screamed through the air and slammed into the enemy's defensive positions. Within seconds, explosions and flames engulfed the area, turning it into a raging inferno. The enemy's frontline defenses were hammered relentlessly, and the sturdy outer walls of the warehouses shook violently, shedding clouds of dust as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, the power of these howitzers was ultimately limited. The structures of the Behemoth Steelworks were remarkably robust, originally designed to withstand heavy impacts. To truly destroy these warehouses, heavy aerial bombs or orbital strikes would be necessary. However, the complex electromagnetic environment ruled out precise airstrikes, and orbital bombardment was impossible due to the subspace storms blocking access to the skies. The defensive positions atop the warehouses bore the brunt of the bombardment. The enemy, evidently anticipating this, had kept their defenses there relatively sparse, and they were quickly obliterated by the shelling. However, the true defensive core lay hidden within the warehouses. These interiors were dimly lit and labyrinthine, filled with steel debris that served as natural cover, resembling a fortress forged from the ruins. Inside one of the warehouses was the enemy's temporary command center. Leading the defense was an infantry battalion commander from the Milda Auxiliaries. The organizational structure of the Milda Auxiliaries mirrored that of conventional military units, though their troop numbers were slightly larger. A fully manned infantry battalion, along with various support personnel from the battalion headquarters, totaled approximately 400 soldiers. The curtain of battle had now risen. The defenses around the warehouse district were tightly organized and exceptionally strategic. The 4 warehouses at the front formed a solid infantry stronghold, serving as the first line of defense against the enemy's assault. Within the defensive perimeter of these warehouses, armored vehicles were deliberately excluded and replaced with 2 squads of tanks. These tanks were not employed for traditional mobile combat, but instead transformed into stationary gun emplacements. Inside the warehouses, soldiers constructed makeshift fortifications for these steel behemoths. Beneath their heavy protective covers, only the barrels and parts of the turrets were exposed, resembling predators lying in wait for their prey. The 5th warehouse, however, was the heart of the entire defensive line. It housed not only 2 squads of night retainers, but also 10 class mechs. These mechs were the defender's ultimate trump card, each capable of unleashing devastating destruction. Captain Harris stood in the command room of the warehouse, arms crossed and gaze steely. He waited silently for the enemy bombardment to cease, the deafening roar of artillery filling the air. Despite the ferocity of the enemy's heavy firepower, the thick walls and ingenious design of the warehouses significantly mitigated the damage. At worst, the soldiers experienced a few minutes of ringing in their ears, with no real threat to their safety. Infantry-artillery coordination? Too bad that tactic won't work here, Harris muttered, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. His soldiers were already well-versed in the layout of the firing ports within the warehouses, prepared to launch precise counterattacks at any moment. The bombardment finally ceased, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Harris's eyes snapped open as he swiftly issued orders through his communicator. Enemy bombardment has stopped. All units, prepare for defense. A chorus of firm, synchronized responses echoed back. Understood. In an instant, the 4 forward warehouses transformed into steel fortresses bristling with deadly spikes. Anti-tank electromagnetic cannons, anti-tank missiles, and other weapons were swiftly deployed as soldiers stood ready. Harris scanned the defensive line, a cold smile on his face as he remarked to the adjutant beside him, "With this stronghold in place, the enemy will have to sacrifice at least 2 battalions before they can even think about taking it." The adjutant chuckled in agreement. "Exactly. I can already picture the battlefield littered with their corpses." Harris nodded, his confidence unwavering. The warehouse defenses were meticulously layered, ensuring that even if the first line was breached, the attackers would face even more treacherous traps ahead. However, his brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted toward the distant battlefield. He knew the real threat had yet to arrive: the enemy's mech units. "Mechs," Harris murmured, a trace of unease flickering in his eyes. So far, the enemy mechs had yet to appear, but he was certain it was only a matter of time. Once the enemy infantry scouted the defensive fire points, the mechs would advance with void shields, systematically dismantling every defensive position. "Don't worry, I'm not like that idiot from last time." A deep, defiant voice crackled through Harris's communicator, carrying an air of ferocity. Even through the transmission, Harris could sense the speaker's ruthlessness and confidence. It was Milton, the commander of the night retainer squads. Milton had unwavering faith in his mech units. The combined force of 10 class mechs was more than enough to dominate a battle of this scale. In mech warfare, numbers dictated control of the battlefield. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, even if a void shield was overwhelmed by concentrated fire, another mech could instantly take its place. And when the night retainers closed in on the enemy's formation, that was when the real battle would begin. As their powered weapons tore through the enemy lines, chaos and carnage would reign, leaving the opposition in complete disarray. When the night retainers close in, that's when the fighting truly starts. Their powered weapons will unleash a storm of blood and destruction across the enemy's ranks, Milton declared with chilling certainty. The front line. As the artillery barrage ceased, the infantry's battle immediately began to unfold. Small combat teams, moving like stealthy leopards, crept closer to the warehouse under the cover of crumbled walls and debris. Suddenly, the crackle of gunfire erupted from within the warehouse. Tat-tat-tat. Milda's defensive infantry opened fire first, their muzzle flashes slicing through the air as bullets rained down like a relentless storm. The battlefield was instantly filled with the deafening staccato of gunfire. Hengon defense infantry quickly dove behind cover, their movements precise and well-drilled. Some fired blindly to suppress, while others exposed only a sliver of their heads, taking quick, calculated aim before pulling the trigger. The sharp bursts of return fire tat-tat-tat interwove with the chaos, as flashes of gunfire illuminated the smoke-filled battlefield. Everyone knew that any reckless exposure could invite a fatal counterattack. "Bring up the grenade launcher," a platoon leader barked, his voice firm and commanding as he crouched against a fractured column. After a brief glance at the situation, he issued the order with decisive authority. Moments later, a 35mm grenade launcher was hauled to the front lines by several soldiers. A seasoned veteran knelt behind a makeshift barricade, his hands moving deftly as he loaded the drum magazine in one seamless motion. The launcher, which held 20 grenades, might have limited destructive power, but in critical moments, it was an indispensable tool for suppressing enemy fire. Fire! Aim for their windows! The platoon leader called out, peering cautiously from behind the column. His eyes locked onto the firing slits in the warehouse walls, his voice tinged with tense anticipation. Got it! The veteran growled in response, quickly adjusting the launcher's angle. Half reclining on the ground, he steadied the weapon. Thump, thump, thump. With faint wisps of smoke trailing behind, grenades shot toward the warehouse like arrows loosed from a bow. The ventilation openings and windows, now prime firing positions for the enemy, became the targets. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades struck the walls in rapid succession, their explosions deafening as flames and smoke intertwined, sending shards of debris flying. Yet, despite careful aiming, most of the grenades merely impacted the walls, offering some suppression but failing to land direct hits on the firing slits. At last, one grenade struck true, hitting a firing slit near the top of the warehouse. Boom! The explosion's shockwave engulfed two Milda soldiers positioned just behind the opening. The closest soldier was instantly torn apart by the blast, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Another, though positioned slightly farther back, was not spared. Shrapnel tore deep gashes into his body, and the force of the explosion hurled him onto the ground with a pained scream. Medic! Get a medic over here! His comrades rushed to his side, frantically pressing down on his wounds to staunch the bleeding. The injured soldier had been struck by shrapnel across his face, arms, and side, his uniform quickly soaked in blood. Fortunately, the 35mm grenade's limited blast radius and the diminishing force of the shrapnel at a distance spared him from a fatal injury. After some quick field dressing, the soldier, though seriously wounded, remained combat-ready. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he tightened his grip on his rifle, steeling himself to rejoin the fight. Meanwhile, the Milda soldiers entrenched within the warehouse found their firepower noticeably dampened under the relentless threat of the grenades. The battle raged on, but Hengon Defense's offensive was gradually gaining the upper hand. A medic carrying a field kit swiftly climbed up to this floor. His eyes scanned the battlefield, a mix of unease and professional composure in his gaze. Without hesitation, he moved quickly toward the firing slit that had just been attacked. Crouching down, he inspected the first soldier who had borne the brunt of the grenade blast. The soldier's helmet was gone, and half his head was missing, blood and brain matter pooling on the floor. The medic frowned slightly, a flicker of helplessness passing through his eyes. Gently setting down the body, he muttered softly, "No chance. Drag him out later." His tone carried a cold indifference born of familiarity with such scenes. He swiftly turned to another fallen soldier. After assessing the wounds, he immediately began administering basic first aid. His movements were precise and efficient, with no hint of hesitation. Once he finished bandaging the injuries, he helped the wounded soldier to his feet with one hand, while gripping the medical kit tightly with the other. Together, they quickly retreated from the floor, each step steady yet urgent. Meanwhile, the Hungan defense soldiers who had just fired the grenade launcher were also making a rapid retreat. Their actions were as practiced as if rehearsed countless times. One soldier hoisted the automatic grenade launcher onto his shoulder, while another swiftly folded the tripod. The pair then sprinted toward the rear. Their survival strategy was clear: hit and run. After all, no one could predict when the enemy's counterattack would come. Sure enough, inside the warehouse of the Murda Auxiliary Forces, a squad leader was watching the direction of the recent grenade fire with a cold, calculating expression. His face hardened with determination as he waved his hand and barked an order: "Load the rocket launcher, take aim, and blow them to pieces." The soldiers moved swiftly, loading the rocket launcher in seconds. With a sharp hiss, the rocket propelled forward, leaving a trail of white smoke as it arced toward the previous firing position. In an instant, the area behind the cover erupted in flames, the deafening explosion shaking the battlefield. "Ha ha ha! Stupid Murda dogs. You think you can blow me up? Dream on." Not far away, a seasoned Hungan defense veteran crouched behind cover, reloading his grenade launcher. Watching the enemy's counterattack miss the mark, he burst into laughter, the deep lines on his face becoming even more pronounced with his excitement. His assistant joined in the laughter, as if this life-or-death confrontation was the thrill they lived for. Elsewhere, a Hungan defense machine gunner was positioned behind a shattered section of wall, suppressing the enemy with his electromagnetic machine gun. His eyes were focused, his hands gripping the weapon firmly. The recoil reverberated through his arms and into his body, but he remained steady, unfazed. His target was the enemy's firing slits, and the electromagnetic rounds tore through the air at incredible speed, hammering the enemy's cover with a relentless rat-a-tat. However, not all the firing slits hit enemies. Seasoned soldiers typically reposition after firing to avoid becoming easy targets. This time, Though, the machine gunner's rounds found their mark. A Murda soldier behind one of the slits was struck directly. With a sickening thud, the electromagnetic round tore through his chest. Despite wearing body armor, it was designed only to stop conventional bullets. The electromagnetic projectile easily pierced through the plating, spinning violently upon entering his chest cavity and wreaking havoc inside. The massive force blew his chest apart, and the impact sent him tumbling off the floor, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud as blood sprayed everywhere. But the Hung Defense machine gunner's luck ran out shortly after. Before he could relocate, a Murda sniper inside the warehouse had locked onto him. A muffled gunshot echoed bang, and the sniper's bullet found its target. The machine gunner's head exploded in an instant, a gruesome mess of blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground like a shattered tomato. The battle between the two sides was ferociously intense. Milda's infantry were being struck down one after another, while soldiers from Hung Defense also fell on the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke and gunpowder as bullets, grenades, and rockets were continuously fired and exploded without a moment's pause. A soldier might destroy an enemy tank with an anti-tank missile 1 second, only to be struck down by a sudden bullet the next, collapsing into a pool of blood. In this brutal environment, the lives of infantry seemed especially fragile, like dried leaves drifting in the wind, ready to be torn apart by the storm of battle at any moment. A platoon leader from Hung Defense crouched behind cover, keeping his body low in a desperate attempt to evade the rain of bullets pouring down on their position. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with urgency. His platoon was pinned down by the overwhelming enemy fire, unable to even lift their heads, let alone relocate to a better position. On the opposing side, Milda's forces had taken control of higher ground, fortified with well-constructed defenses and strategic firing points. Their machine guns raked the battlefield, and grenades erupted in deafening blasts, leaving Hung soldiers with little choice but to fire blindly in desperation. Gritting his teeth, the platoon leader let out a low growl and shouted, "Call for tank support." The message quickly reached the frontline commander. Without hesitation, an infantry company commander issued orders to coordinate with the armored units. Minutes later, a hunter tank rolled onto the battlefield, positioning itself securely behind cover. Its turret extended just enough to keep a watchful eye on the enemy, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, one of Milda's machine gun nests continued its relentless assault. The gunner's face was flushed as he gripped the trigger tightly, the barrel spitting fire as a hailstorm of bullets rained down to suppress Hung's counterattack. Inside the hunter tank, the tank commander locked onto the target using the fire control system. In a cold, commanding voice, he ordered, "Take out that machine gun nest. Hit it hard." "Got it. Leave it to me," the gunner responded with a sinister grin. He swiftly loaded a high-explosive shell and aimed at the target. Boom. The shell roared through the air and struck the firing window with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire machine gun nest in flames. Shrapnel scattered in all directions as the two soldiers manning the gun were obliterated along with their position. "Tank! There's a tank over there. Anti-tank team, take it out now!" roared Milda's commander in fury, immediately dispatching an anti-tank unit to retaliate. However, the hunter tank had already retreated behind cover, vanishing completely from sight. Milda's anti-tank team searched the battlefield in vain, unable to catch even a glimpse of their elusive target. On the battlefield, Hung defense soldiers remained mostly concealed behind cover, only emerging briefly to fire before quickly retreating. The staccato of gunfire mixed with the sharp clang of spent shell casings hitting the ground, creating a grim symphony of death. One infantryman from Hung Defense, having emptied his magazine, swiftly withdrew to a temporary rest point several dozen meters away. He slumped against the cover, breathing heavily, and pulled a spare magazine from his backpack. As he reloaded his weapon, his eyes darted nervously across the battlefield, ever alert to the chaos unfolding around him. The acrid scent of gunpowder hung in the air, mingling with the distant thunder of explosions, keeping his nerves taut. In that moment, all he could do was prepare himself for the next round of combat. Not far away stood Li Xion's mech. Through the advanced targeting and observation system of his machine, he watched the scene unfold. Leaning back in his pilot seat, Li Xion observed the battlefield ahead through the mech's precise optics. In the distance, the infantry had just completed their final round of suppressive fire and quickly retreated to cover, resembling a group of workers exhaling in relief after finishing their task. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he teased. "Looks like those infantry guys are clocking out after unloading their rounds. Must be nice, huh?" Zhang Lu, hearing this, glanced over at Li Xion and cracked a grin. "Nice? You think they've got it easy? What about you? Lounging in the cockpit without even breaking a sweat." Li Xion paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fair point. Their light-hearted banter didn't last long. Soon, The frontline infantry commander transmitted detailed intelligence on the enemy's firepower positions to the mech unit's command system. The operational map quickly updated, marking each enemy fire point with precision. Zhang Lao's expression turned serious as he issued an order through the comm system. Mech support unit, move out. Li Exine, you lead the charge. Understood. Li Exine responded without hesitation. He craved the challenge of battle, knowing this skirmish would be a prime opportunity to sharpen his skills. Zhang Lu added, we'll cover you from the rear, but remember, if enemy mechs show up, fall back immediately. Don't try to play the hero. Got it. Li Exine confirmed again. He gripped the control sticks tightly, taking a deep breath as he channeled his inner energy. The energy surged through his body and into the mech's core systems, causing the 03 short sword squire mech to radiate a brilliant glow. Its void shield activated, and the armored shield on its left arm locked into place, ready to pivot for both defense and targeting. Inside the cockpit, the onboard AI system rapidly calculated the data. Enemy fire points were pinpointed with precision, appearing as red markers on Li Xin's holographic display. 0. Calculate firing solutions, he commanded in a steady voice. Firing solutions calculated. You may proceed. Zero's robotic voice confirmed. The hum of the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon roared to life. With precision, Li Exine adjusted the mech stance and aimed the left arm cannon. As the rapid bursts of fire erupted with a rat-a-tat rhythm, a storm of bullets rained down like thunder, tearing into the enemy's firing apertures. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed as one enemy fire point after another was obliterated. Though the 20mm cannon rounds posed little threat to armored targets, they were devastating against infantry fortifications. The enemy fire points along the walls fell silent almost simultaneously, throwing their defenses into temporary disarray. But Li Exine knew better than to let his guard down. The battle was far from over. Although his mech's firepower was both accurate and overwhelming, the warehouse's intricate layout and unmarked firing positions posed significant risks. Inside the warehouse, chaos rained, blood and debris scattered everywhere, with shattered bodies and severed limbs littering the floor. Thick, dark blood dripped from the upper levels, staining the ground below. Enraged, the enemy company commander bellowed, "Target that mech! All anti-tank units, fire everything at it!" The command sparked immediate action. Hidden anti-tank teams within the warehouse sprang into position. Not just the fire points in front of Li Exine, but those in the surrounding 3 warehouses also began converging their firepower on the 03 short sword squire. Rat-a-tat, bang, boom. A barrage of firepower rained down on Li Xin's mech from all directions. But he had anticipated this. Swiftly adjusting his stance, he raised the mech's armored shield and activated its deflection field. The enemy's attacks pelted the mech like a torrential downpour, yet most were deflected to the sides, with only a few striking the mech's exterior and causing negligible damage. Remaining composed, Li Exine analyzed the battlefield. His hands moved deftly on the controls, repositioning the mech for another round of counterattacks. The fight had only just begun. His eyes, sharp and focused like a hawk's, locked onto his next target. Bullets, small shells, and even anti-tank missiles were deflected away. Boom. A rocket was forcibly redirected, slamming heavily into the side of Li Exine's mech. Flames erupted from the explosion, but they didn't even scratch the mech's outer coating. The mech stood firm, an unyielding steel behemoth. Nearby, a squad of infantry crouched in a trench-like depression, witnessing the awe-inspiring exchange of firepower. This mech is insane. A young infantryman gazed up at Li Xin's mech, his eyes full of envy and awe. Good thing we weren't standing nearby just now, or that rocket would have blown us to pieces, right? His squad leader, half reclining in the pit, didn't even bother to lift his head. With a lazy smirk, he retorted, "Blown to pieces? Forget that. You'd be vaporized, gone without a trace. Listen up, kid. Mechs are great and all, but whenever there's one on the battlefield, we infantry should stay as far away as possible. Got it?" The rookie nodded rapidly, as if he'd just heard a profound truth. Seeing this, the squad leader reached out and tapped the rookie's helmet, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. "What did you think? The kind of firepower a mech can handle isn't something we can mess with. Forget rockets, bullets can bounce back and smack you in the face." Another veteran peeked out, glancing toward the warehouse in the distance before letting out a cold snort. "Look at those enemy firepower points, miserable. Huh? Us? We just fire a few rounds to keep up appearances and earn our paychecks. Unless we're ordered to lead the charge, we're better off finishing our ammo and clocking out. Nothing's more valuable than staying alive." At this, the surrounding veterans couldn't help but chuckle, the tense atmosphere of the battlefield easing slightly with their banter. Meanwhile, inside the mech's cockpit, Li Exine paid no attention to their chatter. He stayed focused, analyzing the battlefield with precision. Only after the enemy's heavy firepower was completely silenced did he decisively retract his shield and resume his assault. Zap! The plasma cannon's blue beam cut through the air, striking an enemy firepower point in the warehouse with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of the machine gun's follow-up burst echoed immediately. However, this time, the attack wasn't as effective as before. The enemy's response had clearly become more cautious. At the same time, chaos had erupted along the first defensive line of the Milda faction. Orders to retreat were relayed through communication channels, and all infantry began withdrawing to the second defensive line, preparing to lure the enemy into a preset trap. 03 reporting enemy firepower points have been temporarily neutralized. Li Zin's calm, efficient voice came through the comm channel. 01 acknowledged. Fall back immediately to resupply. Zhang Lu quickly issued the command, simultaneously uploading new operational orders to headquarters. Minutes later, updated mission directives were disseminated. This time, the objective wasn't Li Xian but other units under Hengan defense. A company commander issued orders to his platoon leader. Send someone to scout the enemy's position. Be cautious. Meanwhile, on another front, the armored units were on the move. 3 hunter tanks received their orders, and the commanders promptly donned their helmets and climbed into their vehicles. The rumble of engines roared to life as the 3 tanks emerged from cover, advancing along the road toward the warehouse. Fire a flare first, ordered the commander of one tank decisively. Bang! A flare shot into the night sky, illuminating the interior of the warehouse briefly. Though the lighting was obstructed, it was enough to reveal the layout inside. The warehouse entrance was mostly barren, with only scattered debris and rubble, offering no effective cover. It was evident the enemy had moved all supplies to the rear and was fortifying a new defensive line there. It was clear. The real battle was only just beginning. This battle was not going to be easy to win. Li Xian's mech slowly retreated to the rear. His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield ahead, watching through the display screen, while his hands skillfully reloaded the ammunition for the mech. The infantry at the front had advanced to the outer wall of the warehouse, but had come to a complete halt. The unknown situation inside the warehouse and the potential threat of heavy firepower kept them from acting rashly. The air outside the warehouse felt thick and heavy, broken only by the occasional hum of mech engines and the hushed whispers of soldiers. Throw in some glow sticks, a squad leader ordered in a low voice. Several soldiers quickly pulled out military-grade glow sticks, twisted them open, and tossed them into the warehouse. The cold glow faintly illuminated the interior, revealing its vast, empty space devoid of any cover. The sight offered no reassurance. In such an environment, sending infantry inside would be tantamount to suicide. Even armored vehicles or mechs would hesitate to venture in under these conditions. But battles cannot stall in the face of difficulty. After a swift discussion, the commanders issued new orders, and the front line began to reorganize. A team of infantry stealthily moved through the narrow passages between the warehouses, circling around to the rear of the second row of warehouses. There, they set up a makeshift defensive line to guard against potential reinforcements from the enemy in the rear. If everything went as planned, they even intended to launch a surprise assault on the 4 central warehouses from this position. Deploy smoke grenades, the commander ordered decisively. The rear artillery unit promptly responded, loading specialized smoke rounds. Within seconds, a series of deafening booms followed as massive smoke grenades streaked through the air, landing precisely in the passage behind the warehouses. Thick white smoke quickly spread, isolating the rear 2 warehouses from the central 4. In the passage, a soldier hurried forward to the rear door of the second row warehouse. He pulled a glow stick from his belt, twisted it open, and tossed it inside. The faint light revealed a scene that made his heart sink. Report: the rear of the second row warehouse is also heavily fortified by the enemy. The situation is just as dire. The soldier's voice came through the comms, reaching the command center. The commander's expressions darkened upon hearing the report. The original plan for a pincer attack seemed no longer feasible. The enemy's defenses were clearly well prepared. Attacking from the rear was not only unlikely to succeed, but could also stretch their forces too thin. With limited manpower, any sudden counterattack by enemy mechs could plunge the entire offensive into jeopardy. What now? The infantry battalion commander asked quietly, glancing at the staff officers around him. The staff officers fell into deep thought, their faces grim. The situation inside the warehouses was far more complex than it appeared. Although Hungan Defense had secured the first row warehouse, it was clearly a trap set by the Milda Auxiliary Army. Their limited forces made it impossible to fully defend all 3 rows of warehouses, but they had fortified the last 2 rows with meticulous precision. The ground defenses were airtight, and underground tunnels provided interconnected pathways, allowing infantry to move flexibly and even tanks to maneuver freely. Whether attempting a scattered assault or a concentrated breakthrough, Hungan Defense would be met with intense enemy firepower. Unless the entire warehouse complex was completely destroyed, the cost of taking it would be unbearably high. The tension hung heavy in the air as the battle reached a stalemate. Everyone understood that winning this fight would be anything but easy. Ji Song stared at the tactical map in front of him, his brows furrowed and fists clenched unconsciously. The tension in the room was palpable. His staff officers wore equally grim expressions, while the armored unit commanders and their aides were deep in hushed discussions. On a distant holographic projection, the mech support unit commander joined the urgent tactical meeting. The battlefield situation was at a stalemate, with the enemy's warehouse defenses as impenetrable as a steel fortress. A breakthrough had to be devised quickly. Could the mechs lead the charge? Ji Song broke the silence, his eyes locking onto the mech unit's strategist in the projection. The strategist paused briefly, then shook his head. No, we don't have enough mechs. If we force a breakthrough and lose even one, it would be a loss we can't afford. We need to keep them in reserve to counter the enemy's mech reinforcements. What about the skull crushers? One of Ji Song's aides interjected. Absolutely not, the mech strategist replied firmly. The skull crushers are a trump card, specifically designed to deal with the enemy's heavy mechs. If we reveal them now, we'll be at a disadvantage in the later stages of the battle. Ji Song's frown deepened as he took in the somber faces of his staff. Then, with a decisive slam of his hand on the table, he issued his orders. Well, going hard. Armored units, deploy smoke grenades to cover infantry advances. Engineer teams, prepare to blast through the warehouse floor and create temporary cover. Yes, Commander. His staff chorused, quickly relaying the orders to the front lines. Soon, the frontline units sprang into action. 6 mechs activated their void shields, maneuvering into the central aisle between the first and second rows of warehouses to provide a moving barrier for the advancing forces. Armored vehicles and tanks scattered to find cover, while those without immediate shelter weaved through the aisles to create distractions. Infantry units swiftly established makeshift positions inside the first row of warehouses, sealing off others and gradually dismantling the enemy's defenses. The assault began at Warehouse B1. A hunter vehicle crept up to the warehouse entrance, revealing only its cannon while the rest of the vehicle remained hidden behind the wall. With a muffled thud-thud-thud, several smoke grenades were launched with precision into the interior. Moments later, thick, grayish-white smoke billowed out, obscuring visibility and disrupting both infrared and radar signals. Engineers, move in, a company commander barked. Yes, sir. 2 engineer teams quickly assembled and, under the cover of the smoke, rushed into the warehouse. Inside, the swirling mix of darkness and dense smoke heightened the tension. Holding their breath, the engineers moved cautiously. One couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Phew. At least they can't see us." "Shut up and focus." The team leader snapped in a low voice, his eyes scanning the smoke for any signs of movement. The enemy, however, was not about to sit idle. From the far end of the warehouse, several machine guns from the Murda Servitor Corps roared to life. Bullets tore through the smoke, sweeping indiscriminately toward the advancing engineers. Though uncertain of what lay hidden in the smog, the enemy soldiers wasted no time in opening fire. Get down. The engineers from Hengon Defense dropped to the ground instantly, using the terrain for cover. Outside Warehouse B1, the commanding officer shouted, suppressing fire. In an instant, the air erupted with gunfire. Infantrymen outside the warehouse, fire teams positioned along the sidewalls, and even a hunter lying in wait behind a shallow ridge unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets and shells into the smoke-filled interior. The overwhelming firepower quickly silenced the enemy machine guns, their bursts becoming sporadic and eventually ceasing altogether. Under such a ferocious assault, the enemy forces hidden in the smoke were rendered powerless. The sheer intensity of the attack was staggering. It wasn't the strength of belief that prevailed here, but the cold, unyielding force of mechanized warfare. The 2 sides fired blindly through the thick smoke, unable to see each other or pinpoint the location of enemy fire. It was a futile exchange, serving no purpose other than creating noise. Load the grenades. The commander of the Milda Auxiliary Forces gave a decisive order. Fire support teams quickly brought out grenade launchers, pulled the firing levers, and sent grenades whistling sharply through the air. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The ground at the warehouse entrance erupted into a series of blackened craters, with shards of rock and scorched metal scattering in all directions. Though neither side could see the other, Hungan Defense had long prepared their defenses. Their shooting parameters at the entrance were meticulously calibrated. The barrage of grenades instantly claimed the lives of several infantrymen lying near the doorway, their mutilated bodies flung several meters away. At the sound of the first explosion, soldiers at the entrance scattered in all directions. Only after the shockwaves subsided did a few cautiously return to retrieve the remains of their fallen comrades. On the turret of the hunter tank, smoke grenades were reloaded. As the mechanical arm swiveled, it fired off a series of thudding shots. Thick white smoke spread rapidly, further obscuring the battlefield in a dense haze. Under this cover, several engineers crouched low and quietly withdrew from inside the warehouse. "How's it going?" The company commander grabbed one of the engineers, his voice urgent. "All set. Just wait for the fireworks." The engineer, his face covered in dust, replied with a glint of excitement in his eyes. However, the time to detonate was not yet right. The engineers knew that blowing up the warehouse now would alert the enemy forces in the other 3 warehouses, prompting them to strengthen their defenses. Any further approach would then become nearly impossible. Instead, they quickly shifted their focus, beginning to plant explosives in the remaining warehouses. Smoke grenades and explosives were being consumed at a rapid pace, but for Hung and defense, these were minor expenses. The real currency in this fight was time. When all the explosives were finally in place, the moment the engineer pressed the detonation button, the atmosphere across the battlefield seemed to freeze. Boom, boom, boom. A series of massive explosions shattered the warehouse's silence. Towering flames erupted, consuming the interior space in an instant. Fire surged through the main entrance, the searing heat suffocating. The concrete floors inside the warehouse were torn apart, leaving a web of crisscrossing trenches. Though uneven and chaotic, these trenches were more than enough to provide Hung and defense with a makeshift defensive line, sparing their infantry from having to face enemy fire unprotected. Move in! Move in! The commander screamed hoarsely. Under the cover of smoke, the combat teams charged into the warehouse with precision. Some carried sandbags on their shoulders, while others dragged makeshift barriers, their movements sharp and efficient. The enemy, noticing something amiss, intensified their firepower, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, in the dense smoke, most shots missed their mark, with even the direction of the targets uncertain. Hung and defense's smoke cover had persisted for hours, making it nearly impossible for the enemy soldiers to retain a clear sense of spatial orientation. The real offensive began at Warehouse B1. To confuse the enemy, infantry forces at the other 3 warehouses launched feigned attacks, creating the illusion of a full-scale assault. Rat-a-tat-tat, thud-thud-thud. As the smoke around Warehouse B1 began to dissipate, the firefight escalated instantly. The deafening roars of machine guns and autocannons filled the air. Hung and defense's trench line became visible, and the Milda company commander, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief, nearly ground his teeth to dust. They actually dug trenches right in front of our defensive line. Bring in the heavy firepower. Show them what we've got, he roared furiously. Rocket and grenade teams immediately took position, lifting their heavy launchers. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh rockets and grenades streaked across the sky, trailing white smoke as they landed precisely in Hung and defense's trenches. Yet, the results were underwhelming, achieving little to no significant damage. Hung and defense had anticipated such retaliation. Their counterfire with rockets and grenades followed almost immediately, pushing the intensity of the battle to its peak. The battlefield erupted with explosions, a hellscape of fire and smoke consuming everything in sight. As the smoke cleared from Warehouse B1, the battlefield erupted into a relentless exchange of gunfire. Machine guns and cannons roared back and forth, creating a symphony of destruction. The dissipating smoke unveiled the full extent of the carnage, a hellscape of fire and chaos. Gunfire rained down like a torrential storm, and the battlefield became a brutal mix of blazing explosions and choking fumes. Soldiers from Hung and defense and Milda huddled behind cover, bullets whizzing past their heads like a storm of steel. They've carved out a trench right in front of our defensive line. A Milda squad leader growled through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. With a sharp gesture, he barked, "Bring out the heavy firepower. Let's show them what we've got." "Yes, sir." The grenade and rocket teams sprang into action, hauling their heavy launchers as they rushed to their firing positions. Moments later, plumes of white smoke streaked through the air, followed by deafening explosions. Grenades and rockets rained down on the enemy trenches with precision. Yet when the dust settled, the results were underwhelming. The Hung and defense lines remained intact, their defenses as solid as ever. On the Hung side, retaliation came swiftly and fiercely. Rockets and grenades launched in relentless waves, surging like a tidal force. Despite the enemy's fortified positions, Li Xian's eyes gleamed with icy confidence. No defense, no matter how strong, was invincible. Outside the warehouse, a tank perched on a gentle slope adjusted its turret with calculated precision. Guided by infantry spotters, the tank commander carefully aligned the electromagnetic cannon. "Fire! Hit them with a high-explosive round first," the commander ordered decisively. Boom-kaboom! A high-explosive shell struck an enemy firing position with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating it in an instant. Flames erupted, and faint cries of anguish echoed from the enemy ranks. The battle intensified further. Hung and defense soldiers worked tirelessly to extend their trenches, shielding combat engineers as they cautiously placed explosives along the front lines. Each blast left behind massive craters, which the soldiers quickly repurposed into makeshift foxholes. Boom! A sudden rocket shot out from within the warehouse, slamming into a Hung and Hunter tank. While its frontal armor absorbed the blast, the impact destroyed one of its tracks, leaving the tank immobilized. Requesting support. The tank crew urgently called for reinforcements over the comms. Standing at the warehouse entrance, Li Xian observed the chaos with a cold, calculating gaze. Piloting his mech, he extended its iron-like arm and dragged the disabled tank to safety, shielding it from further enemy fire. 03, since you're here, lend the infantry some fire support. Zhang Lu's voice came through the comms, calm yet commanding. Understood. Li Xian's eyes sharpened with focus as he maneuvered his mech to take cover behind a wall, revealing only the 6-barrel rotary cannon. Using the fire control system and targeting equipment, he locked onto the enemy's concentrated fire points with precision. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. The rotary cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that tore through the battlefield like an unstoppable flood of steel. The barrage obliterated the enemy's semi-permanent defenses, sending debris and shrapnel flying. Explosions engulfed the enemy positions, leaving their infantry devastated by the onslaught. However, the enemy within the warehouse had anticipated such retaliation. A tank, previously hidden behind cover, suddenly roared to life. Its turret swiveled, and it fired a rapid succession of electromagnetic shells directly at Li Xian's mech. The rounds struck his void shield, creating dazzling ripples of energy. Feeling the tremors through the mech, Li Xian decisively pulled back, retreating to avoid further damage. After a brief pause, he extended the mech's left arm, where a faint glow of concentrated energy began to build at the cannon's muzzle. Zap boom! A plasma cannon shot erupted in a blinding flash, unleashing a torrent of searing plasma and fire upon the enemy positions. The devastating blast incinerated everything in its path, reducing the enemy soldiers to smoldering remains. The air reeked of burnt flesh, but the clamor of battle showed no signs of abating. When it came to the tanks, Li Xian merely cast a glance at them before temporarily dismissing the idea of attacking. Positioned behind cover, only a minimal portion of the tanks was exposed. While the plasma cannon was powerful, it was unlikely to be effective under such circumstances. Rather than wasting time and ammunition, Li Xian decided to prioritize weakening the enemy infantry. Piloting his mech with precision, he targeted the enemy's infantry lines. The plasma cannon unleashed its searing heat and intense electrical currents, erupting into the enemy ranks and triggering a cacophony of screams and chaos. The casualty rate among the Milda infantry soared abruptly, evidence of their growing fear of the mech's destructive power. Inside the warehouse, however, the enemy's defenses remained stubbornly intact. Staring at the battlefield, Li Xian felt a sudden surge of impulse should he storm into the warehouse and tear apart the enemy's formations entirely. Yet, reason quickly overpowered the thought. He knew the enemy's night squires had yet to appear. Charging into a confined space recklessly would compromise the flexibility of his short-sword attendants, potentially leaving him vulnerable to encirclement. Resolutely, he adjusted his strategy. Keep up the pressure. Their infantry won't hold out much longer. Zhang Lu's analysis was equally composed. Maneuvering his mech across the battlefield, he kept a close watch on the enemy's reactions. Inside the warehouse, the Milda troops stationed at B1 were already beginning to crumble. Desperate calls for reinforcements echoed over their comms, requesting backup. The enemy mechs are advancing, can't hold them off. Yet, the Milda mech units remained unresponsive, silently biding their time, hoping to lull Li Xian and his team into complacency and set the stage for the Night Squire's eventual strike. Meanwhile, infantry reinforcements from the other 3 warehouses were already making their way to B1 through underground tunnels. On Li Xian's side, Luo Hang from the 6th Squad arrived in his mech to provide support. The 2 mechs positioned themselves on either side of the warehouse entrance, taking turns to unleash suppressive fire. Electromagnetic rounds rained down like a relentless storm, while Li Xian's plasma cannon and Luo Hang's laser cannon worked in tandem, demonstrating devastating power in the confined indoor space. The plasma cannon's heat and electrical fury wreaked havoc on the enemy infantry, while Luo Hang's laser cannon systematically eliminated fortified positions, even managing to detonate a tank hidden behind cover at a critical moment. As Li Xian retreated to reload, a sudden, urgent warning from Zhang Lu crackled through his comms. The Night Squires are deploying. Almost simultaneously, the mech's radar detected 10 high-speed signals. Without hesitation, Li Xian pulled back and regrouped with the 4 other mechs to form a defensive formation. Opposite them, 10 Night Squire mechs closed in from 3 directions, each exuding a chilling aura of menace. The sight of these mechs caused everyone's hearts to tighten. This was where the real battle began. In the command center, Lu Quan shot up from his seat, his gaze burning with intensity. His voice roared through the comms channel. Skull Crushers, move out. Crush them. Lying in wait behind cover, the Skull Crushers sprang into action. 13 massive, heavy mechs roared to life, their engines growling like steel behemoths as they lumbered out of hiding. On the other side, the Night Squire's commander wore a twisted grin as his psionic energy surged to its peak. Fixing a piercing glare on Li Xian's position, he let out a derisive roar. 10 against 6, let's show these corporate dogs what we're made of. Charge. Kill them all. The Night Squires bellowed in unison, advancing rapidly with large, reinforced shields shielding their mech bodies. Their high-speed push brought them closer and closer to the Xions formation. In that moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent, like the calm before a raging storm. Everyone held their breath, bracing for the impending clash of steel and the life-or-death struggle that was about to unfold. These brutes! Zhang Lu's disdainful voice echoed in the cockpit of the mech. Don't rush to fire. Let the skull crushers strike first. Yes, sir. The distance between the two sides was already minimal. It took the Night Squires no more than a minute to charge across from the other end of the warehouse. The mechs were advancing in the narrow corridor, presenting an ideal target for the skull crushers. The heavy skull crusher tanks had finally completed their energy buildup. The barrels of their cannons trembled slightly, radiating an oppressive sense of impending destruction. These tanks boasted formidable firepower, but the energy charging time for each shot was agonizingly long, nearly a full minute. If not for their preemptive charging while hidden, they would have struggled to seize the initiative in this brief face-off. No. How are there skull crushers here? A panicked cry escaped from one of the Night Squire pilots, his voice trembling with fear. His gaze was locked on the enemy ahead as his mech's onboard systems and neural interface quickly identified the enemy model, triggering an immediate alarm. Blinding red lights repeatedly flashed in the cockpit, striking the nerves of every pilot like needles. Defend. Hold the line with the armor shield. Another pilot roared, his tone a mixture of fury and terror. His hands worked frantically over the control panel, trying to adjust the mech's stance and position its void shield to the front as much as possible. But it was too late. The skull crusher's cannon muzzle began to glow with an intense blue light. A blazing beam of energy erupted at lightning speed, striking one of the charging Night Squires with pinpoint accuracy. The mech's extended armor shield was instantly pierced, followed by the outer void shield. Although the void shield redirected some of the energy into subspace, the ferocity of the plasma blast caused it to overload in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the corridor. Even after 2 layers of defense, the blast still managed to penetrate the Knight's mech. Fortunately, the cockpit was spared. However, the critical systems beneath it were severely damaged. Escaping plasma energy burned through protective layers, destroying essential internal components of the mech. And this was just the first skull crusher's attack. As all 6 skull crushers completed their energy buildup and moved into position, the battlefield turned into a one-sided slaughter. Blinding blue beams streaked through the corridor one after another, accompanied by explosions and raging flames. The Night Squires were destroyed one by one, with no time to send out distress calls. In the underground command center, Commander Roy of the Milda Retinue Army slammed his fist onto the metal table in front of him, the impact echoing through the room. His face was ashen, his fury palpable. Damn it! Are the intelligence officers completely useless? The enemy deployed skull crushers, and yet our intel had no updates. His voice was low but seething with rage, suffocating the air in the command room. Commander, there were no signs of skull crusher movements. The intelligence unit couldn't uncover any related information, the staff officer replied, his expression equally grim, his voice tinged with helplessness. Order the Night Squires to retreat immediately. Save as many as we can. Roy's bloodshot eyes were locked onto the live battlefield feed on the screen. 3 Night Squires had already been completely destroyed, void shields overloaded, their hulls breached. The Skull Crusher's plasma projection cannons, weapons capable of piercing class mechs with ease, were devastatingly overpowered against these class mechs. Roy knew all too well that survival under the Skull Crusher's firepower required maneuvering in open spaces to evade their attacks. But in the confined passageway, the Night Squires had no room to dodge. Once hit by the plasma projection cannon, there was only one outcome: total destruction or crippling damage. Roy's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. He realized that under the current circumstances, even retreating might no longer be an option. Ah! Roy roared in agony, his voice echoing across the battlefield ruins like the howl of a wounded beast. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury, and his clenched fists bulged with veins, as if he were ready to tear everything in sight to shreds. Meanwhile, back at the Hungan Defense Forward Base, the atmosphere in the command center was vastly different. Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan wore triumphant expressions, their cheers resonating through the room. Well done. Hit them hard. Lu Quan slammed a hand on the table, his tone brimming with satisfaction. The 6 Skull Crusher tanks he had personally arranged as a trump card had arrived, just in time to deal a devastating blow to the enemy. Although the opposing mecha units had yet to enter the fray, the battle near the warehouse had already reached a fever pitch. The battlefield was displayed clearly on the command center's holographic screen. 2 platoons of Skull Crusher tanks fired in unison, their barrels erupting in flashes of fire that illuminated the screen. In mere seconds, 3 enemy Night Squire mechas were obliterated, their fiery explosions blooming like deadly flowers of destruction. The remaining 3 Night Squires fared no better. Their void shields overloaded, their systems critically damaged, leaving them teetering on the brink of collapse. Deploy the Deer Hunters. Hit them with everything you've got. Ji Zhizhuan bellowed the order, his chest heaving with excitement. He knew this was the pivotal moment to break the stalemate. Securing this stronghold would cause the entire sector defensive line to crumble, leaving no obstacles in their path. As the orders were relayed, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan exchanged a knowing smile, their faces radiating satisfaction. This time, Brother Lu is bound to hit the jackpot. Once this battle's over, a promotion and a raise are practically guaranteed. Ji Zhizhuan laughed, his delight written all over his face. It's still too early to say, but earning some merit is always good. Taking this place down will mean plenty of credit for you too, Brother Ji. Lu Quan replied with a modest smile, though his tone betrayed his pride. The command center buzzed with high spirits, the light of victory seemingly within their grasp. Kill them. Don't let them escape. On the other side, Jiang Lu's thunderous roar shook the air as he charged toward the enemy lines, flanked by Li Xian and Feng Dai. Their movements were swift and filled with lethal intent. Their target was the 3 remaining mechas. One had its void shield overloaded, while the other 2 were still operational. Meanwhile, on the other 2 corridors, the 6th squad faced 2 fully functional Night Squires, while the central corridor held 2 mechas with overloaded shields and significant equipment damage. Take this one down first. Jiang Lu quickly assessed the situation, his voice cold and decisive. This corridor was the closest to the 5th squad and the easiest point to breach. Anything the Skullcrusher tanks could handle, he wouldn't let the mechas steal the glory. With a commanding gesture, he charged forward, Feng Dai following closely behind, while Li Xian cautiously brought up the rear. Boom, boom, boom. The 12-barrel saw ant rocket pods mounted on Li Xian and Feng Dai's shoulders deployed simultaneously, adjusting their angles to lock onto their targets. The 2 paused momentarily before unleashing a barrage of 48, 105mm rockets, each leaving a fiery trail as they streaked toward the enemy position. Explosions erupted one after another, the fiery blasts engulfing the entire corridor. The shockwaves, compressed by the warehouse walls on either side, amplified their destructive power. The mecha with overloaded shields and damaged systems stood no chance, reduced to a smoldering heap of scrap metal. Its cockpit, along with the pilot, was obliterated in an instant. My void shield can't take it anymore. One of the Night Squire pilots cried out in terror, watching helplessly as his shield flickered and then collapsed entirely. His face turned deathly pale as he was struck by the backlash of psychic energy, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Though he managed to suppress the worst of the feedback, his body was left with irreversible damage. The battle raged on, a symphony of fire and steel, as the scent of death hung heavy in the air. The battle didn't pause due to the overloading of the enemy's void shield instead. It escalated into an even fiercer clash. The pace of combat sped up dramatically as the enemy's void shield began to overload, filling the air with the sharp tang of metal and the crackling of electricity. Zap, zap, zap. 3 short sword squires simultaneously powered up their main cannons on their left arms. Blue-white plasma beams streaked across the battlefield like bolts of lightning, slamming into the enemy's formation. Boom. Amid the explosion, a Knight Retainer stepped forward decisively, using the remnants of its void shield to absorb the 3 plasma blasts. Though the shield hadn't completely overloaded, its energy fluctuations became chaotic, teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Xin's eyes narrowed with resolve, and without hesitation, he intensified his firepower. Whir. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. The electromagnetic rotary cannon on the left arm of the short sword squire spun into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Every 3 high-explosive rounds were interspersed with an armor-piercing shell, all aimed with precision at the void shield of the enemy mech. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous impacts battered the shield, its energy flickering like a candle in the wind. With one final burst of fire, the void shield could no longer hold, and the energy field shattered in a blinding flare across the battlefield. Seeing the enemy's void shield fail, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai quickly adapted their strategy. They halted their advance and pulled back to create distance. Good job. No close combat keep them suppressed from range. Zhang Lao's voice carried excitement over the comms, with Feng Dai echoing his agreement. They both knew long-range attacks were the safest and most efficient approach. With plenty of ammunition and energy costs covered by the group, risking a melee encounter was unnecessary. But the Knight Retainer's pilot wasn't willing to give up so easily. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "No escape now. All or nothing." The 2 enemy mechs abruptly changed direction, abandoning retreat as they charged headlong toward the short sword squires. If they were doomed to be worn down by ranged fire, they'd rather gamble on a desperate assault even if it meant mutual destruction. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained calm as they raised their left arm shield plates, positioning them defensively. 03, keep up the range suppression. 02, and I will hold them off. Jiang Lu commanded in a low, steady tone. Li Xian immediately responded, "Understood. Die." The Knight Retainer's pilot bellowed, swinging a powered axe down with ferocity. The axe struck Feng Dai's armored shield with a deafening metallic screech. Though the shield wasn't breached, the impact caused Feng Dai's mech to stagger slightly. He gritted his teeth, steadying his stance, while Li Xian seized the opportunity to reposition. Maneuvering around the wreckage of a destroyed mech, he sought a better angle for attack. At that moment, a sharp alert sounded from the psionic chip in Li Xin's cockpit. Detected stray psionic signals. Translating psionic signals. Li Xin's eyes lit up, and a faint smile curved his lips. Perfect timing, he thought, recalling how the last psionic signal had provided a crucial advantage in a life-or-death situation. Zap! A plasma cannon fired from the left arm of Li Xin's short sword squire, its trajectory cutting cleanly through Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's defensive line. The shot struck the cockpit of an enemy mech with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! High voltage and searing heat erupted, paralyzing the enemy mech in an instant, a brief but decisive moment that shifted the tide of battle. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu surged forward, his shield slamming into the Knight Retainer's frame with a resounding crash. Without hesitation, he raised his powered sword high and drove it toward the enemy mech's core in a swift and precise strike. With a final thrust, the powered sword plunged forward, delivering the decisive blow. Die! The power sword pierced through the thick armor of the enemy mech with lightning speed, its razor-sharp blade imbued with destructive energy, severing critical internal systems in one swift motion. The enemy Knight Squire pilot, just recovering from a brief moment of stiffness, had no time to counter before Jiang Lu's plasma cannon delivered a precise, direct hit. The scorching plasma surged into the mech's interior like a raging dragon, exploiting the gap created by the sword. It wreaked havoc within, the powerful current instantly disabling the core system of the enemy mech and cutting its combat effectiveness in half. Take this! Li Xian's furious roar came through the comm channel as his mech closed in at high speed. The 6-barrel electromagnetic guns mounted on his mech spat fire as he advanced, their limited firepower sufficient to suppress the enemy's movements. Taking advantage of the plasma cannon's recharge time, Li decisively discarded his armored shield and gripped his power halberd firmly with both hands. Locking onto the enemy cockpit, he accelerated in a sudden burst, striking from Jiang Lu's flank with deadly precision. The pale blue halberd blade, propelled by immense kinetic energy, sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing hiss. Like a hot knife through butter, it penetrated the enemy cockpit with a burst of brilliant sparks. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the pilot, only to be abruptly silenced as the body was torn in two by the disintegration field. Blood sprayed outward but was instantly vaporized by the searing heat, leaving only a wisp of white smoke drifting in the air. Detecting residual psionic signals. Psionic signals decoding in progress. The prompt in Li Xian's ear made his heart skip a beat, but a smug grin quickly spread across his face. It seemed today's battlefield was particularly generous to him. However, before he could dwell on his thoughts, the last enemy squire charged forward like a berserker. The power longsword in its hands danced furiously, creating an almost impenetrable defense as it launched a desperate counterattack. Yet, against the combined assault of Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian, the enemy was hopelessly outmatched. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai coordinated seamlessly, taking turns using their shields to block the attacks before seizing opportunities to strike back. Each hit from their power weapons left deep scars on the enemy mech. Jiang Lu's plasma cannon, in particular, delivered pinpoint strikes to weak points, further slowing the enemy's movements. Li Xian initially considered claiming the final kill for himself, but after a moment's thought, he chose to step back. He had already secured 2 achievements. The first enemy mech was his solo kill, and the second was destroyed through a joint rocket barrage with Feng Dai. Considering that Feng Dai had been holding the front line and bearing the brunt of the enemy's counterattacks, competing for credit now would have been unfair. In the end, Feng Dai seized the moment, his power sword flashing like lightning as it pierced through the enemy cockpit. The third enemy squire struggled briefly before collapsing with a deafening crash, its life force extinguished completely. The third Knight Squire, ultimately, met its end in battle. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Now each of us can claim credit for taking down a Knight-class mech. Feng Dai cheered loudly, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. His face glowed with the thrill of victory, his fists clenched tightly as if to channel the adrenaline coursing through him. All right, stay alert and check on the other's status, Jiang Lu said, his tone steady yet carrying a hint of relief. His sharp gaze scanned their surroundings, remaining vigilant despite the momentary calm. Li Xian bent down to pick up the armored shield he had dropped earlier. His movements were swift and efficient, his expression stoic, though his ears remained attuned to the communications between Jiang Lu and the other commanders. Group 5 has neutralized the enemy in our sector. What's the status of the other units? Zhang Lao's voice came through again, calm yet inquiring. All taken care of. Both mechs are down, came the reports from Group 6 and the tank platoon commanders. It turned out the tank platoon had wrapped up their fight the quickest, as their sector only had one mech to deal with. A single, well-timed plasma cannon shot had obliterated it with precision. Group 5's Zhonglu and Group 6's Kuqian had resolved their battles at nearly the same pace, both demonstrating exceptional combat efficiency. Meanwhile, a familiar notification sound chimed in Li Xin's neural chip, and his eyes lit up with anticipation. Unknown psionic signal decoded. Psionic signal strength has diminished. Please select the desired data download from the options below. 4 options appeared on his interface. 1. D2 class mech long-range shooting techniques 67. 2. D4 class mech general piloting techniques 36. 3. D4 class general mech close combat techniques 43. 4. D4 class Milda general knowledge 63. Li Xin's lips curled into a subtle smile, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. It was bound to happen sooner or later, he thought. Compared to last time, there was no bedroom techniques option this time, but the remaining choices were all highly practical. His eyes swiftly scanned the options, and he quickly made up his mind. Close combat techniques. Li Xian decided firmly. His long-range skills were already at a D2 level, and long-range training was relatively safer and easier to conduct. However, improving close combat skills was far more challenging. Without hesitation, he selected the third option D4 class general mech close combat techniques. In the next moment, he felt a surge of psionic energy being drained, accompanied by a faint tingling on his scalp. It was as if a torrent of information was being forcibly injected into his brain. Complex movements and precise attack trajectories flashed through his mind like vivid images. His close combat skill progress bar climbed rapidly, eventually settling at D2 class 52. Just absorbing the psionic signal from a single defeated pilot is equivalent to 2 months of intensive training. Li Xian marveled, his heart racing at the sheer speed of his improvement. But this was only the beginning. As soon as he finished processing the first psionic signal, the second mech signal was decoded just as quickly. Without hesitation, he selected another upgrade, letting the psionic energy flow and his skills continue to advance. Then, the notification for the third signal appeared. Li Xin's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the new options, his fists clenching involuntarily and his breathing growing heavier. 3. D5 class general mech close combat techniques 88. This was the most powerful psionic signal he had encountered so far, with a level as high as D5 and an 88 completion rate, encapsulating nearly the entirety of close combat mastery. Li Xin's heart skipped a beat as he realized this was likely the highest level technique he could access at this stage. A pilot of this caliber, even against opponents of the same level, couldn't withstand the combined assault of Zhonglu and me, Li Xian thought, taking a deep breath. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he decisively selected the third option. Download initiated. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of combat techniques poured into Li Xin's mind. His psionic energy drained rapidly, and his body trembled slightly as he felt the techniques embedding themselves into his muscle memory. His close combat skill progress bar surged upward, each increment a tangible boost to his strength. His close combat skills were advancing at an astonishing rate, and with each passing moment, he could feel himself becoming a more formidable warrior. Wow! Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Li Xian's heart murmured in awe. He had anticipated a decent boost after downloading the psionic signal, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the enhancement would be this significant. Li Xian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the data displayed on the chip. His fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles slightly pale from the pressure. His breathing quickened, and his heart pounded as if it might leap out of his chest at any moment. A3 increase in D4 level general-purpose mech close combat skills. The number burned itself into his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer magnitude of its impact. This is like a meteoric rise, he whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. He lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a renewed spark of hope. A faint but irrepressible smile spread across his face, his lips curving upward as his enthusiasm grew. My talent. It's truly top-notch. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Xian forced his emotions into check and returned his gaze to the chip's data. This time, his expression carried a newfound determination and confidence. This upgrade was enough to shed the rookie label that had clung to him. On a battlefield where survival was a constant struggle, he now possessed a significant edge. This battle had been worth every ounce of effort, not only for the rewards that awaited him afterward, but for the monumental gains he had achieved during the fight itself. Recalling the recent battle, Li Xian's smile deepened. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body. With his close combat skills now at D4 level, he was no longer the vulnerable target that anyone could easily crush in this war zone. Even Feng Dai, the rival he had always regarded with a measure of apprehension, was rumored to have close combat skills at the same level D4. However, Li Xian quickly recognized his weakness-ranged combat skills. His brow furrowed briefly, but he soon dismissed the concern. "It's fine," he muttered to himself. "At least I can handle those night squires without too much trouble." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the warehouse was a stark contrast to Li Xian's elation. The infantry battalion commander of the Milda retinue army stood pale-faced, his eyes vacant as if his soul had left his body. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the communicator, haunted by the image of 10 night squire mechs being obliterated. Not long ago, those mechs had been a symbol of his command's might, but now, they were reduced to nothing but wreckage. "Commander, what should we do?" A nearby staff officer broke the silence, his tone filled with urgency. The commander took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and anger that churned within him. His voice was low and tense. "How many troops do we have left?" "Just over 200, the staff officer replied immediately. "We've only lost one tank, and the rest are still in good condition." The commander closed his eyes, his face etched with visible anguish. Clenching his fists tightly, he struggled for a moment before forcing out the words, "Send a report to the brigade commander. Request permission to retreat." "Understood." The staff officer wasted no time in carrying out the order. The retreat request quickly reached Roy's desk. His face darkened, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. Slamming his hand down on the table, his voice thundered, "Retreat? All you know is retreat." "Commander," the chief of staff interjected urgently. "Without mechs to provide cover, the infantry will be slaughtered if they don't pull back. If the enemy realizes we no longer pose a threat with our mechs, they'll send their dagger squires to storm the warehouse. By then, retreat won't even be an option." Roy's chest heaved as he struggled to contain his anger. The chief of staff's reasoning was sound, and Roy knew it. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain composed. His voice was low and laced with bitterness. "Have the infantry fall back and leave some gifts for the enemy. If we must retreat, we won't make it easy for them to take this position." "What about the entrance to the underground passage beneath the warehouse?" the chief of staff asked cautiously. Roy let out a cold laugh, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Leave the passage open for them. The surface battle is just the appetizer. Once they head underground, that's where they'll meet their true demise." "Understood." The chief of staff saluted and swiftly departed to relay the orders. The infantry battalion and armored units wasted no time in acting on the retreat command. The infantry commander barked his orders, "Lay a minefield. Even as we retreat, we must slow the enemy's advance. Armored units, withdraw into the underground passage first." The orders rippled through the ranks like a current, and the soldiers moved with precision and urgency. The warehouse buzzed with a tense energy, every movement deliberate and efficient. They understood all too well that every second could mean the difference between life and death. "Armored units, head underground first." The unusual movement of the Milda forces was quickly noticed by the Hungan defense soldiers stationed inside the warehouse. "The enemy is retreating. Open fire and hold them back." The company commander furrowed his brows, immediately sensing the enemy's intentions as the intensity of gunfire suddenly diminished. Grabbing the communicator, his voice was low but urgent. "Tanks. Tanks moving now. Support needed immediately." Inside the warehouse, the open terrain made it difficult for infantry to launch a direct assault. With the deep rumble of engines, one Deer Hunter tank after another rolled into Warehouse B1, the weight of their armored hulls causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Fire!" The commander's order rang out. The tank's barrels erupted with fierce flames, their heavy cannons striking the remnants of the enemy's firepower with precision. At the same time, the tanks charged forward at high speed, heading straight for Milda Force's defensive line. "They've got tanks. Run!" Milda soldiers, hastily setting up minefields, scrambled in panic, retreating toward the underground tunnels. A defiant anti-tank squad attempted to resist, but just as one of them prepared a missile launcher, the air was pierced by the sound of whizzing bullets. The gunner's assistant, peering out for a better view, was nearly grazed by the scorching spray of the tank's machine guns. "Keep your head down. Let's retreat too." The lead gunner cursed through gritted teeth, clutching the anti-tank missile launcher as he turned to flee. Halfway through his retreat, he glanced at his comrades, all running for their lives, and then at the approaching tanks. Finally, he snapped, tossing the launcher to the ground and shouting angrily, "What's the point anymore?" He carefully avoided the minefield and disappeared into the darkness of the underground passage. The Deer Hunter tanks advanced rapidly to the defensive line, but came to a halt some distance from it. Before them stood a sturdy fortification, 2 to 3 meters high. Despite their overwhelming firepower, the tanks were unable to breach it directly. Sporadic machine gun fire and cannon shots were exchanged, but the area behind the fortification remained eerily silent. "Charge forward. Stay behind the tanks." Send a few men to check it out. The infantry commander at the rear issued a decisive order. A short-tailed rat armored vehicle quickly entered the warehouse, stopping at the base of the fortification. Soldiers used its structure to climb up. One soldier cautiously poked his head over the fortification, scanning the area behind it before reporting back quickly, "It's empty. There's no one here. They've all retreated." Hearing this, the non-commissioned officers and soldiers below the platoon level collectively sighed in relief. For these frontline troops, battle often meant heavy casualties, and the news of the enemy's retreat brought a rare sense of reprieve. However, the brief moment of relief was short-lived. During the sweep of the area, one soldier accidentally triggered a hidden trap. Boom! A grenade exploded instantly, leaving two Hung defense infantrymen lying in pools of blood. The remaining soldiers immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly and moving with heightened caution. On the battlefield, the smoke had not yet cleared, and danger still lurked in every shadow. Outside the warehouse, the mech unit had already received word of the enemy's retreat. Immediately, Decisive and his team halted their advance, their mechs standing still amidst the ruins, coldly scanning their surroundings, as if ready to respond to any sudden threat. Since the enemy had already fled, pressing further served no purpose. The task of clearing the battlefield naturally fell to the infantry, while Decisive and his team remained on guard in their mechs, occasionally sweeping their sensors across the area for potential dangers. The infantry cautiously began the painstaking process of clearing the minefields left behind by the enemy. By the end of the afternoon, their uniforms were soaked with sweat and dust, but they had successfully neutralized all the mines. Despite the grueling effort, apart from the two unfortunate soldiers who were lost at the beginning, the rest emerged unscathed. With the clearing operation complete, the battlefield gradually returned to silence. Decisive and his team maneuvered their mechs back to a position behind the warehouse in the occupied zone, using the ruins as cover to guard against any potential enemy ambush from afar. In the fading sunlight, the massive metallic forms of the mechs reflected a faint glow, standing solemn and silent like sentinels. The capture of this stronghold marked a turning point in the war zone, tilting the balance in favor of Hung defense. The enemy forces on the surface were now almost entirely defenseless. Even when skirmishes occurred, the enemy would fire a few shots and retreat, never giving Hung defense a chance to counterattack. This style of combat left the Hung soldiers deeply frustrated, with casualties even surpassing those suffered during earlier assaults on fortified positions. The enemy moved like rats darting from the shadows, striking suddenly, only to vanish without a trace. Soldiers often barely had time to raise their heads in search of the enemy before realizing they were already gone. In the command center, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan were analyzing the situation. Ji Zhizhuan frowned deeply, his tone tinged with frustration. "Our casualties now are even higher than when we were storming their defenses. The enemy is like a bunch of rats, striking and disappearing without giving us any chance to react." Lu Quan's gaze remained fixed on the operational map as he asked gravely, "How are the underground exits being sealed?" Ji Zhizhuan pointed to marked locations on the map and replied, "Most of the identified exits have already been sealed off. Aside from a few larger ones, the rest have been filled with cement. Even if they try to reopen them, it'll take considerable effort. For the larger exits, we've stationed dedicated units nearby to guard them closely." Lu Quan nodded, his eyes scanning the map. The projection screen displayed a detailed layout of the Guansuo steel plant, with black flags densely marking sealed underground exits, while a few red flags indicated the remaining functional ones. The steel plant had originally been equipped with dozens of underground exits, ranging from small passages for infantry to larger ones capable of accommodating vehicles and mechs. These exits, once vital for transporting materials, had now become hidden pathways for enemy ambushes. Complicating matters, both sides had dug additional underground tunnels during the ongoing battles. Some were so narrow that they could only accommodate a single soldier crawling through. Yet even these tiny openings allowed Milda's soldiers to emerge and unleash deadly sniper fire or rocket attacks. Hung Defense's troops were exhausted by the constant effort to locate and block these openings. Whenever a new one was discovered, they would immediately pour cement to seal it. While this couldn't guarantee a permanent solution, it significantly increased the difficulty for the enemy to reopen them. Patrol teams inspect these smaller exits daily to ensure they haven't been reopened. Ji Zhizhuan continued. As for the larger ones, we've assigned permanent defense squads to guard them, ready to respond to any enemy incursion. Lu Quan remained silent for a moment, his gaze lifting from the map. His voice was low but resolute. "Even so, we can't completely seal off the enemy underground. There must be other hidden passages leading to the underground areas outside the Guansuo steel plant's perimeter." Ji Zhizhuan nodded, his expression tinged with concern. The enemy was like a ghostly presence, infiltrating every corner and waiting for the right moment to strike. While Hung Defense had gained control of the surface, trapping and eliminating the enemy underground remained a daunting challenge. The smoke of battle had yet to fully dissipate, and beneath the Guansuo steel plant, unseen currents of conflict continued to churn. Since capturing the enemy's defensive stronghold at the large warehouse, Li Xian and the other mechs finally had some downtime. The surface of the Beishi steel plant no longer held any stubborn defensive positions, so there was no need to waste the mech's energy on sweeping operations. At present, over 20 mechs were stationed in groups across various defensive points. Beneath each of these points lay hidden tunnels leading underground, and the mech squads were tasked with guarding these entrances to ensure their absolute security. After all, these paths would be critical for the army's future operations to clear out the enemy forces underground. Above one of these defensive points, two mechs were engaged in close combat training. Their massive mechanical frames clashed against each other, but their weapon power systems remained inactive, as this was merely a practice session. A deep growl emanated from one of the mechs as it wielded a power halberd, charging fiercely at its opponent. The halberd thrust forward, followed by a swift horizontal slash, each strike heavy and fluid, showcasing the weapon's dual functionality as both a spear and a blade. The opposing mech quickly retreated, demonstrating remarkable agility that belied its 7-meter frame. It deftly evaded the onslaught, occasionally using its power sword or armored shield to parry and block with precision and stability. Piloting these two mechs were Li Xian and Feng Dai. Feng Dai, with a close combat rating of D4, was a seasoned mech warrior. On the other hand, Li Xinwo had only been a mech pilot for less than 2 months, had shown astonishing growth in such a short time, to the point where his skills in certain techniques were almost on par with Feng Dai's. Yet, Li Xian couldn't help but feel conflicted. Despite knowing that his close combat skills were no longer inferior to Feng Dai's, he had to deliberately restrain himself during training. If anyone, especially Feng Dai or Jiang Lu, noticed his rapid improvement, they would likely suspect him of being corrupted by chaos. This suspicion was something even Li Xian occasionally entertained himself. After all, transforming from a complete novice to a battle-hardened mech pilot in such a short period felt almost unreal, even to him. The sparring continued on the training field. Li Xian's power halberd moved relentlessly, alternating between thrusts and slashes, his attacks sharp and unyielding. Meanwhile, Feng Dai focused on evasion and defense, occasionally countering with his shield and sword. However, as time passed, Feng Dai's defensive stance began to falter under the relentless assault. Target his lower body with the halberd. Jiang Lu's voice came from a distance. His mech stood motionless nearby, occasionally offering Li Xian tactical advice. Upon hearing this, Li Xian quickly adjusted his strategy, directing his attacks toward Feng Dai's lower body. This shift in tactics immediately put Feng Dai on the back foot, leaving him scrambling to defend and narrowly avoiding being hit several times. This isn't working. Being on the defensive all the time is so frustrating. And hey, how are you improving so fast? Li Xian, are you secretly a prodigy or something? Feng Dai's voice came through the communication system, tinged with both exasperation and playful teasing. Haha, of course, I'm a prodigy. Otherwise, how could I be lucky enough to team up with you guys? Li Xian laughed in response, his tone brimming with confidence. Yet, his attacks showed no signs of letting up, as his power halberd continued to strike precisely at Feng Dai's weak points. The two mechs clashed on the training field, sparks flying and metallic roars echoing through the air. Li Xian stood at the center of the training ground, narrowing his eyes slightly as his master's advice flashed through his mind. In that moment, everything clicked. He had already planned to target Feng Dai's lower body, but his master's guidance made him realize that he couldn't make it too obvious. It had to appear as if it were a spuro-themant incita stroke of genius. Only then could he perfectly maintain the facade of being a prodigy. The aura of genius not only concealed his secret ability to absorb and convert his opponent's energy signals into combat experience, but also earned him more resources and attention. On the surface, he had to grow stronger step by step in a reasonable manner, rather than suddenly showcasing unexplainable D4-level close combat skills. Li Xian understood all too well that a gradual and subtle rise in power was the safest approach. With this in mind, he had carefully planned his training schedule. Each time, Li Xian would drag Feng Dai and Jiang Lu into sparring sessions. Early on, he deliberately held back, only demonstrating close combat skills at a D2 level. Over time, he would improve bit by bit, making his progress seem natural and believable. Li Xian's mech suddenly leapt into the air, its power lance carving a sharp arc through the air before striking heavily at the shoulder of Feng Dai's mech. The attack was swift and fierce, catching Feng Dai completely off guard and causing his mech to stagger. "You sneaky little devil!" Feng Dai shouted in frustration, his voice brimming with exasperation. "What do you mean sneaky? That was perfectly legitimate." Li Xian smirked, maneuvering his mech to retreat quickly, his tone radiating righteousness. The two exchanged blows back and forth, the battle locked in a stalemate for the time being. On the sidelines, Jiang Lu stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold while shaking his head. "Feng Dai, you better step up your game. If you keep slacking off like this, Li Xion's close combat skills will catch up to yours in no time. Impossible. He's only been training for how long? Feng Dai retorted immediately, his voice laced with disbelief. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Li Xion. If I'm not mistaken, Li Xion's close combat skills with the mech have already reached D3 level, haven't they? That's right, Master. I've just reached D3 level close combat. Li Xion nodded calmly, wearing a modest expression as if this progress were nothing out of the ordinary. Yet only he knew the truth, this was all part of the act. His real skill level had long surpassed D4. That earlier strike? It had definitely edged past D3 territory, but fortunately, neither Feng Dai nor Zhang Lu seemed to notice. What the? Feng Dai was so shocked he almost jumped. You've got to be kidding me. How did you hit D3 so fast? What kind of secret training are you on? Spill I Taiwan in. Come on. It's nothing like that. Li Xion scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. I've just been through a few battles, spent my nights reflecting on techniques, and practiced with you guys during the day. That's all. Li Xion does have remarkable talent, Zhang Lu said with a nod, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Even during earlier training sessions, I noticed how quickly he adapts to controlling the mech. Hey, are you actually a genius or something? Feng Dai suddenly laughed, his tone half joking and half serious. If that's the case, I'd better start sticking to you like glue. Don't worry, Feng. Once I've completely mastered your close combat techniques, we'll make sure we both live the good life. Li Xion shot back with a playful grin. You've got some nerve, kid. Feng Dai burst into laughter, then quickly maneuvered his mech into an offensive stance. But I've had enough of playing defense. Take this, eat my blade. Day by day, time passed amidst intense training. During this period, Li Xion focused on honing his close combat skills, occasionally dabbling in some long-range attack practice. However, he showed little interest in the ranged attack techniques designed for night squires. After all, the power of those techniques was rather mediocre. Even the strongest ones barely reached D3 level, just slightly stronger than his current abilities. As Zhang Lu had mentioned, Li Xion possessed 2 intelligent chips, one of which was an enigmatic military-grade chip. This gave him a remarkable advantage in learning speed, making him a prodigy in the field. Each time he absorbed psionic signals, his abilities improved significantly. At present, his long-range attack skills had reached AD-276 Levelon achievement, solely attributed to his innate talent and relentless effort. While his close combat skills had benefited from the absorption of psionic experience, his progress in long-range attacks was a pure testament to his natural aptitude. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle of Li Xin's mech spat out fiery tongues, the sharp, precise burst of gunfire echoing through the training grounds. When the final bullet left the chamber, he slowly withdrew his weapon, signaling the end of the day's shooting practice. Controlling his mech, he started moving towards the defensive outpost, though his thoughts remained restless. 2 D4 level military-grade chips have already brought me this far. If I could replace them with higher-grade chips level, or even B or a level, how much faster would my learning progress? The thought flashed vividly in Li Xin's mind. He could almost picture himself advancing his long-range or close combat skills to D5 level within a month. But soon, he shook his head, forcing himself to snap out of the daydream. Dwelling on such fantasies was dangerous. It risked sapping his motivation to keep striving. After all, the gap between individuals could sometimes feel wider than the gap between humans and dogs. He was painfully aware that his salary and combat zone subsidies combined were likely less than what some wealthy families spent on their pets in a single month. I'm already lucky enough. Being able to absorb enemy psionic signals and having psionic chip stats more than most people could ever dream of. I can't afford to be greedy. As long as I keep working hard, they'll be able to create a better future. Li Xion silently encouraged himself. After returning to the outpost, he parked his mech, climbed out of the cockpit, and headed into the rest lounge. Compared to the cramped interior of the mech's cockpit, the lounge felt much more spacious. Although the combat zone was fraught with danger, the surface in the area controlled by the Beishi Steelworks was relatively safe, allowing for a moment of relaxation. Inside the lounge, Li Xion reclined on a sofa, resting with his eyes closed. His fingers twitched slightly, and faint arcs of electricity danced between thema manifestation of his psionic lightning. Despite not having formally studied psionic spells, the power of this lightning was already considerable. Over the past few days, he had consumed 2 vials of compound number 3, which had doubled the psionic energy within his body. Feeling the electric arcs flicker between his fingertips, Li Xion was filled with hope and determination for the future. He knew that as long as he persevered, his future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. According to the monitoring and statistics from the biointelligence chip, Li Xion's psionic level had now reached D321. Standing in the center of the training field, Li Xion exuded waves of psionic energy that rippled outward like water. The air around him carried a faint, scorched scent. He exhaled slowly, feeling the surging power coursing through him. The sensation was both exhilarating and frustrating. D321 psionic level. This was the power of relentless investment. Yet, Li Xian knew he could no longer push his limits any further for the time being. Damn it! How on earth can I lower this chaos contamination faster? He muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. The recent intense use of psionic energy, combined with the consumption of compound number 3, had caused his chaos contamination level to spike to 35. The number felt like a thorn in his side, preventing him from engaging in frequent high-intensity training, especially in close-quarters combat with mechas. For now, he only allowed himself the occasional use of the mech cannon to vent his pent-up frustration. At the edge of the training field, faint arcs of electricity crackled in the air, producing subtle snapping sounds. With a wave of his hand, psionic lightning formed at his fingertips and shot toward a target 50 meters away. The target exploded on impact, releasing the smell of burnt material. Li Xian glanced at his palm, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His psionic lightning now carried lethal power. Even without a mech or weapon, he could rely on it for self-defense. The thought brought him a small measure of relief from his earlier irritation. After a brief practice session, Li Xian withdrew all his psionic energy, and the surrounding arcs of electricity dissipated. He was well aware that using psionic energy without a mech was akin to lighting a torch in the dark void of the warp. It would inevitably attract the attention of warp demons. Against such terrifying entities, his psionic abilities would be utterly inadequate. Days of rest passed in a blur. Li Xian stood atop a high vantage point, overlooking the surface area of the behemoth steelworks. The battlefield, once chaotic, had been thoroughly cleared under the relentless advance of Hungan defense. Flags of the occupying forces fluttered proudly amidst the ruins. Yet, the real challenge was only beginning. The fight was about to shift to the underground. Combat in underground environments was far more challenging than on the surface. Narrow spaces and dim lighting posed significant disadvantages for the attackers. Even with night vision equipment, visibility was nowhere near as comprehensive as above ground. Meanwhile, the enemy could exploit the complex terrain to conceal themselves, particularly the night retainers, who might lie in ambush in some shadowy corner, ready to strike at unsuspecting sword-bearers. Despite these challenges, Hungan Defense's mech units retained a degree of superiority. Mechs, equipped with radar and psionic integration, could detect even the slightest anomalies with precision. However, the underground environment also placed severe demands on mech operation, especially limiting the effectiveness of long-range combat. Li Xian knew this upcoming battle would be a grueling ordeal. Soon, the situation on the battlefield shifted again. The enemy began reinforcing their troops. Intelligence personnel reported that a large number of enemy mechs had infiltrated the underground areas of the steelworks. To avoid unnecessary casualties, the Blueprint's Expeditionary Army's mech units were ordered to retreat, consolidating all forces back to the base. In the mess hall of the forward base, the atmosphere was heavy and subdued. Groups of mech pilots from the 5th and 6th teams sat together in small clusters, eating and chatting in low voices. News of the enemy reinforcements had spread, and the expeditionary force had already requested reinforcements from higher command. However, the prospects for these reinforcements seemed grim. Ku Qian from the 6th team leaned in close to Jiang Lu, who was sitting in the front row, and whispered, "I heard the reinforcements this time aren't looking great. How do you know?" Jiang Lu asked in a low voice, shoveling food into his mouth. 2 days ago, I was having a meal with Lu Tu and overheard some chatter, Ku Qian replied, glancing around cautiously before continuing. Lu Tu didn't go into details, but I think it's pretty clear. This underground environment at the Behemoth Steelworks, there's no way to take it without some casualties. With just our 20-something mechs, and now that the enemies reinforced their units, pressing forward would be a suicide mission. Jiang Lu frowned. That's true. During the surface battles, the Mildanites barely put in any effort. Now they've reinforced their troops and still aren't launching an attack. They must have set up some kind of devastating weapon down there, just waiting for us. The two exchanged a glance, their faces heavy with resignation and unease. Let's hope for some veterans. If we get a batch of rookies here, we're done for, Ku Qian said with a sigh. In the dimly lit command room, a 3D map of the Behemoth steel plant was projected on the screen, its labyrinthine underground structure twisting endlessly. The air was thick with the scent of metal and gunpowder. A few officers sat around a makeshift operations table, their expressions a mix of fatigue and tension. I doubt it, Jiang Lu said, staring at the map with a weary tone. The veteran units of the group wouldn't be sent to a place like this. This fight has already turned into a quagmire. They wouldn't waste their elite troops here. The short sword units aren't suited for underground combat. The environment down there completely neutralizes their strengths. I took a mech down there for a quick recon a couple of days ago. It's practically tailor-made for the Night Squires to excel. If we had veterans, we might manage to hold a decent exchange ratio. But rookies? That's a different story. Ku Qian shook his head, a wry smile forming on his lips. If they won't send veterans, They could at least pull us out of here, he said lightly, though his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. Lixian, who had been silently listening for a while, finally spoke up. If the underground's so hard to fight in, why not just blow the whole place up? The steel plant's already in ruins, doesn't seem like it's worth much anymore. If the enemy's all underground, wouldn't bombing the place bury them alive? Jiang Lu shook his head, his voice heavy. That's not up to us. Decisions like that come from above. Do you think we're here for the ruins of the behemoth steel plant? What the higher-ups are really after only they know. Kuqian nodded in agreement. And besides, this steel plant isn't that easy to destroy. The underground structure is incredibly complex, with extremely high safety measures. Even with high-yield nuclear bombs, there's no guarantee it would collapse completely. As for other methods, they're even less feasible. Unless we use ship-mounted weapons, but with the electromagnetic interference and subspace storms around the planet, no ship would dare come close. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh, his voice tinged with resignation. This kind of place. It's just a meat grinder. Lixian felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but ask, how many people have died here already? Kuqian paused, then patted Lixian on the shoulder with a complex expression. Do you know how many mech support teams the 03 base used to have? Wasn't it 9? Lixian recalled what Lu Quan had told him when he first arrived, though his tone carried some uncertainty. Kuqian shook his head, his smile bitter. Of course not. Lu is an M3 level defense director. Do you really think he'd only oversee 9 mech support teams? Jiang Lu chimed in. You haven't been here long, so it's normal you wouldn't know. I doubt old Jiang told you much about this either. Director Lu is M3, while Kuqian and I are M1 level team leaders. Haven't you noticed there's a rank missing in between? Lixian froze for a moment, piecing together fragments of information in his mind. A growing sense of unease creeping in. Kuqian nodded, seeing Lixian's reaction. That's right, there's an M2 level. At the 03 base, aside from our mech units, there were also mixed armored units from the expeditionary forces. Those armored units were lucky they only handled the easier battles, while the tough ones were left to us mech units. So they had a lot of downtime. Anyway, back to the point. Previously, the 03 base had 2 mech squadrons. Each squadron was commanded by an M2 officer and consisted of 10 mech support teams, totaling 80 mechs. Lixian's eyes widened in shock. What happened to them? Why are there so few now? Kuqian let out a bitter laugh, his gaze drifting to the projection of the behemoth steel plant map. His voice was low and somber. Because of this place, everyone else died in battle? 80 mechs, and you're telling me only a handful of you are left? Lixian froze on the spot after hearing Kuqian's words, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Beishi Steelworks, just the name alone carried a chilling sense of danger, but who could have imagined the casualty rate there would be this horrifying? He murmured to himself, as though searching for a refutation in Jiang Lu's expression. That's impossible. What are you thinking? Jiang Lu frowned, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, but mostly resignation. He raised his hand and gestured toward the wreckage of a mech that had yet to be fully repaired. The last time we took Beishi Steelworks, the casualties were indeed significant, but not as catastrophic as you're imagining. That said, losing over 20 mechs and leaving 2 squads undermanned? Yeah, that's true. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then continued. There hasn't been much action lately, so the undermanned squads were sent back to replenish their ranks. Our squad, unfortunately, wasn't so lucky and missed the chance to rotate out. Then, during the subsequent battles, our squad leader was killed in action, along with his entire combat team. So now, what you're seeing? That's all that's left of us. Lixian's face turned even paler as he listened. He clenched his fists, his fingertips trembling slightly. The casualty rate was terrifying. This was a mech unit. After all, losing a quarter of their strength in a single battle was staggering. And to think his squad fared even worse, unable to replenish its numbers, and losing their commander on top of that. The thought left him with a heavy, suffocating feeling. No wonder an M3 level supervisor is directly in charge, he muttered under his breath. It's not because the mech unit has higher authority, it's because there's literally no one else left. The realization hit him hard, but it also made one thing clear. Reinforcements were inevitable. Still, what kind of unit would they send? The thought filled him with both anticipation and anxiety as his mind raced through the possibilities, each one more nerve-wracking than the last. Jiang Lu noticed his distracted state and sighed. Beishi Steelworks has been a mess for a long time. If you're hoping for a team of elite veterans to be sent here, you're dreaming. What did you expect? But Lixian looked up, confused. Isn't this the kind of battle where experienced veterans should be deployed? Their expertise would lower the casualty rate, wouldn't it? Besides, sending only rookies here would not only result in higher losses, but also make the destruction of the mechs incredibly costly. Jiang Lu shook his head, a trace of sarcasm creeping into his voice. Do you think the decision-makers see it that way? Precisely because it's such a lousy situation, the chances of sending in elites are slim. Once you go underground, the survival rate of veterans isn't much higher than that of rookies. There's probably still a supply route left by Milda, continuously reinforcing the enemy underground. A veteran pilot is worth far more than a single mech. If a veteran dies here, who's going to fight in the more critical battles later on? He paused to let Li Xian absorb his words before adding. On the other hand, rookies who manage to survive a few battles here can quickly grow into seasoned soldiers. And those rookies? They might even take down some of the enemy's night-class veterans in the process. Now tell me which option makes more sense. Li Xian was stunned. He had never considered that there could be such cold calculations behind the scenes of war. It took him a while to recover, and when he did, he frowned and asked, if mech pilots are more valuable than the mechs themselves, then why is our pay so low? Jiang Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He patted Li Xian on the shoulder with a grin. Kid, that's a good question. But the answer? Well, you'll have to figure that one out on your own. Ha ha ha. Both Jiang Lu and Ku Qian burst into laughter uncontrollably. Ku Qian shook his head as he laughed, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Sure, mech pilots are valuable, but that's all relative. Just because you're useful doesn't mean we have to pay you a high salary. He propped his elbow on the table and looked at Li Xian with a faint, amused smile. Li Xian, however, let out a long sigh, his brows slightly furrowed, as if resigned. Sigh, this really isn't good news. Seeing his expression, Ku Qian waved dismissively and tried to console him. Come on, our income is already pretty high. Think about the infantry and armored soldiers. Doesn't that make you feel a bit better? His tone was light, as though discussing something trivial. Li Xian froze for a moment, then nodded. When you put it that way, it does make sense. He couldn't help but recall that if he weren't a mech pilot but had joined the military as an infantryman or armored soldier, his monthly salary probably wouldn't even cover his chip loan payments. The thought made the corner of his mouth twitch, and he muttered under his breath. If that were the case, it'd be a real nightmare. Fighting tooth and nail on the battlefield for a whole month, only to end up with nothing left after paying off loan. What's the point of living like that? But his train of thought was soon interrupted by another question. He looked up, his gaze filled with confusion. Logically, reinforcements should be in place before the battle even starts. How could they only arrive midway through the fight? Hearing this, Jiang Lu shook his head lightly, his tone tinged with helplessness. That's hard to say. Blueprint standing forces are already limited, and most soldiers and mech pilots retire into the reserves after a few years of service. Besides, this isn't exactly a critical battlefield. We're only here as a show of support for Hingan defense. It's already tough for the expeditionary force to allocate reinforcements, and in our situation, we're practically the neglected stepchildren. Add to that the corporation's sluggish processes. If the reinforcements manage to arrive before we're done fighting, you should consider yourself lucky. Li Xian frowned, recalling the tedious procedures he went through when transferring roles. He couldn't help but grumble. I thought things would move faster during wartime. Feng Dai, standing nearby, chuckled and patted Li Xian on the shoulder. We're at war here, sure, but the corporation isn't at war as a whole. You'll get used to it eventually. You're new, so it's normal not to know yet. Ku Qian picked up the conversation, his tone carrying a trace of reflection. To be fair, when the fighting started, we had just enough people. The enemy's surface mech units weren't that numerous in a defensive state. Both sides were about evenly matched. Infantry casualties are heavy everywhere, but the mech losses mostly happen underground. He paused, his brows furrowing slightly as if trying to recall something. The initial intel said the enemy had no more than 20 mechs stationed at the Beishi Steelworks. But they definitely have a direct access route to the steelworks, and the intel team also mentioned enemy reinforcements. Who knows how many night escorts are crammed underground now? All I can say is, this battle is shaping up to be another meat grinder. Ku Qian shook his head, his tone carrying a sense of helpless resignation. 10 days later, the reinforcements finally arrived. The skies above the forward base were filled with a dense swarm of Pelican-class transport ships, their sheer number blocking out the sun. Over a dozen transport ships hovered above the base, unable to land all at once, taking turns to descend batch by batch. Soldiers on the ground, busy with their tasks, looked up at the awe-inspiring sight, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and wonder. As the first Pelican-class transport ships touched down, their cargo doors opened, revealing rows of brand-new short-sword squire mechs. Their armor gleamed coldly under the sunlight, a stark contrast to the weathered and battle-worn mechs of Li Xian and his comrades. Standing to the side, Li Xian scanned the gleaming new mechs and let out a slow exhale. His emotions were a tangled mix of relief, envy, and frustration. The swordsman squires stepped out of the transport ships and lined up neatly within the forward base, each combat team standing close to one another. 1, 10, 20. Gradually, more and more swordsman squires emerged. The veterans had initially stood shoulder to shoulder in a row, watching the transport ships land. But as the number of mechs steadily increased, their expressions grew increasingly grim. A voice crackled through the comms channel of the 5th Squad, belonging to Kuchien, tinged with doubt and unease. "Old Jiang, something's not right about this. What's with these numbers?" Jiang Lu responded in a low voice, his tone steady but carrying a hint of tension. "I don't know, but something's definitely off." By now, over 70 mechs had gathered within the base, and the transport ships showed no signs of stopping. Their silhouettes circling in the sky seemed endless. The number of swordsman squires continued to rise rapidly, and the veterans' expressions grew darker. Standing in the formation, Li Xian scanned the incoming mechs, his gaze suddenly freezing among the swordsman squires. There appeared a much larger mech. "What kind of mech is that?" he couldn't help but ask. Up ahead, a massive mech, towering a full third higher than the swordsman squires, slowly came into view. Unlike the others, this one wasn't walking under its own power, but was instead being hauled in by a transport vehicle. Its imposing design exuded a sense of overwhelming power, with both its ranged and melee weapons far surpassing the size of those on the swordsman squires. Its heavy armor, thick weaponry, and even its joints radiated an unshakable aura of strength. Jiang Lao's voice sounded again, now carrying a weight of seriousness. "That's a class mech, a vanguard model." "A class mech?" Li Zin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly followed up, his voice urgent. "So these are for M2 level commanders?" "Exactly." Jiang Lu nodded, his tone betraying a trace of astonishment. "Usually, only our squad leaders use class mechs. But this time, there are 5 vanguard models." 5. A wave of shock surged through Li Xian. He instinctively looked up at the neatly arranged mechs within the base, a growing sense of unease creeping into his chest. By now, the number of swordsman squires in the base had surpassed 170, and the transport ships continued to unload more. Li Xian glanced around and realized that this area now housed the combined forces of 5 mech squads, along with 5 class vanguard mechs. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet, the more impressive the sight, the heavier the weight in his heart. Ku Qian's voice came through the comms again, this time quieter and laced with a sense of suppression. "There are too many. They wouldn't deploy this many mechs just for the behemoth steelworks." Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "You're right. This mini mechs could not only take the behemoth steelworks but completely raze this area. This is gearing up for a major battle." Hearing the analysis from the 2 squad leaders, Li Xian instinctively tightened his grip on the control stick. The fear in their voices mirrored the unease he felt himself. War those in the rear might see it as grand or thrilling, but for the soldiers on the front lines, it only brought unrelenting pressure and danger. Li Xian lowered his eyes to the swordsman squire he piloted, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. On the battlefield, class mechs were once considered dominant. But now, the arrival of class mechs had relegated them to mere foot soldiers. The stark contrast left him with a deep sense of powerlessness. "The rules of war have changed," he murmured to himself, his gaze complicated as it lingered on the towering class mechs. While the other mechas were still in the process of landing, Lu Quan's armored jeep had already come to a steady halt in front of the formation of 9 original mecha squads. The car door opened, and Lu Quan stepped out, his military uniform immaculate. He moved with composure, his sharp gaze sweeping over the neatly aligned mechas before him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence. "Do you see all these short sword squires?" Lu Quan began, his voice calm but resonant. As his words fell, the cockpits of over 20 veteran short sword squires opened almost simultaneously. The pilots moved briskly, stepping to the edge of their cockpits, standing by for Lu Quan's next instructions. Under the sunlight, the metallic exteriors of the mechas reflected a sharp, cold gleam, as if they were blades poised to strike. Lu Quan smiled faintly, his tone light but meaningful. "These mechas have all been newly allocated to our expeditionary force. What do you think?" From the crowd, a squad leader called out with a laugh. "Commander Lu, with this many mechas, does this mean we can finally rotate back for some rest?" Lu Quan laughed heartily but then shifted his tone, adding a hint of reproach. "Return? That's not happening for now. These mecha pilots are all freshly trained recruits who've never seen battle. If you leave, who's going to mentor them?" "What? Nearly 200 mechas, and they're all rookies?" Ku Qian frowned, his face full of disbelief. Lu Quan nodded, then shook his head slightly. "Not all of them, but close enough. Among this batch of mecha units, there are only about 20 veteran soldiers, all of whom are squad leaders. The rest are either new recruits or reservists who've been called back to duty." Hearing this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but take a sharp breath, gesturing toward the rows of mechas with an incredulous tone. "All of these are rookies and reservists? Commander Lu, you can't be joking about something like this." Lu Quan's expression instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the group. Do I look like I'm joking? The atmosphere grew tense, and no one dared to speak lightly. Seeing this, Lu Quan softened his tone slightly, pulling out a tablet as he continued, Now, I have two pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Kuchian muttered under his breath, 2 pieces of good news? With these mechas full of rookies, what good news could there possibly be? Ignoring the grumbling, Lu Quan went on directly, the first piece of good news. This entire batch of mecha units is being assigned to your squads. The crowd froze in surprise. Li Xian furrowed his brows and asked, What do you mean? Lu Quan explained calmly, From now on, all your current combat squads will be disbanded and restructured. You will be integrated into these mecha units as squad leaders. What? Before he could finish speaking, the group erupted into murmurs and hushed discussions. Lu Quan's sharp gaze swept over them, silencing the crowd instantly. He continued, Do you see those 5-class Vanguard mechas? That's the second piece of good news. 5 of the current 9 squad leaders will have the chance to be promoted. The announcement hit like a bombshell, instantly drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the 5 Vanguard mechas, filled with awe and anticipation. They had noticed these mechas earlier, but never imagined they might be meant for them. Lu Quan's tone was firm and commanding. Once I announce the promotions, your ranks will be elevated to M2. Among you 9 squad leaders, 5 will become company commanders, while the rest will serve as platoon leaders. The 9 squad leaders exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock, expectation, and a hint of subtle rivalry. Li Xian lowered his head in thought, silently weighing the situation. Platoon leader, a wartime role with direct command over 3 squads. That's no small responsibility. The air was thick with tension and excitement as everyone quietly calculated their chances. Lu Quan, standing firm and resolute, surveyed the group with a piercing gaze that left no room for dissent. The 9 team leaders stood by the vehicle, exchanging uncertain glances. The position of squad leader symbolized greater authority and responsibility, but this sudden promotion left a sense of unease lingering in their hearts. Lu Quan stood by the jeep, his gaze sweeping over the group as if he had anticipated their doubts all along. In a steady, commanding tone, he said, I know you have questions. Speak up now and I'll address them. Jiang Lu was the first to step forward, his voice loud and clear. Sir, why the sudden promotion of several people to M2? And why is the support made up entirely of rookies and reservists? Lu Quan gave a slight nod, his hands resting firmly on the jeep's railing. His tone was low, but carried an undeniable authority. The situation is complicated. The real war has begun. We originally expected more veteran reinforcements, but that's no longer possible. Instead, we bear the responsibility of training new recruits and restoring reservists to combat readiness. This group of rookies is just the first wave. Once we secure the behemoth steel plant, more reinforcements will arrive, including additional rookies. It's not just use other battlefronts are also deploying new recruits, though our numbers are the largest. Consider yourselves lucky. With the group's support, you've been directly promoted to M2. The words had barely left his mouth when Kuchian frowned and asked, But we're not even at crank yet. How can we operate Vanguard-class mechas? Lu Quan's lips curled into a confident smirk. Not yet, but you will be soon. Along with the mechas, we've received C5 grade type 3 psionic fission compound. This substance will enable your psionic abilities to break through to crank. Many of you have been stuck at D5 for a while now, and with this compound, advancing to crank is almost guaranteed. The group was visibly shaken by this revelation. Equal parts anticipation and pressure hung in the air. Another team leader couldn't help but ask, among the 9 of us, who will be the squad leaders, and who will be the team leaders within the squads? Lu Quan chuckled, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. It's simple. Whoever reaches crank first gets priority. There are only 5 squad leader positions, so it's first come, first served. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The 9 team leaders exchanged glances, and the camaraderie they once shared was now tinged with subtle undercurrents of rivalry. A competitive edge began to permeate the air. Lu Quan continued, As for the rest of the veterans, they're not entirely left out. They'll be promoted to M1D5, becoming team leaders who will each lead 3 new recruits in newly formed support teams. Jiang Lu cast an involuntary glance at Li Xian, who stood silently to the side. His expression faltered slightly before he straightened up and saluted. With a tone that carried a hint of curiosity, he asked, Sir, what about Li Xian? Lu Quan's gaze shifted to Li Xian, his eyes filled with a subtle, unreadable intent. Slowly, he replied, Li Xian is quite fortunate as well. He's been promoted 2 ranks in one go. Despite being with the group for just over 2 months, he's been elevated to M1D5 thanks to this opportunity. He'll also be leading a mecha support team. What? Li Xian's face was a mix of shock and disbelief. A promotion and a pay raise were undoubtedly good news, but the speed of it all felt surreal. Having joined only 2 months ago, he now found himself on par with Jiang Lu in rank. The rapid advancement left him both flattered and doubtful of his own readiness for the role. The surrounding team leaders turned their eyes toward Li Xian with a variety of expressions, some envious, others skeptical, and a few subtly appraising. Unable to contain his unease, Li Xian stepped forward and spoke hesitantly. Sir, isn't this a bit too fast? I'm still just a rookie. Lu Quan regarded Li Xian with a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. A faint smile crossed his face as he replied, It is a bit quick, but you've had some good fortune. This round of promotions for our 9 mecha support teams was a one-time decision from above. Perhaps they didn't realize that the recipient of the Silver Courage Sword Medal would be someone as new as you. But I don't believe it was a mistake. Li Xian, you need to have more confidence in yourself. In just 2 months, you've earned the Silver Courage Sword Medal, a testament to your abilities. You deserve this promotion. You deserve this promotion. Lu Quan's voice was sharp and commanding, echoing across the training ground like the clash of steel. His gaze was piercing, sweeping across each face with the precision of a blade. He spoke coldly, compared to Li Xian. I'd say the rest of you are lucky. At least you haven't had to face true life and death trials. Some of you don't even have a single silver medal to your name. Li Xian, a rookie, has already fought bravely on the battlefield. His mech bears 2 kill stars. As he reached this point, Lu Quan's tone dropped, his words landing like hammer blows on the hearts of the seasoned soldiers before him. And what about you veterans? You've logged hours of training, but where are your kill stars? Reflect on yourselves. Have you been fighting seriously? Have you been training seriously? Some of you are the truly fortunate ones who have been handed this opportunity to rise in rank and pay. His words hit like a punch to the gut, leaving several veterans red-faced. Initially, they had dismissed Li Xin's success as mere luck, like a pig riding the winds of fortune. But Lu Quan's harsh reprimand shattered their complacency, replacing it with shame. They couldn't deny the truth. Earning the group's Silver Sword of Valor medal was no small feat. It required taking down at least 1 mech of equal level and playing a critical role in the engagement. At best, without such achievements, one could only hope for the lesser black medal. And Li Xian? 2 Silver Sword of Valor medals meant he had already proven himself on the battlefield, his accomplishments rivaling those of the veterans. Lu Quan's blunt assessment left no room for excuses, breaking through their envy and dissatisfaction with precision and finality. After finishing his speech, Lu Quan scanned the room, his voice calm once more. All right, are there any other questions? A brief silence followed until one squad leader finally mustered the courage to ask, The new recruits, when will they start fighting? Lu Quan nodded, clearly satisfied with the question. Good question. While they've undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skills are generally low. As for the reservists, let's be honest, after a few years out of service, most of what they learned is probably forgotten, let alone any real battlefield experience. So, you'll have 2 weeks of integration training. After that, you'll be stationed on the surface at the Behemoth Steel plant. When the fighting starts, that depends on when the enemy decides to surface. This announcement brought a slight sense of relief to those present. Lu Quan's plan was evidently well thought out, ensuring the new recruits weren't thrown into the jaws of death prematurely. Li Xian, too, felt a weight lift from his chest. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least I won't have to lead these rookies into battle right away. My close combat skills might only be at D4, but I can manage in front of new recruits. As for command and management, I've lived 2 lives and gone through 8 years of basic military training. It's not for nothing. This promotion and pay raise? Absolutely worth it. Finally, Lu Quan cast one last sweeping glance at the group, his eyes sharp and unwavering. If there are no further questions, the 9 of you, come with me. Everyone else, your new assignments have been uploaded to your chips. Go and meet your new team members. Zhang Lu's crisp and decisive voice came through the communicator. Understood. The group responded in unison before quickly dispersing to carry out their tasks. Before leaving, Zhang Lu gave Li Xian a meaningful look and added with an encouraging tone, Li Xian, don't stress. Just think about how I usually handle things and do the same. Feng Dai chimed in. That's right, Li Xian. You've got this. Your D3 level close combat skills are on par with, if not better than, these new recruits. Plus, you have real combat experience. You'll do great. Clenching his fist, determination flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Don't worry, Master. Feng bro, I've got this. Zhang Lu nodded approvingly and added, if you encounter any issues, let me know right away. If I'm busy or unavailable, reach out to Feng Dai. Got it, boss. Feng Dai replied confidently. Understood, Master. I'll make sure to ask for advice if needed, Li Xian said with a firm nod. Zhang Lu looked at them with satisfaction, a hint of anticipation in his tone. I'll aim for a quick promotion. If I make it to squad leader, I'll do my best to get you 2 under my command. Li Xian smiled, his tone light but full of confidence. Master, you've got this too. I'm sure you'll be the first to get promoted. Yeah, boss, we're rooting for you. Feng Dai added with a grin. All right, enough chatting. "I'm off," Jiang Lu said, waving his hand before turning and walking away. As Jiang Lu and Lu Quan's figures disappeared into the distance, Li Xian glanced down at his chip. Sure enough, a promotion notification had arrived. Promotion notification. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xian. Your employee rank has been upgraded from M1D3 mech pilot to M1D5 mech support team leader. We wish you continued success in your new role and greater contributions to the corporation. Blueprint Biotech Defense Division, September 5, 6123. In just 2 short months since joining the company, Li Xian had achieved an impressive 5-rank leap. This success was a testament to his talent and hard work, along with a touch of luck. The promotion brought more than a change in Tightlight, also came with a salary bump. At the D3 level, his base salary had been 40 energy credits per month. Now, at D5, it increased by 5 credits per level, reaching 50 credits. On top of that, he received a 20 credit level mech pilot allowance, a 20 credit team leader allowance, and additional combat zone and battle bonuses, totaling 270 energy credits per month. Looking at the nearly 100 credit increase, Li Xian felt a small surge of satisfaction. While the corporation was still stingy, his expenses were minimal. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all covered by the company, and he had free access to mechs and weapons. His only real expense was occasionally purchasing Type 3 psionic compounds to enhance his abilities, but with usage limits, he only needed 2 vials per month at most. He still hadn't spent the 400 contribution points he earned from defeating a knight's retainer. Having money is always better than not, Li Xian thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. Even with a modest salary of just over 200 credits, he still got to pilot a short sword squire mech worth tens of thousands of energy credits. The contrast brought a unique sense of satisfaction. After calculating his new earnings, Li Xian opened the chip navigation system and followed the instructions to locate his team members. The navigation displayed several key pieces of information. The first was a detailed profile of his 3 new recruits, including their training base, performance scores, and current combat skill levels. The second was information about the mech hangar assigned to his combat group. Li Zin's luck-held office hangar was conveniently located within the forward base. Though basic, it was fully equipped. In contrast, the other team members' hangars were scattered across nearby bases, clearly less convenient than his. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian reviewed the navigation details, steadied himself, and stepped forward, ready to embark on his journey as a team leader. The third item concerns the support soldiers assigned to the Mecha squad. This includes a team of mechanics, 3 teams of auxiliary soldiers, and their respective equipment, along with detailed information about the gear provided. Li Xian first opened the initial entry, which contained information about the 3 mecha pilots under his command. These individuals were Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. At the moment, all 3 held the rank of M1D3 trainee mecha operators, the same level Li Xian had been at just over 2 months ago. According to company regulations, unless they achieved notable combat merits, it would take at least 6 months for them to be promoted to full-fledged operators. As the data loaded on the screen, Li Xian began reviewing the training records of the 3 pilots one by one. After reading through them, he let out a small sigh of relief but also grew slightly wary. These 3 were standard academy graduates, with skill levels that were neither particularly high nor low. Both their long-range and close combat abilities were rated at D3. For Li Xian, such teammates presented both advantages and challenges. On the one hand, with his capabilities, he could quickly earn their respect and establish authority. On the other hand, their limited combat effectiveness posed a risk, as the strength of one's teammates could directly determine life or death on the battlefield. However, what caught Li Xian's attention was the generic nature of their graduation evaluations. The remarks were strikingly similar, almost as if they had been copied from a template, offering little insight into the individual's personalities. To truly understand their capabilities and character, Li Xian knew he would need to rely on real combat situations and prolonged interaction. At the base, 3 mechas stood neatly in formation. These Shortsword Squire series mechas had been equipped with basic weaponry, clearly configured for combat readiness. They could be deployed directly into battle. Dozens of meters away, other mechas of the same model were also lined up, awaiting orders. The pilots of these mechas were mostly Li Xian's former classmates from the same psionic mecha pilot academy. Meanwhile, in the communication channel of Li Xian's newly formed 3-person squad, a hushed conversation was underway. Looks like we lucked out, being assigned to Hengan Defense. I heard the intensity of combat here is much lower than in other zones. Wei Qian's voice came through first, tinged with relief. Yeah, if we'd been sent to Fortress B12, that would have been a nightmare. Gan Hongkai chimed in, his tone exaggerated. I've got a classmate who was assigned to Fortress B12. The second day there, he was sent straight into battle. Haven't heard from him since, probably didn't make it. At this point, Gan Hongkai's voice grew somber, as if reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Wei Qian continued, who would have thought that Hengan Defense, the first war zone to engage in combat, would end up being the least intense. Ling Yongping then joined the conversation, his tone steadier than the others. Don't celebrate too soon, though. According to the intel, the enemy is deploying night attendant-type mechas, which specialize in close-quarters combat. For rookies like us, we won't stand a chance on our own. Let's hope the veteran squad leader assigned to us isn't weak. If we get stuck with a rookie, we're doomed the moment we hit the battlefield, Wei Qian said, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. They're coming, I see the veterans heading our way. Gan Honkai suddenly interjected, his tone a mix of nervousness and excitement. The three of them instinctively looked up, their eyes fixed on the approaching figures in the distance. Gan Honkai instinctively lowered his voice as he observed Li Xian and his team approaching in formation through his psychic abilities and radar. Look at their mechs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wei Qian's eyes lit up with fascination as he stared intently at the battle-worn mechs, his tone betraying an uncontainable sense of awe. These mechs, tempered by the fires of war, have a certain deadly aura that ours, fresh out of the factory, just can't match. His gaze fixated on the screens in front of the cockpit, studying the scratches and scars etched into the armor of the mechs, as if each mark whispered tales of the battles they had endured. Our squad leader is here. Whoa! 2 silver kill stars. Even the usually composed Ling Yongping couldn't suppress his excitement as he exclaimed over the communication channel. They all knew exactly what the kill stars represented. Black stars signified the elimination of a lower-tier opponent or an assist in a kill. Silver stars denoted the defeat of an opponent of the same tier, and gold stars symbolized the triumph over a higher-tier foe. Each kill star was a badge of honor, earned through blood and skill. 2 silver kill stars meant that this squad leader had taken down at least 2 mechs of the same Tier 2 Night Squires. Looks like our veteran is pretty damn strong, Ling Yongping muttered under his breath, his tone brimming with barely concealed excitement. The 2 veterans we just passed? One only had a single kill star, and the other had none at all. This time, we really hit the jackpot. Really? That's awesome. Wei Qian's enthusiasm spilled over, his voice rising a few notches. I mean, I wasn't exactly the most diligent student back at school, but landing in a squad with such a badass veteran totally feels like I deserve it, haha. As the 3 of them chattered excitedly, Li Xin's dagger squire mech came to a stop right in front of them. The trio tilted their heads to look up at the battle-scarred machine. Their eyes swept over the scratches and gouges left by explosives and kinetic weapons, and for a moment, it was as if they could feel the invisible killing intent emanating from the mech itself. They fell silent, their voices unconsciously stilled by the sight. In truth, there was no actual killing intent emanating from Li Xian, and even if there had been, it wouldn't have been able to pass through the mech. Their reactions were purely the result of their own imaginations, fueled by the sight of those silver kill stars. Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, Ling Yongping, open your cockpits. Li Xin's voice came through the mech speakers. It was calm and steady, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes, sir. The 3 quickly opened their cockpits, revealing themselves in their pilot suits. Li Xian followed suit, opening his own cockpit but refraining from speaking immediately. Instead, he surveyed them with a composed gaze, his eyes scanning each of them in turn. Thanks to the intel provided by his chip, Li Xian was already familiar with their appearances. Yet now, seeing them in person, he scrutinized them carefully, as if confirming something. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. From today onward, you are members of the 2nd Squadron's 7th Mech Support Team. I am your squad leader Li Xian. Now, starting with you, introduce yourselves. You have 30 seconds. Yes, sir. The 3 responded in unison, their voices crisp and resolute. Wei Qian stepped forward first, standing straight as he began his introduction with a loud, confident voice. Reporting, sir. I am Wei Qian, from Blueprint Biotech Group. My father is Wei Dong, a quality trainer in the M2D9 Quality Control Department. I graduated from Right Mountain Military Academy with a specialization in mech piloting, and I am proficient in both ranged and close-quarters mech combat. As soon as he finished, Wei Qian looked at Li Xian expectantly, eager to glean some sign of approval from his squad leader's expression. However, Li Xian merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze drifting past Wei Qian with a thoughtful look. Blueprint Biotech Group, a low-ranking official's son. After all, inside Li Xian's chip, it began automatically searching for information about Wei Dong. However, as expected, there was no record of this Wei Dong. What did show up, though, was data regarding the role of an M2-level quality trainer. Lines of data flashed rapidly across the chip's holographic display, eventually settling on the entry for quality trainer. Li Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze scanning the details. A quality trainer was a technical staff member at the assistant supervisor level in Blueprint Biotech. Despite the M2 title, the position carried minimal authority and was considered a marginal role. Li Xian smirked inwardly, the phrase a deadened post surfacing in his mind. Fortunately, his access level had recently been upgraded. Otherwise, even this information might have been out of reach. Closing the chip interface, Li Xin's eyes returned to Wei Qian. His expression was calm, but his gaze carried an undeniable air of authority. He spoke slowly and firmly. Wei Qian, your self-introduction was decent. From now on, I will train you to become a qualified frontline soldier. When you encounter enemy knight squires, you will loudly tell them that your father is an M2 quality trainer. Understood? Hearing this, Wei Qian's face froze, his lips trembling slightly as he stammered, unsure of how to respond. Li Xin's gaze turned icy, and his voice rose sharply. I asked you, do you understand? This low yet commanding question struck Wei Qian like a hammer to his chest. He couldn't help but flinch, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Although Li Xian hadn't deliberately exuded any killing intent, his raw authority as a superior was enough to make Wei Qian feel immense pressure. Memories of his earlier assumptions about Li Xian flashed through his mind, and he dared not hesitate any longer. Straightening his posture, he shouted at the top of his lungs, understood. Wei Qian seemed to want to add something, but Li Xian had already turned his attention to the next recruit, his voice cold and commanding. Next, I expect a proper self-introduction. Yes, sir. Gan Honkai quickly stood at attention, his voice loud and clear. Reporting, I am Gan Honkai. I am Ling Yangping. Another recruit followed promptly, announcing his name. Seeing Wei Qian being sternly reprimanded, these two clearly didn't dare to slack off, their demeanor noticeably disciplined. Li Xian nodded slightly, having already formed an opinion about Wei Qian's background. A father with an M2 level position held little sway, especially in a quality control department entirely unrelated to his own defense department. It wasn't worth considering. If the father had been M3 or M4 level, perhaps Li Xian might have given it a second thought. As it stood, if Wei Qian dared to step out of line, he would make sure to put him in his place. All right, Li Xian said, waving his hand dismissively, his tone returning to a steady calm. Now, activate your mechs and follow me. The three recruits responded in unison. Yes, sir. They quickly boarded their respective mechs, started the engines, and followed behind Li Xian. Throughout the journey, Li Xian remained silent, and Wei Qian, having just been reprimanded, didn't dare to utter a word. Gan Honkai and Ling Yangping, sensing the tense atmosphere, were equally cautious, maintaining complete silence. The four mechs moved forward in quiet formation until they arrived at their designated hangar. Inside the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were neatly lined up. Li Xian scanned the area, his gaze passing over 8 auxiliary soldier vehicles. These were equipped with ammunition storage compartments for the mechs and a rapid-fire cannon, giving off a menacing aura. The remaining 2 vehicles were part of the mechanics team, designated for repairs. These typically stayed in the hangar unless needed for long-range missions. Li Xin's eyes swept over the vehicles before settling on the assembled auxiliary soldiers and mechanics team. His voice was steady and commanding. Next, I will explain our task assignments in detail. Everyone, listen carefully and execute without error. A total of 50 personnel were present, including 40 support soldiers and 10 mechanics. The support soldiers would join Li Xian and his team on the battlefield, while the mechanics were primarily responsible for logistics and maintenance. These 10 mechanics had limited abilities, capable only of performing basic upkeep and minor repairs on the mechas. If a mecha sustained severe damage, additional mechanics would need to be dispatched for collaborative repairs. As the mecha slowly entered the hangar, everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted the machine in unison, their movements precise, their gazes filled with reverence and anticipation. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes were sharp and focused as he tapped the screen, swiftly reviewing the profiles of the support soldiers and mechanics. Much like the mecha unit itself, at least half of the personnel were recruits. The rest, though more experienced, had never truly faced combat and were only considered veterans due to their longer service time. The cockpit hatch opened as Li Xian skillfully maneuvered the mecha to unlock it. With a graceful leap, his body was gently lifted by his psionic energy, allowing him to descend steadily from the mecha. His movements were smooth and fluid, like a flowing stream, without the slightest hesitation. This technique was a new skill he had mastered after reaching D3 level in psionic power. Though his psionic strength was only sufficient for short-range maneuvers like this, it was more than enough to leave an impressive mark at the moment. In contrast, the other 3 mecha pilots disembarked in a far clumsier fashion. They had to climb down using both hands and feet, their movements slow and even a bit awkward. The stark difference only served to highlight Li Xian's elegance and composure. Salute. The support soldiers squad leader and the mechanics team leader led the entire group in a resounding shout, their actions synchronized and their voices echoing loudly throughout the hangar. Li Xian, along with the 3 other mecha pilots, returned the salute with calm expressions, exuding an undeniable air of authority. From this moment on, you are officially part of the 7th Mecha Support Unit of the 2nd Squadron. Your responsibilities are to serve as mecha support soldiers and mechanics. Now, introduce yourselves one by one. His voice was not loud, but carried an unmistakable tone of command. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison before stepping forward one by one to report their identities. Reporting. I am Peng Hongwei, squad leader of the 7th Mecha Support Unit. Reporting. I am Feng Jing. Reporting. I am Li Junfa. Reporting. I am Zhuang Hu. Reporting. I am Lu Shu-win, mechanics team leader. Li Xian nodded slightly, his calm gaze sweeping over the group as he began forming an initial assessment of the team. These individuals, starting from this moment, were his direct subordinates. Officially, it appeared that he was only commanding the 3 rookie mecha pilots, but in reality, all 50 personnel were under his jurisdiction. Among them, the squad leader and team leader, despite being veterans, were more skilled in routine operations than in actual combat experience. Support soldiers, begin your regular training. Mechanics, start inspecting and maintaining the mechas immediately. As for you 3, park the mechas and hand them over to the mechanics. Li Xian's orders were concise and decisive, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yes, sir. Yes, team leader. The group responded in unison, their voices firm and resonating with the decisiveness and obedience of soldiers. Li Xian surveyed the entire team, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed the order and efficiency set into motion by his commands. So this is what power feels like. With just a single word, everyone would execute his orders without question. This sense of control, of being at the center of it all, was intoxicating. More importantly, this wasn't just obedience and training. On the battlefield, they would continue to carry out his commands with the same loyalty and discipline. Li Xian's gaze grew deeper as memories of his past life surfaced. His fists clenched subtly as determination surged within him. In this life, he would not stop here. He would climb higher, seize even greater power. He would become a squadron leader, a defense supervisor, and eventually rise to the position of defense manager. His ultimate goal was to reach the highest decision-making level within the Lantu Biotech Corporation. In this moment, his ambition burned brightly, and the vision of his future became increasingly vivid in his mind. The taste of power is intoxicating, a flavor so alluring that most who have sampled it find it impossible to forget. Li Xian stood at the entrance of the hangar, his gaze sweeping over the mecha support team before him. It was a small unit of only 54 members. Though modest in size, each individual played a critical role, holding the power to influence life and death on the battlefield. As the M1D5 level team leader, Li Xian's rank might not be high, but the weight on his shoulders was substantial. He had to oversee the execution of orders, ensure the safety of the team, and strive for victory. His authority, though limited, carried its own significance. After handing over his mecha to the mechanics for maintenance, Li Xian led Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping into a small conference room attached to the hangar. These 3 were key members of the team, individuals he needed to closely monitor. Once they were seated, Li Zin's expression darkened slightly as he broke the silence. Wei Qian, what's your current mecha piloting proficiency and combat level? Wei Qian straightened his back slightly, still visibly uneasy from a previous reprimand by Li Xian. Meeting Li Zin's gaze with a hint of caution in his tone, he replied, reporting, sir. My psionic level is D3. My mecha piloting skills, range combat abilities, and close-quarters combat techniques have all reached the graduation standards of Yushan Military Academy, D3 level. Li Xian nodded, refraining from commenting immediately. His eyes shifted to Gan Hongkai. Unlike Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai was a bit quicker on the uptake. Before Li Xian could even ask, he proactively answered, reporting, sir. My level is the same everything at D3. Ling Yangping, sitting to the side, quickly chimed in, same here. Li Xian didn't respond right away. Instead, he let his gaze linger on the 3 of them, his eyes carrying a subtle yet palpable pressuria deliberate use of a minor psionic technique. Wei Qian held his ground, meeting Li Zin's gaze with steady resolve. Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, however, weren't as composed. The 2 exchanged a brief glance before their eyes began to dart around nervously, betraying their unease. Li Xian didn't miss this subtle reaction. A sinking feeling settled in his chest as he thought to himself, "Ooh-ho, could it be that these 3's graduation certificates are fake?" His mind briefly wandered to his own past. In his previous life, he had been the quintessential slacker, spending his university years glued to video games. Failing courses had been the norm, and had only managed to graduate thanks to lenient professors. In this life, while he had worked hard in military training school and scraped by as a decent graduate, he was intimately familiar with the art of coasting through. And now, looking at these 3, especially Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, couldn't help but feel like he was staring at younger versions of himself. Li Zin's gaze lingered on them for a moment longer, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, knowing smirk. He had already made up his mind. Looks like it's time to put their skills to the test. As he studied the trio, it was as if he were looking into a mirror, seeing a reflection of his former self. Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound piercing through the silence of the room. His tone was low, but it carried an undeniable authority. Since you've already joined the military, you'd better behave yourselves. I'll overlook the lies you've told me earlier, but now, tell me honestly, what are your actual proficiency levels in ranged and close combat? Be truthful, and I'll let the earlier deception slide. But remember, tomorrow you'll be piloting mechas for training. It won't just be ranged practice, you'll also be sparring with me in close combat. If you lie to me now, there's no way you'll hide it from me tomorrow. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged nervous glances, their unease written all over their faces. The tension in the room was palpable. Wei Qian swallowed hard. Gan Hongcai's hand unconsciously gripped the edge of his shirt, and Ling Yangping simply hung his head, as if resigning himself to his fate. Unbelievable. Li Xian's thoughts churned with frustration, though his expression remained calm. Internally, he lamented his misfortune. What a disaster this is for me. He had thought he'd recruited capable subordinates, only to realize these rookies might end up being liabilities. On the battlefield, would it be him fighting off 3 enemies while they struggle against just one? His fist clenched under the table, knuckles turning white. Finally, Wei Qian mustered up the courage to speak first. Reporting, sir. I must confess my close combat skills. They're not actually at D3. His voice trembled, betraying his reluctance. Li Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience. What level are they, then? He asked, his tone steady but firm. Wei Qian lowered his head further, his voice barely audible. I'm at D2, 76. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight sense of relief. So it's just close combat that's lacking? At least there's some potential. He nodded, shifting his gaze to the other two. And you two? His voice was sharp, carrying an edge of command. Gan Hongkai swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm about the same. My range combat is only D2, 85, and close combat is D2, 67. Ling Yangping, on the other hand, seemed to have given up entirely. With a shrug, he replied bluntly, my range combat is D2, 95, and close combat is D2, 79. After hearing their responses, Li Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His vision darkened momentarily, and his chest felt heavy, as though weighed down by a boulder. The veins in his temples throbbed as he fought to contain his anger. His voice dropped to a menacing growl, simmering with barely restrained fury. How exactly did you manage to graduate with these levels? And your records weren't they marked as D3? Wei Qian kept his head down, his voice so soft it was almost a whisper. Technically speaking, we're not really graduates yet. We've only completed 2 years of training, and the program is usually 4 years long. Li Xian's brow furrowed, his anger waning slightly but giving way to confusion. What? How is that possible? Why were you allowed to graduate early? Sensing a slight change in Li Xian's tone, Gan Hongkai found a bit of courage and quickly explained, we graduated from Yushan Military Academy, which is considered a second-tier academy under the Lanta Group. Recently, due to the increased demand for mecha pilots in the military, we were fast-tracked to graduate early. Fast-tracked? Li Xian's eyes grew colder, his voice tinged with skepticism. So they just rushed you through the program? Doesn't the group realize they're digging their own grave? Mecha piloting isn't something you can master with shortcuts, especially in an academy setting. As he spoke, Li Xian couldn't help but reflect on his own experience. He had progressed quickly thanks to the dual-chip implants and his relentless training, spending nearly all his time immersed in mecha operations. But for ordinary cadets, most of their training was confined to simulation pods, leaving them severely lacking in real combat experience. Yushan Military Academy's approach seemed like a reckless gamble to him. Wei Qian quickly added, that's not entirely the case, sir. Although we were sent out early, the group still has elite academies for advanced training, like Qingmu Military Academy. Those students haven't been affected by the war yet. We're probably just cannon fodder. When the fighting gets intense, they'll deploy us first. Li Xian's frown deepened. He shook his head, his voice growing colder. How many hours of mecha piloting experience do you have? Wei Qian immediately responded, I have 126 hours of piloting time. I've got 135 hours, Gan Hongkai followed up. Ling Yangping scratched his head nonchalantly. I've got 113 hours. Li Xian fell silent. He had never formally attended a mecha military academy, but over the past 2 months, he had practically lived in his mecha. Excluding time spent resting and standing guard, his combined hours of combat, patrols, and training easily exceeded 300 or 400 hours. These 3 combined barely matched his own solo training time. So that's how it is, Li Xian thought, finally piecing everything together in his mind. Li Xian exhaled slowly. So, your studies at school are primarily focused on the simulation pods? Wei Qian immediately stood up straight and replied, no sir. It's mainly focused on theoretical knowledge. Simulation pods consume too much energy, so we rarely get to use them. Hearing this, Li Xian frowned slightly, letting out a sigh in his heart. He finally understood why he had managed to catch up to the training progress of these cadets in just 2 months, which had taken them 1 or 2 years. While theoretical knowledge was important, how could one truly master the essence of piloting a mech without sufficient hands-on experience? He recalled his own clumsy beginnings when he first learned to pilot. Back then, his lack of experience caused him to suffer a lot during practice. If it hadn't been for Jiang Lu's patient guidance, he might have been eliminated from the battlefield long ago. Later, it was the download of 3 psionic signals that rapidly enhanced his abilities. Although most of these signals focused on close combat techniques, they provided significant help in mech control as well. Thinking of this, Li Xian glanced at the 3 recruits in front of him and felt slightly relieved. With their current foundation, training them was well within his capabilities. However, the thought of the imminent battles weighed heavily on him. This was no boot camp, it was a war zone. Beneath the behemoth steelworks lay a lurking force of milled servitor mechs, ready to strike at any moment. Time was running out, and Li Xian had just 2 weeks if even Thado trained these recruits to a level where they could hold their own on the battlefield. Pulling himself together, Li Xian spoke in a steady voice. I've got a good understanding of your situation now. The original training plan is scrapped. Starting this afternoon, they'll create a completely new training regimen for you. Wei Qian froze for a moment, then cautiously asked, Sir, can't we rest for a day first? Besides, the mechs are still undergoing maintenance by the mechanics. Rest? Li Xian's voice rose sharply, his gaze piercing. At your age, at this critical time, you still want to rest? A battle could break out at any moment, and the next second, a shell could send you to an eternal sleep. Do you still want to rest now? The 3 recruits, startled by his words, quickly shook their heads and spoke in unison. No, sir. We'll start training this afternoon. Ling Yongping hesitantly asked. Then, leader, what should we start practicing first? Li Xian glanced at them, his tone softening slightly. From now on, don't call me sir. Just call me leader or boss. Yes, leader. Yes, boss. The 3 recruits responded in unison, their voices tinged with nervousness. Li Xian stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, and said coldly, Your close combat skills are far too weak, and our enemy specializes in close quarters combat, the Knights of the Milled Servitor Corps. So from today onwards, your training will focus on close combat techniques. Every day, except for nighttime when the mechs are undergoing maintenance, you'll stay in your mechs and train non-stop. Wei Qian's face twisted into a grimace as he muttered. So, does that mean we'll eat and everything else in the mechs too? Eat, drink, sleep, everything will be done in the mechs. Li Xian said sternly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Training began quickly. Li Xian wasted no time on unnecessary words, directly replicating the training methods Jiang Lu had used on him. He first guided the 3 recruits through the standard procedures, then gradually increased the intensity. Fortunately, Li Xin's mech close combat skills had already reached AD4 level, a full 2 levels above the recruits. Coupled with his battlefield experience, training these recruits was well within his expertise. Though time was tight, Li Xian firmly believed that with the right methods, these recruits could reach combat readiness in a short period, and he was determined to ensure they survived on this war-torn land. Standing in the cockpit of his mech, Li Xian crossed his arms over his chest, his steely gaze fixed on the training field where 3 rookie pilots were practicing close-quarters combat maneuvers. They were operating their mechs, struggling to execute a standard set of close combat techniques. This routine, which Li Xian had learned years ago from Jiang Lu, was a foundational mech combat drill. While it appeared to be a simple series of punches and kicks, its versatility extended far beyond that. Whether wielding a power sword, a power axe, or a spear, this routine served as a base upon which more advanced techniques could be built. On the battlefield, it was rare to perform the entire sequence, but even executing just 1 or 2 moves from it was far better than flailing around with no strategy. What Li Xian couldn't stand was sloppy, half-hearted movements. Is this how you fight? Pick up the pace. His voice, transmitted through the comm system, carried an unmistakable authority that left no room for debate. On the training field, Li Xin's short-sword combat mech stood opposite the mechs of Wei Qian and the other 2 rookies. Both sides were synchronously practicing the same mech combat routine. In stark contrast to Li Xin's precise, fluid, and powerful movements, the rookies' actions were clumsy and sluggish, riddled with gaps in their transitions. Too slow. If you fight like this on the battlefield, are you planning to hand yourself over to the enemy? Li Xian barked as he executed the final move with his mech, his tone cold and cutting. He then maneuvered his mech over to the rookies, correcting their movements one by one. Raise your shoulders. Keep your balance steady. Wei Qian, where's your punching power? Are you trying to tickle the enemy? Boss, this is already way faster than what we did back at the academy. Wei Qian muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Talking back, are we? Li Xian snorted, his voice dropping to an even chillier tone. Add another hour of training today, Yes, boss. The three rookies replied in unison. Though their voices carried a hint of resignation, they didn't dare argue further. For Wei Qian and his teammates, mech training was undoubtedly the most exciting part of their time at Wright Mountain Military Academy. During their 2 years at the academy, opportunities to pilot actual mechs had been rare, barely over 100 hours in total. However, the intensity of their current training was forcing them to re-evaluate their initial excitement. On Guansuo IV, a day lasted 25 hours. Out of that, they were allowed only 4 hours of sleep. Meals and other necessities took up just 1 hour, leaving the remaining 20 hours entirely devoted to training. The grueling schedule left them utterly exhausted, to the point where some began experiencing symptoms of mental fatigue. Yet, despite the harsh regimen, the results were undeniable. Under Li Xin's rigorous guidance, the theoretical knowledge and simulation experience they had gained at the academy quickly translated into practical skills. Their rate of improvement was nothing short of astonishing. From the initial basic drill smack punches, movement, and long-range shooting to the paired sparring sessions that began on the third day, their progress was visible to the naked eye. Even though their melee weapons were not activated with disintegration fields, the close combat practice still caused minor damage to their mechs from the collisions. However, this didn't hinder their training. During their brief rest periods, the engineering team would swiftly repair the mechs, ensuring they were ready for the next day's sessions. When it came to long-range attacks, however, Li Xin's ability to teach was more limited. His proficiency in range combat was only at a D2 level, far less advanced than that of the three rookies. If he tried to overstep and teach more than he knew, he risked exposing his own shortcomings. Distracted on the battlefield? If I were the enemy, I'd have already stabbed through your cockpit. The training grounds echoed once again with Li Xian's thunderous roar early in the morning. His mech moved like a ferocious tiger unleashed, its actions clean, decisive, and brimming with sharp precision. On the other side, Wei Qian, struggling to defend himself, was already gasping for air, sweat streaming down his face. Gritting his teeth, he tried to fend off Li Xian's relentless onslaught. But each block seemed increasingly futile. The past few days of training had pushed Wei Qian to the brink of exhaustion, yet the results were undeniable. In just a few days of intense practice, he had surpassed the progress they would normally achieve in over a month at school. The alternating grind of theory and hand-to-hand combat had deepened his understanding of mech fighting. Every sparring session felt like carving a lasting mark into his mind. Li Xian brought his mech to a halt, his cold gaze fixed on Wei Qian, filled with scrutiny. Yet, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his own early days of learning. Back then, he was nothing more than a blank slotty novice energy user who didn't even grasp the basics of theory. His mentor, Zhang Lu, had to start from scratch, guiding him step by step. By comparison, Wei Qian, along with Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, were at least equipped with some foundation. They could understand commands, unlike his clumsy self back then. Recalling his own awkward beginnings, Li Xian finally understood why Zhang Lu had always worn a stern expression, yet never truly lost his temper. Boss, I wasn't distracted. It's just that your skills are way too advanced. I can't keep up at all. Wei Qian panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his face as he spoke with a bitter smile. How about letting Gan Hongkai take over for a while? I think he could use some extra practice too. Li Xian snorted, his sharp gaze sweeping over Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, who stood at the edge of the training grounds. Wei Qian undoubtedly had the strongest foundation of the three, and was the most likely to break through to D3 level close combat skills in the short term. Li Xian knew all too well that a battle could erupt at any moment. If Wei Qian could reach D3 at a critical juncture, it would at least alleviate some of the pressure on him. Otherwise, with Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping's current skill levels, they would barely be able to stall a night retainer for a few seconds. And as for himself, his strength was barely on par with an average night retainer. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. During his first battle, he had been nothing more than a D2 level rookie. If Zhang Lu hadn't arrived in time, he would have long since met his end. Now, his abilities still fell far short of Zhang Lao's level back then. With Zhang Lu's close combat techniques, if not limited by his energy level, he might have already reached level. Li Xian was keenly aware of the gap, and it was precisely because of this that he trained these three rookies with such grueling intensity. As he was lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the training grounds, catching his eye. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately halted his mech combat. Turning to Wei Qian and the others, he barked, "The three of you, keep practicing. No slacking. I'll check your progress when I'm back." "Yes, boss." The three responded in unison. Li Xian quickly parked his mech back in the hangar and strode toward the edge of the training field. Sure enough, the person standing there, observing the training, was none other than Zhang Lu, dressed sharply in his usual military uniform. His deep-set eyes carried the same cold, commanding presence as ever. Li Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace, a mix of anticipation and subtle nervousness welling up inside him. Zhang Lao's appearance made one thing clear to Li Xian. The real test might be just around the corner. Master, have you broken through? Li Xian came running over, his voice arriving before he did. Zhang Lu stood in place, his complexion glowing as if bathed in a radiant light, and his hair standing on end, exuding a palpable wave of energy. Li Xian immediately recognized the telltale signs of someone who had just consumed the number 3 psionic compound. Zhang Lu nodded, his tone calm but carrying a hint of pride. That's right, I've advanced a crank. Just completed it, and thought I'd drop by to check on you and Feng Dai. Master, what rank are you in the breakthroughs? Can you get chosen as a squad leader? Li Xian asked eagerly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Zhang Lu's lips curved into a slight smile, his usually stern face softening with a touch of ease. Luck was on my side, and my skills aren't bad either. I'm the third to break through, so I've already been assigned as squad leader. That's fantastic. Li Xian's face lit up with joy at the news, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Now we've got someone to rely on. This is the best news ever. Master, can I stay in your squad? Don't worry, Zhang Lu said with a reassuring smile, patting Li Xian's shoulder. I've already spoken to Leader Lu. Both you and Feng Dai will be transferred to my squad. That's a relief. Li Xian exhaled deeply, visibly more relaxed. Zhang Lu glanced at him and then asked, so, how's it going with those 3 new recruits? Running into any issues? Li Xian sighed and pursed his lips. Master, you'll have to save me later. These 3 recruits have close combat and ranged skills stuck at D2, still short of D3. I've been training with them every day, and while there's been some progress, if we were to head into battle, it'd probably be no better than when I was fighting in the warehouse back then. Zhang Lu nodded, his brows furrowing slightly in thought. They're a bit behind, that's true. I've heard about the situation. Come on, let's head over to Feng Dai's place. I came straight here from Leader Lu's office. If I don't check in on that guy soon, he'll start complaining. As the two walked and chatted, they made their way toward Feng Dai's hangar. Before they even got close, they could hear Feng Dai's angry shouting echoing from the training grounds, his voice full of frustration. Li Xian glanced toward the training area and saw the recruits engaged in close combat drills, following a training regimen similar to his. Close combat training was evidently more challenging but absolutely crucial in mech warfare. Long-range attacks had chip-assisted guidance and were often supported by infantry or firepower, but close combat was where mechs faced life-and-death situations, leaving no room for error. It didn't take long for Feng Dai to notice their arrival. He waved at the recruits to continue their training and then jumped down from the mech cockpit, his face lighting up with excitement as he approached. Boss, you've broken through? That's right. I'm officially your squad leader now, Zhang Lu confirmed, his tone carrying undeniable confidence. Awesome. Now we've got someone to back us up, Feng Dai said, throwing a teasing glance at Li Xian. You rascal. Always thinking about these things. Zhang Lu chuckled, playfully scolding him. What's the point of having a strong leader if we don't rely on them? Isn't that right, Li Xian? Feng Dai said, clapping Li Xian on the shoulder. Exactly, exactly. Li Xian nodded vigorously, a grin spreading across his face. Zhang Lu cast a sweeping gaze over the training grounds and then raised an eyebrow. I heard you yelling the moment I got here. What's going on? Feng Dai's expression instantly fell, his voice filled with exasperation. Don't even get me started. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. These 3 soldiers, who retired and then got recalled, are as dense as rocks. They're slow, clumsy, and forget everything they once knew. Their skills were mediocre to begin with, and now they're riddled with bad habits during training. If all new recruits were like Li Xian, I could handle 10 of them. But with these 3, just 3 of them are about to give me a brain hemorrhage. Their performance isn't great, that's true, but it's not hopeless, Zhang Lu said after a moment of contemplation. His gaze shifted toward the recruits in training, a glimmer of calculation in his eyes. All right, say less, and cut down on the cursing too. This is a war zone, after all. Who knows when the fighting might break out again? Keep your temper in check when you're training them, Zhang Lu said calmly after listening to Feng Dai vent. Hearing this, Feng Dai let out a long sigh, his expression complicated as he briefly reminisced. Then, with a self-deprecating chuckle, he said, it's not easy, huh? Sometimes I even miss the days when we were in the 5th unit. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted, as though realizing something, and he quickly added, what am I saying? No way. We finally got promoted and got a raise. Nothing to miss about those days. Ha ha ha. His self-mocking remarks sparked a round of laughter, lightening the mood. Even Li Xian and Zhang Lu couldn't help but laugh. Amid the laughter, the tense atmosphere of the war zone seemed to ease, if only slightly. Starting tomorrow, I'll set aside some time to visit your group and take a closer look at the issues with the new recruits. We'll sort them out sooner rather than later, Zhang Lu said, his laughter fading as his tone grew calm yet resolute. Got it, master. Boss, make sure to teach us for a few extra days. Feng Dai's rare smile revealed his anticipation. Jiang Lu shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his expression. Teaching for a few extra days might not be possible. I've just taken over this unit, and there's a lot to handle. At least on the surface, I need to keep things balanced. Feng Dai, Li Xian, you two should communicate more regularly. Yes, master. Li Xian immediately nodded, his tone filled with respect. When you're focused on training, I always turn to Brother Feng for guidance when I have questions. Don't worry. Feng Dai patted Li Xian on the shoulder with a grin. When you're not around, the two of us are in constant contact. That was true. It was Li Xian's first time leading troops, and while he was naturally steady and mature, he still lacked some practical experience. As a seasoned soldier, Feng Dai often became his go-to for advice. Over the next few days, Jiang Lu made good on his promise, frequently appearing at Li Xian's group training sessions. With his sharp perspective, he offered precise feedback, pointing out each individual's weaknesses and providing spot-on suggestions. His guidance significantly improved the group's training results. Even Li Xian himself benefited greatly, not to mention the 3 new recruits. After one particular training session, Wei Qian ran over, beaming with excitement. Boss, my close combat level has reached D3. Not bad, not bad. Li Xian's face lit up with joy. Finally, there was a mech pilot he could rely on, easing some of the pressure of leading the group. Turning to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, he added with encouragement, you two need to pick up the pace as well. I'll be focusing more on you in the coming days. Yes, boss. Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping replied in unison, though a trace of bitterness flickered across their faces. Their current training regimen was already exhausting, and Wei Qian's progress only meant their sessions would grow even more grueling. Seeing Wei Qian nearly collapse from fatigue, the two couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. They were fully aware that this was a war zone, and the next moment could bring life or death combat. Yet, the inherent laziness of human nature occasionally made them resist the relentless grind. Still, this resistance ultimately changed nothing Wei Qian had pushed through, and now it was their turn to endure the intensive training. Time flew by amid the daily training sessions. Every morning, Li Xian sparred with Gan Hongkai, while Wei Qian trained alongside Ling Yangping. In the afternoons, they switched partners, repeating the cycle. Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping barely had a moment to rest, training until their energy reserves were completely depleted each day. By comparison, Li Xian's own training regimen had never been this intense after all. He had to balance theoretical studies early on and later spent more time battling and patrolling at the behemoth steelworks. As Li Xian's close combat skills improved, his sparring sessions with his team members became increasingly challenging. This not only reinforced his fundamentals, but also elevated his overall strength. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 weeks, it wasn't just the Blueprint Expeditionary Force that was working tirelessly to integrate new recruits. Hungen Defense was also secretly conducting a large-scale troop deployment and mobilization. A large number of adult men recruited from the mining areas underwent rapid training before being enlisted into the army. They quickly replaced the losses from previous battles and provided reinforcements to the Baixamo steelworks. The situation in the Baixamo war zone has clearly escalated, with the number of mechs increasing to a full 5 squadrons. The auxiliary soldiers and mechanics alone, who service these mechs, number over 2,500. When you add in the infantry and armored troops of the Blueprint Expeditionary Force, the total force in this war zone has surpassed 10,000 soldiers. The Blueprint Expeditionary Force is clearly sparing no expense, expanding the military presence in this area to the size of a full division and an additional tank regiment. This operational division consists of 3 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, and an armored regiment. The combat capabilities of the soldiers and the weaponry they're equipped with far exceed those of Hungen Defense Forces. Although the mech regiment has many new recruits, the number of regular infantry remains considerable. After all, compared to mech forces, infantry units are much more cost-effective. With the battle imminent, the Blueprint Group made the decisive call to recall retired veterans. Even though not all of them have seen battle, their training experience is invaluable, and with their side currently holding an advantage, there's ample time for them to quickly adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere is tense. This is the operations room for the 2nd Squadron, where the 10 squad leaders and Squadron Commander Jiang Lu have gathered. On the 3D projection in front, a clear military topographical map hovers in the air, showing detailed terrain features and key operational points. Jiang Lu stands next to the projection, holding a slender command baton, his eyes sharp and focused, exuding the presence of a blade ready to strike. The 2-week adjustment period is over. Now, it's time to see who's truly up to the task. Jiang Lu swings the baton with force, his voice strong and resolute. The mission for the 2nd Squadron has already been assigned by the Expeditionary Command. It's time to test the results of our new recruits training on the battlefield. So, are you confident? Yes. The resounding reply echoes through the room, filled with a powerful and determined energy. However, after the reply, the expressions of the squad leaders appear somewhat complicated, even tinged with a hint of bitterness. Zhang Lao's brow furrows, and his gaze sweeps across the group. Coldly, he asks, "What's going on? Why the long faces? If you have something to say, speak up." One of the squad leaders lets out a helpless sigh. "Commander, the training period was too short. The quality of the new recruits varies, and if we take them to the battlefield like this, we're likely to suffer losses." "Yeah, Commander, the new recruits in my squad are like wooden dolls with no sense at all. It's really giving me a headache." Zhang Lao's expression darkens immediately. His voice lowers, yet carries an undeniable pressure. "I didn't come here to listen to complaints. The new recruits assigned to you are more or less the same. The military orders have been given, and whether you've got 3 pigs or not, you're going to take them to the battlefield. Do I make myself clear?" At this point, Zhang Lao's tone shifts suddenly, and a cold smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. "But this time, I'll admit, we've gotten lucky. I had good luck during the draw. Our mission, compared to the others, is relatively light, or even a good deal. You can all relax, and take some comfort in that." "Zhang Tu, what do you mean?" It was Zhong Quan who spoke up. As the leader of the 10th Squad in the 2nd Unit, he was a seasoned mecha pilot who had joined alongside the new recruits. His tone carried a hint of doubt, but his sharp gaze swept over Jiang Lu, waiting for an explanation. Inside the meeting room of the 2nd Unit, the atmosphere was tense. All eyes were fixed on their unit leader, Jiang Lu. The composition of their unit was somewhat mixed. Among the 10 members, only Li Xian and Feng Dai were Zhang Lao's longtime subordinates, while the rest were newly assigned. Feng Dai, the leader of the 6th Squad, was usually a man of few words, though his eyes now held a trace of expectation. Meanwhile, Li Xian, the leader of the 7th Squad, leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, his expression focused. Zhang Lu slowly stood up and walked to the center of the conference table. With a light tap on the control panel, a holographic map unfolded before him, spreading across the entire table. His voice was steady, carrying an undeniable authority. "In this mission draw, our unit has been assigned to launch the 3rd wave of the offensive. The 1st and 5th units will lead the 1st and 2nd waves, while the 3rd and 4th units are tasked with perimeter defense and interception." Feng Dai raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying a subtle trace of sarcasm. "So, it seems the 3rd and 4th units have it easier this time." Zhang Lu merely gave a faint smile at the comment. His gaze swept across the room before he spoke, his tone calm yet commanding. "On the surface, it might seem that way, but the reality is far from it. Intelligence reports confirm that there are 5 main entrances around the Beishi steelworks. The enemy is likely to reinforce these positions heavily. The 3rd and 4th units will need to launch assaults on these perimeter defenses, secure them, and hold their ground. If the enemy intends to defend the steelworks, they'll undoubtedly send reinforcements at all costs. The intensity of the battle will only escalate." Low murmurs filled the room in response. Nong Shuang, the leader of the 1st Squad, stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked in a deep voice, "In that case, we might actually be the lucky ones. By the time we launch the 3rd wave, the environment on the battlefield should be relatively stable, giving the new recruits a chance to adapt." The others nodded in agreement. For the new soldiers, every extra moment to prepare could mean a better chance of survival in the impending battle. Zhang Lu raised a hand to signal for silence. "Let's move on to the operational briefing." "Yes, unit leader." The squad leaders responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. With Zhang Lao's input, the holographic map transformed. The surface structures faded away, replaced by a detailed underground layout. The entirety of the Beishi Steelworks subterranean system was laid bare, divided into 4 main sectors: A, B, C, and each further divided into smaller subsections. Pointing to the map, Zhang Lao's voice took on a more serious tone. "The underground structure of the Beishi Steelworks is complex, divided into 4 main sectors, each with 4 subsections, making a total of 16 underground zones. These areas are vast underground spaces, with ceilings as high as 40 meters, providing ample room for our mechas to maneuver. The zones are interconnected by multiple large tunnels, forming an intricate underground network. These tunnels range in width from 35 meters to over 100 meters, allowing for mecha passage. However, this also makes them prime defensive positions for the enemy." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, ensuring he had everyone's attention before continuing. "Our target is Sector C, specifically subsection C3. The 1st and 2nd waves will focus on taking C1 and C2. Our mission begins with C3. This is the preliminary plan, but subsequent objectives will depend on how the battle unfolds." Zhang Lu tapped the map again, and the layout of C3 expanded, revealing its intricate details. A sprawling underground space appeared before them, its labyrinth of tunnels resembling a massive spider web, a clear indicator of the dangers lurking within. "Study the map of C3 carefully," Zhang Lu commanded, his tone cold and resolute. "Familiarize yourselves with the terrain. This will be our battlefield. The 3D holographic map of the Beishi Steelworks underground layout zoomed in further, highlighting the expansive C3 zone. Its sheer size implied that it could house a significant number of enemy forces. The C3 area was originally a massive foundry workshop, housing enormous and sturdy metal equipment that could serve as formidable defensive structures. However, its design as a workshop necessitated wide and spacious passageways, large enough to accommodate heavy transport vehicles. Now, after several rounds of fierce battles, most of the conveyor belts and low-lying equipment have been reduced to ruins. The floor is littered with twisted metal fragments and shattered gears, a haunting testament to the devastation of war. This area contains 4 main passageways, the forward 24th and 25th passageways, and the rear 26th and 27th passageways. Each passageway spans 50 meters wide and over 30 meters high, providing ample room for mechs to move freely. Our assault will commence through the forward 24th and 25th passageways, Zhang Lu explained while pointing at the tactical map. His tone was steady but carried a trace of gravity. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements and retreat are likely to occur via the rear 26th and 27th passageways. These 2 forward passageways will be critical for us to secure. If the enemy commander has any sense, they will heavily fortify these positions. Who will be supporting our units? Han Zhong asked, his cautious gaze reflecting his role as the leader of the 8th Squad. A Hengan Defense Infantry Battalion and a company of hunters, Zhang Lu replied curtly. But didn't the group send reinforcements with infantry and armored units? Why aren't we getting any additional troops? Feng Dai frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Underground combat is always a tough battle, Zhang Lu sighed before explaining. The infantry reinforcements sent by the group are no different from Hengan Defense's infantry when it comes to underground operations. They are far more effective in perimeter interception missions. At this point, Zhang Lu raised his head, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. His tone suddenly grew more commanding. Now, let's assign the combat tasks. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The squad leaders sat up straight, their attention fixed on Zhang Lu, awaiting their orders. Squads 1 through 4, your mission is to launch the initial assault and break through the enemy's 24th and 25th passageways to clear the way for the following units to enter the C3 area. Zhang Lu's sharp eyes locked onto Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, Commander. The 4 responded in unison, their voices resolute and filled with determination. Squads 5, 6, 9, and 10. Once inside the C3 area, your task is to quickly secure suitable defensive positions and establish a solid foothold. We must hold our ground here. Yes, Commander. Qian Su, Feng Dai, Tong Yu, and Zhong Quan replied without hesitation, their eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Finally, Squad 7 and 8. Zhang Lu's gaze landed on Li Xian and Han Zhong. You'll serve as the reserve force, staying close to me and ready to engage at any moment. Yes, Commander. Li Xian and Han Zhong answered in unison, their voices firm and loud. All right. Zhang Lu surveyed the room, his tone turning stern again. The situation in the C3 area is vastly different from before. Detailed information about the underground structure has already been uploaded to your chips. Study it thoroughly right now. In 30 minutes, we'll conduct a tactical simulation. Remember, I don't want anyone unfamiliar with this area's layout when the time comes. Yes, the group responded in unison, their voices echoing through the expansive workshop, resonating with a decisive and battle-hardened spirit. Tomorrow at dawn. After an entire afternoon of simulations and familiarization, the combat teams of the 2nd Squadron had gained a deeper understanding of the C3 sector underground. This area was undoubtedly the most heavily defended by the enemy, and it could be said that the entire C sector would become the core front line of the upcoming battles. Although the behemoth steelworks had numerous underground entrances and exits, C sector was by far the most suitable for mech combat. This fact was clear to everyone, whether it was the engineers of Blueprint and Hungan Defense, or the Mildanites hidden underground. As for sectors B and A, while they also had access points, they were designated as decoy directions in this tactical plan, intended for small-scale operations to draw the enemy's attention. When Li Xian returned to the hangar, 3 rookies were staring at him intently, their eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. Wei Qian eagerly stepped forward, excitement and tension evident in his voice. Boss, are we finally going to join the offensive? The other 2 also fixed their expectant gazes on Li Xian, as if afraid to miss a single word. Li Xian nodded, his tone calm but steady. That's right. Starting tomorrow, the offensive begins in earnest. We're really going in? Gan Hongkai instinctively rubbed his hands together, his expression stiff with unease at the thought of the impending battle. Li Xian patted him on the shoulder, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. What? You think they brought you here just for a mock battle? His tone carried a trace of humor, but more importantly, it conveyed a subtle encouragement. He continued, "But you're in luck. We're the third wave of the assault, and our group is in the reserve unit. That means you'll have plenty of time to get used to the battlefield. Consider yourselves lucky." "Really?" Ling Yangping's eyes lit up, his earlier tension giving way to unrestrained joy. "So, as the reserve unit, does that mean we might not even need to fight? Maybe the other teams will wipe out the enemies before we even get there." Li Xian looked at his overly optimistic, yet slightly evasive attitude and chuckled. Instead of bursting his bubble, he replied in a light-hearted tone, "Well, I won't say it's impossible, but don't worry, our forces outnumber theirs. This operation has a high probability of success." Then, his tone shifted slightly, taking on a more serious edge. "Now, let's get your weapons assigned. Familiarize yourselves with the equipment tonight, and get some rest. You'll need to be sharp." "Yes, boss." The three rookies responded in unison, their faces now showing a mix of eagerness and determination. The next phase involved selecting suitable equipment for both himself and the rookies. Given that the mission would take place in the confined underground spaces, Li Xian decided against his usual power halberd, as it would be too unwieldy in such an environment. Instead, he opted for a power sword weapon 5 meters in total length, with a 4-meter blade that balanced power and agility. For secondary weapons, after careful consideration, Li Xian chose not to use the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon typically employed for clearing out enemy grunts. Instead, he configured his mech with a plasma cannon as the primary weapon and a 55mm laser cannon as the secondary. This setup effectively gave his mech 2 main cannons, providing greater firepower in short bursts, though it required longer energy recharge times. In the underground combat scenario, however, the ability to unleash a focus strike could be invaluable. Additionally, Li Xian equipped an armored shield on his mech's left arm to bolster its defensive capabilities. In such a complex and hostile environment, extra protection was never excessive. To further enhance survivability, he added external armor, transforming his mech into a heavily armored combatant built for resilience. Once the preparations were complete, Li Xian watched as the three rookies gradually got used to their weapons. He nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Though inexperienced, their enthusiasm and potential were undeniable. The underground battle at the Behemoth Steelworks was about to begin, and Li Xin's team was ready for whatever lay ahead. If the skills aren't enough, then let the gear make up for it. Li Xian stood before his short-sword squire mech, brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the 12-barrel rocket launcher system mounted on the serrated ant. He took a deep breath and finally shook his head in resignation, abandoning his favorite weapon system. The mech's load was already nearing its limit, and he had to leave room for maneuverability in the upcoming battle. The rocket launcher's weight would undoubtedly hinder close combat agility. Once the final loadout of the short-sword squire was complete, Li Xian took a moment to survey the mech, inspecting every detail. In the glow of the setting sun, the mech's sharp lines appeared even more striking. He reached out and gently touched the armor, feeling the cold, metallic surface under his fingers, a faint smile forming on his lips. It wasn't a perfect setup, but it was the best he could manage under the circumstances. Without the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon, he wouldn't need to carry a massive supply of ammunition. The reduced weight might even make the mech more agile in close combat than ever before. In contrast, the loadouts of the three rookie pilots' mechs seemed far more ostentatious. Heavy external armor covered every inch of their machines. Each shoulder bore a serrated ant rocket launcher system, with a powerful plasma cannon as the main weapon and a 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon as the secondary. On the right arm, a power sword gleamed menacingly. These mechs resembled mobile fortresses bristling with firepower, exuding an oppressive presence. Li Xian nodded to himself. With this kind of loadout, as long as their accuracy was high enough, they could overload the void shields of 2 enemy knight attendants with ease. Though he knew these rookies still lacked real combat experience, Li Xian had faith in their potential. After all, he himself had once been forged in the crucible of battle. The tension at the forward base was palpable. One by one, mechs and armored vehicles moved out, forming a steel tide surging toward the battlefield. Some units advanced overland toward the outer entrances and defensive positions, while others disappeared into the underground passageways. Time slipped by unnoticed, and by the time it was Li Xian's team's turn to depart, it was already afternoon. The three rookies stood before Li Xian, their faces a mix of emotions. Their eyes flickered with excitement one moment, only to be clouded with fear the next. This was a look Li Xian knew all too well had worn the same expression during his own first deployment. It was the blend of anticipation for the unknown and the deep unease of facing life-and-death stakes. Li Xian walked up to them, carefully inspecting their equipment. His tone was steady but carried a touch of warmth. "Relax, don't overthink it," he said while adjusting their gear and offering quiet reassurance. "Everyone feels a bit scared their first time in battle, but as long as you stick with me, you'll be fine." Finally, he pulled out 2 silver medals from his pocket. The heroic sword medal on his chest glinted in the sunlight, immediately catching the rookie's attention. Their eyes locked onto the medals, filled with awe and curiosity. You've always asked me how I earned these medals, Li Xian began, his gaze deep and his voice steady and firm. Today, I'll tell you my story. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping instantly held their breath, their eyes full of anticipation. You might not believe it, Li Xian said with a faint smile, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. 2 months ago, I joined this unit. After becoming a mech pilot, I had only 20 days of training before being thrown into combat. Just 20 days. How good do you think my piloting skills could have been? He paused, letting his words sink in as his eyes scanned the 3 rookies in front of him. Then he continued, in that battle, it was just me, the squad leader, and the leader of the 6th Team 3 mechs against 5 enemy knight attendants. If it were you, what would you have done? This is way too dangerous. Wei Qian clicked his tongue in disbelief. Exactly, it was incredibly dangerous. Li Xin's voice was low and commanding, carrying a weight of conviction that made everyone pay attention. At the time, we thought we were done for. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the 3 rookies in front of him. Back then, the squad leader had already decided to cover for me and the leader of Team 6, giving us a chance to retreat and survive. He told us to run. But look at this. Li Xian raised a hand and pointed to the gleaming silver medal pinned to his chest. See this medal? It's the military commendation I earned in that very battle. The 3 rookies couldn't help but stare at the medal, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and curiosity. The squad leader told me to run, but back then, all I could think about was his teachings and the bond one shared with my comrades. Li Xin's voice suddenly grew impassioned, his fist clenched tightly as if reliving that moment of adrenaline and resolve. In that moment, how could I even consider leaving my comrades behind? I went all out, rocket launchers, main cannons, electromagnetic guns, firing everything I had. In a matter of moments, we blasted one of their knight escorts to pieces. A proud grin spread across his face as he recounted the story. And just like that, this medal became mine. The 3 rookies held their breath, their eyes now glimmering with a trace of aspiration. In that battle, I was just a rookie, an even greener rookie than the 3 of you, and I managed to take down a knight escort. Li Xin's tone shifted, now brimming with unwavering confidence. There were 5 knight escorts on their side against the 3 of us, and we still managed to take down 2 of them. So don't go thinking their knight escorts are invincible. If you know how to make the most of the firepower you have, you can do it too. His words hit home, like a surge of energy igniting the hearts of the rookies. Especially Ling Yangping, whose face had turned red with excitement. Picture this, Li Xin's voice grew louder, almost hypnotic. Your mechs marked with kill stars, medals pinned to your chest, and receiving rewards from the Defense Department. Doesn't that sound amazing? At this moment, Li Xian resembled a charismatic leader, painting a vivid and glorious future for the 3 rookies. His gaze shifted to the nearby support soldiers, and his voice suddenly deepened, carrying an undeniable authority. And you, yes, you're just as important. Both of my medals were earned with the help of my support teammates. Every time I got a medal, they received rewards too. Some of them even got promoted to official positions in the group, with doubled pay. Next time we meet them, they'll introduce you. These words lit a spark not only in Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes, but also in the eyes of the 40 support soldiers nearby. It was as if a door to a brighter future had just swung wide open. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Ling Yangping shot to his feet, his eyes shining. Boss, is everything you said really true? Li Xian smiled faintly, his gaze steady and sincere. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around the base. See if anyone says otherwise. His tone suddenly shifted to a more relaxed, almost teasing one, as a playful smirk appeared on his face. Honestly, you're incredibly lucky to end up under my command. Do you know what happened when I first joined? Our team leader at the time was stuck at M1D5 for years. Then I arrived, and he got promoted to M2 squad leader almost immediately. Team SIXS leader, Feng Dai, a seasoned veteran, also earned his silver sword medal because of me. Li Xin's voice grew more spirited, as if recounting a legend. As for me, I went from being a fresh recruit to becoming the M1D5 mech support team leader in just over 2 months. If that's not luck, I don't know what is. He thumped his chest with confidence, his tone carrying an almost reckless boldness. On the battlefield, what's the most important thing? Luck. And with me around, bullets and shells will steer clear of you, while medals and spoils of war will come rushing your way. Li Xin's gaze burned as he locked eyes with Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. Just imagine when you've successfully earned your promotions, medals shining on your chest, and you stroll back into Blueprint City to impress the ladies. What a sight, huh? Imagine this. Because of your achievements, you're officially promoted to full-time employees of the group. You'll enjoy all the benefits, privileges, and opportunities for advancement that come with it. Under my leadership, this isn't just a dream. It's the reality of your future. Now, tell me, is this the future you want? Li Xian's voice echoed powerfully. Standing in the center of the hangar, his voice thundered like a drum, carrying an undeniable energy that filled the space. His piercing gaze swept across the faces of the young men and women before him, igniting a spark of hope in each of them. His words were strong and deliberate, every syllable charged with conviction. "Is this the future you want?" he repeated. "We want it," the group responded in unison, though their voices still carried a note of hesitation and uncertainty. "Not loud enough. I can't hear you." Li Xian frowned and raised his voice, his tone edged with a hint of challenge. "We want it," they shouted again, this time louder, more confident. "Still not good enough." Li Xian took a bold step forward, his tone sharper, his presence commanding. His eyes seemed to bore into them, demanding more, as if to say, "Is this all the determination you can muster for the future you claim to want?" "We want it." This time, the response roared like a tidal wave, reverberating through the hangar. The steel walls seemed to tremble under the force of their collective voices. Faces flushed, throats raw, yet no one cared. In their eyes, a fire had been lit. Even the seasoned veterans, hardened by years of service, found themselves swept up in the energy, their chests heaving with emotion as Li Xian's vivid vision of the future flashed in their minds. At that moment, Li Xian felt a deep sense of clarity. He knew this moment wasn't just about his own strength, it was about the power of unity. In an atmosphere like this, individual emotions merged into a collective force, and the camaraderie among them forged an unbreakable bond. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he spoke once more, his tone steady yet charged with purpose. "They'll pilot the mech, and you'll drive the support vehicles. Together, we'll create a brighter future. Now, everyone, gear up, double-check your equipment and vehicles one last time. Prepare to move out." "Yes, sir," came the resounding reply, filled with determination and excitement. The hangar buzzed with activity as everyone sprang into action, their enthusiasm palpable. They meticulously inspected their gear, weaponry, armor, vehicles, ensuring everything was in flawless condition, ready for the mission ahead. Li Xian surveyed the scene with satisfaction, a hint of pride in his expression. But just as he turned to leave, a peculiar feeling washed over him. He instinctively glanced back and spotted Jiang Lu and Feng Dai standing a short distance away, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Li Xian paused, momentarily caught off guard, before offering an awkward smile. He strode toward them, hoping to diffuse the unexpected tension. However, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai didn't budge. Their wide-eyed expressions remained fixed, as if they were staring at something extraordinary. "Li Xian, do you have a side hustle we don't know about?" Feng Dai broke the silence, his tone a mix of teasing and genuine curiosity. "That voice, that intensity have got me all fired up. Seriously, where did you learn to do that?" He slung an arm around Li Xin's shoulder with such force that it nearly felt like a chokehold. Jiang Lu shook his head slowly, his eyes still studying Li Xian with a newfound respect. "Li Xian, I never realized you had this in you. Honestly, you should be the squad leader. If you gave a speech like that in front of the entire squad, I'm pretty sure everyone's combat effectiveness would jump by 30%. Li Xian scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Come on, Master, Funga. You're giving me way too much credit. I'm not that impressive." Feng Dai's eyes lit up with an idea, and he leaned in closer. "How about this? Why don't you come give my team a pep talk?" "Funga, don't do this to me." Li Xian waved his hands in protest, his grin turning wry. "I can handle talking to a small group, but doing it for your team? That's a whole other level." "Enough, Feng," Jiang Lu interjected with a smirk, giving Feng Dai a playful pat on the shoulder. "If you're that eager, just copy what Li Xian said word for word. That should do the trick." Feng Dai nodded enthusiastically, his expression suddenly serious as he hurried off, mumbling to himself, You're right, you're right. I need to get this done while it's still fresh in my mind." As Feng Dai disappeared into the bustling hangar, Jiang Lu turned back to Li Xian, his gaze thoughtful, his tone more solemn. "Li Xian, you were right. Your presence here has been a blessing for me and Feng." And now he paused, placing a firm hand on Li Xin's shoulder. "Now, I hope you can bring us even more luck." Li Xian took a deep breath, meeting Jiang Lao's steady gaze with unwavering determination. "Yes, master," he replied firmly. "Who says Jiang Lu can't fire people up? He's clearly a natural." The hangar doors slowly opened as Li Xian piloted his mech forward, leading the way. Two other mechs followed closely behind, with 8 tracked armored vehicles forming a tight column in their wake. The entire squad moved in a precise formation, crossing the vast, desolate expanse outside the Beishi steelworks. The mechanical roar of their machines reverberated through the otherwise silent space, amplifying the weight of their presence. In the distance, a massive entrance came into view. It was the underground access point to the Beishi steelworks, a colossal opening 80 meters wide and 40 meters tall, resembling a gaping, menacing maw. mercilessly swallowing unit after unit of troops. From below, the faint echoes of gunfire could be heard, like the low murmurs of a battlefield, tightening the nerves of everyone present. Inside the cockpit of his mech, Li Xian heard the voice of squadron leader Jiang Lu over the comms channel. His tone was deep and commanding. I won't say much. Take the rookies underground, stay vigilant, and keep an eye on their mental state. This is a critical adaptation phase. I expect every team to make full use of this time before we officially enter the battlefield. Understood, squadron leader. Li Xian replied firmly, then led his team forward without hesitation. At the underground entrance, squads entered one after another, with a 3-minute interval between each deployment. Mechs and their supporting infantry descended in a steady stream. Alongside them were infantry and armored units from Hung'an Defense, deploying in small formations into the underground battlefield. The operation was orderly, yet the air was thick with a palpable tension. Li Xin's squad, consisting of 3 mechs and 8 armored vehicles, finally reached the entrance. The heavy footsteps of the mechs, combined with the grinding of treads, echoed through the passageway. As they descended, the light gradually faded, leaving the surface world behind. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness. For the infantry, visibility was nearly non-existent, but the mechs, equipped with advanced sensors and radar, managed to maintain a clear view of their surroundings. Form a squad defensive formation and advance. Li Xin's command came through the channel. Yes, sir. The 3 rookies responded promptly, their voices tinged with nervousness. The 4 mechs quickly shifted into a diamond-shaped defensive formation. At the forefront was Wei Qian, piloting a towering, imposing mech with close combat capabilities rated at D3, making him the spearhead of the squad. On the left and right flanks were Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai, whose mechs were nimble and packed with explosive power. Li Xian took up the rear, the safest position, as the commander. His role as the leader meant his position was critical to the squad's overall coordination and survival. Li Xin's sharp gaze swept over the formation, his expression cold and determined. He understood deeply that every position on the battlefield carried its own irreplaceable responsibility. The commander, however, was the soul of the team. Soldiers could fall, but if the commander were to go down, the squad's combat effectiveness would collapse in an instant. Even if a new commander took over, it would be nearly impossible to immediately restore the original rhythm. In the tunnel, the mech's footsteps were steady and resonant. At the front, Wei Qian remained on high alert, his weapon ready to engage at a moment's notice. From the rear, Li Xian silently observed his team's movements, calculating potential scenarios for unexpected threats. If Wei Qian were to fall, Li Xian wouldn't hesitate to command the remaining 2 rookies to continue fighting because failure was never an option on the battlefield. Just like Li Xin's squad. If their vanguard, Wei Qian, were to be killed in action, Li Xian would still lead the remaining 2 rookies to press on and fight. Even after suffering casualties on the battlefield, this squad could quickly regain its combat effectiveness with the addition of just 1 new recruit. However, if Li Xian were to fall in battle, it would completely alter the squad's fate. To say nothing of their combat capabilities, the survival of the remaining 3 members on the battlefield would be a huge question mark. Li Xian is the core of the team. Without him, the entire unit would be thrown into chaos and disarray. Wei Qian was not positioned at the very front lines. Ahead of him were 2 tracked armored vehicles, whose crew served as the true vanguard. Even so, caution remained the guiding principle of their actions. Li Xian issued orders with calm authority, his tone carrying an undeniable sense of command. Stay alert. While this area is generally safe, all actions must strictly follow the training manual. Yes, boss. The 3 new recruits responded in unison, their voices tinged with both nervousness and excitement. The mech unit advanced slowly, executing every tactical maneuver, reconnaissance, and preparation with precision, as if an enemy ambush could be lurking just ahead. Yet their drill stood in stark contrast to the fierce battles raging farther forward. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the front, followed by the rapid rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire and the resounding noises of weapons discharging. The underground space reverberated with the intensity of the firefight. Although the Beishi Steelworks underground chambers were originally well insulated against sound, repeated clashes had left the walls riddled with holes, completely ruining the soundproofing. Now, even the deepest tunnels were filled with the heart-pounding noise of combat. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions shook the corridors, dislodging dust and debris that rained down like a fine mist, as if the entire space were trembling. The mech unit halted once they reached a certain position. Any further, and they would step directly into the front lines. The 40 mechs of the 1st Squadron were locked in a fierce battle there with the enemy. Though the narrow battlefield couldn't accommodate all the mechs at once, the intensity of the firepower and explosions was enough to attest to the ferocity of the fight. The enemy's resistance in the C1 sector was particularly fierce, with dense firepower points, mechs, and vehicles forming a formidable defensive line. Even with Hung'an Defense's superior firepower, Capturing this area would take at least 2 to 3 more days. The enemy not only demonstrated unwavering determination but had also utilized the underground facility's equipment and debris to construct numerous defensive fortifications. While these defenses couldn't hold indefinitely, they forced Hungan defense to pay a heavy price for every inch of progress. On the second day of the battle, Li Xian led Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping out of the rear tunnels and moved closer to the front lines. Compared to the first day, the three recruits' initial fervor had cooled significantly. After a day of acclimation, they no longer trembled uncontrollably or turned pale with fear. Though still green soldiers, they had begun to handle the pressures of combat with a semblance of composure. Li Xian glanced back at the three of them, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was well aware that, apart from a rare few born with a talent for battle, most people feel nervous or even terrified the first time they step onto a battlefield. These three, however, were clearly starting to adapt to the brutal realities of war. Very few people can step onto the battlefield for the first time without feeling any nerves at all. As they moved slightly closer to the front lines, they could clearly see the dense crossfire between the two warring sides. In the dim underground space, tracer rounds streaked through the air like burning threads, casting an infernal glow over the battlefield. Bullets, artillery shells, missiles, and plasma cannons interwove into a deadly web of destruction, leaving virtually no chance for anything alive to survive. Mechs were powerful, but far from invincible. Even with void shields equipped, they couldn't endure concentrated fire from infantry for long. Moreover, in these narrow corridors, their maneuverability was severely restricted, allowing only 1 or 2 mechs to engage at a time. Often, they had to retreat in less than a minute. While the void shields could absorb attacks for a short period, they quickly approached overload under targeted onslaughts. The mechs' massive frames made them prime targets, inevitably drawing special attention from the enemy. Li Xian stood at the rear with 3 rookies, observing the brutal battle from afar. The first squadron's mech pilots were also waiting on standby nearby, lined up and ready to rotate into the fight at a moment's notice. The limited space in the corridor meant that overcrowding could spell disaster if something unexpected happened. There wouldn't even be room to retreat. The 3 rookies activated their void shields and silently absorbed the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield. Seeing their expressions gradually settle, Li Xian broke the silence. "So, what do you think of a battlefield like this?" Gan Hongkai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced out a response. "It's a bit more intense than I imagined." Before he could finish, Wei Qian's retching came through the comms. "Ugh, boss, I've already puked several times." "Ugh," Wei Qian weakly complained. "Mute your mic when you're puking," Gan Hongkai scolded with a frown. However, Wei Qian's retching seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and soon Ling Yangping joined in with dry heaves. The comms filled with chaotic noises, and Li Xian could only shake his head in exasperation. These 3 clearly had weaker nerves than he did during his first time on the battlefield. At least back then, had only gone pale and trembled but had managed to maintain some semblance of composure. "Looks like bringing you here to see this firsthand was the right decision," Li Xian said with a wry smile. "Otherwise, what would happen if you started puking in the middle of a real fight?" Wei Qian's bitter voice came through the comms. "Boss, can we move back a bit and take a break?" "A break?" Li Xin's tone turned sharp and stern. "You're thinking about resting at a time like this? Keep watching. You'll stop puking when there's nothing left to throw up." "Boss, I'm going to puke myself to death?" Wei Qian protested weakly. Li Xian let out a cold laugh. "Don't worry. The mech has life support systems, you won't die. Besides, you're psychics. Your bodies are far stronger than ordinary humans. You won't have any real issues. Better to get used to it now, and puke everything out than to lose control during an actual fight and end up in chaos." He firmly rejected Wei Qian's request, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The next day's battle was even more gruesome. The battlefield was littered with the wreckage of destroyed armored vehicles and the remains of fallen infantry. The sheer force of heavy weaponry meant that some bodies were vaporized entirely, a lucky outcome. More often, soldiers were blown apart, their blood and flesh splattered across the ground like spilled tomato sauce. Even with some training, both Wei Qian and Ling Yangping struggled to withstand the scene, their mental resilience teetering on the edge of collapse. In contrast, Gan Hongkai's ability to adapt stood out. Though his face was pale, he managed to remain composed. This caught Li Xin's attention, and he made a mental note of Gan Hongkai as the most promising member of the rookie squad. On the third day, Li Xian continued to lead the recruits to observe the battlefield. He instructed each of them to analyze the ongoing combat and think about how they would approach their own battles in the future. The smoke of war still lingered in the air as Li Xian stood atop a high vantage point with the recruits, gazing at the stalemated battle in the distance. The front line was a chaotic inferno of mechs and infantry, a harrowing blend of steel and blood. Flames illuminated the horizon in a ghastly red hue. Li Xian's expression was cold and resolute, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Remember, you're not here to watch, you're here to learn. Your battles may be even more brutal than this. After 5 grueling days of combat, Zone C1 was finally captured through the combined efforts of the 1st Squadron and the Hungan infantry. However, the cost of this victory weighed heavily on everyone. Both infantry and armored units suffered significant losses, and even the mechs were not spared. 2 mechs from the 1st Squadron were destroyed by concentrated enemy fire, their cockpits obliterated. The lives of the 2 rookie pilots inside, marked by nervousness and inexperience, became a stark, cruel reminder of the battlefield's unforgiving nature. The enemy didn't even deploy their mechs. They just used long-range artillery to bleed us dry, muttered a veteran under his breath, his tone laced with suppressed anger and frustration. A somber mood hung over the 1st Squadron's mech pilots. The thought of the enemy launching a close-quarters assault was a chilling prospect. The day after Zone C1 was secured, Zone C2 fell as well. The relentless pace of the conflict offered no respite. Next up was Jianglu, and his 2nd Squadron's turn to engage. All units, recheck your systems. Prepare for deployment. Li Xian's voice came through the comms. It was steady and calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of command. After a few days of acclimation, the recruits had shown noticeable improvement in their readiness. Unit 02, ready. Unit 03, ready. Unit 04, ready. One by one, reports echoed through the comms. Inside his cockpit, Li Xian activated his psionic abilities, a faint glow swirling around him. His gaze sharpened as he gripped the control sticks firmly, and his mech began to move forward. They were part of the reserve force, positioned further back in the formation. Ahead of them, 4 combat teams comprising 16 mechs were conducting their final pre-launch checks with precision and urgency. The recruits were filled with a mix of emotions. Over the past few days, they had only been spectators, watching from the rear as their comrades fought and bled amidst the chaos. Now, it was their turn to step onto the battlefield, to face the deadly reality hidden. Passageways 23 and 24 loomed ahead like the gaping maws of a monstrous beast, silently awaiting the approach of Hungan's infantry and mech units. These corridors, stretching 200 meters long, led directly to the enemy's stronghold. They offered no cover, not even a speck of dust remained after the previous battles had scoured them clean. They were aptly named Death Corridors. Hungan's forces had anticipated the danger these passageways posed and had prepared accordingly. Their Hunter-class tanks had been modified for the mission, outfitted with reinforced armor that transformed them into moving fortresses of steel. Aside from a small cannon aperture, the tanks were encased in impenetrable plating capable of withstanding everything from bullets to plasma blasts. Infantry units would advance cautiously behind the tanks, facing relentless enemy fire with every step forward. This strategy was born from hard-learned lessons in earlier battles. In these conditions, infantry firepower was limited. The tanks and mechs were the true spearheads of the assault, while the infantry played a supporting role. Fire! Blow them to hell! The tank commander's roar echoed within the steel confines of the Hunter, a mix of fury and fear in his voice. Boom! The cannon unleashed its wrath, and the deafening explosion reverberated through the corridor. The Hunter tank advanced steadily, like a colossal beast of metal and fire. Flames and smoke mingled in the air, marking the opening act of this deadly confrontation. The soldiers of the Milda retinue army stood dumbfounded, staring at the advancing wall of armor that resembled a moving fortress. Behind it, the Deer Hunter tanks and mech units followed steadily. The scene left the Milda soldiers completely unprepared. The 3-meter armored wall moved forward like a mobile fortress, shielding the tanks behind it entirely. Their weapons were utterly ineffective against it, failing to leave even a scratch. Behind the wall, the Deer Hunter tanks and mech units advanced slowly but resolutely, their movements akin to an unstoppable beast crushing everything in its path. The only flaw was their slow speed, but under these circumstances, it hardly mattered. The Milda commander's face turned livid as he slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, roaring, "These corporate lackeys, do they have no sense of honor? What kind of disgusting tactic is this?" The adjutant, standing nearby, let out a long sigh, his tone tinged with resignation. "Commander, at this stage, our direct-fire weapons are almost entirely ineffective. Even plasma and laser weapons can't penetrate that armor in a short time. As for indirect-fire weapons in such narrow corridors, heavy artillery is completely unusable. And anti-tank guns? They're just as powerless against armor of this thickness." The commander furrowed his brow deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as if trying to find a solution. He asked in a low voice, "Then what weapons do we have that can reach the enemy behind the armor?" The adjutant pondered for a moment before finally replying, "Perhaps grenade launchers could pose a temporary threat to the forces behind the armor, though the effect would be limited. Then open fire. We can't let them roll over our positions so easily," the commander ordered, slamming the table once more. "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded swiftly. Soon, the Milda retinue army's position erupted in a barrage of gunfire. Grenade launchers and rifle grenades rained down on the enemy forces. However, these weapons proved largely ineffective against the heavily armored vehicles, posing only minor threats to infantry. Meanwhile, the deer hunter tanks continued their relentless advance, unshaken and steady as ever. Behind the armored wall, the mech units moved with calculated precision. Shielded by massive barriers, they advanced while firing suppressive volleys at the enemy positions. This strategy began to crack the Milda defensive lines. Further back, Zhang Lu observed the battlefield and issued his orders. Have all squads rotate into combat. Let them experience the battlefield firsthand and get a feel for firing themselves. Following the command, each mech squad took turns holding the front lines for 1 to 2 minutes before retreating to rest and recharge their void shields. Initially, only 4 combat squads were assigned to the 2 corridors as the main assault force. Now, all 10 squads were deployed, rotating in and out of the front lines. Soon, it was the turn of Li Xin's Squad 7. Before the fight began, Li Xian noticed the slightly nervous expressions on his teammates' faces. With a grin, he joked, "No need to be nervous. Our mission is simple. Take a few seconds to rush up to the deer hunter tanks, hold your shields up with your right arms, and then unleash all your firepower on the enemy positions. Hold out for 2 minutes, and when your void shields are about to give out, retreat back here in a few seconds. Mission accomplished. Just think of it as playing a quick round in the simulation pod." "Got it. Got it." Wei Qian and the other 2 responded in unison, their voices carrying a mix of uncertainty and excitement. Satisfied, Li Xian nodded and shouted, "Move out." This time, Li Xian didn't wait for Wei Qian to lead the charge. Instead, he took the lead himself. He understood that the 3 rookies were understandably nervous, and it was his responsibility to set an example and boost their morale. Controlling his mech, he charged forward and shouted back at Wei Qian, "Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, keep up." The 3 rookies gritted their teeth and maneuvered their mechs to follow closely behind, gradually immersing themselves in the chaos of a battlefield filled with steel and firepower. Li Xian charged forward, his focus never wavering from the 3 new recruits. Whether or not he fired his own weapon was secondary. His primary concern was keeping a close eye on the rookies. "Hold up your armor shields." His voice, deep and commanding, cut through the comms channel. "They'll help us withstand enemy fire longer." "Yes, sir." The 3 recruits responded in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Their powered weapons remained secured on the back of their mechs for now, while the mechanical right arms held the shields high, deflecting the rain of enemy fire. Following Li Xian's lead, they advanced steadily, adjusting their shields as they moved, forming a synchronized steel barrier. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Xian's mouth. He knew that the tension they felt would only last for the first moments of battle. Once the assault was underway, the rhythm of the battlefield would force the rookies to adapt quickly. They understood that even if enemy knights or squires suddenly appeared, they would have enough time to switch their shields to their left arms while drawing their powered weapons with their right. The team pressed on, reaching the rear of the stag hunter tank. Without hesitation, Li Xian maneuvered his mech to raise its shield, while the plasma cannon on his left arm, guided by the targeting chip, locked onto the enemy. Zzz boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a massive fireball and arcs of blue electricity surging through the enemy's position. "Don't just stand there. Use the targeting chip to fire back now." Li Xian's voice was sharp and commanding over the comms. Wei Qian snapped into action, raising his shield as his mech's deflection field activated, redirecting the storm of bullets and shells toward the tank's armored walls. With a roar, he unleashed the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon, the rounds streaking through the air like a glowing whip, tearing into the enemy's defenses. Ling Yangping, on the other hand, remained calm and focused. He said nothing, but his hands moved with incredible speed, faster even than the sound of Wei Qian's battle cry. Plasma cannons and electromagnetic weapons from all 3 mechs fired in unison, bombarding the enemy's fortifications with relentless bursts of energy and light. "Don't hold back on your rockets." Li Xian's voice rang out again, firm and unyielding. "What? Planning to save them for later? Fire every last one of them now." "Yes, yes. Rockets, rockets." Wei Qian echoed like a broken record, immediately springing into action. With a series of loud whoosh sounds, the serrated ant rocket pods opened, releasing a barrage of rockets streaking toward the enemy line. Boom, boom, boom. The enemy's defensive position was engulfed in flames as the rockets detonated. The fiery explosions surged through firing ports and into the bunkers, consuming oxygen and creating a hellish inferno. The air itself seemed to ignite as the area turned into a boiling cauldron of molten steel and chaos. However, the enemy's semi-permanent fortifications were not so easily destroyed. Despite the heavy losses inflicted by the assault, their defenses held firm. Li Xian remained composed, carefully assessing the battlefield and calculating his next move. He noticed that the rookies' electromagnetic cannon ammunition had been depleted, and their rockets were completely spent. In just a few short minutes, the mechs had unleashed 18,000 rounds of 20mm electromagnetic ammunition and 72 serrated ant rockets, leaving the enemy position littered with shrapnel. How does it feel to empty your arsenal? Satisfying, isn't it? Li Xian's voice carried a hint of humor as he addressed the recruits. Absolutely. Ling Yangping's voice burst through the comms, brimming with excitement. Li Xian could almost picture the flush of adrenaline on his face inside the cockpit. Yeah, satisfying as hell. Wei Qian and Gan Hongkai chimed in, their voices equally exhilarated. Good. Now pull back and let the next group have their turn at the fun. Li Xian laughed heartily, retracting his mech shield and beginning the retreat. The four mechs swiftly retreated to the rear of the passageway, covering a distance of 200 meters in mere seconds. Even as they withdrew with their backs turned, they showed no hesitation. The enemy's firepower was still reeling from the barrage of rockets, leaving them incapable of mounting a counterattack. Once back in the passage, Li Xian immediately issued an order. Quickly reload and prepare for battle. Yes, boss. Ling Yangping responded crisply. Without wasting a moment, he coordinated with the support crew to reload the electromagnetic cannons and equipped 2 nests of serrated ant rockets. His movements were swift and practiced, yet carried an urgency that revealed how attuned he was to the battlefield's rhythm. Moments later, Ling Yangping couldn't help but ask over the squad's comm channel, "Boss, when's our next turn to head back out and fire another round?" His voice betrayed an excitement he could barely contain, as if he had found a thrill in the heat of battle. Li Xian chuckled, a trace of teasing in his tone. What's this? Not nervous anymore? Ready for another round? Nervous? Long gone. Ling Yangping replied without hesitation. Now, I just want to fire away to my heart's content. What about the rest of you? Li Xian turned the question to the other two. Wei Qian and Gan Hongkai's voices, though still slightly stiff, carried none of the earlier anxiety. I'd like another round too. One of them said resolutely. Hearing their responses, Li Xian nodded silently, inwardly approving of his team's moralite was solid and ready. He couldn't help but recall his own first time on the battlefield, the overwhelming excitement and the thunderous pounding of his heart, a memory that remained vivid to this day. That night, he hadn't slept a wink. Now, he understood that for rookies, experiences like these long-range battles were invaluable training opportunities. While they lacked the visceral intensity of melee combat, they were an excellent way to build mental resilience. Close-quarters combat, by contrast, was far more brutal the moment a powered blade sliced through flesh, or the sensation of crushing an enemy under mechanical feet, tested a soldier's willpower in ways nothing else could. As Li Xian watched the 3 rookies diligently reloading their weapons, he turned and addressed Captain Zhang Lu. Sir, when can we get another chance to head out for another round? Zhang Lu's voice carried a hint of amusement. What's this? Realizing the value of this kind of training now? Absolutely. It's very effective for the rookies, Li Xian replied candidly. Be patient. It's not just your squad that needs the practice. The other squads do too, Zhang Lu explained. I've already instructed the forward deer hunter tanks to slow their advance to buy you all more time. Li Xian frowned slightly, a trace of concern in his voice. Won't that affect the overall attack plan? There will be some impact, but it's worth it. Besides, our pace is already ahead of the original schedule, so we've got some buffer time, Zhang Lu assured him. Understood, sir. Li Xian nodded, accepting the explanation. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he had already prepared himself for this. He knew that while Zhang Lu, as the captain, looked out for him, favoritism couldn't be too overt. At the moment, with the exception of himself and Feng Dai, everyone in the unit was a rookie. This was a critical time for Zhang Lu to win over the team. Even so, Zhang Lu had done his best to offer support behind the scenes, such as assigning Li Xian to the reserve team. However, fairness was paramount on the battlefield, and special treatment wasn't something easily granted. Meanwhile, on the front lines at the Milda defense perimeter, the enemy forces were in tatters, struggling to recover after enduring successive waves of mech strikes. Milda's commander, his eyes bloodshot with fury, roared, "Use the explosives. When their tanks advance, blow them to pieces." Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, laying explosives along the defensive line. At this moment, Milda's direct-fire weapons, even heavy artillery, struggled to penetrate the armored wall shielding the hunter tanks. The crude yet effective makeshift armor, though riddled with dents and holes, still protected the tanks behind it without a scratch. Admittedly, in this scenario, the heavy armored wall proved more practical than a void shield. After all, the enemy lacked the time to deploy specialized equipment to breach such defenses. The commander's decision to lay explosives on the front line clearly exploited the hunter tank's limited field of vision. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a blinding flash of fire and heat engulfed the entire passageway. The first hunter tank triggered the buried explosives, launching the vehicle into the air. The detonation set off a catastrophic chain reaction as the tank's internal ammunition ignited, escalating the explosion's destructive force. Shrapnel and flames scattered in all directions, and the thunderous blast echoed through the corridor. At the rear of the passage, inside the cockpit of a Vanguard mech, Zhang Lu observed the scene with a calm demeanor. His expression was stoic, his voice low and steady. War is no child's play. On the battlefield, death is the most ordinary thing. The push through C1 and C2 zones had come at a steep cost, with devastating infantry and armor losses, including 2 destroyed mechs. Yet now, with only a single hunter tank and some infantry lost, advancing the front line to this point could already be considered a commendable achievement. Beside Zhang Lu, the commander of Hungan Defense emerged from the command armored vehicle and spoke in a grave tone. The enemy has figured out a countermeasure. This approach won't work anymore. It's time to deploy the mech units. Prepare for coordinated combat. No problem, Zhang Lu replied firmly, his gaze resolute. Once the mech units break through their defenses, we'll follow up swiftly. The commander patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. Once the mech units take the field, this battle's outcome will be decided. Over the command channel, Zhang Lu's voice came through, calm yet commanding. Reconnaissance indicates the enemy's defensive positions at the passage line have been identified. The number of mechs at their rear is unclear, but it shouldn't be many. Here's the next plan. Groups 1 through 4, prepare for the first wave of assault. Groups 5 through 10, get ready to provide the second wave of support. The objective is to take down the enemy's defensive line in one decisive strike. He paused briefly, his tone growing more authoritative. Once we enter C3, do not overextend. Immediately establish defensive positions to secure the area and support follow-up units. Is that clear? Understood, came the unified response from the various units over the channel. Preparations for the assault began in earnest. One by one, the mechs completed ammunition resupply and were adjusted to peak operational condition. In the passage ahead, the previously planted explosives had already been detonated, clearing the path. The hunter tanks and infantry had removed all obstacles, leaving the corridor wide open. However, everyone understood that after this assault, the enemy would undoubtedly be on high alert, and there might even be deadlier weapons waiting for them. Yet, the mech assault was imperative. Without it, relying solely on infantry swarm tactics to breach this defensive line would result in untold sacrifices. The battle had reached its critical moment. The frontline mechs, prepared for an all-out assault, had already raised their heavy armored shields, forming an impenetrable barrier in front of their squad. In the narrow corridor, four mechs stood shoulder to shoulder, their massive shields resembling a moving wall of steel, firmly protecting the combat team behind them. This was the maximum number of mechs the passage could accommodate, but it also meant they would be the focal point of the enemy's concentrated firepower. Zhang Lu surveyed the corridor, now scarred by relentless bombardment, his expression cold and unyielding. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded in a deep, resolute voice, "Advance. Crush them. First team, second team, follow me." The roars of the two team leaders tore through the air, rallying the recruits as they surged forward like a raging tide, crashing into the enemy's defenses. The deafening roar of the mechs powering up echoed through the corridor, resembling the rumble of mountains collapsing, as an unstoppable tide of steel rolled forward. On the opposing side, the soldiers of the Milda defensive line paled at the sight of the advancing mechanical juggernauts, a chill running down their spines. Mechs! Mechs! The enemy mechs are charging! The soldiers' frantic shouts reverberated as they hastily reported the situation to their commander, their trembling fingers pulling the triggers of their weapons. In an instant, the corridor erupted in a storm of firepower. Rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, railguns, and anti-tank weapons all unleashed their fury, while some desperate soldiers even hurled explosives into the mech's path. Tracer rounds streaked through the darkness, and the blinding flashes of railgun and plasma cannon fire illuminated the passage as if it were daylight. Yet, this torrential barrage seemed futile against the advancing mechs. Their heavy shields, augmented by deflection fields and void shields, neutralized every attack. The coordinated efforts of the four mechs further distributed the load on their energy barriers, ensuring their resilience and maintaining the unstoppable momentum of the steel wave. Charge! As the first row of mechs broke through the defenses, the second row followed closely, initiating another wave of the assault. Zhang Lu knew full well that a mech charge could not falter midway. Only by committing sufficient forces in one decisive push could they prevent the frontline mechs from being surrounded and overwhelmed by the enemy, avoiding catastrophic losses. One pair of mechs after another surged into the corridor, advancing relentlessly under the enemy's firepower. Fire at will! The first team's leader bellowed, and the frontline mechs responded instantly, unleashing a barrage of shoulder-mounted rockets. Amid the thunderous explosions, the enemy's defensive line was engulfed in a sea of flames, their firepower reduced to a mere flicker. Seizing this fleeting moment of chaos, The mech units charged ahead like predators descending upon their prey, breaking through the corridor and heading straight for the enemy's fortress. One mech darted towards the fortress at full speed, its cannon precisely locking onto a firing port. The plasma cannon began to hum with gathering energy, its blue glow intensifying. Inside the fortress, the soldier manning the rapid-fire cannon froze in terror, his face drained of color as he screamed, "No! Stop!" Zap! The plasma cannon discharged, a searing blue beam piercing through the fortress and striking the ammunition depot. A moment later, a thunderous explosion shook the ground, as flames and arcs of electricity ravaged the interior. The intense heat ignited a blue inferno that spewed from the firing port, resembling the blazing trail of a jet engine, fierce and deadly. "Die!" roared Nong Shuang, the first team's leader, as his power sword streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the enemy bunker below. The reinforced concrete, no match for the disintegration field of the power weapon, crumbled like paper, collapsing into rubble in an instant. The seemingly impenetrable reinforced concrete was utterly defenseless against the disintegration field of the power weapons. The formidable-long blade pierced through the thick walls of the bunker like the scythe of death. With a grating screech of metal against metal, the mech slashed forcefully, unleashing a spray of blood as the soldiers inside were ruthlessly cut down. The external defensive line suddenly became perilously weak. "Push forward. Don't stop. Leave the soldiers on the defensive line to our comrades behind you." The commanding voice of Jiang Lu thundered through the communication channel, carrying an undeniable authority. His roar was like a battle drum, igniting the fighting spirit of the first wave of mech pilots. Nong Shuang heard the order and, without hesitation, maneuvered his mech, leading 3 short sword attendants straight into the enemy lines. The heavy stomps of the mech's iron feet echoed ominously across the ground, as though the earth itself trembled beneath them. However, just as they were about to break through the defensive line, the enemy's counterattack emerged. "You'll go no further." A knight retainer stepped out from behind the defenses, the pilot's furious shout silencing the battlefield. The massive power axe was raised high before it came crashing down towards the charging short sword attendants, the air buzzing with the icy edge of the blade. "Ignore them. Raise your shields and charge through." Nong Shuang's voice erupted over the channel, filled with unwavering determination. Charge!" The rookie's roar inside the cockpit was raw and desperate, his hands gripping the controls so tightly his knuckles turned white. The mech's shield was raised high, and without hesitation, it surged forward to meet the descending power axe Hedon. Boom! The 2 mechs collided with a deafening crash, the force of metal against metal reverberating across the battlefield. The short sword attendant held firm against the power axe with its shield, but the sheer impact caused the mech to shudder violently. The knight retainer, with its larger size and superior strength, clearly had the advantage, yet the short sword attendant's relentless charge caused it to stagger backward. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Several short sword attendants found themselves surrounded, struggling to hold their ground. The rookies, inexperienced as they were, faltered under the pressure, their movements clumsy and frantic. Yet the knight retainers, caught off guard by their opponent's reckless determination, were equally disorganized. At that moment, the second wave of mechs arrived on the battlefield, followed closely by the third and fourth waves. Among them was Li Xin's squad, part of the 4th assault team. The number of mechs surged, and the tide of the battle began to shift subtly. "Push forward. Stay calm. Ignore the infantry inside the defensive line. Our targets are the knight retainer. Stake them down. If you can't win, use your shields to block their attacks. We outnumber them, and victory will be ours." Li Xin's voice boomed over the squad's channel, brimming with a rallying energy. The 3 rookies, spurred on by Li Xion's commanding tone, barely had time to think. They instinctively operated their mechs, following him as he charged into the fray. In the heat of battle, Li Xion understood that rookies didn't need to strategize, they simply needed to follow orders. Their primary role was to draw the enemy's attention, giving the veterans opportunities to strike. Li Xion led his squad through the enemy's defensive line, paying no heed to the infantry. His focus was set on a single goal, the C3 sector at the rear. As they passed through the narrow corridor, the C3 sector opened up before them. Chaos reigned across the battlefield, with mechs locked in fierce combat everywhere. The number of enemy knight retainers was no less than that of the 2nd Battalion, with over 20 stationed behind the defensive line. The short sword attendants that had broken through earlier were now engaged in desperate combat. The rookies held their shields high, enduring relentless attacks from the knight retainers. Power weapons crashed against their shields repeatedly, some leaving deep gouges, others punching straight through. The defenses of the short sword attendants were on the verge of collapse, yet they gritted their teeth and held their ground, determined to stall the enemy. With the arrival of the 4th assault wave, the tide of the battle finally began to shift. By this point, the 2nd Battalion had deployed 8 squads, totaling 32 mechs. while the enemy's Knight Retainers numbered just over 20. Although the Knight Retainers were superior in close combat, the sheer numerical advantage began to wear down their strength. However, the enemy was far from defeated. Each Knight Retainer boasted a close combat rating of roughly D4, making them formidable opponents for the rookies piloting D3-rated short sword attendants. For the Knight Retainers, fighting outnumbered was hardly a challenge. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.